Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Lydia Fernside studied herself in her dressing table mirror. She tilted her head from side to side, and turned to look at herself from all angles. Very pretty face, she decided. A slender non-obtrusive nose. A pleasing figure, her mother had told her so many times. Although, she also had much to say about Lydia's poor posture. Lydia noticed her hair could use some attention, but her complexion was fair, and she thought she had bright and intriguing eyes, but who was she to conclude that? Certainly one could not see oneself as others might. She let out a fulsome sigh as she realized that at 20 years of age, she still lacked what she would describe as a suitable suitor. Oh yes, Henry Howell currently filled that position. But Henry? Really? She sighed once again and stifled a yawn, as she contemplated a life with one so dull and uninteresting. He maintained a small accounting establishment, and his conversation was laced with stories of sheep farmers and shop owners, struggling with debts or taxes, stories he found eminently fascinating, but which she could only feign the mildest of interest. More often than not, when in conversation with Henry, her eyes glazed over, or she looked down at her embroidery, and nodded into a slight slumber. But enough of this self-centered contemplation, she advised herself. It was time to rise from her dressing table, and meet the morning full-on. She grabbed the current novel she was reading, and raced downstairs for breakfast. "Good morning, darling mother, and dearest sister, Margaret," she announced as she entered the dining room, where breakfast was being served. "You are looking well this morning, Lydia," her mother said, scarcely looking up. Lydia had pinched her cheeks to add a bit of color before she came downstairs. "And how is your barrister? Is he to call on you today?" Lydia asked Margaret, as she sat down at her place at the breakfast table, and shook out her napkin, laying it across the lap of her charming lemon-yellow morning dress. Margaret looked up from her kipper and squinted. She needed eyeglasses, but vanity kept her in a fuzzy world of ill-defined shapes and colors. But it mattered not, as everyone could see her just fine, as she could see the admiring glances from those who appreciated her slender figure, dark curly hair, and fair creamy complexion. Charles had a court date he'd forgotten about. I'm afraid he had to cancel. But perhaps you and I could go for a stroll later this morning? I believe the weather promises to be fine, and Killam Daniels is installing a new style at Brompton Corner. If it's complete, we could enjoy a walk along the river path. I would like that, Lydia answered. But isn't Henry coming by for a visit this morning? Mother asked. Not until tea, Lydia responded. He is visiting with a new client this morning. Mother seemed agitated. She adjusted her cap, and fiddled with the tassels on her dress. I really don't know what the matter is with that young man. He has been calling on you for over a year, and yet he never seems to have the nerve to ask. Ask what, Mother? Ask for your hand. I can't possibly understand his hesitation. Your father had words with him but a fortnight ago, and still he dissembles. Perhaps he's bored with me, Lydia teased, knowing it would ruffle her mother's feathers, which, indeed, it seemed to do. Mother dabbed at her constantly watery eyes with the edge of her napkin, and proceeded to blow her nose with a hoot. And as she did so, a cloud of powder exploded from her over-powdered face, and she waved her napkin in the air to disperse it. Nonsense, you are a tribute to this family. You are well read, you practice the domestic arts, and are accomplished in piano, reciting, watercolors, and you embroider the most charming cushions. Yes, Mother, but perhaps he desires a more buxom lady. I have a much more modest figure. Mother brushed away the comment. Oh, Lydia, how can you say such things, let alone think them? She reads too many novels, Mother dear, Margaret added. It's not ladylike, and I'm sure she puts off young Henry with her babbling on about heroes and heroines. I dare say, you have a point, Mother replied, as she rang the silver bell to summon Lucy.
Yes, Mum,
Lucy said, as she entered from the kitchen. You may clear the table after Mistress Lydia has finished her breakfast.
And Vicar Fernside?
He's not breakfasted yet, Mum, Lucy said. Mother looked up. Oh, bother. Has he lost himself in his morning reveries again? Go see if he's in his study. And if he is, tell him I require him to come to breakfast, before the morning is entirely spent.
Yes,
Mum. And Lucy departed.
Honestly,
how I am bothered. Not one moment of tranquility. Your father, I swear, will be the death of me. Fiddling with his little wooden carvings, or lost in his Sunday matters, and forgetting to pay the bills. Why, only the other morning, Butcher Barnes threatened to delay delivery of the lamb chops, unless we made some payment on the account. I had to use my pocket money to satisfy him. Mother, you know father tends to be forgetful of such trivial domestic matters. His mind is on loftier ideals. His sermons soar to the heavens, Lydia said, defending her father. That's all good and well on a Sunday, but come Monday, and the butcher, the baker, and the candle maker all demand their just and due. Mother sat straight upright, placing her hands righteously in her lap. Father burst into the dining room. Oh, my. Have I been a bad little boy again? He asked, plopping down at his place at the head of the table. I get so carried away in my studies, and I lose all track of time. I hope the kippers haven't gone off. Mother humphed, and rose from the table, training her glare at Vicar Fernside. I have finished my breakfast, so you must breakfast alone. Someone must run this household, she said and swept out of the room. Lydia reached over and put her hand on her father's. I'm still eating breakfast, Papa. I was late too. So we can have a nice chat. Father looked over at Lydia and smiled. Good morning, darling daughters, he said, also turning to Margaret. Father, she acknowledged, but, having finished her breakfast, stood to leave. Lydia, how is 10 o'clock for us to have our stroll? Lydia nodded. That will be fine. As Margaret left the dining room, Lydia studied her father. The vicar of Piddlehinton, Dorset, was short of stature, with a rosy round face, framed with small round glasses, and a brush of white, wiry hair that surrounded his bald pate. Not what one would call attractive, she thought, but when he smiled, his eyes lit up, and he radiated a loving warmth that surely others must observe besides herself. But she also noticed that his skin had a pale pallor, and he looked tired. Papa, are you getting enough rest? You were still up when I went to bed last evening, and I heard you in your study when I first awoke. He smiled wanly, and waved her concerns away with a wave of his hand. But he sighed, and said, My darling Lydia, there is always so much that needs attending to. Old Miss Carruthers is doing poorly and, with no family of her own, she so looks forward to my daily visits. The bellows are giving out on the foot organ. There's a persistent leak in the vestry roof. The pigeons continue to congregate in the steeple. And I find it increasingly difficult to come up with a fresh and lively sermon each week. I have needed to poach the occasional work from years gone by. I am not sure anyone really notices. Your sermons are much beloved, and if a parishioner were to notice, I am sure it would be with fond remembrance. Her father looked at her. What a loving daughter you are, my dear. You are my little treasure. Not like your self-serving sisters, who seem to care for nothing but their fine dresses, ribbons, and town gossip. Father, that is not fair. Emily is married and expecting. She will have much more to care about with a child arriving soon, and she has a fine, sound husband. And Margaret is to be married in but a month. Neither are what I would call self-serving. The vicar picked at his kipper, but didn't seem that interested in it. You are quite right, as usual. But how about you?
Has your young man still not declared himself? Now it was Lydia's turn to sigh.
No,
Papa.
And I have to say, I am not particularly anxious to hear such a declaration either.
Her father seemed surprised. Lydia, my pet.
How can this be? He has been attentive to you for over a year, and I thought you welcomed his intentions.
Lydia twisted her napkin.
Yes, he is a decent man, with a good living. That I can vouchsafe. But is that enough? You do not have feelings for him?
There is a certain warmth between us,
but hardly a flame.
Oh, my dear.
Believe me, you must have a firm foundation
for your marriage. Your mother and I, despite our occasional differences, care a great deal for each other. You must have a sound basis of love to sustain a marriage over the many years.
Without that, you might find yourself living a life of misery.
Lydia studied her father.
She was so used to him as a parent, she had never considered him as a man, a lover,
a husband, a person with passions.
I shall give your thoughts consideration. But as of now,
Henry has still not declared himself.
But if you are not content with him as a husband, you must tell him so. It is not fair to him to let him think that you care, when you do not.
Feeling chastened, she lowered her eyes and folded her napkin. Thank you,
Father,
for your wise counsel.
I shall certainly give it my full consideration.
The vicar's Anglican church and rectory were at the western edge of the small, charming village of Piddlehinton, comprised mostly of whitewashed cottages with thatched roofs and half-timbered shops. The countryside opened up along the road that passed the church. Hedgerows bordered the narrow road that eventually led to the river, and crossed over to the estate of Lord Piddlehinton, after whom the village was named. His vast estate comprised a large wooded area by the river, where Lydia and her sister loved to walk. Vast grazing fields for sheep and cattle. And the great house of Hollyoaks, a rambling 17th-century manor, that was in somewhat disrepair. The ancient Lord Piddlehinton, now in his 80s, had no immediate heirs, and there was much speculation as to what would happen to the estate when he passed away. There were rumors of nieces or nephews from London, but no one seemed to know for certain. Lydia loved the solitude of the rectory. It was stationed in the middle of a large parcel of land, and included a charming flower garden with roses and hollyhocks in front, and in back a kitchen garden, an orchard, and a yew-studded meditation alley, where Lydia had a bench tucked away in the shade of an apple tree, at the edge of the orchard, where she loved to read on a mild summer morning. As books were hard to come by, Lydia was reading a torrid novel she'd borrowed from her friend, Dorothea. It was far too gothic and lurid for her taste, and her mind kept wandering to the conversation about Henry with her father at breakfast. She laid the book open in her lap, and lifted her face to feel the warmth of the sun filtering down through the leaves of the apple tree. She sat back against the bench, and enjoyed a moment of peaceful serenity with her eyes closed. "My darling, Lydia." She opened her eyes to see Margaret walking toward her. "Are you ready for our stroll?" Margaret asked. "I brought you a shawl in case the woods are too cool." "How thoughtful," Lydia said, as she stood up and placed the book on the bench. Margaret came over and took Lydia's arm, leading her along the alley to the front garden, and down the walkway to the road. They walked along in silence past the church, and out into the open countryside. Finally, Lydia asked, "Why are you having the wedding at Pulford instead of in our church?" Margaret frowned. "Charles' parents are insisting. And I don't mind really. I would rather have Papa give me away, than marry me. I would feel silly if he were the one to officiate." "But will he not feel slighted?" "No, I have talked to him about it. And he understands that the Bolts have a much larger house, that can accommodate the entire wedding party." "Are you excited?" Lydia asked. Margaret glanced over with an apprehensive expression. "Oh, yes. But nervous too. Mama has explained all about, you know. But I'm still not sure that I understand completely." Lydia laughed. "Well, I'm afraid I cannot be of much help. I know the basics, of course, but I am certain there are aspects that one can only discover on the night. You should talk to Emily, she should certainly know all about it by now. And after all, she is about to have her first child. Margaret leaned into Lydia, and they both giggled and blushed. They came to the newly finished stile and crossed over, lifting their skirts and carefully watching their steps, as they descended into the field. They walked through the tall grasses that had not yet been grazed, and finally entered into Lord Piddlehinton's woods on the near side of the river, where the air was cool, smelled of loam, and sent a shiver through Lydia. She tightened the shawl around her shoulders. The path was strewn with leaves and pine needles, and was soft underfoot. The leafy canopy was thick overhead, and admitted little sunlight. It reminded Lydia of the novel she had been reading earlier, where the heroine was lost in an enchanted forest. She took hold of her sister's arm again, and said, "I think I'd rather walk in the open. It's very dark and close in here, don't you think?" "My thoughts, exactly," Margaret responded. They took a shortcut through the woods, and came out in an open field filled with clover and small daisies. A flock of sheep was grazing nearby, and gave them a curious stare, as the sisters floated through the field, their dresses rustling against the bracken. "I am quite worried about Papa," Lydia said. "He does not look at all well to me." "Have you noticed?" "Oh, I am certain he is just fine. He was working in the garden with Mother the other morning, and they were chatting and laughing, and wielding their spades with great abandon." "I certainly hope so." They had made a full circle and were back at the stile. "I think it must be near noon and dinner time. Shall we head back?" Margaret asked. "If you like. I had a late breakfast, so I am not all that hungry, but Mother will have a fit if we are late. I believe we are to have some of those very tasty lamb chops. The ones Mother made such a fuss about, because the butcher was insisting on payment? The very ones." They both laughed. Chapter 2. Henry Howell walked down the alley toward where Lydia was, once again, attempting to get into her novel. At his approach, she looked up. This was her beau, she contemplated. Yes, he was handsome in a regular way, but he had a pinched face, and a slightly pained expression that never seemed to relax. He had a full face and a stocky body. She could easily foresee him adding many additional pounds as he aged. And while portly husbands could be considered prosperous, as far as she was concerned, she tended to favor a leaner gentleman, who did not need to have the waist of his trousers let out every 6 months. At 33, his hair was already thinning, and while he dressed conservatively, he did not tend to turn many of the ladies' heads, as he paraded down the post road in the middle of Piddlehinton. He looked nervous as he approached, and he took out his pocket handkerchief, and wiped his brow several times. "My darling, Lydia. You look cool and refreshed." "Thank you, Henry. Won't you take a seat?" she said, patting the bench at the place next to her. He hesitated and proceeded to pace before her, again mopping his brow. "Shall we go inside for tea?" she asked. "Not yet, if you don't mind. I was hoping we might have a conversation alone first." "Of course. But won't you sit?" asked. "No, thank you. I am much too nervous." Oh no, she thought, is this to be the proposal? She closed her book, and placed her hands in her lap. Her mind was racing. What should she say? Was she prepared to take this man as her husband? An involuntary shudder swept over her. This was going to be the moment of truth. She'd not consciously made up her mind whether to accept him or not, but now she must make that decision. Could she be his wife? In all honesty, she could not. She steeled herself to politely refuse his offer, but she must first hear him out. "Please, be at ease. What would you like to converse about?" she asked. "Lydia. My darling, Lydia, as you know we have been in close conversation this past 12 months.
Oh dear, she thought.
And you know how greatly I esteem your many fine qualities and accomplishments. He continued. And I am certain you have certain expectations surrounding our long courtship.
Lydia spoke up, impatiently.
And you as well, I believe. This seemed to throw Henry out of his rhythm.
Yes. Yes, of course.
And that is what I wish to discuss with you.
Then please proceed, Lydia said, wanting to get to the conclusion. Yes. Yes. Well,
you see, I have given our circumstances a great deal of contemplation, and it seems that I must say, with all honesty, that it has come time for me to declare my intentions.
Please do, Henry. The suspense is almost beyond bearing. Yes. Certainly.
And Lydia, I have come to the conclusion that we are perhaps not suited for each other. He took a deep breath and looked at her with a certain amount of apprehension. Henry, are you saying that you are not interested in marriage?
Oh, yes.
Marriage certainly? Then this is a proposal?
Yes. No.
Marriage.
Yes, I am interested in marriage.
But just not with you.
Lydia couldn't help herself,
and she let out a hearty laugh, both from his confusion and her relief. Then there is someone else?
She asked. Yes.
Yes, there is.
I recently made the acquaintance of a Miss Caroline McAllister, of Upper Wyndham. It was quite by chance and
we formed an instant bond.
He began pacing again.
I'm so very, very sorry. I know you had expectations, and I am most mortified to disappoint you.
But I must be honest.
And I, therefore, beg you to release me from any commitment you may feel I have given you. Henry.
Sit. She patted the bench again. Henry sat. It is quite all right. Please take a breath, and settle yourself.
I don't want to marry you either.
He looked at her with shock. You don't? No. I have come to the same conclusion.
Well, not because I met a Miss McAllister, but because... Well, let us be honest, Henry, we are not really a match.
Oh, what a relief. I was so afraid. It is quite all right.
You need not bother yourself any longer. Henry's face lit up, and his pinched look disappeared. Never for one moment did she suspect that she was the cause of that. But it seemed she was. And she felt a great release, and a lightness overcame her. Henry, please answer a question for me if you can.
Yes, Lydia. Why ever did you court me this long, if you were not interested in our marriage? I only recently met Miss McAllister, and it never occurred to me that we might not be the perfect match. You were close by, available, and you came highly recommended. By whom? Lydia asked in astonishment, seeing herself in his eyes like a prime piece of real estate. Why, your sister Emily always spoke so highly of you. And you have the most charming mother and father. It just seemed like the thing to do. How flattering, she said, amused at his denseness. Think nothing of it. It has been a great pleasure knowing you, and I hope that you will visit Miss McAllister, but by then she will be Mrs. Howell, and me when we tie the knot. I am sure you will find her to be a charming companion. And she seems eager to make your acquaintance. I'm sure we will become fast friends. Henry took a deep breath and smiled, the first genuine smile she had seen from him. Well, then. That is that, is it not? Indeed it is. So, shall we go into tea? Lydia suggested. Yes, I am quite parched. Lydia was sitting in the sitting room window seat that overlooked the back garden. She was attempting to mend a petticoat hem, but was not having much success, as her gaze kept wandering to the beauty of the garden, in the late afternoon sun and shadows. The casement was open, and a soft summer breeze wafted through, enchanting her with its soft caress. She sighed in deep satisfaction, and leaned back against the wall, and for a moment was in a state of simple peace.
It was 3 weeks after she had announced to the family that her expectations with Mr. Howell had come to naught. She was so relieved, she thought nothing more of it, and had begun to settle into the comfort of being unattached once again, with no expectations, other than to be a supportive and productive family member.
Margaret opened the sitting room door.
"Lydia, if you have a moment, Mother and Father would like you to attend to them." Lydia was surprised that Margaret had spoken of Mother and Father.
It was so formal. At home, they always spoke of Mama and Papa.
"Of course.
Where are they?" "In Father's study." "I shall attend to them shortly. But first, I must put away my mending, or I shall forget it, and who knows who might be embarrassed to see a lady's undergarment lying about the sitting room. If you like, I can take care of that for you. I don't think you want to keep them waiting." A most ominous reply, Lydia thought, as she gathered her mending together, and handed it to Margaret.
Lydia glanced at Margaret, to see if she could fathom what was going on, but Margaret averted her gaze and wouldn't look at her.
What have I done? Lydia thought, as she climbed the stairs to her father's study. She knocked on the door. "Come," her father called out. Lydia opened the door and entered. Her father was seated at his desk, his glasses perched on the end of his nose, as he gazed over them to look at his daughter. Her mother was seated in the comfortable chair by the empty fireplace, fanning herself in the closed room. Her mother extended her hand, and indicated that Lydia should sit in the chair prepared for her, equidistant from each of her parents. When she was seated, her mother turned to Father, for him to begin speaking. Lydia was apprehensive of this situation. Again, it was so formal, and she felt as though she was at an inquisition, with the guillotine about to descend upon her neck. "Lydia, we need to have a serious conversation with you," her father began. "Yes, Papa." At the loving and informal Papa, her father hesitated, but regathered himself when Mother gave him a stern look, and nodded for him to proceed. "Your mother and I were shocked when you announced that there was to be no engagement between yourself and Mr. Howell. It was a mutual decision, as I told you previously. That is as it might be. But the crux of the matter is that you are not to be married, and with no other prospects. Is that correct? There is no one else waiting in the wings?" "That is correct, Father." Lydia was not about to be intimidated by this inquiry. She looked over to her mother, who frowned, but said nothing. "Please tell me what is on your minds. I feel like I have committed some terrible crime." Father looked to Mother, who spoke up, as it seemed Father was unwilling to get to the heart of the matter. "Emily is married, with a fine husband and with a child on the way. Margaret is engaged and to be married in but a week. And then there is you." "That is certainly true, Mama. You make it sound like that is the problem." Mother glanced down briefly, as though to gather her thoughts. "Well, not you specifically, but certainly your situation. You are 20 years old. Most young ladies are married or engaged by that age. And now you have diverted a possible engagement." "I most certainly did not divert, Mother. It was Mr. Howell who declared that he had met someone else, and wished to marry her." "And why would that be? If you had been more attentive to him, more willing, perhaps he would not have needed to look elsewhere." Lydia stood up and scowled. "So you are blaming me for the failed engagement?" "Certainly, not my dear," her father said. "But what you don't understand is that..." He looked down at his desk and adjusted his glasses. "Well, how can I put this?" Mother spoke up. "Your father has not managed our paltry living from the church wisely, and in short, we cannot afford to continue supporting your living here at home." Lydia was shocked. "Oh. I see. It has absolutely nothing to do with you, my darling," Father said. "But I am ashamed to say, I have not been a good steward to our family, and we have a great deal of debt, and thus we must cut back drastically on our expenses." He looked greatly embarrassed, and he pushed again at his eyeglasses. Mother spoke up. "We have had to give Lucy notice. That is how serious this matter is." Lydia was stricken now, not with guilt, but with grave concern. "Oh, how can I help? There must be something that can be done." "I have previously written to your Aunt Lavinia. Since she is so recently widowed, we thought she might welcome you as a companion and a housekeeper." Lydia was again in shock. "Not as a housekeeper, exactly, but rather as one who can help her maintain a stable home," Mother said. "She attends the Duchess Patience Templeton of Honeyfield Hall most days, and it is a great strain for her to maintain her own home as well." "She has replied in the affirmative, but she says she would not be able to pay you much. But you would have a home and a living. And, in addition, there is a small living from her husband, that she has indicated would go to you when she is no longer with us. If there is any remuneration I shall, of course, pass it on to you, to help in these difficult times," Lydia said, as her mind whirled with all the implications of these changing circumstances. "That would not be necessary," Father said. "That would be most useful," Mother insisted, giving her husband a stern look. "When is this to take place, and how am I to get to? Where exactly does Aunt Lavinia live?" "Upton Magna in Shropshire." "So it has been arranged and confirmed?" Lydia asked. Father answered. "It has. And you are expected as soon as possible, after Margaret's wedding next week." Lydia could no longer hold back, and she began to cry, turning away from her parents, and looking out the window at the beautiful garden she must now leave, and would sorely miss. She pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve, and dabbed at her eyes. Her father came over and put his hands on her shoulders, and leaned his forehead against the back of her head. "I am so very sorry, my princess. It is my entire fault. But think of it as an adventure, and a new life. Surely, you will make new friends, and have many wonderful encounters." "Harcourt, leave her be," Mother said to her father sternly. He turned to her and said, demanding, not requesting, "Abigail, don't you need to see to supper?" She uttered and left the room. "How am I to get there?" Lydia asked, turning to her father and putting her handkerchief back in her sleeve. She was ready to accept the inevitable and move on. "Post carriage. It will require several days, and a change of carriage or two, but it shouldn't be too tedious, I trust." "And where shall I stay along the way?" "The trip includes accommodations, although, I suspect they will not be very elegant." Her father went to his desk and opened a drawer. "I have put aside a few pounds for your expenses, which might be able to afford a nicer room if possible." "No, Father. I will not take your money when the family is in dire straits. I have a little money put aside myself, and I shall use that. As I said before, I will do everything I can to send you money. I may be able to take in some sewing work, or be able to make some additional money helping some gentlewoman or other, once I am settled in Upton Magna." Father came over and put his hand on Lydia's cheek. "You are the precious jewel of my life. I will miss you greatly. Papa, I fear for your health. You must promise me to take great care of yourself and Mama." She leaned in and embraced him. "I promise. Although, at my age, there are aches and pains sprouting up, more frequently than weeds in the garden." Lydia kissed her father on both cheeks. "There, that will ward off all toils and troubles, until I can once again come home." Chapter 3. Lydia's good friend, Dorothea, was helping her pack the trunk for her journey. She was a petite blonde with naturally curly hair, baby blue eyes, and a pert nose. "What am I going to do without you, dearest sister?" Dorothea asked. "I shall write you weekly, and you must write back to me. I want to hear all the news of Piddlehinton. I shall be bereft of news unless you write. My mother and Margaret are useless,
and boring correspondence, and Emily is far too caught up in her new family life to be of any use at all. Dorothea held up a petticoat sadly in need of repair. Surely you are not taking this?
Oh, no. Put that away.
It must be torn up for rags.
She sighed. But the rest of my undergarments are not much better.
I can see that I am going to spend most of my free time during the next few months mending, as there is no possible way I can afford new petticoats or bloomers.
Dorothea folded up another petticoat, and placed it in the trunk.
What is your Aunt Lavinia like?
Do you know her well?
Not at all.
She is my grandmother's sister on my mother's side. I have never met her, but she writes my mother regularly, and always asks that mother pass on her best wishes to the 3 daughters. I have no idea what to expect. I wish I could go with you. I long for an adventure or two.
Dorothea giggled. What do you know about the young men of the area? Any prospects ripe for plucking, do you think? Are there any military officers in that region?
Dorothea, I have no idea, and even less interest.
Really, in my situation, with no living and no prospects, I will not be able to attract even the most humble farmer or rat catcher.
Oh, Lydia, how unfair.
You are a charming and beautiful young lady of breeding,
refined manners, and accomplishments.
Surely there must be many young gentlemen who could fall madly in love with you.
Lydia gave her a sour look.
Really, you are too extravagant with your fantasies.
I have come to terms with my lot in life, and shall endure it with perseverance and a good humor. There was a knock at the door, and Margaret peeked inside. What are you two up to? She asked.
Packing my trunk,
Lydia replied. I have just finished all my packing for the wedding.
It seems so strange to think that I will not be living here anymore.
Are you excited?
Dorothea asked.
It's all such a whirlwind. I don't know what I feel, quite honestly.
She came over and sat on the edge of the bed, picking up a novel from Lydia's
side table.
Need any help?
She asked, absently. It was clear she had no real intention of helping.
Lydia speculated that what she really wanted was a good gossip. Will you be staying on in Pulford after the wedding? Dorothea asked. We will. Charles's parents have a quite charming cottage on some property down the road from the family home, and we shall be setting up house there. His practice is quite close by, and I expect he shall be able to come home for dinner at noon each day. It's been very difficult to be separated, and we look forward to starting up our life together.
It sounds delightful, Dorothea said. You must be very happy to be marrying so soon. Margaret cast a warning glance at Dorothea, and shook her head, indicating they must not speak about such happiness in front of Lydia, who had no such happy prospects. Margaret looked up at Lydia. Mama says dinner will be served soon, can you leave your packing? Lydia nodded, and then turned to Dorothea. Can you join us? I am sure there will be plenty. I saw quite luscious beets being pulled from the garden this morning. And I heard a chicken squawking her last cries, meaning she'll be on the table as well. Oh, no. I'm expected back home, although it sounds delightful. I'm off then, Margaret said, jumping up from the bed. Now that Lucy is gone, I'm expected to help set out the dinner. 10 minutes? Lydia nodded, and Margaret left the bedroom. Dorothea began to tear up. I'm going to miss you so very much. Will I see you again before you leave? We head off to Margaret's wedding the day after tomorrow. And then I'll be on the post carriage at 10 o'clock the morning after that. Maybe you could see me off. Now Lydia began to cry as well. They embraced, then Dorothea pulled away to discreetly blow her nose, and dab at her eyes with a handkerchief from her pocket. I must go before I become a sobbing mess, and we both collapse into puddles of sorrow, Dorothea said, as she gave Lydia a kiss on each cheek, and swept out of the room. Lydia sat on the edge of the bed. She looked around the room, trying to memorize its every detail, for she did not know when she shall be here again, if ever. She walked around the room, touching familiar objects, and trying to decide what she absolutely needed to take with her. She wanted to travel light, and start afresh in her new home. There was no point in taking anything she didn't need. Certainly, her aunt would have books to read, so she decided to take nothing with her, other than her most essential necessities, and one book to read on the journey. She heard her mother calling from the dining room. It was time to go down. She must be brave, she told herself for the fourth or fifth time that morning. She would miss her lovely home, her mother, Margaret, and, most especially, her father. There would be no one to console her. She must stand alone, bear the grief by herself, and hope and pray that she might find a safe and welcoming harbor when she arrived at her new home. But Lydia realized and accepted the fact that she had no one but herself that she could count on. Margaret's wedding had been a raucous success. The wine, beer, and cider had flowed freely, and her father's cheeks were even rosier than usual. Her mother sobbed on and off most of the day, and Margaret and Emily were now the proud married ladies of the three siblings. The morning of Lydia's journey, the sky was overcast. A cool wind blew in from the east, and it seemed there would certainly be a storm brewing before long. Papa had borrowed a carriage from a parishioner, as he did not have one of his own, to transport what was left of his family and Lydia's luggage to the carriage stop in Piddlehinton. Dorothea had come to see Lydia off. She was wrapped in a woolen knitted shawl, pulled tightly around her shoulders to keep out the wind. Mother was the only one rattling on, as they waited for the carriage. "Here, this will keep you fed, until you reach the first post-house inn," she said, handing Lydia a small basket. "There are several cheese sandwiches, a small prune cake and a flask of brandy, if you get light-headed riding in the carriage." "Thank you, Mother," Lydia said. She had her arm through her father's, and she snuggled up close to him to shield herself from the bite of the wind. Lydia turned to Dorothea. "Now, you will write, won't you?" "I'll depend on your biting observations on the foibles of our little village. No one else has quite your eye for shenanigans." "You can count on it," Dorothea said, looking up at the sky. "I really should be getting home. I know it is going to pour down any moment, and I cannot afford to catch a chill." "Go. Go," Lydia said, disengaging from her father and embracing Dorothea. "I shall miss you," was all she could say, or she would burst into tears. Dorothea ran off just as the post carriage came into view. Her father once again counted all the pieces of luggage, although he had already done that 3 times, since they arrived at the carriage stop. Mother pulled her apron up to her face and covered her mouth, in an attempt to stop from crying. The clacking, bouncing, swaying carriage came to a stop in front of them. The huff and snort of pawing horses filled the air, under the shouts of the drivers hoisting the luggage onto the carriage, as Papa assisted Lydia into her seat. She opened the carriage window and leaned out, reaching out to take her parents' hands. Now her mother was covering her full face with her apron, trying to stifle sobs. Her father took her hand and just nodded, as he couldn't find the words to speak. "All hail!" one of the drivers shouted. "Ho, ho!" He snapped the reins, and the horses strained on the harnesses to start the carriage rolling. "Goodbye, goodbye!" Lydia shouted, as she strained to see them before her parents disappeared. "Godspeed!" her father called out, and the carriage turned the bend leading out of the village, and she could see them no more. Lydia, back in her seat, took out her handkerchief, held it up to her eyes, and pressed hard to help staunch the flow of tears. After a short while, she was able to compose herself, and she looked around the carriage. There were 2 other passengers, a middle-aged mother and her, what looked to be, 10 or 11-year-old daughter. "Are you traveling far?" the woman asked Lydia. "To Shropshire," Lydia answered. "Oh, that will take several days, will it not?" Lydia nodded. The woman rummaged in a large traveling bag.
Would you like an oatmeal and raisin biscuit?
I made them for the journey. They are my Cynthia's favorite. Oh, I am Betsy, and this is my daughter, Cynthia. I am Lydia Fernside. Pleasure, Betsy answered. Thank you, but I am not hungry just now.
I am still a bit upset about leaving my parents and my home,
Lydia said. Oh, I am
sorry.
That must be difficult, she said as she handed her daughter the biscuit. It is. Where are you going in Shropshire?
She closed her bag and set it on the seat between her and her daughter.
Upton Magna.
I am staying with my great-aunt. For an extended visit?
Permanently. It is to be my new home.
Oh, my.
That is a big change.
Are you very fond of your aunt?
I have never met her.
But she is kindly
taking me in. She is elderly, and I will be looking after her.
That is very kind of you.
Oh no, it is she who is being kind.
My sisters are married, and it seems it is time for me to be out in the world and earning my living.
You are not engaged, then?
Betsy asked,
with just the slightest hint of disapproval. I am not,
Lydia answered firmly,
and with no hint of an apology. Well, perhaps you will meet a suitable gentleman in Upton Magna. It is quite a lively community, with many respectable citizens. I am sure your aunt will be able to introduce to many suitable gentlemen. Anything is possible.
Lydia had had quite enough of this conversation, and she turned and stared out the window at the passing countryside.
Soon they entered another village, and the carriage slowed down and stopped. A new passenger boarded, an elderly, and rather heavy-set, gentleman. And as the carriage started up again, he introduced himself. Ladies, he said, tipping his hat. I hope you have had a pleasant journey thus far.
Betsy nodded.
Agreeable enough. And where may you be heading,
sir,
if you do not mind me asking?
Not at all.
I am on my way to visit the Duke of Shropshire, Edwin Templeton. Do you know him, perhaps? I am not of that area, Betsy said. But our travelling companion, Miss Fernside, will be residing in Upton Magna, quite near the Duke's residence, Honeyfield Hall. Indeed. But you must excuse me. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Bernard Winston, at your service, ladies. Betsy Butley, and my daughter Cynthia. Ladies. He tipped his hat once again. Miss Fernside, Lydia said in greeting. And you are from Upton Magna? He said. Then you must know His Grace, the Duke. I am afraid I do not. This is my first visit, she responded. Ah, then you are in for a most pleasant surprise. It is quite a charming village. And you are a doctor of? Betsy asked. Philosophy. I am a professor at Trinity College, Oxford. Latin, Greek, and classics. Do you know His Grace well? Betsy asked. I understand he only recently inherited his title. Quite so. Unfortunately, the old Duke passed away less than a year ago. And the young Duke is still finding his bearings. Have you come on business with the Duke? Betsy asked. He was my student. It is just a friendly visit. How nice that you have been able to keep close ties, Betsy continued. So many young men these days just fritter away their educational opportunities in partying, drinking and other activities, she said discreetly. Quite unlike the Duke, I assure you, the doctor said rather firmly. Lydia did not wish to engage in this conversation, as she observed that Mrs. Butley seemed to be more interested in gossip than serious inquiry. And it appeared that Dr. Winston felt the same, as he soon withdrew into reading a book. The rest of the day's journey was mostly uneventful. Lydia was still too upset to enjoy any of the food her mother had prepared, but she thought she might have that for dinner, and not need to spend any money the rest of the day.
Just before dark, the carriage arrived at the Post House Inn, where they were to spend the night. This was the final destination for Mrs. Butley and her daughter, and they bid farewell. Dr. Winston invited Lydia to dine with him in the inn's dining room, but she declined, as she was still emotionally distraught and extremely exhausted after the long day's journey. Later that evening she ordered a barley water from the dining room, ate a cheese sandwich, and retired to bed quite early. Chapter 4. The next morning, the clouds, cold wind, and rain had disappeared and there was a freshness in the air. Lydia opened her casement window, and stood to admire the bright sunshine. She went to the dining room for a light breakfast, and Dr. Winston nodded to her as she entered. He offered to share his table with her, but she chose to sit alone, as she wanted to enter an entry into her journal. Waiting in front of the inn for the carriage to arrive with fresh horses, Lydia got into conversation, once again, with the professor. He reminded her of her father, as they were of the same age, and he too had rosy cheeks and a pleasant smile. "How nice that we shall be travelling all the way to Upton Magna together," he said. "I am sorry I was not of much company yesterday, but I am afraid Mrs. Butley put me off with her prying questions." "I quite understand," Lydia said. "She seemed to disapprove that I was neither married nor engaged at my age." "Then let us have a pleasant travel day with light banter, or none at all, as we feel in the moment," the doctor replied. The carriage finally arrived, their luggage was loaded, and they were soon on their way for the next leg of their journey. Fortunately, they had the carriage to themselves, and they alternately gazed at the countryside, chatted, or retreated into their books. They stopped at an inn for a light noon dinner, and this time Lydia accepted the offer to dine with the professor. During the conversation over Dover sole, boiled potatoes, and peas, Lydia asked, "Was Mr. Templeton a good student?" "Oh yes, a fine student. He graduated with honors, although he seemed much more interested in horticulture than the classics. He was always bringing in cuttings, seedlings, or small packages of seeds into our tutorials. Many were the times when I would discover a dead plant, or dried dirt between the cushions of the sofa. When focused on his studies, he often became absent-minded, not unlike me, and would leave without collecting all of his belongings." "So he is a man of the natural world?" Lydia asked. "More specifically, flora. He was never one to dissect frogs, or collect bugs on a pin. I too love to garden. I am hoping my aunt will have space to put in a garden, if she does not have one already." She was almost on the verge of tears, once again. "We have the most beautiful orchard back home. I shall miss that most awfully." "Do not fret, my dear, every place has its own charms, and I am sure you will find yourself right at home before you know it." "Thank you, Dr. Winston, you are most kind." After their meal, they continued their travels in silence for a short while, before Dr. Winston suggested, "I have an idea. Why not come visit me during my visit at Honeyfield, and I can introduce you to the Duke and his mother, the Duchess. She is somewhat indisposed, but I am certain we can all have tea together some afternoon." "That would be lovely. But I will need to consult with my aunt first, to see what her needs will be before I can commit. After all, I am going there to serve her." "Certainly. But it would be a great treat to see you again before I go back to Oxford." After their repast and the recommencement of their journey, the doctor soon drifted off into an afternoon nap, and Lydia picked up her journal to make an entry, but the carriage was shifting and bouncing too much to write legibly, and she soon put the journal aside, and enjoyed the vistas outside the window. Lydia had rarely travelled far from Piddlehinton, so it was a treat to see other areas of the country. The rolling hills, streams, rivers, and vast fields, moors, and wooded areas delighted her. Soon she found herself dozing as well. And then, while it was still light, they arrived at their next destination, the Golden Hind Hotel and Pub. The inn was on a lively rushing river, and the soothing sound of water led Lydia to believe she would sleep soundly that night. "If you are free and so inclined, Shall we share the evening supper in the dining room?
The doctor asked. Certainly, Dr. Winston, I would be delighted. And I would like you to be my guest. I know traveling can be expensive. The Duke has kindly sent me my traveling expenses, and they are way in excess of my modest needs, so I hope you will accept my offer. Very kind. I will accept, thank you.
Lydia was directed to her room. It was quite small, with a rather suspect bed, but the window at the back of the hotel opened onto the river, that provided a lively and most pleasing sound. Lydia removed her bonnet, opened her traveling valise, and removed her journal, and wrote the entry she'd not been able to write in the carriage. It was still an hour until she was to meet the doctor for dinner, and, as she was tired, she lay down on the bed for a short nap. When she awoke, it was completely dark. She struggled to light a candle and checked the timepiece her father had given her as a parting gift. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. How can this have happened? She exclaimed, bereft that she had disappointed the doctor by not appearing for dinner, and with no explanation. It upset her greatly. But there was nothing she could do at this hour, so she undressed and got back into bed. But she slept fitfully, and ended up getting back up, after only a few hours of thrashing and beating on her pillow. She sat at the window and enjoyed the river and the flushing dawn, until it was a decent hour to go down to breakfast. She was hungry, as she'd missed her supper last evening. She entered the dining room with some trepidation, as she was certain to find the doctor upset with her. She saw him sitting at a table, and sheepishly went over to greet him. When he saw her he jumped up, with a pained expression on his face. "Oh, my dear, I am so dreadfully sorry," he exclaimed. "Whatever for?" she asked. "It is I who am sorry beyond words." They stared, not comprehending each other's statement for a moment, until Lydia spoke. "Excuse me, doctor, it is I who is at fault for missing dinner last evening." The doctor's expression changed, and he let out a hearty laugh. "No, it was I who missed dinner. I am mortified." Then Lydia laughed. "You missed dinner too?" "I did. I had a terribly upset stomach, from what I guess must have been an off-piece of fish at dinner, last noontime. I asked the innkeeper to contact you. Did he not find you in your room?" Lydia laughed again. "I lay down for a nap, and didn't wake until this early morning. If he tried to knock at my door, I never heard him." "Well then, shall we have breakfast?" "I am famished now," the doctor said. "Yes, me too." Later that afternoon, the carriage was within a few miles of reaching Upton Magna. Lydia was both excited and nervous. Her father had written ahead to Aunt Lavinia, with Lydia's travel schedule and time of arrival, but Lydia had no idea if she was to be met, or if she must find her own way to her aunt's house. The doctor turned to her. "My dearest child. It has been such a pleasure traveling with you." He handed her his card. "If you would be so kind as to write your new address on the back of my card, then I shall send you an invitation for tea with the Duchess, when I can work out a date and time." "That would be lovely." She wrote the address, and returned the card to the doctor. He then handed her another card. "And this is my card for you to keep." The carriage pulled up in front of the Upton Magna Inn, where there was a scurry of new passengers eager to board. Lydia and the doctor exited the coach, and the doctor was greeted by one of the Duke's footmen, taking his luggage, and gesturing him toward the Duke's carriage. "Do you need any assistance before I leave?" the doctor asked. "Oh, no thank you. I am sure I can find my way, if there is no one to greet me." Lydia looked at the group of people around the carriage, hoping to catch a glance from someone who might have come to greet her. "But you have a trunk and several cases," the doctor added. "How will you manage? I can't leave you here alone." Lydia became flustered. "I am sure my aunt must have made arrangements. Please don't bother yourself. The Duke must be waiting for you." The doctor glanced at the footman who was waiting for him. "Are you quite certain there is nothing I can do for you?"
Perhaps the footman might be able to assist. "No, thank you, Dr. Winston. You must go."
"Very well, my dear. I look forward to meeting you again at tea quite soon."
"Thank you for your assistance, and enjoy your visit," Lydia called out as the doctor retreated.
There was a great deal of scurry and scuffle as the passengers loaded into the carriage, and their well-wishers departed as the carriage drove off. Suddenly Lydia found herself alone with her trunk, 3 cases, a lunch basket, and her travel valise. The sun was glaring, and her bonnet provided little protection. She shaded her eyes with her hand, and nervously scanned her surroundings. She had no idea where her aunt lived. All she had was her address on a piece of paper. She would need to ask a stranger if they could direct her. But what was she to do with her luggage? She couldn't just leave it here in the road in front of the inn. Perhaps the innkeeper would allow her to store it inside, until she could arrange for its transport. Once again she felt her eyes tearing up. This was not the welcome she had hoped for, and she regretted ever leaving Piddlehinton. But there was nothing to be done about it, but take a deep breath and move forward. As she was turning to enter the inn, and request storage of her luggage, she spotted a young woman in a green dress, running toward her and waving. Lydia stopped. As the woman approached, she laughed and said, "You must be Lydia." Lydia felt a wave of relief wash over her.
"Yes, I am.
I'm so sorry to be late. I spilled coffee on my dress and had to change."
"And who are you?"
Lydia asked, giggling. The woman waved her arms frantically in the air. "How absolutely stupid can one be? I am Jenny Lovell. Your aunt asked me to greet you, and help you to your new home." Lydia smiled broadly. "Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Jenny Lovell. And as you must know by now, I am Lydia Fernside." "Of course, you are." Jenny leaned in and embraced Lydia. "I just know we are going to be fast friends." "Do you work for my aunt?" "Oh no, I live next door, with one horribly stupid and bumbling brother, and a fairly decent mother and father. No sisters, so I shall look upon you to be mine." "I should like that. I've left 2 sisters behind, so I shall be in need of another." Lydia liked this new person immediately. "So, let's get you home, shall we?" Jenny asked. She looked around and waved to a young man passing by. She called out, "Thomas." The man turned and started toward them. "Jenny. Good afternoon. And how are you this fine and glorious day?" "Stop flirting, Thomas Allen. We need your help." Thomas's smile disappeared, and he tipped his hand to his forehead in a kind of salute. "How may I be of service?" "This is my new friend, Lydia Fernside." Thomas's smile instantly reappeared as he studied Lydia. "Thomas Allen," he said. Jenny continued, "We need you to recruit a few more lads, to help us take this luggage to Lavinia Dawes' house. There will be a beer for each of you after." Thomas nodded. "I think I can round up a few louts to help. There are always a few malingerers at the alehouse." He turned and left. "Is my aunt at home?" Lydia asked. "No, that is why she asked me to greet you. She's with the Duchess today, as she often is. She's her companion, you know." "Yes, I believe I did know that. But I didn't know how often she was in attendance." Thomas and 2 other men approached and began to gather up the luggage. "Lead on," Thomas said. Jenny turned to Lydia. "Come. Let's take you to your new home." Chapter 5. Lavinia Dawes' cottage was set back from the road, fronted by a lovely flower garden, sheltered behind a boxwood hedge. Lydia's spirits rose, as she beheld the lovely dwelling. It was a 2-story, half-timbered house with a thatched roof, and an apple and pear tree on either side of the front garden. And you live next door? Lydia asked Jenny.
Yes, right over there. She pointed to the left. Both of these houses were part of one estate some years ago, but have since been separated.
Shall we go inside?
Yes, please. Jenny directed the men to carry the luggage inside the house.
Shall we take it up to your room? Jenny asked.
I don't know which room is to be mine, Lydia responded. I know which it is.
Your aunt told me.
Then, yes please. Jenny led the way up the stairs, and went to the room that would be Lydia's. The men deposited the luggage, and Jenny started to pay the men their beer money. Oh, no, let me take care of that, Lydia insisted. But Jenny went ahead and paid the men. No. You can take me for a cream tea at Twistervant's some afternoon, when I am feeling particularly low. That would be my great pleasure, Lydia responded.
Do you know at what time my aunt shall return? She is usually home just before 6 o'clock. She instructed me to tell you to unpack and settle in. And you might want to wander around the house and garden, and familiarize yourself with your new surroundings.
I have no idea where the kitchen is, but would you like some tea?
I feel certain I can find my way around enough to offer you that.
That would be lovely. As Jenny led the way to the kitchen, Lydia asked, What can you tell me about my aunt? I have never met her, you know.
Jenny laughed.
Is that so?
She looked askance at Lydia. What can I tell you?
Well,
she is in her 60s.
She has grey hair, usually covered in a cap. Her eyes are... No, not that kind of description.
I will be able to see that soon enough for myself. What I want to know is what kind of person is she? Is she kind?
What makes her cranky?
Is she happy or sad?
Oh, you want to dig below the surface, I see.
Oh, this is the kitchen, Lydia commented,
as she began to search through the cupboards. Now then, tea, where does she keep the tea? She was opening one cupboard after another. Ah, the teapot. She placed it on the kitchen table, as Jenny poured water from a jug into the kettle, and set it on the metal stove. She then threw a few pieces of coal into the grate, on top of the still hot bed of coals left from the morning. It should not take too long, Jenny said. Lydia had found the tea, milk, and a sugar bowl, and was preparing the cups and saucers. Shall we sit while we wait for the water to boil? Jenny asked. Oh, I would love to see the garden. May we do that first? Lydia asked. Certainly. You love to garden, do you? Jenny asked, as she took Lydia by the arm and led her out the back door into the garden. Oh, how lovely! Lydia exclaimed, as she walked among the fruit trees. But there needs to be some pruning done. Does she employ a gardener? Not that I know of. She likes to putter in the flower beds out front, but I have never seen a man about, and she certainly does not clamber about the trees doing any pruning herself. Then that shall have to be one of my tasks. You can do such things? Jenny asked. My whole family gardens, and they could never get me out of the trees when I was a youngster. Well, are you not the clever one? Lydia surveyed the rest of the back garden. There. She pointed. There is the perfect spot for a vegetable garden. She pointed to a sunny portion, far enough from the fruit trees to provide unobstructed morning and afternoon sun, even in the spring and autumn. Might there be some young friend of yours, who could plough up a section for us? One of my scruffy brothers might oblige. Of course, I shall need to get my aunt's permission. Jenny raised her finger. I suspect the kettle must be on the boil. It is time for tea. Jenny left right after tea, and Lydia spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking her trunk and cases. The house was so quiet. There was no Lucy scurrying around preparing dinner. No sisters trouncing up and down the stairs. No mother working in the garden.
No cats. No dogs.
Just the silence of an empty house.
Lydia thought to familiarize herself more in the kitchen. She thought it might be nice, if she were to prepare a supper for her aunt, before she returned from attending to the Duchess. How she longed for her family garden, where she could harvest beans, greens, squash, or any number of other delectables to base her dinner on. There must be a market or a greengrocer's in town, but it was too late to set out exploring this afternoon. She did find a meat pie in the larder, and some potatoes and a cabbage, so she satisfied herself with those for this evening. As she was uncertain as to the exact time she might expect her aunt back home, she maintained the fire in the stove, and was prepared to start the supper when she returned. In the meantime, she explored the rest of the house, except for her aunt's bedroom, as that to her seemed overly intrusive. There was a small study with a modest library, which pleased her greatly, as she was hoping to find reading materials. However, upon further examination, most of the books seemed to be of a legal nature. This seemed strange, until she remembered her mother saying, at one point, that her aunt's late husband was a clerk in a local law office. Finally, after she had exhausted her examination of the house, she settled into the sitting room, and took up the embroidery that she had been mindful enough to bring with her. There was a clock upon the fireplace mantel, and she noticed that it was nearly 6:30, so she expected her aunt's return at any moment. By then, the sun was declining, and long shadows were beginning to stretch across the front garden. Lydia sat at the window, and began looking out for her aunt. Presently, she heard movement in the kitchen, and surprised, she went to investigate. Was it an intruder? Had Jenny forgotten something and come in the back way? She peeked into the kitchen and saw her aunt. "Aunt Lavinia, I was watching for you from the front window." "I came in the back door," her aunt answered. Lydia went over, opened her arms, and offered her aunt an embrace. Lavinia took a step back and refused the hug. "Lydia, you arrived safely, I presume?" she said sourly. "Yes, thank you, Aunt." Lavinia picked up the teapot, with the tea left over from earlier that afternoon. "Can you explain to me why this filthy teapot is sitting on my kitchen table?" Stunned by her aunt's remark, Lydia held out her hands to receive the pot, so she might clean it. "I am so sorry. I shall take care of that. Jenny and I had tea after she so graciously helped me find your place, and arranged for my luggage to be delivered. I assure you, this will never happen again." Lavinia was short of stature and thin. Her face looked worn and haggard, either from the stress of her workday, or because she was not happy with her life. In either case, it surprised and shocked Lydia, and it made her sad to think that her aunt might not be her hoped-for a cheery companion. As Lydia cleaned the teapot, Lavinia looked around the kitchen. She spotted the food that Lydia had put out to prepare for supper. "And what is this doing out of the larder?" she asked, as she picked up the meat pie, and carried it back to put away. "I thought I might prepare supper for you this evening, and as I found that, I thought it might make for a nice meal." Lydia was beginning to panic. Was there any way to return home, she suddenly thought? "I never eat supper. I have my dinner with the Duchess. I have a very modest breakfast, and the most I have in the evening is a cup of tea, and perhaps a scone, or a piece of cake. See you remember that." "But might I have a bite of supper? I had no dinner earlier, as the coach was due to arrive in Upton Magna." Lavinia stared at her. If you must, but don't make a habit of it. You may prepare a modest dinner during the day, but I'll expect you to observe a simple and decent way of living, while you are in this house." "Of course, Aunt Lavinia." "And prayers are at 5 o'clock, 6:30, and before bed at 9. "But you are not home by 5 o'clock," Lydia pointed out. 5 o'clock in the morning. "You are to be downstairs before me, set the fire in the study when the weather is chill, and pray with me for an hour before breakfast.
Aunt, I am not accustomed to such a schedule.
And in my family, we pray at meals and in church only.
Then that shall change while you are living here.
Lydia could not acquiesce,
but remained silent. Now then, as I am late this evening, it is already past the 6:30 prayers, so we shall commence those immediately. But, Lydia tried to say. Lavinia glowered at her. You may have your supper after the spirit is refreshed with an hour of prayer. Sobbing in her bed, Lydia was devastated. She knew not what she could or should do. How she longed to return home, but she knew that could not be an option. Her one consolation was her new friend, Jenny. And then there was the fact that Aunt Lavinia would be gone during the day, to attend on the Duchess. Perhaps it might not be too bad, if she could be useful and engage in positive pursuits during the day. With all the confusion of dealing with the sour demands of her aunt, she had completely forgotten to ask if she had met the good Dr. Winston that afternoon. That would need to wait for another time. By the time Lydia drifted off to sleep, she was exhausted. But it seemed but a few moments, before she heard a forceful knocking at her bedroom door. Yes? She called out, still half asleep. Why haven't you awakened me? Her aunt shouted through the door. It is 5:30. You were to rouse at 4:45. Sorry, Aunt, I did not know. Lydia sat on the edge of the bed, as she struggled to put on her dressing gown. You should have figured that out for yourself. If prayers are at 5, then obviously you must awaken me in plenty of time before. I shall do better. I will come downstairs in 1 minute. Do. She heard her aunt descend the stairs. What would she write to home? Her aunt had not even asked after the family yesterday. Could this be the same aunt, who had corresponded so faithfully with her mother all those years? Lydia speculated that perhaps it was the loss of her husband, that had made her so sour and unhappy. And now, it seemed, her aunt was going to take out all her grief and sadness on her. Lydia tiptoed down the stairs to the study, and found her aunt already kneeling in fervent prayer in front of a small altar, with a Bible and a crucifix. She didn't even look up as Lydia knelt beside her. As Lydia tried praying, her mind kept wandering. She was unused to this type of prayer, and considered that her aunt might be Catholic, rather than Anglican. She wondered if her aunt would expect her to attend the Catholic Church with her, rather than allowing her to attend the church of her father. Her knees aching, her back in spasm, the prayer finally ended, and they headed, gratefully, toward the kitchen. What might I prepare for your breakfast, Aunt? Lydia asked. Porridge, tea, and toast. There is some jam in the larder. I shall dress now, and you may serve in the dining room. Yes, Aunt. What do you like on your porridge? Why, nothing, of course. What do you have? We have a little butter, some honey, and a dash of milk. That sounds interesting. I will try that this morning. Then she left to go upstairs. Maybe her aunt was loosening up a bit. Was she really going to try something new? Still, in her dressing gown, Lydia prepared breakfast, after stoking the stove with more coal. When Lavinia came down, Lydia poured the tea, and set out the porridge and toast, and set out the apricot jam she found in the larder. Then she sat down to have breakfast with her aunt. What would you like me to do while you are away today? Lydia asked. The house needs a good dusting. You may go to the market in the morning, and shop for what you need for your dinner. I'll leave a list on the kitchen table, of provisions we need from the grocer's, and in the late afternoon, I would like you to heat some water, so that I may have a bath after evening prayers. They ate in silence for a short while, and then Lydia said, My family, and especially my mother, send you their regards, and she wanted to let you know that they are all very grateful, that you have been so kind and generous to welcome me into your home.
I shall write to my mother today to tell her I have arrived safely and that you send your kindest regards.
Lavinia looked up but didn't respond. Lydia continued. My traveling companion in the coach was a Dr. Bernard Winston. He was most kind to me, and said he was to be a guest of the Duke of Shropshire. So if you have not met him, I am certain you will. And when you do, please send him my warmest wishes.
Is he a young man you are interested in?
Lydia laughed. Oh, no, Aunt. He is an elderly scholar from Oxford. He was the Duke's tutor when he was a student there. As they finished breakfast, Lydia stood and cleared the table. How do you travel in the morning to be with the Duchess? Do they send a carriage for you? I walk. It is good for the constitution.
Is it far?
Several miles. Except for snowy or rainy weather, it is a quite tolerable walk. As Lavinia was gathering her parasol to leave, Lydia asked. I am quite fond of reading, and I examine the books in the study. They appear to be mostly of a legal nature. Are there any other books in the house that I might enjoy reading? What do you read? I am partial to novels. No. We have nothing like that, but I do have a number of books with sermons and treatises of our holy nature. You will find them in the sitting room, next to my bedroom. Thank you, Aunt. It was clear that if she wanted anything that she might want to read, she must inquire from Jenny if Upton Magna had a library. I must be off now. Remember, hot water when I return, Lavinia said. And where shall I heat it? Next to the bathroom, there is a stove, and several pots for heating the water. You will need to start a coal fire in the stove by 2 o'clock, and start heating the water by 4. Are there any other questions? Not that I can think of right now, Aunt. But I shall make notes as things occur to me during the day. Lavinia turned to leave. Just one more thing. I will need money for the shopping. I have an account at the grocer's, and there are some coins in the bowl on the table by the fireplace in the sitting room, for the market. Anything else? No, Aunt. Lavinia left and Lydia could not help but cry once more. She sat at the dining room table and sobbed. Her back still hurt from praying for an hour on her knees, and she felt that her aunt's heart would never melt. She was still not dressed in her day dress, and she did not know if she would be allowed to take a bath herself. But she decided that she should. If her aunt complained, then she would. But how would she even know unless she counted the pieces of coal? That set Lydia laughing and she felt a little better. Then she thought that she would go next door, and invite Jenny to go to the market with her. Even a small dose of Jenny might alleviate some of the sorrow she felt in her new home. Chapter 6. The market? Jenny exclaimed. What a splendid idea. I was wondering what to do with myself this morning. Mother wanted me to scrape out the cistern, but that didn't sound like much fun. Let me go ask if Mother needs anything from the market, and I'll be right with you. Jenny gestured. Come in, don't just stand outside. I won't be but a minute. Jenny's house was bright and airy. Most of the windows were open, and a light breeze lifted the sheer curtains, like ladies waving handkerchiefs at a departing vessel. A fine specimen of an Englishman lounged, stretched out on the floor of the sitting room reading a book. He looked up and saw Lydia. You must be the new lass from next door. I'm Graham, one of Jenny's hopeless brothers. He laughed. I'm Lydia Fernside. It's a pleasure, Graham said. It looked like he was about to stand up to greet her. No. Don't get up. Continue your reading. What are you reading? The Trials of Abatha. It's a rousing lot of trollop, but it is fun. Oh, do you read a lot? Scabs. I'm off to university next term, and I am catching up on all the trash I can, before I have to read the serious stuff. Lydia laughed.
Might I borrow a book now and then?
My aunt has nothing but religious tracts.
Not something I care to read.
Oh, yes.
Everyone here reads like crazy, and we have a whole library of all sorts of various books you might enjoy.
Browse and borrow whenever you like. Thank you. That would be delightful.
So,
you have met the infamous Graham.
About as useful as a leaky umbrella,
Jenny said, laughing. He seems decent enough to me. He offered to lend me books. How bad can he be? See,
sister.
I have at least one admirer.
Graham stuck his tongue out at her.
Jenny took hold of Lydia's arm, and directed her out the front door. See what I mean? My brothers are louts. He seemed quite nice to me. Jenny began to skip and chanted. To market, to buy a fat pig.
Lydia had to run to catch up.
The market was set up at one end of the town square. There were dozens of stalls, mostly with canvas covers, to keep out the summer sun. The stall keepers were shouting out their wares, and it made for a merry noise, Lydia thought. What are you looking for? Jenny asked. Lydia showed her the list. Oh, yes. I know just the vendors for all of this. She led Lydia from stall to stall, and soon the list was complete, except for the provisions needed from the grocers, that were not available from the outdoor market.
Do you know where your aunt has her account?
Lydia asked.
She didn't say.
I just assumed there was but one grocer.
It is probably Donald and Sons.
They are considered the best. Let us go and inquire. Lydia followed Jenny into a shop on High Street. It was busy with activity. There were barrels of flour, grains, and meal. There were bins of spices, dried beans, peas, and lentils. Along one wall were cupboards with notions, rolls of fabric, hats, and ladies' garments. Lydia quickly purchased the remaining items on the list and they left the store. As they leisurely headed back toward home, Lydia was longing to tell Jenny about how unhappy she was with the first meeting with her aunt, but felt it would be disloyal to tattle and gossip, so she held her tongue. However, Jenny asked, "How was it to see your aunt again?" Lydia turned to look at Jenny, who had a wry expression. You know, I had never met her until yesterday. She and my mother corresponded over the years, but we never actually met face to face until yesterday. And? Oh, Jenny, I really cannot say. Lydia said, turning her face away. Cannot or will not? Why do you ask that? Because I sense a sadness in you that was not there yesterday. Lydia lowered her head. Yes, I am afraid that is true. I know your aunt well, you must remember. And has she always been so? Mean? Sour? Pained? Jenny added. Just so. I don't remember her always being like that, Jenny said. But after her husband passed and she needed to work, I began to see her change. That was my thought as well. Did you have a lot of interaction with her? Not a great deal. But she was always asking me to do little errands for her. Mind you, she always paid me a little, but I was happy to help, as she was elderly and all alone. And now I am to take your place, Lydia said, adding a small chuckle. I also think the Duchess' patience may be difficult to work for. I understand she is very demanding, and tends toward intolerance of anything, or anyone, that is not of the nobility. Do you know the family? Have you met the Duke? Lydia asked. Heavens, no. We are not the sort of people they would deign to converse with. But I have seen the Duke in the village from time to time. He is occasionally seen at the market, as he has a passion for plants, and scours the stalls looking for something new to grow. Is he full of himself like his mother? He doesn't seem to be, Jenny said, and then leaned in toward Lydia and almost whispered, adding, with a little giggle. But he is very handsome, tall, and strong. It is said he is an expert swordsman, and loves to race horses. He has thick, unruly dark hair, and somewhat brooding eyes. He dresses like a country gentleman, but always looks a bit disheveled.
And he is not married? Lydia asked.
No. But many of the local beauties have their eyes on him. However, most are not of his class, and would not survive scrutiny from his mother.
Poor man.
How old is he?
Must be in his late 20s.
And not married?
His mother must be having a fit.
Lydia joked.
They had arrived back at the cottage.
Thank you for accompanying me to the market, Lydia said. No, that was fun. Any time you want company, if I am free, I will be happy to accompany you. And if you do not know where some place is, just ask me. I must go inside now. Aunt Lavinia has given me some chores to do today. She started to leave but then turned back to Jenny. Oh, may I come by sometime this afternoon, to borrow a book?
Of course.
The door is always open. Just come on inside, we are a very informal family of ruffians. A few days passed, and Lydia began to adjust to her new home. Once her new routine was established and accepted, her aunt became less hostile. She even seemed to appreciate the many tasks Lydia was performing for her. Lydia's presence seemed to relieve the pressure on Lavinia. However, the long and frequent prayer sessions were still a burden for Lydia. Late one morning, while Lydia was polishing the set of silver, there was a knock at the front door. Lydia went to answer. Good morning. A young man in livery greeted. And to you, sir. Are you Miss Lydia Fernside?
I am. I have a letter for you.
He handed Lydia an envelope. I have been asked to wait for your reply.
Thank you.
I shall just be a moment, she said. He stood back, allowing her to shut the door. Lydia examined the letter, opened it, and was delighted to see it was from Dr. Winston. Dear Mistress Fernside, I have been having a most delightful visit, with my dear friend Edwin Templeton, the Duke of Shropshire. I remember so fondly our journey together, and have spoken to the Duke about you, and my desire to meet with you again. He has graciously agreed that I might invite you to tea, for tomorrow at 4 o'clock. If this is acceptable to you, please inform the bearer of this message to the affirmative, and a coach will be sent to you at 3:30, to escort you to Honeyfield Hall. I have spoken to the Duchess about your visit, and she has obtained permission from your Aunt Lavinia for you to attend. We look forward to your visit. I'm ever your servant, Dr. Bernard Winston. Lydia was delighted, and quickly penned an affirmative reply to the doctor. She went to the front door. Young man, this is my response to the doctor's letter. If you would please deliver it to him, I would be most obliged. Of course, miss. The man took the letter and departed. Lydia was almost giddy with excitement. Her first thought was what to wear. All of her clothes were mostly everyday clothes. She'd not thought to bring any fine clothes, as she didn't expect to be out in society in her new position. She thought she must consult with Jenny, and she ran next door, bursting through into the sitting room. Oh, hello. An older woman greeted cheerily. You must be Lydia. Are you looking for Jenny? Oh, yes, I am. Are you her mother? I certainly am. And what a pleasure it is to meet you. Jenny has not stopped talking about you. You will find her in the kitchen. She is struggling with a chicken at the moment, I believe. Thank you, Mrs. Lovell. It is a pleasure to meet you. You too, dear. Lydia found the kitchen and Jenny in the middle of trussing a large capon. Oh, Lydia. Thank heavens. Do you know anything about these beasts? I seem to be all thumbs today. I've not had a lot of experience with cooking. As the daughters of the local vicar, we were taught to leave such matters to the domestics. but maybe we could figure this out together. When they had finally managed to truss the bird, it looked more like a hanging than a meal. Both Jenny and Lydia stood back to admire their work. In both instances, their hair was disheveled, and they looked more like skivvies than young ladies. Jenny turned to Lydia and smiled. "Did you come to see me about something special?" she asked. Lydia laughed, having completely forgotten her mission. "Oh, yes. I have been invited to have tea tomorrow, with my friend Dr. Winston and the Duke and Duchess. And I have no idea what to wear. Can you help me?" "I believe that might be possible. Shall we go see what you have?" "Oh, no, nothing suitable at all. I had no idea there would be any social activity in my new position. All I have is plain day dresses." "I see." Jenny stood back and took a look at Lydia. "I believe we are about the same size. Let us go raid my armoire, and see what we can find that might be suitable to meet a duke, and especially a handsome one." Laughing, they fled the kitchen, and flew up the stairs to Jenny's room. "Not this. Not this. No, that certainly will not do." Jenny was examining one dress after another. Then she found one she liked, and pulled it out and held it up for Lydia to examine. "You like this one?" "Oh, my. That is splendid. But might it not be a little too dressy? After all, it's only tea, not a ball." "Yes, quite right." Jenny put the dress back and reached for another. "Ah, just the one." She held it up to show Lydia. It was simple, but very pretty. It was several shades of blue, elegant but not ostentatious, perfect for the afternoon. "Try it on." It fit perfectly, and as Lydia studied herself in the full-length mirror, Jenny came over, and put a simple, but elegant necklace with turquoise and sapphire stones, around her neck. Lydia turned and looked at Jenny. "What do you think? Does it work? Is it too much?" "Just perfect. I think you will please the Duchess, overwhelm the doctor, and certainly catch the eye of the Duke." Chapter 7. As promised, the coach arrived promptly at 3:30. Lydia was more than a little nervous. She had participated in many social functions back home in Dorset, hosted by local families with no one of the peerage, no ministers, and no one of higher rank than her father, the vicar, and the local mayor, who was also a pig farmer. The old Duke Piddlehinton never entertained, and the local magistrate lived 2 towns over, and eschewed social functions. As she got into the carriage, Lydia was surprised to see Dr. Winston seated inside. He nodded, and tipped his hat to her. "Miss Fernside, what a pleasure to see you again," he said. "Oh, Doctor. What a surprise, I did not think you would be picking me up. I could not wait to see you. And I wanted to have a private word with you before we met for tea." "Certainly. Have you had a pleasant stay at Honeyfield so far?" "Most delightful, thank you." As the carriage got underway, the doctor fiddled with his hat, not putting it on immediately. "Miss Fernside, might I ask a delicate question of you?" "Within reason," she answered. "I would like to inquire about your Aunt Lavinia. I don't know her very well, as we have only just met, but ask your question, and I will try to answer as best as I am able. You see, Miss Lydia, I have taken quite a liking to your aunt, and I was wondering what her status might be. I know, of course, that she is widowed, but does she have any suitors? Or is she not intending to marry again?" Lydia laughed involuntarily. "Forgive me, Doctor, I am not laughing at you. But your question has taken me by surprise." Lydia had to consider carefully what she wanted to say. She did not want to offend the doctor, nor did she want to disparage her aunt. But at the same time, she did not want to paint an untruthful picture of her either. "Dr. Winston." "Oh, please, are we not good enough friends now for you to call me Bernard?" "Dr. Bernard then." she said. "And you may call me Miss Lydia if you like." "Miss Lydia? I have so recently arrived here in Upton Magna, that I cannot answer your questions with any certainty. As far as I know, no one is courting her. And as for her intentions, that I cannot say. Our relationship is rather formal, and she sees me more as a paid companion, than as an intimate friend or close relative." "But do you think she might be amenable to a suit?" Again Lydia treaded carefully. "I do think she would hear your suit, but I cannot begin to imagine how she might react to it." The doctor was thoughtful. "I hope that was helpful, but it's all I can say having known her so briefly." "I understand. Thank you." As the carriage approached Honeyfield Hall, Lydia strained to look out the windows to see the full extent of the estate. They were entering through a long alley of trees that arched over the driveway, and led to a circle in front of the house, with a magnificent fountain. The house itself was 3 stories tall, and constructed in a simple Georgian style of sandstone and marble. The carriage pulled up in front of the entrance, and in short order, a butler came out to escort them inside. He led the way to a drawing room on the first floor, overlooking a beautiful lake behind the house, with a grove of well-spaced oaks and hawthorns. A delightful-looking walkway skirted the lake, and led into the trees. The butler left the doctor and her alone in the room. Lydia stood at the window, admiring the view. "Quite delightful, isn't it?" Lydia recognized that it was not the doctor's voice, and turned to see who was speaking. A tall, dark man was regarding her. He was neither smiling nor frowning, but seemed to be self-contained, and poised in a manner that did not threaten, but instead left her feeling welcomed and comfortable. "I am Edwin Templeton," the man said. "Bernard has spoken so highly of you, that I feel I know you already. Welcome to Honeyfield Hall." "Thank you, Your Grace." Lydia curtsied. Edwin laughed and his face lit up, dazzling her in a manner she had not expected. "No, no, Edwin, please. All of that Duke business was my father, and even though I am now the Duke it means nothing to me. It is something I must bear and tolerate, rather than rejoice in. And I am Lydia Fernside. I am originally from Piddlehinton in Dorset, but I now reside with my Aunt Lavinia Dawes. She attends to your mother." Edwin nodded and smiled again. "Yes, I know who she is." "I am sorry. Of course, you do, but you will need to excuse me. I am just a little bit nervous." "Whatever for?" "There is nothing to be nervous about here. We are just country folks." "Oh, Your Grace." "Sorry, I mean Edwin. But you are so much more, with your title and your grand house." Edwin waved her comment away, and stood studying her. "What do you most enjoy doing in your spare time, might I ask?" "Working in an orchard, and tending to the family vegetable garden. And reading, walking, and studying." "Most admirable. I, too, am somewhat of an enthusiast of gardening. Actually, more broadly horticulture. We must discuss that further at another time. I believe my mother and your aunt are anxiously awaiting us, so that tea may be served." Edwin led the way, and Lydia followed with the doctor, who had remained silent through the conversation, but smiled broadly as they left the sitting room. Edwin led them down a hallway to the main sitting room. They crossed through the room, and exited through a set of double doors to a shaded patio pavilion. "Mother, may I present to you Miss Lydia Fernside, the niece of your companion." Mother, the Duchess, was seated at a tea table. She wore a large hat, with a veil that she withdrew as Lydia stepped forward. She was heavily powdered and rouged. But even though she was small and wizened, Lydia could feel her commanding presence. "How do you do?" the Duchess asked, extending her hand to Lydia. Lydia took the hand, that was gloved and soft. "It is a great pleasure to meet Edwin's mother," Lydia said. "You may call me, Your Grace," the Duchess said, without malice, but clearly establishing her status. Mother,
Stop it. You know how I feel about all of this formal title nonsense. Edwin spoke up. It may be nonsense to you, Edwin, but the aristocracy is what constitutes the strength and backbone of this country. Your poor father would be scandalized if he heard you speak such heresy. Lydia looked at and nodded to her aunt. Aunt Lavinia, thank you for allowing me to attend this tea. Her aunt nodded. Won't you have a seat? The Duchess said. Lydia sat, followed by the doctor. Edwin continued to stand. His mother waved to a servant standing nearby, who then left to fetch the tea. Why are you standing, Edwin? Have you no manners? Mother, I am not staying. I have a shipment of young trees arriving shortly, and I must attend to them. The Duchess waved her hand. Oh, you and your infernal shrubbery. The Duchess suddenly had a thought. And where is Ellen? Is she not attending tea this afternoon? My darling sister is out for a ride. She said she would take tea in her room later, after she has a lie down. Oh, this family. What are we coming to? All this modernism is ruining our country. Before long, the king will be racing horses and playing croquet in Hyde Park. Edwin addressed Lydia. You must meet my sister sometime. I feel certain you would enjoy each other's company. She has aspirations to be a novelist. More nonsense, the Duchess said, under her breath. I look forward to that, Lydia said, answering Edwin. Perhaps you two would enjoy riding together, he suggested. Oh, I don't ride. We never had a horse, except the one my father used, and he was so old he could barely stand. Which one, the horse or your father? Edwin joked. Lydia lowered her eyes and smiled. She was pleased to see that Edwin had a sense of humor. I believe when they were together, they were often seen to be propping each other up, Lydia responded. Edwin smiled, and gave Lydia an affirmative nod. Good afternoon, ladies, Edwin said, and then turned to leave. Edwin, Mother called out. He turned back. Yes, Mother? You do remember we are dining with the Staffords this evening, do you not? How can I forget? You have reminded me 3 times or more already today. Don't be impertinent. Pamela will be in attendance, and I know how much she is looking forward to seeing you again. And I her. Edwin turned and strode off before his mother had any more reminders. The Duchess turned to Lavinia. Will you do us the honors, please? Lavinia began pouring the tea and passing the teacups, after she first served the Duchess. Do try the lemon cakes. They are dainty and quite delicious, the Duchess said, before turning to Lydia and asking. Dorset, I believe, is that correct? Yes, Your Grace, my father, sisters, and mother. But she was interrupted by the Duchess. Dr. Winston, I have been having this little pain in my back. I was wondering if you might attend me in my chambers after tea, and make a quick examination. Your Grace, I must remind you, once again, that I am not a medical doctor but a doctor of philosophy. The Duchess waved her gloved hand in the air. Oh, yes, I remember something like that. What a bother. Your home is very grand and beautiful. Lydia tried diverting the conversation away from aches and pains. Thank you, my dear. It is rather fine, isn't it? Tattlebrook Court, the residence of the Duke of Grafton, is not nearly as elegant. It has only 2 floors and no ballroom. Can you imagine? Are you acquainted with the Duke of Piddlehinton? Lydia asked. He lives just down the road from my family home. Old Piddle, as he's called. Yes, I know him, poor old dear. He has been non compos mentis, ever since old Georgie III lost it completely. It was rumored that the 2 of them would sit together, on the floor of the throne room, and play marbles like 2 6-year-olds. More tea, Your Grace?
Lavinia asked.
Yes, thank you, my dear. The doctor stood up and moved to sit next to Lavinia, leaning in to converse quietly with her, as the Duchess engaged Lydia in further conversation, until her attention wandered and her head began to nod. Lavinia noticed and turned to the Duchess. She stood and put her hand on her shoulder. Your Grace, I believe it is time for your nap, don't you think? The Duchess's head snapped up, and she looked around the gathering, as if she didn't know where she was. She focused on Lydia and said, You must excuse me. I must rest before supper. I tire so easily at my age. She stood, and Lavinia took her by the arm, and led her toward the house. Lavinia turned to Lydia, as they were retreating and said, I will see you back at the house in time for prayers. Lydia nodded, but she was not sure what to do. Edwin was gone, the Duchess was gone, but there was still the doctor. Dr. Winston, I think we have been abandoned, she said. Would you like to see more of the house before I take you home? He asked, standing. That would be lovely, if it is not an inconvenience. None, whatsoever. As you may have noticed, the Duke is quite casual and welcoming. He won't mind at all if I show you around. Bernard directed Lydia to follow, and they entered the house. He led her to the main entryway, which was spacious, and opened up into the second story. A large marble staircase ascended from the ground floor, and divided left and right, leading to the second floor. Let me show you the library. There are some very fine paintings which you might enjoy, Bernard said. As they were heading toward the library, a young woman appeared from a doorway by the stairs. She was in her riding dress and carried a crop. Oh, hello, she called out. You must be Miss Fernside. Lydia turned to the young woman. Yes, I am. Are you the sister? Yes, I am. Ellen. It's a pleasure to meet you. The doctor has spoken so highly of you. And just now my brother said how lovely you were. Lydia blushed and felt a flutter in her stomach. I'm sure he was just being gracious. Not at all. He was effusive but sincere. I know my darling brother better than myself, and he is not one to offer false flattery. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you, but please don't let us keep you from your tea. You must be parched after your ride. Ellen smiled broadly. I hope we shall meet again. I shall like that very much, Lydia said. She watched as Ellen turned and ascended the stairway. Ellen was of medium height. She had beautiful, lush blonde hair, a trim figure, and a still girlish face, with bright eyes that twinkled when she smiled. Lydia turned to the doctor. How charming she is. And very bright and clever as well. He held out his hand to point the way. Shall we move on? Yes, please. Lydia marveled at the many splendors of the wonderful house. There were countless treasures and fine furnishings. The house was kept in immaculate condition, and even though it was large, it felt warm and welcoming. Large windows admitted bright light and fresh air, and Lydia thought how lovely it would be to live in such a fine home. After much exploring, Lydia could see that the doctor was becoming tired, and she said, Oh, I feel quite fatigued. I am ready to return home any time now. I shall call for the coach, Bernard said. There is no need for you to accompany me. I am quite comfortable traveling back on my own. It looked as though the doctor was relieved. It is no trouble. I am happy to escort you. Thank you, dear friend, but it is not necessary. I shall use the brief time to contemplate the lovely afternoon. As you wish. Then allow me to arrange for the carriage. But first I must say my goodbyes to you. I shall be leaving tomorrow, and it is unlikely I shall see you again before I depart. I hope this is not the end of our friendship, Lydia added. That is my hope as well. And there is a good possibility it will not be the end.
I have every intention of corresponding with Mrs. Dawes, and if circumstances develop as I hope they might, then we shall certainly meet again." Bernard disappeared, and Lydia was left alone in the entryway. No one was about, so she exited the house, and stood to wait on the steps for the coach. As she looked round the fine property, she saw Edwin in the distance, working with several men unloading trees from a wagon. She never expected to see a duke doing manual labor. He was a most surprising man. And she had to admit to herself, very attractive as well. But she had to sigh, as she realized that the distance between their stations was so far apart, as to be insurmountable. As she was watching Edwin work, he looked up, and seeing her, waved. She waved back, and much to her surprise, he started walking toward her. She suddenly became embarrassed. She did not want to distract him from his work, and didn't feel it necessary for him to come and bid her goodbye. "Off so soon?" Edwin asked as he approached. He wiped his dirty hands together to knock off the soil from the trees. "Oh, Your Grace, I must. Your mother became tired and left for a nap. That left only the doctor and me, and he graciously showed me around Honeyfield. Come now, Miss Lydia, what did I tell you about calling me Edwin?" "Yes. Edwin, it shall be. Did you enjoy your tour of the house?" "I did. It is such a lovely home. Oh, and I had the pleasure of meeting Ellen. How sweet she is. I thought you two might get on." Just then the carriage drove up, and the footman jumped down and opened the door. "Thank you, Edwin, for your hospitality. It has been a genuine pleasure. And I hope we will meet again soon. I would love to hear more about your interest in gardening," he said, taking her hand and helping her into the carriage. The footman then closed the door. "Goodbye," she said and waved, as the carriage started up and rounded the fountain before disappearing down the drive. As she rode home, Lydia was still flush with excitement. She wasn't at all tired, but was energized by the splendid afternoon. And she couldn't stop thinking about Edwin. It was an impossible situation, but he didn't make it seem so. Chapter 8. "I want to hear absolutely everything," Jenny said the next morning, when Lydia returned the borrowed dress. Lydia blushed. Jenny took Lydia's arm and dragged her up the stairs to her bedroom. Lydia sat on the edge of Jenny's bed, as Jenny hung the dress in the armoire. Then she turned and faced Lydia, arms akimbo. "So? I'm waiting for every last detail." She went over and sat next to Lydia. "There really is not that much to tell. The doctor and I had tea with the Duchess." "And the Duke? Was he here too?" "Briefly. He had a wagon load of trees arriving, and could not stay. But he was very much the gentleman and welcomed me warmly," Lydia said, leaving out a lot of significant details, and her more intimate thoughts. "Is he as handsome up close as he is from afar?" Lydia blushed again. "Yes, he is quite handsome." "Is he burly, or is he a gentleman?" "I would have to say, he is a bit of both." "How so?" Jenny asked, scooting up closer to Lydia. "He is a man who is not afraid to get his hands dirty, but he is also kindly, accommodating, and seems to take a genuine interest in the person he is speaking to." "Oh, my, that Pamela Stafford is one lucky woman." "Yes, I recognize that name. I believe the Duchess mentioned that she and her family were coming to dinner." "Who is she?" "One snooty, pompous hussy who craves a title, and has plenty of family funds to back it up. Her father is a beer baron with property, cash, and holdings in shipping, and is investing in these new ventures called railroads. Have you heard of them?" "I have," Lydia said, somewhat subdued by this news about Pamela Stafford. "Is she a local girl?" "No, she comes from Manchester, or Leeds, or some such place." "Is she pretty?" "I haven't seen her, but I've heard she certainly thinks so of herself."
Lydia was suddenly a little shocked. We should not be talking like this.
It is not right. I never liked gossip.
Jenny stopped. Yes,
You are right.
she paused. But it is such fun.
Lydia stood. Thank you for lending me the dress. It was very kind. Oh, no. You are not getting away so easily. You must tell me more about your tea. Jenny reached up, and grabbing a hold of Lydia, pulled her back down onto the bed. I did meet Ellen, the sister. Oh, yes. And how was she? Very lovely. She was most welcoming, and asked that we meet again. There you go. Then you will almost most certainly meet the Duke again as well. He doesn't like to be called by his title. He asked to be addressed as Edwin. You don't say. Lydia stood again. I must go. I have work today. Aunt Lavinia wants all the books taken off the library shelves, dusted and reorganized. I expect it will take me several days at least. Why not come by at noon for some dinner? The brothers are off on some nefarious business or other. Mother has a whist luncheon. And, of course, Father is at the bank being the efficient manager. I would like that. It would give me a break. Did you find a book you liked the other day? Jenny asked as they descended the stairs. Not yet. Do you want to get one now? I have one I can recommend. It is a romance. Do you like those? I do, but some are a bit soppy. I often prefer historical essays. I have just the thing. Jenny led Lydia to the library and handed her a book. You might enjoy this. It is a historical romance. The Vagaries of Celeste. Thank you. I look forward to reading it. Lydia coughed and swatted at the cloud of dust that fell from the heavy books she took down from the top library shelf. Good gracious! She exclaimed, as she descended from the short ladder she was using to reach the books. The clock had just struck 11 o'clock, and it reminded Lydia that in just an hour, she would be having a break at Jenny's. She looked forward to it, as the Lovell household was much more lavish in their eating habits than the parsimonious Aunt Lavinia. If Jenny had not invited her to join her for dinner, she would be having some leftover soup, a heel of cheese, and a slice of brown bread. Lydia dusted the books she had just taken down, and placed them on the library table to be sorted, as Aunt Lavinia had instructed. Lydia went to the back door through the kitchen, and shook out several of the rags she had been using to dust the books. She looked out over the back garden, admiring the trees, and looking forward to constructing her vegetable garden, if Aunt gave her permission. Lydia had not yet roused the courage to ask her. She went back inside, and moved the ladder further along the bookshelves, to take down the last of the books in this particular section. She had waited until the end to tackle what was the largest volume in the library. She could not imagine what sort of book it might be. She climbed the ladder, and reached with her fingers to slide the book along, and tip it toward her. But she misjudged its weight and, as it tipped, it also slipped off the shelf. She tried managing its fall, but it was far too heavy, and it fell from her hands. She struggled to catch it, but in doing so, she twisted, and the ladder began to totter. She tried adjusting her balance, but could not, and she, too, began to fall. She tumbled onto the floor, and the book fell on top of her, striking her on the head. She let out a yelp of pain. She was certain she would develop a lump on her head, but even more worrying was her ankle. It was in excruciating pain, and she began to sob. Was it broken? Oh, my, what to do? There was no one to call out to for help. She tried calming herself, and her sobs subsided. She scooted back against the wall and rested, as she tried to figure out what to do next. Her head, while it hurt, was less of a worry than the foot. She leaned over and reached to the ankle, which was now swelling. She tried moving the ankle, but it hurt too much. The one thing she knew for certain was that she would need to get help. And the only person even remotely close by was Jenny. Somehow she would need to stand. She looked around the room to see what might be of assistance. Across the room, she spotted a cane that must have belonged to Lavinia's husband. But it was not within reach. So her first task was to get over there, stand, and somehow hobble over to Jenny's for help. Using her hands, she slid forward and scooted to within reaching distance of the cane. There was a chair at the desk that she could reach, and she shifted it away from the desk and positioned so that she might lift herself up by her arms and sit. From there she could try and stand, grab the cane, and then work her way over to Jenny. "You're early," Jenny exclaimed as she opened the front door. "Oh!" she exclaimed as she saw Lydia leaning on a cane. "I've fallen and really hurt my ankle. Can you help me, please?" "Oh, my darling," she said, as she took hold of Lydia by both arms and guided her into the sitting room. "Do you think it might be broken?" "It could very well be." Jenny guided Lydia to sit in a wing-back chair. "I must get Dr. Cook. He'll be able to attend to your injury." Jenny looked around the room, as though she was trying to decide if she needed to take something with her. Then she remembered something. "I have a sauce simmering on the stove. Could you watch it for me?" "Jenny," Lydia reminded her, nodding toward her foot. Jenny laughed. "Oh, yes. Not exactly able to move, are you? Very well, then, let me take that off the stove, so it doesn't boil over, and then I'll get the doctor." Jenny rushed to the kitchen and returned. "Hopefully, I shan't be long. He is just around the corner, and I will be right back, unless he is with a patient or on a house call." Jenny stopped and looked at Lydia. "Do you need anything before I go?" Lydia was feeling faint. "I could use a glass of water, if you don't mind." "Certainly." Jenny fetched the water for Lydia, and left. Lydia had nodded off, but she was awakened when the front door opened, and Jenny returned with the doctor. "I am Dr. Reginald Cook," the man said, as he came over and knelt down in front of Lydia. "May I examine your foot?" "Of course," Lydia said. "Is it very painful?" "Quite so." The doctor removed her shoe and short stocking, and began to palpate her ankle. Lydia winced and scrunched up her face. "Well," the doctor started as he released her foot, and sat back on his haunches. "The good news is your ankle is not broken. It is a bad sprain, but I can wrap it tightly, and you will be able to get around until it mends." "Oh, thank you, doctor," Lydia said. She took her first real look at Dr. Cook. He was smiling up at her. He had deep brown eyes, set into a full face framed by dark, neatly cut hair. His face was further complemented by a straight nose and full lips. He was opening his bag, and taking out a roll of cloth to bind her ankle. "Miss Lovell tells me you are a newcomer to our community," he said, as he began to bind her foot. "Indeed, that is so. And you are most welcome," he said with an even bigger grin. He completed his task and stood, closing his bag and handing her his calling card. "Stay off the foot as much as you can, and please stop by my office in a week or two, so that I may examine your ankle again. If there are any complications, do not hesitate to see me sooner." He reached back into his bag, and took out a small envelope. "Here, take a teaspoon of this with water for your pain, as you need it. It should last you a week." "Oh, thank you, Dr. Cook. I am most grateful." Lydia was suddenly nervous. "Doctor, I don't have any money with me for your fee." Reginald shook his head. "No. My first visit is always gratis. It is one way I gain new patients." He smiled and then added, "Would you like me to escort you home?" Jenny looked at the clock. "We are about to have dinner."
Would you care to join us? She asked. That indeed sounds delightful, but alas, I have patients waiting for me in my office, and I must return. But I will take you up on that offer another time. Along with Miss Fernside as well, I trust. I will count on it, Jenny said. May I show you out? Thank you. Jenny escorted the doctor to the door, and said goodbye. She returned. How are you feeling? Any better? I believe so, but I would like to take some of this. She held up the envelope. Would you prepare a draft for me, please? Of course. And are you hungry? We can eat whenever you like. I don't feel too much like eating right now, but I suppose I should. Let me prepare the draft for you first. Perhaps your appetite will improve, if the pain is lessened. Thank you. Jenny brought Lydia the medicine, then she set a table in the sitting room for luncheon, and served. She helped Lydia to the table, and they sat to eat. Jenny looked up at Lydia and smiled. He seemed taken with you. Who? Why, the doctor, of course. He was grinning like a monkey. I didn't notice, Lydia said shyly, as she took a spoonful of soup. I believe you did, Jenny teased. He was quite handsome, that is true. Is he married? I believe not. Are you taken with him? Lydia asked. He certainly has his charms. Then you must make your interest known to him, Lydia said. Or are your interests otherwise engaged? Jenny demurred. There is a lad at the bank, who has made his intentions known to me. But I cannot, quite honestly, see it coming to any conclusion. You are far too pretty and accomplished not to have a line of suitors at your door, Lydia said. But I also have a mouth, a temper, and an irreverence that sends many men scurrying away. Lydia laughed. You must be feeling better. Has the medicine helped? I do feel better, thank you. And the soup is delicious. You look tired. Do you want me to help you home? Jenny asked as she stood. Lydia sighed. Yes, I am tired. And if you could help me, I would appreciate that. But I also need to learn to get about on my own. I can't have you running over to help me every time I need to move. I feel certain you'll mend quickly, but do be careful the next few days. And I will help however I can. Lydia laughed. Do you not think it rather ridiculous, that in order for me to ask for your help, I would need to hobble over here on my own? Jenny waggled her head. Then you will have to develop your lung power, and give me a great shout. She came over and helped Lydia stand. But for now, let's get you home and settled. Your aunt will be arriving home in a few hours, and she'll be able to give you help. Oh, dear. I don't know what she'll think about my accident. I don't imagine she will be at all too pleased. One thing at a time, my dear. Let's just get you home for now. Chapter 9. Lydia nervously awaited the return of her aunt. She sat in the sitting room with her foot up on an ottoman. Her uncle's cane was by her side. She was reading the novel she had recently borrowed, when her aunt returned from Honeyfield. Good evening, Aunt Lavinia, Lydia said, as her aunt stood to stare at her. Niece, what has happened to you? Lydia explained the fall, Jenny's assistance, and the visit from Dr. Cook. Miss Jenny is, indeed, a most charming and helpful young woman. That was a good Christian act. Is your foot broken? No. It is just a sprained ankle. Well, that is a blessing. She studied Lydia as she thought. And how are you getting about? I found Uncle's cane in the study. I have been able to manage fairly well with that. Lydia then brought up the subject she was dreading. I am sorry I have not been able to finish the dusting in the library. I tried to straighten up a little,
But the doctor has said I must stay off the foot as much as possible, at least for the next few days.
So you will be unable to do any of your daily chores?
She asked rather crossly. Jenny said she would help me however she could. She can go to the market for me, and help with any lifting or tasks here in the house.
Lavinia took off her bonnet and busied
herself with her shawl, then turned back to Lydia.
So I may not expect any meaningful work from you for a week or so.
Is that correct? Yes,
I am afraid so,
Aunt. Most inconvenient. How is the house to be managed?
I imagine you expect me to take over and care for you as well?
Certainly not, Aunt. I can care for myself,
and with Jenny's help the rest of the duties should be taken care of.
We'll see. Come, it is time for prayers. But I do not imagine you will be able to kneel, will you? No, Aunt. Lydia had a brief moment, where she thought she might be excused for prayers this evening. Then you can sit in a chair. I do not believe the Lord will mind under the circumstances.
Yes,
Aunt. Over the next several days, Lydia was able to coordinate with Jenny, so that all the errands and chores were covered. Jenny would stop by first thing in the morning, so they could plan out the day. And if there were nothing that needed doing in the morning, Jenny would still come by every few hours, just to see if Lydia needed anything. Lydia, being young and fit, from all her walking in Piddlehinton, began to heal quickly. At the end of the first week, she no longer needed Jenny's assistance. She was walking carefully, unaided, through the downstairs, and needed the cane only to climb the stairs. Besides being free to do all of her chores unaided, she longed to start taking her regular walks again. She had neglected walking since she arrived in Upton Magna, and was determined to find some convenient local paths or trails, where she might recommence her daily walking routine. By the middle of the next week, she felt it was time to visit Dr. Cook, and have him evaluate her progress. Jenny had given her directions to Dr. Cook's office, and she set out mid-morning, and took her time, taking the cane along as an added precaution. Dr. Cook's office was on the ground floor of his house on High Street. He had a waiting room and a consultation room. There were 2 people waiting to see the doctor when she entered. After half an hour, Cook invited her into the consultation room. Miss Fernside, what a pleasure to see you. How is the ankle? Have there been any problems? He asked, as he offered her a chair. Dr. Cook, I am happy to report that it seems to be almost healed. You asked that I come for an examination, so here I am. Excellent. Let us take a look. He knelt down and carefully took her foot in his hands. He felt gingerly with his fingers. Is that painful? Not at all. Now, stand for me, please. She obliged. And now walk. She did. Any pain or soreness? I can feel a tightness in the ankle, although not pain, exactly, but a tenderness. Then you are well on your way to a full recovery. And how soon before I can resume my country walks? I would wait at least a week. Then start modestly. Don't overdo it. You will be able to determine the length of the walk quite easily by yourself. Thank you, Doctor. I am much obliged. And how much for the visit today? She asked as she opened her reticule. No charge. But doctor, that is unfair. You make your living from your work. But this is just a follow-up on the initial treatment, and that was your gratis visit. You are too kind. Lydia stood to leave. Miss Fernside, if I might ask, do you always take your walks alone, or do you ever walk with a companion? My sister and I often walked together when I was at home. We lived at the edge of town, and there was an abundance of pleasant walks nearby. I have yet to find where I would like to walk in this area. Miss Fernside, I too enjoy walking, and I would be most honored if I might escort you on a walk, at your convenience. I am familiar with a number of quite pleasant walks,
both long and short, that you might enjoy." Lydia smiled. This she had not expected, but it was a pleasant proposition. "That would be most gracious of you, Doctor. Please, if we are to be walking companions, call me Reginald, or even Reggie. That is what my friends call me." "I shall. And I am fine with you calling me Lydia. Then in a week or so, after your ankle feels strong again, drop me a note here at the office, stating when you would like to meet and I shall oblige. Outside of office hours, of course." "I look forward to it, Reginald." Lydia felt a warm glow as she left the doctor's office. Certainly, Reginald was a most attractive man, a fine gentleman, and she was not adverse to his interest in her. But as she walked home, she also thought again about Edwin, and his kind and generous nature. Two quite different, but equally attractive men, had come into her life since she had settled in Upton Magna. Of course, Edwin, as attractive as he might be, was in a different league, and unavailable to a woman of her station. That led her to remember Henry, and how grateful she was that he had broken off their engagement. No, the doctor was attentive, and seemed to be attracted to her. She would be content to allow him his suit, although there was no way of knowing if he was sincerely interested in her, or only looking for an agreeable companion. 2 letters were delivered one morning a few days later, as Lydia was finishing the task of organizing the books in the study. The first letter arrived by post. It was addressed to Aunt Lavinia, and Lydia put it on the entry table for her to see when she returned from Honeyfield. But as she set it down, she recognized the handwriting as being that of Dr. Winston. Lydia smiled. It seems he was following up on his suit to her aunt. The second letter was hand-delivered later that morning, and was for her. Lydia opened the envelope. The letter was from Ellen. "Dear Miss Lydia Fernside, it was with great pleasure that I made your acquaintance several weeks ago. However, I was greatly saddened to learn from your aunt that you had suffered an accident, and were laid up with a sprained ankle. I hope you have sufficiently healed, for I would like to invite you to visit me in the near future, at your convenience. My brother tells me that you do not ride. However, since I enjoy riding so very much, I was thinking that you might enjoy it too, if given the proper instruction. Therefore, I would like to invite you to visit me some morning or afternoon, and I would be most pleased to introduce you to this delightful pastime. My boorish brother is useless, and never has time to accompany me on my rides. It would be such a pleasure to have a companion to accompany me. Might that interest you? I am anxiously awaiting your positive response. Your most devoted new admirer, Ellen Templeton." What a pleasant surprise, Lydia thought. But would her aunt allow such frivolity? Surely, she would see riding as taking Lydia away from her chores and duties. But, on the other hand, it was an invitation from a Templeton, and her aunt might see that as an honor, and encourage Lydia to accept the offer. She would need to consult with her aunt, before she could reply to Ellen's letter. But she could not resist, and she dashed over to show the letter to Jenny. "Good morning, Mrs. Lovell," Lydia said as she greeted Jenny's mother, who was trimming candles in the kitchen. "Hello, my dear. You seem to be walking better now. Are you all healed?" "Thank you, I believe so. Jenny is outside, hanging laundry." "Thank you." Lydia went out the back door. Jenny was struggling with a large sheet, that was being uncooperative in the sprightly breeze. "Here, let me help you," Lydia offered. They wrestled with the sheet, and finally corralled it, pinning it down. "We just about went for a sail," Jenny said, laughing. "And how is the good doctor?" Lydia blushed. "I do not know. It has only been a few days since he asked if he could walk with me." "I told you he was interested," Jenny said, as she shook out another sheet, and they wrestled with that one as well. "I didn't come here to talk about the doctor," Lydia said, a little testily. "Very well. Then you came to help me hang the laundry." Lydia laughed. No, actually. I came to show you this. She dug into her pocket and pulled out Ellen's letter.
Jenny took the letter and read it. This is very nice.
Are you going to take her up on the offer?
Most certainly, if my aunt will allow. Why ever would she not? She might well see it a dereliction of duty.
And I must still talk to her about taking time out each day for a constitutional walk. She was upset enough during my injury, and now I want to engage in what, I am sure, she will see as frivolous activities.
Well,
if she objects, send her to me and I will sort her out.
Lydia laughed.
Jenny,
you are simply outrageous.
But you already know that,
Jenny said, as she shook out a tea towel to hang on the line.
Lavinia had a quizzical expression, as she came into the sitting room after work, holding the letter from Dr. Winston. It was a thick letter, suggesting it comprised several pages.
When did this arrive?
She asked Lydia, who was darning one of Lavinia's stockings.
This morning.
Lavinia turned it over and examined it, hesitating to open it straight away, as though she might be apprehensive as to the content of the letter. But open it she did, sitting down in a wing-back chair to read it. Lydia watched from the corner of her eye, as unobtrusively as possible, to see what her aunt's reaction might be. Lavinia had never displayed much emotion, except for anger and righteous indignation. But now, Lydia saw her aunt's face softening. And was that the hint of a smile? Lydia had to smile discreetly to herself. Knowing that the letter was from Dr. Winston, and what his intentions were, it gave her an insight into the letter that her aunt did not know she had. When she was finished reading, Lavinia sat in the chair for some time, the letter resting in her lap. Then she picked it up and read through it again.
"Aunt,
it's time for prayers," Lydia reminded her. Lavinia looked up, as though she was in another world, and needed to focus her attention on Lydia before she could respond. "Prayers?"
"Ah, yes."
She paused for several moments before continuing. "I am not feeling quite myself this evening. I think we shall forego prayers this evening. Go ahead and prepare your supper whenever you wish. I am going to retire to my chambers for the rest of the evening.
I have an important letter to write.
Shall I bring you some tea and a piece of cake, or a biscuit, later?" Lydia asked. Lavinia looked up and actually smiled a full smile.
"Yes, that would be lovely."
She stood up from the chair and walked slowly up the stairs, lost in thought. Lydia put down the mending and contemplated this new development. It was clear she would not be able to discuss either her walks, or her invitation from Ellen this evening. But she must do that soon, as it would be rude not to respond to Ellen's letter as quickly as possible. Perhaps over breakfast in the morning, she thought. Chapter 10. When Lydia went to awaken Aunt Lavinia at 4:45 the next morning, she was shocked when her aunt said she intended to sleep in. Did that mean morning prayers were cancelled, as well? For a moment Lydia just stood in front of her aunt's door, unsure whether to go back to bed herself, or to start the morning chores. She did not want to put her aunt in a bad mood, so she decided not to take a chance, and she dressed and went downstairs to add coal to the stove, and ready breakfast, for when her aunt would finally come down. After doing her preparations in the kitchen for breakfast, Lydia started making a stew for her dinner, which she would simmer slowly on the stove during the morning. Aunt Lavinia came into the kitchen. "Would you be so kind?" she said, as she held out a letter. "I have no stamps. Perhaps you could stop by the post office and post this for me this morning?" "Of course, Aunt." She took the letter and put it in her apron pocket. Once again there was a lightness about her aunt, and Lydia began to think that this might be the perfect opportunity to bring up her intended walks, and Ellen's letter, while she was still basking in the glow of Dr. Winston's letter. "Aunt, did you want to attend to prayers before breakfast?" Lydia asked. Lavinia raised her eyes to the ceiling and thought about it. "No, I think not.
I am a bit peckish and ready for breakfast. Very well, please go sit, and I will bring your breakfast right away. I would very much like some of that special quince jam Mrs. Lovell gave me at Christmas. Of course. Lydia served her aunt, who was once again reading Dr. Winston's letter. Lydia served herself breakfast and sat down at the table. Aunt, might I have a word? Lavinia looked up. Yes, dear, what is it? Lydia saw her response as a good sign, and launched into her questions. Lydia was not above stretching the truth just a little, and she began by saying, "As you know, Dr. Cook has said my ankle has mended nicely. I am most pleased. He also suggested that regular exercise would do me a world of good, and would help strengthen my ankle, and make it less likely that I would sprain it again. I took constitutional walks daily at home, and he thought that would be an excellent solution, and has offered to show me some of the local walks I might enjoy." Lavinia frowned slightly. "You would go walking with the doctor? Is that quite proper? I assume you will be chaperoned?" Lydia squirmed slightly in her chair. "No, I don't believe that would be necessary. He is a perfect gentleman, and has a sterling reputation in the community, as you know. I must echo the Duchess, and say, what is the modern world coming to? Please, Aunt. He only intends to introduce me to the walks, and then I shall take my daily constitutional on my own after that. Remember, it is for my health and well-being. He is a busy practicing doctor, and is most graciously offering to assist me in his spare time." Lavinia considered as she spread her toast with jam. "Very well, then. As long as it is not to be a regular occurrence. However, if he was to declare his intentions, and you were an engaged couple, I don't see that to walk in the country would be seen as an impropriety." Lydia was taken aback. "Engaged? Aunt, we barely know each other. The thought of an engagement is the farthest thing from my mind, at this time." "Well, it is something you need to be considering at your age. Most young ladies in your situation would be most eager to find a husband before they wither away to nothing." Lydia couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, Aunt, I am hardly about to shrivel up and blow away at a mere 20. I am sure you do not want to be a companion under my roof for too long, as happy as I am to have you here." "Are you happy to have me here?" Lydia asked. "Of course, my dear. Why would you even ask such a question?" Lydia didn't want to answer that, and instead asked, "There is one more matter, Aunt." "Yes?" "I received the most charming note from Miss Ellen." "Ellen Templeton?" "Yes. She has invited me to visit. She is looking for a companion to go riding with her. And as I have never ridden before, she has invited me to come, at my convenience, and take lessons from her, with the hope that we can go riding together on a regular basis. Apparently, the Duke has no time to accompany her, and she longs for a riding companion. Will you give me permission to visit her? I need to reply to her letter as soon as possible." "Oh, I don't know. I would need to ask the Duchess, and get her permission, before I could give mine." "But if she gave permission, would you agree?" "Possibly. I will speak to her today." Lavinia added, "That is very nice of Mistress Ellen to invite you. It would be considered an honor, and I would be inclined to give my permission, if the Duchess agrees." "Thank you, Aunt. I would be most grateful. But what about your chores and duties? I hope they would not be neglected." "Of course, not, Aunt. I would be most diligent in keeping up my obligations." Lavinia finished her breakfast and rose. "It is almost time for me to leave. Please don't forget to mail that letter for me. It is most important." "Rest assured, I shall." Before posting Aunt Lavinia's letter to Dr. Winston, she penned one to Ellen, to send at the same time. She did not want to be rude and not answer Ellen's letter promptly. In it, She explained that her aunt needed to obtain the Duchess's permission before she could agree to let Lydia visit. With that knowledge, she expected Ellen might put pressure on her mother to acquiesce. And as she would be going to the post office, she also penned a note to Dr. Cook, suggesting several times she would be available for their introductory walk together. She would drop that off at his office, and also visit the market for some needed provisions. While Lydia did not like to think she gossiped, she did like to relay pertinent bits of information to Jenny, so she stopped by the Lovell house on her way out.
"There you are,"
Jenny said. "I thought perhaps you'd forgotten about me."
"What are you taking about?"
"I saw you just yesterday afternoon," Lydia said, defending herself. "But you know I have been dying to know what your aunt said about accepting Ellen's invitation. Come to market with me. I have several errands, and I will tell you everything, including my aunt's reaction to her letter from Dr. Winston." Jenny squealed.
"Let me get my basket and let us go."
"Hello, Lydia Fernside." Jenny's brother, Graham, leaned over Jenny's shoulder and greeted Lydia. "Mr. Lovell."
"Good morning to you."
"Nah, not Mr. Lovell. I am Graham."
"Don't you remember?"
"Of course I remember, but I'm being polite." Balderdash. None of that formality around here. We are just country bumpkins, with no breeding, and no manners. Lydia laughed.
"So you make abundantly obvious."
Graham kissed his sister's neck. "I like her. She is my kind of lass. Saucy and not about to take any rot from me." Jenny turned to him. "She is way above even your wildest hopes and dreams. So be a gentleman and disappear." "Whatever you say." "Goodbye, delicious Lydia." "Good morning," Lydia said, laughing. Jenny took Lydia's arm, and they set off for their errands. Lydia filled Jenny in on all of the latest news. She was hoping she might get a glimpse of Dr. Cook when she delivered the note, but he was with a patient, so she left it in his letterbox, and they headed for the post office and the market. "Those cauliflowers look very nice," Jenny said, pointing to a barrow across the way. Lydia turned to look, after placing carrots in her basket. And, as she turned, she bumped into someone.
"Excuse me,"
she said, and then looked up to see Edwin. "Good morning, Miss Fernside," he said, tipping his hat.
"Oh, Edwin, what a pleasant surprise.
I was just going to mail a letter to your sister. Perhaps you would give it to her for me instead?" "Certainly," he said. "She tells me she is trying to tempt you to go riding with her. She so terribly berates me for ignoring her. I hope you will be able to join her. My aunt needs to get the Duchess's permission before she will give me hers."
Edwin smiled.
"Oh, I would not worry about that. I have a small but dwindling influence with my mother, and I am certain I can persuade her to agree." Edwin turned to Jenny and tipped his hat. "Miss."
"Oh, excuse me,"
Lydia said. "This is my new and already lifelong friend, Jenny Lovell." "Miss Lovell," he said. "Your Grace," Jenny said and curtsied. Edwin nodded in reply. Lydia continued. "She lives next door to my aunt, and has been a lifesaver on far too many occasions." "Yes, I heard about your accident. You seem to have recovered nicely." "Yes, thank you, I have." Lydia was slightly embarrassed to be speaking so openly with Edwin in public. She hesitated, and tried to think what to say next. Edwin held up the letter Lydia had given him. "I shall deliver this personally as soon as I return home." Lydia finally thought of something to say. "Edwin, have you planted all the trees you received the day I visited Honeyfield?" "Thank you for asking. I have, mostly. I still have a few to plant. Which reminds me, you still owe me a conversation about your gardening interests." "Oh, sir, I hardly think my small activities would be of any interest to you." "They certainly would.
Do you have a garden at the moment?
Not yet, as I have
Only just arrived in Upton Magna. I still need to persuade my aunt to let me dig up a space in the back garden
to put in a vegetable plot. Let me have a word with her.
I am sure she can be persuaded to see the sense in a good vegetable garden, especially since you are willing to tend to it.
Oh, no, I cannot ask you to do that. And why not?
We share the same interests, and I would be most delighted to help you if I can be of service.
Then I shall forever be in your debt.
Edwin smiled.
I shall remember that, and request repayment in full, when you least expect it.
Lydia could see he was teasing. Then perhaps I should decline your kind offer, as my father always cautioned me against taking on ill-considered debt. Edwin turned to Jenny. Miss Lovell, what do you think? Should I aid Miss Fernside in her quest for a garden,
or not? How else can you grow your interest,
if not by lending your assistance?
Edwin smiled.
I can see I am no match for the two of you. You mean to prune my budding interest in growing roots in Miss Fernside's affections,
by my offer of help?
All three collapsed into laughter. Enough,
I surrender, he said.
How about I pay my ransom in cups of coffee?
Every morning,
about this time, I require the stimulation of not tea, but coffee. Will you join me at Twist Events for some refreshment? Lydia looked to Jenny for confirmation. She nodded.
We would be delighted, Lydia answered.
But you must excuse me. I must first post this letter for my aunt.
Why don't you two walk ahead, and I shall join you shortly.
Edwin offered his arm. Miss Lovell?
She took his arm. Please call me Jenny.
As Lydia can attest, I am saucy and irreverent, closer to being a scullery maid than a lady. Edwin turned to Lydia.
Is that so?
Lydia shook her head and smiled. She's incorrigible, but every bit a lady. She is jesting with you.
He turned back to Jenny.
And you must call me Edwin. I too am closer to being a scullery maid than a lady.
Lydia laughed. I shall meet you at Twist Events shortly.
Edwin proved to be a delightful host at coffee. Easygoing and open, he in no way made either young lady feel uncomfortable with either their sex or their social rank. They conversed and bantered, and thoroughly enjoyed each other's company. Finally, Edwin stood. Ladies, as enjoyable as our coffee and conversation have been, I am a working man, and must get on with the business of my day. Jenny stood and offered her hand. Edwin, it has been a most enjoyable interlude. Thank you for the coffee and the conversation. Edwin took her hand and kissed the back of it. He then turned to Lydia, who was standing and gathering her shopping basket. Lydia, I shall deliver your letter to my sister. And fret not, I will see to it that you obtain your aunt's permission to ride with Elan. Then he took her hand and kissed it as well. He paid the reckoning, tipped his hat to the ladies, and started to leave, but returned to the table. Miss Lydia, I was thinking. If your aunt agrees to the vegetable garden, I would be most honored, if you would allow me to send one of my men, with a horse and plough, to dig up the plot for you. I know it is almost impossible to get started without digging deeply. And I feel certain your aunt probably does not have a plough. Oh, Edwin, that would be wonderful, and greatly appreciated, she said. Then until we meet again. He tipped his hat to the two ladies and left. Both Jenny and Lydia were momentarily speechless. They left the shop and started heading home. Jenny turned to Lydia. He is not at all as I imagined him to be. He couldn't be more charming. That was my first impression as well. How can such a man still be unmarried? Jenny asked. Lydia hated to bring it up, but said, as I have said previously, Pamela Stafford seems to have her eyes on him. And his mother is actively encouraging him to ask for her hand in marriage. Jenny pointed her nose in the air, as if there was a foul odor. Oh, yes, the Stafford.
I have seen her riding through town in an open carriage, and her snooty attitude always sends a chill down my spine. I have heard it said that his mother seeks the marriage for the Stafford money, and the Stafford family seeks the marriage for the Templeton title. It need not concern neither one of us, Jenny. Apart from our sincere wishes for his happiness, we really should have no concern as to whom he selects for his wife. But what a shame to see a fine man like that misdirected on that. I am too ladylike to say what I really feel," Jenny said, pushing at Lydia's shoulder and snickering. Chapter 11. A young 10-year-old boy was standing with a smile and an envelope in his hand, when Lydia opened the front door, thinking it was the afternoon post. "Good day, young man. What can I do for you?" "Miss, Dr. Cook bid me bring this to you. He asks if you might reply, so I can return with an answer. How would you like a ginger biscuit while you wait?" "Oh, yes, miss. That would be splendid. Come in, then." Lydia ushered the boy into the sitting room, and fetched a tin of ginger biscuits, and offered him one. "Thank you, miss." Lydia opened the letter from the doctor. "Most respected Miss Lydia, thank you for dropping your note by the office the other morning, with the proposed walking dates. I will be most happy to accept your invitation for Wednesday next at 10 o'clock, as that is the day my office is closed, and I am free to accompany you in the morning, when it is still cool. Please inform the young man delivering this message if this time is agreeable to you, and I will appear at your doorstep ready, willing, and punctual. Ever your devoted servant, Reginald Cook, Physician. P.S. Please wear strong walking shoes. We don't want to twist that lovely ankle again, do we?" Lydia felt it was rude to accept verbally, so she wrote the acceptance note, and held it out for the lad to take. "Thank you, young man, and here's a sixpence for you," Lydia said, handing him the envelope and a coin. He looked surprised. "Oh, that is not necessary, miss," he said. "The doctor has already paid me." "Then let it be my treat, and our little secret." The boy's face lit up with a smile. "Thank you, miss." And he turned and ran down the front walkway. Lydia busied herself the rest of the afternoon, anxiously awaiting her aunt's return, as she had promised Lydia an answer about riding with Ellen. Lydia had been very pleased when her aunt had suggested but one prayer session a day would be required from here on out. Lydia could abide the 6 o'clock prayer, and was delighted when Aunt chose to sleep in until 6 in the morning. Aunt Lavinia's suit from Dr. Winston had made a definite change in her attitude and outlook. Aunt had never discussed the doctor's letter with her, so Lydia could not acknowledge that she knew about the doctor's suit. However, Lydia kept an eye open for a response from the doctor to Lavinia's letter. But there had been no replies yet. Lydia was in her room writing in her journal, when Aunt Lavinia returned and called out to her. As Lydia came down the stairs, Aunt asked, "Was there any post for me today?" "Not today," Lydia said, as she saw the disappointment on her aunt's face. "But I did make an appointment with Dr. Cook to walk with me Wednesday morning." Aunt sat down in a chair in the sitting room. She looked tired. "I know it is just about time for evening prayers, but you look tired. Would you like a cup of tea before we pray?" Lydia asked. "Yes, dear, that sounds wonderful. I do feel unusually fatigued this evening." "It will not take but a minute." Lydia turned toward the kitchen. "Oh, Lydia, I almost forgot. I have a letter for you from Miss Ellen." She dug into her dress pocket and pulled out an envelope. Lydia turned back and took it. "And the Duchess is fine with you riding with Ellen?" "It seems the Duke insisted she acquiesce. I believe the letter will lay out the details." "I will get the tea, now," Lydia said, and went to the kitchen to prepare the tea and read the letter. "My dear sister, Lydia. For I feel I must call you that now. My mother has agreed to let you come and ride with me. I am so delighted. I hope you are, as well. I have consulted with your aunt, and we have arranged for you to come for your first lesson on Wednesday morning. I shall send the carriage to pick you up, and we shall have a simply splendid time, riding in circles and bouncing up and down on the saddle, as you learn to ride like a champion. Please wear a riding costume, if you have one. If not, then a long skirt will do. I have arranged for us to have lunch together in my rooms after. No need to engage with Mother's endless and often boring conversations. It shall be just us two. Let your aunt know if this is agreeable. I so look forward to your visit. Your new and loving sister, Ellen. Lydia was thrilled, but it was a conflict with her arrangement to walk with Dr. Cook. Bother. Lydia completed making the tea and took it to her aunt, who had fallen asleep in the chair. She didn't want to wake her, so she placed the tea tray on the table next to the chair, and went back to the kitchen to think about what she should do about this conflict in schedules. Her first instinct was to change plans with Ellen, because she had first made the obligation with Reginald. But thinking about it further, she realized that Ellen had made arrangements for lunch, the carriage, and had, undoubtedly, scheduled grooms to deal with the horses. No, she should reschedule with the doctor, as it was a much less complicated arrangement, and they could easily arrange their walk for another time. Lydia returned to the sitting room, and found her aunt awake and drinking her tea. She seemed to be refreshed and more energetic. His Grace spoke to me today about an idea you had for a garden, Aunt said. What is that all about? Lydia explained her idea for a vegetable garden, and Edwin's offer to dig up the ground for them to get started. Aunt did not seem to take well to the idea. Isn't it rather late in the season to be starting a garden? Summer is almost over. I was thinking about for next spring, Lydia answered. I don't know. It seems like an awful lot of extra work and fuss. And I certainly have no interest in digging, weeding, and stooping for a few vegetables that we can get for mere pennies at the market. But I enjoy it so, Aunt. And we can plant many delightful delicacies that are not available in the stalls. Sounds like a lot of nonsense to me. And I want to work on your fruit trees out back. They are greatly in need of pruning, and if properly tended to, would yield a great many more fruits. I can put them up by canning, and you will have wonderful fruit all through the winter. Aunt sighed. I don't know. Let me think about it. In any case, we won't need to worry about it until the spring. But to get the proper seeds, I will need to send for seed catalogs and order in plenty of time for planting. As I said, I will think about it, she said gruffly. Now, it is time for prayer. Yes, Aunt. With her aunt in this mood, it is a shame there was no letter from Dr. Winston today, Lydia thought to herself. Lydia was in the back garden, starting to prune the lower branches of the fruit trees, as high as she could reach without a ladder. Jenny appeared from around the side of the house. Lydia, what did your aunt say about riding with Ellen? She asked. She gave me permission. It seems Edwin interceded on my behalf, as he promised. Did you doubt he would? Not at all. And Ellen invited me for my first lesson on Wednesday. But there's a problem. Do pray tell. Lydia explained the conflict. What are you going to do? Jenny asked, as she bundled the prune branches together for Lydia. I must change the appointment with Dr. Cook. I was thinking of taking a note over to his office later. Want to accompany me? Then maybe I could treat you to that cream tea at Twister Vance I promised you, on the day I arrived. Sounds splendid. When do you want to go? Mid-afternoon? I can do that. Stop by when you are ready to leave. Lydia and Jenny entered Dr. Cook's office, expecting to see patients waiting. Lydia had written a note to leave for the doctor,
explaining the scheduling conflict, and suggesting several alternate dates and times for their first walk.
But to their surprise, the waiting room was empty. The doctor called out from his consultation room. "Please come on in. I am not with a patient at the moment."
Lydia and Jenny peeked in through the door. "It's just us, Dr. Cook. I was actually just going to leave this note for you."
"Then deliver it to me right now. I am free for the time being." He stood up, smiling, and offered chairs to the two ladies. "We don't mean to disturb you," Lydia said, as she offered him the envelope.
"Tell me what is in it."
"I would much rather hear bad news from your charming lips." "What makes you think it is bad news?" "Unless you have an illness or an injury, there is no reason to send me a note. Unless you need to cancel our walk on Wednesday. And if you were ill, you would not write me, but would show up in my office, or send your friend here to fetch me for a house call." Lydia had to laugh.
"You are most perspicuous. You could make a living as a gypsy fortune teller."
"I think I would rather not." Lydia hung her head. "I am sorry to say that, yes, I must reschedule our walk for Wednesday." She explained in detail her predicament. "That is perfectly fine," Reginald said.
"What about the same time a week later?"
"As I said, Wednesday is the day I am closed." "That would work perfectly."
"Provided Miss Ellen does not snatch you away to go riding with her again,"
the doctor added. "I shall deny her the pleasure, then," Lydia said. Reginald turned to Jenny. "Miss Lovell, how is your mother's cough? Has it cleared?" "She is mending quite nicely, and asked me to give you these." Jenny reached into her basket and pulled out half a dozen eggs wrapped in a napkin. "How kind. Thank her for me." "Dr. Cook, we are just headed to Twister Vance for a cream tea. Since you have no patients, would you care to join us?" Jenny brashly asked, as Lydia was the one paying for the tea today. "But I may still get a patient or two during the rest of the afternoon," Reginald protested. "Yes, do join us," Lydia pleaded. "Just leave a note on your door, and have them come and fetch you if need be." Reginald considered the offer. "Yes. Why not? It has been a slow day, and Twister Vance is just a few shops down from here. It would be nice to have a cream tea. However, I shall not allow myself to be your guest, and the two of you shall be my guests instead." "Absolutely not, Doctor. You have waived your fees for me twice, and I insist you be our guest this afternoon. It is the very least I can do." Reginald nodded. "Very well. Then let me just write up a note for the door, and we can be off." "You are not from this area, are you, Dr. Cook?" Jenny asked, as she slathered clotted cream on a scone, before adding strawberry jam. "I am from Baschurch, north and west of here, but I studied medicine in Shrewsbury. And while I am not strictly a local, I am a Shropshire lad." "Any relation to the famous Captain Cook, who so gallantly sailed the wide Pacific Ocean?" "Alas, no. I come from a more modest family that spells its name with an E at the end, unlike the more famous captain. My father was a local doctor, and I followed in his footsteps." "And how did you end up in Upton Magna?" Lydia asked. "There was a practice for sale from a retiring doctor. It suited me, so I accepted." "And you are happy here?" Jenny asked, as she leaned in slightly closer to Reginald. "I have a thriving practice. It is a pleasant town, and the citizens are most agreeable. However, the winters can be unpleasant, as you know. But they were where I grew up as well." He laughed. "From my experience, there is no perfect place." "And no lady has caught your eye? Is it to be all work and no play for you?" Jenny pushed. Reginald shot a quick glance to Lydia, but turned back to answer Jenny. "I am sitting at a table right now, having tea, with two of the loveliest young ladies in Upton Magna."
How could I ask for more? You have a silver tongue, Dr. Cook, Jenny said, smiling. Are you a devil in disguise?
You may call me Reginald.
And yes, I probably do have a little devil in me.
And you may call me Jenny.
As Lydia and Jenny headed home, Lydia slapped lightly at Jenny's arm. You were flirting with the poor man, outrageously,
Lydia said, laughing lightly.
Was I?
I did not notice. How could you not have? Well, I like him. Then Jenny had a terrible thought.
Oh, Lydia, you are not jealous, are you?
I did not think you had any interest in him, except for walking. Am I horribly out of line? Lydia had to think about that. I must admit, I do like him.
But my thoughts have not gone much beyond our mutual interest in exercise.
But I have to admit, it seems he has shown some marked interest in me.
Oh, Lydia, please forgive me.
I will step back immediately. I would never encroach on my dearest sister's romance. Oh, Jenny, there is no romance. But there could be. And as I think about it, it did seem that he was most attentive to you at tea. But you know me, always too brash, too loud, and too pushy. In future, I shall be the model friend. My only goal with Dr. Cook shall be to sing your praises, and direct his attention to your many charms. I would much prefer it if you would just be yourself. I am quite content in letting my friendship with the doctor take its natural course, with no expectations and no pushes or shoves from you. Chapter 12.
Lydia was most pleased when the postman delivered a letter to her aunt from Dr. Winston. She was almost certain her aunt would now be in a good mood, at least for the next few days. Unless the letter bore bad news, and then. Lydia picked up the letter and examined it. It was thick and probably comprised several or more pages. That had the prospect of bearing good news. She put the letter back on the entryway table, and forgot about it for the rest of the afternoon. Tomorrow was Wednesday, and her riding lesson with Ellen. Lydia was looking through her armoire for something suitable to ride in. Having never ridden before, she was not really certain what was appropriate. A lady roadside saddle, and she knew a long skirt and boots were required, but beyond that she was uncertain. Oh, dear, what should I do? She worried aloud. All her dresses were simple, mostly light house dresses. She had a few heavier dresses for winter. But she only had one skirt, that was far too light for riding. She sat on the edge of her bed, fretting when she heard Jenny calling from downstairs. Jenny, perhaps you shall be my lifesaver, once again, Lydia said, as she descended the stairs to greet her friend. Look, the first of the apples, Jenny said, holding out a basket. I have not yet checked our trees, perhaps we already have some too, Lydia said. No, I know our variety ripens before yours do. Thank you. I shall make Aunt an apple pie. That should please her. She headed with the basket to the kitchen, where she transferred the apples to a bowl on the table. Thank you, Lydia said, handing the basket back to Jenny. You said you needed me to save your life again. How exactly am I to save you this time? Oh, Jenny, I have nothing suitable to wear to go riding. I don't want to make a fool of myself my first lesson with Ellen. I don't suppose you have anything suitable I might borrow? Oh, Lydia, I have absolutely nothing. Let me think a moment. She patted the basket against her stomach, as she thought. Wait. Come. She reached her hand out to Lydia. I have an idea. Jenny led Lydia back to her house. Mother! Jenny shouted as they entered. In here. Her mother answered from the study. They went in. Mrs. Lovell was writing a letter at the desk. Hello, Lydia. Good afternoon. Hello, Mrs. Lovell, Lydia said. Mother, Lydia has a problem. Tell. Lydia explained the need for a riding dress or skirt. Any suggestions, Mother?
I have nothing, Jenny said.
I don't ride either. Let me think. She nodded.
Yes,
I have an idea. She rose from the desk and led the way to her room. She shuffled through some boxes in a small side room, and finding what she was looking for, came into her room and put the box on the bed. She opened it, and took out a lady's coat and long skirt. She held the skit up and shook it out. A cloud of dust burst around her. Oh, my! This will need cleaning. She held it up in front of Lydia at the waist. It is far too big, she announced. I could take it in, perhaps, Lydia suggested. Mother nodded. Maybe. How is the length? That looks fine. This is an old traveling suit of mine, that is horribly out of date, but all you would need would be the skirt. Take it if you want. I will never use it again. It has grown far too small for me to wear anymore, she said with no hint of irony. I think, Mother, you have grown too large for it, rather than it growing too small for you. How indelicate of you to suggest such a fact. No pudding for you this evening, young lady. Yes, Mother. She shook her head at Lydia, and mouthed, she doesn't mean it. Thank you, Mrs. Lovell, Lydia said, taking the skirt from her. I would clean it before you alter it, Mother suggested. Certainly. I shall do it right now. I am going riding tomorrow morning, so I must scurry to get it washed, dried, and altered in time. Lydia was nervous as she stepped into the coach that would take her to Honeyfield. There was no Dr. Winston to ride with her today and soothe her with his conversation. She was alone. She suddenly realized she had no riding crop, but she felt certain Ellen would have one she could lend her. As the coach traveled through the countryside, Lydia smiled as she remembered last evening when Aunt Lavinia returned. Lydia had made a point of standing close by as her aunt entered, anxious to see the response on her face as she discovered the letter from Dr. Winston. You have a letter, Lydia said. Oh, yes? Her aunt tried to appear nonchalant as she picked up the envelope. She squeezed it and saw how thick it was. Then she couldn't help herself, and she grinned. I think we shall forego prayers this evening, she said, as she retired to the study to read the letter. I have made a pie with apples Jenny gave us. Would you like a slice with your tea? Lydia called out as she headed to the kitchen. That sounds lovely, her aunt called back. Lydia's reverie was halted as the carriage arrived at Honeyfield. Ellen was waiting for her on the steps to the entrance of the house. As the carriage stopped, Ellen came over and leaned in the window. I am so excited you could come. Are you ready for your first lesson? Lydia descended and took Ellen's hand. I am excited too, but I have to also admit to a certain amount of trepidation. Of course. And that is quite natural. Ellen stepped back, still holding Lydia's hand, and looked her up and down. My, how splendid you look. And what a fetching riding costume. Lydia laughed. So glad you like it. I am afraid it is completely makeshift, as I had nothing at all to wear for riding. You should have let me know, I could have lent you one of mine. I have several, since I am such an avid rider. I never thought to ask. It hardly matters, as you are just fine as you are. Ellen led Lydia around the side of the house to the stables. I've picked out our gentlest horse for you to start learning on. She is a sweetheart, and I am sure you will fall in love with her. A groom was standing in between two horses, holding on to their bridles. Lydia was suddenly very nervous. Come, let me introduce you to Petal, Ellen said, leading Lydia up to her horse. The horse shook her head up and down, as if greeting Lydia. Lydia reached up gently and touched the horse's neck. Go ahead,
Ellen said. You can stroke her muzzle.
She likes that. Lydia reached over and felt the almost velvet softness of the area around the nose.
It is so soft, she exclaimed.
I know.
Is it not lovely?
Lydia smiled.
This might be fun after all. Her fear was subsiding.
Are you ready?
Ellen asked.
Absolutely ready,
Lydia said with a new bravado. The groom led her horse to a mounting block, and held the horse,
as Ellen instructed Lydia how to mount.
It took a little getting used to, but Lydia finally found her position on the saddle, and the groom instructed her how to hold the reins, and handed her a riding crop. Ellen quickly mounted and turned to Lydia.
Just give Petal a light tap with the crop and follow me.
They spent only an hour at the first lesson, but Lydia picked up the basics very quickly, and was even learning how to trot, although she could hardly say she had mastered it. Wonderful, Ellen said as they dismounted. You are going to be a fine horsewoman.
Lydia smiled,
as she felt she had done well, although she thought she might be sore in a few places for a day or two. Lydia watched as the groom led the horses into the stable. He will give them a nice brushing down, and plenty of oats, for being such good horses. Ellen took Lydia by the elbow, and directed her toward the house. And now it is time for our oats.
Oatmeal for lunch?
Lydia teased.
Actually,
trout from our stream.
Quite lovely. Do you want to freshen up?
Ellen asked as they approached Helen's suite. Yes, please.
Oh, Miss Ellen, you are riding once again?
A woman asked, as she approached along the hallway.
Miss Stafford,
I have indeed. I have been giving riding instruction to my dear friend, Lydia Fernside.
Have you two met?
Pamela Stafford gave a long look at Lydia. I have not had the pleasure. She held out a soft hand, which Lydia took. Miss Pamela Stafford, Miss Lydia Fernside. Dear. Pamela said.
An honor, Miss Stafford.
Lydia replied, and then withdrew her hand from the tentative handshake. Will I be seeing you at luncheon? Pamela asked. We are dining in my suite, this noon. Ellen answered.
Ladies.
Pamela said, nodding and then drifting down the hall, like a wisp trailing across a pond at evening.
Come.
Ellen said, leading Lydia into her suite. She shut the door then leaned against it. Detestable woman. I take it you do not care for her? She is stalking my brother, in an attempt to trap him into marrying her. She is rude. She is greedy. She is never civil to me. And she cheats at cards. Is that an affirmative? Lydia smiled. Ellen let out a sigh, and collected herself. I am sorry. That was very rude. I barely know the woman. But she just rubs me the wrong way. She pointed to the bathroom. You may freshen up in there. The trout was delicious. Lydia commented at the end of their luncheon. Does your brother fish the stream? Ellen shook her head. No, he is too wrapped up in his flora to think of anything fauna. And what do you enjoy beside your horses and riding? I am quite adept on the pianoforte. I struggle with painting, and I love to read. But my greatest passion is my writing. Writing? Truly? What do you write? Romance novels. Well, I am trying to. I long to go to London, where I can attend the salons, meet other authors, and live a wicked and dangerous life. Lydia laughed. Well, not the last part, but I am trying to persuade Mama to let me go. And no suitors? Ellen sighed. There have been a few. But they are such bumpkins, even Mother refuses to allow them near me. Ellen leaned in toward Lydia and whispered. And to be quite honest, I have no interest in marriage. All I care about is my writing. Are there many women writers? Some. Well, actually quite a few write under men's names. Although a few successful ones are insisting on using their own names these days. How adventurous you are, Lydia admired. There was a knock at the door.
Enter, Ellen called out. Edwin came in.
Oh,
Brother,
look who is visiting me. She turned toward Lydia. Miss Lydia, what a pleasure to see you once again.
And you, sir. I hope you do not mind me
Interrupting you. I just needed to escape.
Miss Pamela?
Ellen asked.
Edwin nodded.
However, I shall name no names. No need to. It is abundantly clear of whom you are speaking.
Whatever is she doing here
Again?
Wasn't she here just
A week ago?
She is constantly traveling through the region, and ever since Mama invited her to stop by whenever she was in the area, she seems to be constantly in the area.
Edwin turned to Lydia. How was your first riding lesson?
I hesitate to say.
I do not imagine I was very
Good.
Nonsense. You were splendid for the first time. Will you try again?
If Ellen can bear to put up with me. I know she wants a riding companion, and I am afraid I am not able to accompany her beyond trotting in a circle at the moment.
But you shall. I can see you have a fine seat, Edwin said.
I was watching you from afar.
Lydia looked askance. It means you sit well on a horse.
It's a riding term, Ellen explained, greatly amused by Lydia's consternation.
Oh, yes. Well, if you say so.
Lydia blushed.
Edwin continued. While I am here, I would like to invite you for a tour of the grounds. I want to show you what I am attempting here at Honeyfield. I am working on a most ambitious project, and I would like your perspective and opinion.
Oh, Edwin,
I hardly think my opinion would count for much, Lydia answered. Do not say that, Lydia, Ellen admonished. We women put ourselves down, out of some sense of false modesty, when we have every right to speak our opinion as equals. Edwin laughed. You see, my sister is going to blaze her way into the hearts of the British reading public with her bold views. Very well, then, Edwin. I would love to tour your estate, and learn all about your plans for Honeyfield. There was another knock at the door. Everyone stopped. A sweet syrupy voice spoke.
Edwin, oh Edwin, are you in there?
Edwin put his upright finger to his lips.
Edwin,
it is Pamela.
Are you in there?
No one answered. No?
They heard her walk away.
Edwin whispered.
Save me.
Save us.
He reached out both of his hands,
inviting Lydia and Ellen to follow him. They rose and followed. There was a door that opened onto a balcony, and he led them along the balcony to a door at another room. He went through that door and they followed him. He opened the room door to the hall and peeked out.
The coast is clear,
he said, and they left and ran down the hallway and escaped the house through the kitchen. Once outside, they collected themselves and began to laugh. Oh, there you are. Pamela's voice rang out, as she leaned over the balcony of a room above them. I will be right down. Your mama wishes to see you. I have been spotted. Oh, Lord help me, Edwin said. I am afraid our tour will need to be another time, he said to Lydia. Perhaps after her next lesson, Ellen suggested. And I will make sure we are uninterrupted, Edwin said, nodded, and left. Chapter 13. Promptly as promised, Dr. Cook said, tipping his hat, as Lydia opened the front door. Reginald. Welcome. Are you ready for our little adventure? I am. And what a splendid morning it is. Is it far to where we will walk? Lydia asked, as she closed the front door, and took the doctor's arm. I know you want to walk on a regular basis, so I have chosen a few walks that are close by and easily accessible. Splendid. The doctor led Lydia along High Street, to an access way between two shops. That led to a road that was used by wagons to service the shops. And that quite quickly transitioned to a country road at the edge of town. The first walk I would like to introduce you to is the River Walk. It is one of my favorites, and is particularly lovely in the summer heat, when the arching trees and river cool the air. That sounds delightful. Shortly, the doctor led the way to a path that cut through a wooded area toward the river. The ground was covered with fern and bracken. Even before reaching the river, Lydia could feel the cool air, and could tell this was a walk she would much enjoy. As they reached the river, Reginald pointed out the path along the bank. In that direction, you head further into the country, and if you go in the other direction, you will eventually find your way back into the near end of town. I suggest we go in the direction leading to the country, so I may show you more walks. Lydia nodded. That would be fine. Before leaving, Lydia walked to the edge of the river, and studied it for a moment. It was a gentle, shallow river, and she could see a few minnows darting along the shore. She leaned over and picked a small flower. This is a lovely spot. I know I shall enjoy this walk very much. They walked in silence for a short distance, then Lydia asked, Reginald, I assume your profession occupies most of your time and attention. Indeed it does. And what activities are able to distract you from your work? Certainly, you have interests other than your practice. I enjoy reading medical books, and making anatomical drawings, Reginald said, as he swung a stick he had picked up along the path. But those activities are directly related to your work. Certainly, you must have other interests like music, literature, gardening, or even such manly activities as horses, hunting, or the activity my father so much enjoys, fishing. I like solving puzzles, he said, giving her a sideways glance. What kind of puzzles? Mathematical puzzles. There are a few journals that publish them regularly. Lydia found this most strange. However, it was not for her to judge, as she didn't even know what such a puzzle might be. Perhaps you could show one to me sometime. I have to say, I am totally unaware of such recreation. I would be happy to. They're quite intriguing, and once you get hooked, it is difficult to stop of an evening. I find myself not going to bed until 2 or 3 of a morning, occasionally. The path diverted from the side of the river, and led them back to the road they had walked earlier. They stopped by the side of the road. Reginald pointed. You see that field over there, just past the farmhouse, and bordering the wooded area? Yes. There's another fine walk there. Would you like to take a look? I would. Reginald led the way, and they started down the path. Do you get to see your family often? The doctor asked. Lydia was silent for a moment. Not once since I have come to my aunt's, and it is unlikely I shall. It is a tiresome and expensive journey, and neither my parents nor I can afford such a luxury. They walked on for a piece in silence. Then Lydia stopped. Do you hear that? She asked. Reginald turned his head from side to side, trying to catch what she was hearing. I don't hear anything. It sounds like an animal in distress, she said. Yes. Yes. I hear that now. Come. Lydia charged into the wooded area and followed the cries. They soon came upon a fox trap, with an orange tabby cat captured by one leg. Once the cat saw them, its cries became louder. Lydia rushed over and examined the trap, as she tried comforting the cat at the same time. Reginald kneeled down. Is the leg broken? Lydia asked. He opened the trap, and picked up the cat, and examined it. I don't believe so. She is very lucky. But the leg should be bound, as there is a wound. Lydia pulled a handkerchief out of pocket, and handed it to the doctor. Here, use this, she said. But the wound needs to be cleaned and disinfected.
Can you do that later?
She laughed. I know you are not a vet, but I would be most grateful. And I will even pay you this time for your services.
I cannot charge for what I am not qualified for, but I will be happy to assist you as your friend.
Oh, thank you. Can we head back now?
Lydia took the cat from Reginald and held her close.
She must belong to someone, she said. How would I go about finding the owner?
You could put a notice at the greengrocer's, or place an announcement in the weekly newspaper.
Yes, I shall do both.
And until I find the owner, I shall care for her.
What is your aunt going to say about her new niece? Jenny asked. It is just a cat, hardly a niece,
Lydia insisted as she placed a basket, with one of her old petticoats folded into a pillow, by the oven in the kitchen.
But she is adorable.
What are you going to name her?
I am not. She must belong to somebody. I am going to try and find the owner. Unlikely. Cats are mostly mouses around here. Very few are kept as pets.
I doubt anyone would even look for her.
But I need to try. Lydia placed the cat in the basket. After settling in, she immediately began licking at the leg that Reginald had cleaned and bandaged.
I could certainly use some tea. Is it too soon before lunch?
Jenny asked.
Not at all.
I am parched, myself, after the walk, Lydia said, as she filled the kettle. Jenny jumped up and sat on the edge of the kitchen table. And how was the good doctor? Was he charming and attentive on the walk? Are you going walking together again soon? Lydia had to think about how to answer. Well, yes, he was attentive. And he was charming up to a point. But, as kind as he is also so totally wrapped up in his work, it seems he has almost no other life or interests. How do you mean? His hobbies are all connected to his work. And his only other passion seems to be mathematical puzzles. Don't you find that strange? Lydia asked, as she poured the boiling water into the teapot. Jenny jumped down from the table, collected the teacups and put out the sugar as Lydia went to fetch the milk. So does that mean you are no longer interested in him? Jenny asked. Oh no, he is quite pleasant enough. I am willing to entertain his suit, if he chooses to pursue it. Lydia poured the tea, and they took it to the sitting room, where Lydia picked up the mending she had been working on earlier. Jenny looked at Lydia with a smile. You know, Graham cannot stop talking about you. I think he might be smitten with you. Oh, Jenny. He would be furious with me, for telling you this, but he asked me to sound you out, to see if there was any interest in him on your part. Lydia was surprised. Your Graham? Asked about me? He did. Lydia shook her head. He's nice enough. But he is still such a boy. Maybe in 5 years. Oh, Jenny, it is all I can do to make sense of my new life with my aunt, away from my dearest family. But now there are all these other distractions. The doctor. Ellen. Edwin wanting to consult me on gardening. It is just too much to contemplate. The tabby came from the kitchen and jumped up on Lydia's lap, curled up, and began purring. So is that a no? Jenny asked. Lydia seemed not to understand. Graham? Lydia laughed. Yes. For now, it is a no. Aunt had not objected to the cat, as Lydia had thought she might. It was to be temporary, after all, as Lydia was actively searching for the owner. A knocking at the front door brought Lydia down the stairs, from where she was emptying out the ashes from the bathroom stove. Yes? She asked as she opened the door, upset that she was covered in ash and with dirty hands. Miss Fernside, this is for you. A Honeyfield footman handed her a large flat box. and I am to wait for an answer to the note inside.
Oh, my.
Lydia said, taking the box. I'll be right back.
She placed the box on the entry table and took off the lid. Inside was a most stylish riding costume.
She was startled,
but picked up the envelope and opened the letter.
My Lydia,
I hope you will accept this modest gift from me. My grandmama keeps giving me these riding dresses as gifts, as she seems to have a lack of imagination, and I have far too many. As we appear to be the same size, I thought you might enjoy having this for our next riding lesson. Would Tuesday at 10 be a good time for you? If not, please propose an alternate day and time.
There will be lunch, of course.
And I was thinking we might try a canter, and a short ride through an actual field, instead of ring around the rosy in the corral.
Ever yours, Ellen.
P.S. Give your answer to the footman.
Lydia went back to the footman. Tell Miss Ellen the time she proposes will be fine.
Very well, miss, and the coach will collect you half an hour before.
Thank you.
Lydia went back to the box and took out the riding dress. She held it up.
It was quite delightful, and she could not wait to try it on. But first,
she must finish the dirty task of emptying out the ashes.
Lydia had started calling the cat Ginger Snap.
So far, her efforts to find the owners had been fruitless, and she was slowly beginning to accept the cat as her own. However, she had not yet announced this fact to her aunt. But many evenings Ginger Snap was found curled up in her aunt's lap, so Lydia anticipated no resistance from her aunt when the cat would become an official part of the family. Then one evening, prayers was once again postponed.
Lydia, might I have a word with you?
Aunt asked. Of course, is there something you need?
Not just at the moment. But I want to tell you about a development in my life that may impact you at some point.
Aunt indicated Lydia should sit opposite her in the sitting room.
Lydia sat with her hands in her lap, awaiting her aunt's announcement. I have been in correspondence with your acquaintance, Dr. Winston. Yes, I am aware of that.
You are?
Aunt seemed startled at her announcement. Yes.
He told me of his intent, before he left after his visit to Honeyfield. And, of course, there have been the letters with his handwriting.
However, I did not want to intrude.
Lavinia shifted in her chair.
I wish you had said something to me of your knowledge. It feels like you have been spying on me. Oh, Aunt, I would never do such a thing.
I greatly value your privacy,
and would never do anything to compromise that. But I cannot unknow what the good doctor told me. Yes, I guess you are right. I am sorry if I accused you wrongly. And has the doctor been attentive? Are his intentions known to you? Yes, that is what I wished to discuss. We have had several very positive correspondences.
Lavinia blushed slightly, and hesitated before speaking further.
He wishes to return to Upton Magna to visit me. Of course, he cannot stay here at this house. That would be improper, so he has written to the Duke, to see if he might be welcome to stay there once again. Oh, Aunt. That is a wonderful development. I can certainly arrange to be absent, if you wish to entertain the doctor alone. No. You must be present when he visits here, and if we are to meet alone, it must be in public, like in the dining room at the inn, or even at Honeyfield, in the presence of Her Grace or Ellen. Oh, surely, Aunt, at your age, it would not be unseemly to meet here in private. Aunt was shocked. Such a meeting would be inappropriate at any age, Lydia. Certainly, you should know that. Lydia smiled inwardly, but nodded her head. Just so. Then, by all means, let me know if there is anything I can do to assist during his visit. Thank you. Lavinia smoothed her dress before speaking again. And the matter I must discuss with you has to do with your and my futures. I am listening.
Bernard, Dr. Winston, has indicated he might be considering a proposal
of marriage? Lydia asked. Yes.
And I am seriously considering accepting.
Oh, aunt, that would be wonderful. Perhaps.
But there are considerations. Dr. Winston, of course, lives in Oxford, where he has his position and his livelihood. It would not be reasonable to expect him to uproot himself and move to Upton Magna, unless he was retired, which he is not. I see.
Lydia answered. Then, that would mean that I would need to move to Oxford.
And I am not certain I wish to give up my life and dwelling here. You have a long history here.
And then there is you to consider.
If I were to marry and move, there would be no place for you with us at Oxford. You can certainly understand that.
Lydia suddenly began to consider the implications for herself. I had not thought about that.
But I certainly shall give it my studied consideration.
I know this would create a difficulty for you.
I feel certain I can find a solution. Perhaps I might find employment in the area with a genteel family.
And then there is always the possibility of marriage.
Are you officially seeing Dr. Cook?
Oh, no.
We are simply friends. But might there be a possibility of a romance developing?
Lydia was not sure how to answer that. Possibly.
In any case,
I wanted to bring this subject up as soon as possible, for if circumstances change for me, they will also change for you.
Thank you, Aunt, for letting me know.
And I am very pleased for you, and wish you all the very best with Dr. Winston.
Chapter 14. Lydia was much subdued, as she rode in the carriage to Honeyfield for her riding lesson with Ellen. Her aunt's announcement had indeed been a shock. She had never considered what Dr. Winston's wooing of Lavinia could mean for her. Now she was faced with another life-changing reality.
"How lovely you look in the riding costume!" Ellen exclaimed, as Lydia descended from the carriage.
She came over and took both of Lydia's hands, and stood back to admire the dress. She took Lydia by the arm and led them toward the stable.
"Edwin told me to tell you that he fully intends to offer you his promised tour of the estate after lunch." "I look forward to it," Lydia said, as they arrived to find the horses waiting for them.
Lydia was finding her inner horsewoman. She was taking to it like a dog takes to fetching a ball. After practicing trotting around the corral, Ellen suggested they head out into the open field and work from a trot to a canter, and Lydia was anxious to take up the challenge. By the end of the lesson, Lydia was riding right beside Ellen, as they gently raced back to the stables. "Next time, we shall ride into the woods and along the river."
"I can't believe how quickly you are learning," Ellen enthused.
"And I can't believe how thoroughly I am enjoying riding. My only regret is that I did not learn to ride earlier." "Well, come. It is time for lunch, and I have the most exciting news to tell you while we eat." "Are we going to your rooms?"
"No, we shall be eating with Mama and Edwin today. I hope you don't mind."
"I don't, but I should like to change out of the riding dress first, if you don't mind."
"I brought a dress to change into."
She held up a small bag she'd brought with her.
"Yes, me too."
They changed their dresses and headed for the dining room. "What is your exciting news?" Lydia asked, as they proceeded down the hallway.
"Wait until we luncheon.
It's really Edwin's surprise."
They entered the dining room. Her Grace was seated at the head of the long table.
Edwin, by right, should have been seated at the other end, but they would have needed to shout down the length of the table to carry on their conversation, so he sat to his mother's right, while Ellen and Lydia sat opposite. "How is the student doing?" Edwin asked, as he stood when the two ladies entered. "I swear, Edwin, she is going to be an even better rider than I am." Lydia blushed.
"Nonsense."
Her Grace raised her gloved hand, and waved in Ellen's general direction. "Ellen, my dear,
I can hardly believe you are able to judge Miss Fernside's abilities so soon after commencing her lessons. I feel certain no one will be able to rival you. After all, you are a Templeton." Ellen gave Lydia a glance and grimace, before turning back to answer her mother. "I stand corrected. However, I feel like Lydia and I are sisters, therefore, I feel quite certain we shall, at the very least, be equals." Mother gave a and turned to the butler, giving an almost imperceptible wave, to indicate it was time to serve. Lydia mostly remained quiet during lunch, as her Grace rattled on about family matters, totally ignoring Lydia's presence, with no attempt to engage her in conversation. However, Edwin would look at Lydia and smile, and even winked once, to indicate he understood how left out she must feel. As the luncheon neared its end, Lavinia came into the dining room, to fetch her Grace for her constitutional walk before nap time. As they were leaving, her Grace turned back to Edwin. "I had the most delightful note from Pamela, thanking us for hosting her last week. And she said to give you her particular regards." "Thank you, Mother," Edwin said in an exasperated tone of voice. Finally, the Duchess was gone, and both Edwin and Ellen gave a sigh of relief. Ellen turned to her brother. "Tell her," she said, enthusiastically. Edwin nodded and turned to Lydia. "My darling sister is about to have her 18th birthday, and we are going to celebrate with a party." "Oh, Edwin, not just a party, a ball." Edwin nodded. "It will be the event of the season," Ellen added. "There shall be champagne, dancing, and all the finest ladies and gentlemen of the region shall attend. Isn't it exciting? It shall be my very first ball." Lydia leaned over and gave Ellen a hug. "How splendid." Edwin stood up from the table. "Miss Lydia, I believe it is now time for our little adventure." He offered his hand. Lydia stood and went around the table to take it. "Shall I see you again before I leave?" Lydia asked Ellen. "Come to the stables. I am going to help groom the horses shortly." "Very well," Lydia said. "I want to talk about the guest list, and you can help me sort it out." "Oh, Ellen, I know very few of the type of people you will be inviting." Ellen laughed. "Do not be a snob, Miss Lydia. I am not only going to be inviting folks with titles, you know. This is to be my party, and I shall invite whoever I think will be fun, and you can help me with that." "Very well, until later, then." Edwin escorted Lydia outside to the front of the house, where there was a horse and trap awaiting. He helped Lydia into the seat, and he went around to the other side, climbed in and took the reins. "First I want to take you around, and show you the layout of Honeyfield Estate. Then I would like to take you to my office, and show you the plans I am working on for the botanical gardens, and the designs for the park." "How very exciting. I admire your ambition. Where shall we begin?" "First I want to show you where we are building the lake. Well, it is more of a pond really, but it will anchor the North American landscape. I am having a number of botanical specimens shipped from the new country, which should arrive in the next few months." Edwin slapped the reins and the horse started up. "And will there be a tropical garden?" Lydia asked. "Surely. And for that, I am going to construct a large glass structure, so they can be protected in winter. However, that will be some time off yet. First, I am going to concentrate on the Northern Hemisphere plantings. I want to create a natural setting, with both formal and informal planting areas. But that I will explain more clearly when I show you the drawings." After showing Lydia the width and breadth of the estate, Edwin pulled the trap up to a stop, on top of the high ridge of a field. He helped Lydia down, and they stood looking across the open field from the ridge. "There," he said, pointing. "That is where I shall establish the pond. You can see where there are several springs flowing that will feed the pond, and I will be starting construction on it next month. This is a wonderful vantage point.
Are you going to establish any special feature up here?
Yes, I was thinking of putting in a pavilion. It would be lovely to see the sunrise or set from here. One could serve tea or read or just contemplate.
I love it.
Edwin turned to Lydia.
Now, Miss Lydia, tell me more about your interests. You told me previously you were interested in gardening.
Oh, Edwin, my interests are not nearly as grand as yours. I have a special love of trees. I spent a lot of time working in my family's orchard, and I am, even now, pruning my aunt's few fruit trees. Yes, an orchard is a wonderful idea. We have a small one now, but it is in sad shape, and needs attention and expansion. Perhaps you might advise me on what I should add, and how the trees might be arranged. It would be an honor to assist you in that. And you are knowledgeable about vegetable gardens, as well? I am, but certainly you must have a kitchen garden already, no? We do. But it could be greatly expanded. Then if you have any questions for me about that, I will be happy to help. But, please, I want to hear more about your plans for the botanical garden. This I find most fascinating, and I know so little about the scope of such a project. Edwin nodded. Then allow me to show you. Let us travel to where I envision laying out the formal garden, and then I will take you to review the drawings, and you will get a better idea of the scope. Lydia enthusiastically admired what Edwin was trying to do. Not many men she knew had the vision to undertake such an ambitious project, and she could not imagine he had much support from his mother, who appeared to be much too conventional to admire his ambitious undertaking. What a shame, Lydia thought, that a man of such vision should be out of her reach as a marriage partner. For here was a man she truly admired, and had great affection for, although she really did not know him all that well yet. Edwin took her hand as he helped her into the trap. And she couldn't help but notice the charge of energy they exchanged, as he touched her. For a brief moment, their eyes met and he smiled shyly. Now, you must realize this is a work in progress, Edwin said, as he stood before the drawings laid out on the table, in his small office behind the stables. Not a very impressive space for a man of his stature to work in, Lydia thought, but then he was at heart really just a humble man. Nothing is set in stone, and I am open to changes and all suggestions, Edward said, as he glanced to read Lydia's reaction. Lydia looked over the drawings. She was aware how close Edwin was standing to her. She could feel the heat radiating off his body. It made her feel slightly giddy, and she moved away to look at a drawing on the other side of the table. He did not follow her. Edwin, I am not very good visualizing a garden from plans drawn up on paper. But I do get the idea of what you are striving for, and I find it very exciting. She looked up into his eyes, which were smiling. I know what would help, he said. I have some books with quite exact drawings of some historical gardens. It would give you a better sense of what I am striving for. He went over to a bookshelf, and pulled down several books, opening them, and spreading them on the table before her. He came around and stood close next to her, and began pointing out features in the books that corresponded to designs in his drawings. However, Lydia was, once again, distracted by Edwin's body next to hers, and she was having a difficult time focusing on what he was trying to point out to her. She mumbled responses at appropriate pauses in his speech, but she did not truly comprehend what he was trying to tell her. Finally, he stopped speaking, and turned to look at her, expecting her to respond to what he had just told her. Edwin, I have to say it is all very impressive, but I am afraid a lot of it is beyond my limited comprehension of a project of such scale. But she did not want to leave it on a negative note. However, I am certainly willing to learn, and if there might be some way you could see me assisting you, I would be more than happy to offer my services in any way I can. Thank you, Miss Lydia. I greatly appreciate that. I shall keep that in mind and will think how you might be useful to me. Lydia smiled. I should be going. Ellen wanted to discuss the guest list for her birthday ball, and I will need to return home to prepare supper.
Edwin nodded.
Thank you for your time and attention, Miss Lydia.
I look forward to seeing you soon
again.
Perhaps at the time of your next riding lesson?
Lydia nodded in return.
Good day, Edwin. Lydia was in her bedroom, writing a letter to her family. It had been far too long since she had invested the time to inform them of her life in Shropshire. She laid out the many events that had taken place since her last letter. There was Ginger Snap to account for. Her walks with Dr. Cook. Her delightful friendships with Ellen and Jenny and, with some hesitation, she described her unique relationship with Edwin, the Duke of Shropshire.
And lastly, she hesitantly broached the subject of her aunt's possible marriage,
and Lydia's dislocation, if her married aunt was to move to Oxford.
She did not,
however,
mention the idea of returning home if she had nowhere else to go, for Lydia felt, with some certainty, that she would be able to find a suitable situation locally.
As she was finishing the letter, she heard Jenny shrieking from downstairs. Ginger Snap raced up the stairs and sought refuge under Lydia's bed.
Just a minute, Lydia shouted back. I shall be right down.
She would finish the letter later, even if it meant she would miss the final post.
Jenny, why are you shouting?
Lydia asked as she came down the stairs.
Did you get one too?
Jenny asked,
bouncing up and down. What?
Get what? An invitation to Miss Templeton's birthday ball?
Oh, good heavens, Jenny, I helped Ellen prepare the guest list, Lydia said, as she passed through the entry hall into the sitting room. Come, I have just made some raisin and walnut biscuits. Help me put them in tins, and by all means sample one. But it is a ball. A real dancing ball. There has not been such an event since Alice Paddington's husband died, and she celebrated the end of her 40 years of misery. Lydia had to laugh at that. Why ever do you suppose that my entire family was invited? I have never even met Miss Ellen. But you have met me, and Miss Ellen asked me to invite the worst possible slags I knew, so, of course, I thought of you. Jenny squeaked and swatted at Lydia's arm. But what am I going to wear? What are you going to wear? What shall my parents and brother wear? Calm down, Jenny. The ball is still a month away. There is plenty of time to sort all of that out. Jenny jumped up to sit on the kitchen table. She let out a sigh, and picked up one of Lydia's newly baked biscuits. These are delicious. You are quite the cook, are you not? Lydia did not respond. Jenny looked at her. You are very quiet. Is something troubling you? Lydia looked at Jenny. There has been a development. Oh? She didn't feel it was right to tell Jenny about her aunt's pending engagement, until she chose to make it public, but she wanted to tell Jenny about her precarious situation. Lydia stopped putting the biscuits into a tin, and leaned back against a counter. I can't go into the details, but there is a possibility I may no longer be able to stay with my aunt. I am going to need to find a new living situation. Jenny's mouth fell open. Lydia, why? I can't say why just now, but I need to talk to someone about it. Where would you go? Would you return to Piddlehinton? Lydia shook her head. I can't do that. My parents cannot afford to keep me. Then you must accelerate your pursuit of Dr. Cook. Oh, Jenny. I don't think I can do that. Why not? First, it is he who must show a sincere interest, and then he must declare his intent. And I have seen neither. Lydia, he certainly has shown interest. The walks, the flirty conversation over tea, his enduring interest in your health. Jenny, those are hardly indications of a pending proposal of marriage. Perhaps not, but they are the first steps. Now it is up to you to encourage him to walk more briskly. Jenny picked up another biscuit. My, these are good. You should send the doctor a batch of these. That would certainly encourage him, and let him know of your interest. I will think about it.
Lydia, you are too tentative. One would think you are not interested in him.
Lydia thought about the wonderful moments she had shared with Edwin,
and how attentive he was to her. But she also knew it was an impossible situation, and to even think about a romance blossoming between the two of them was the height of useless speculation.
Lydia stood away from the counter where she had been leaning,
and resumed packing away the biscuits.
That is a splendid idea, Jenny.
Perhaps I shall make a new batch of biscuits and drop them over to Dr. Cook
later this week. Jenny smiled. You see, you are marching right along. Lydia still had reservations. But I need to also think of other possibilities. I've been thinking I might find employment locally. Perhaps as a companion, like my aunt is with the Duchess. There must be several genteel families in the area. Maybe you could suggest a few I might contact. It is possible my father, as a respected banker, might know some families. Might you inquire of him? Certainly. But I think your very best course would be to land your Dr. Cook. Jenny sighed and folded her hands in her lap. But what I must do, is begin planning exactly what I am to wear to the ball. With all the family going, and all of us in need new clothes, I am certain I am going to end up having to make my own gown. She jumped down off the kitchen table, and snatched another biscuit out of Lydia's tin before she closed it. Chapter 15. Then a few days later, Lydia sat patiently in Dr. Cook's waiting room with 3 waiting patients. She held a tin of biscuits in her lap. When the doctor next came out, accompanying one patient and ready for the next, he saw Lydia. He nodded to the others waiting in the room, held up a finger and said to them, "One moment please." He went over to Lydia and asked, "Are you ill?" "Not at all. I simply wanted to thank you for introducing the walks to me, and I brought you this." She handed him the tin. "Why, thank you." He peeked inside. They looked delicious. "You are most welcome." She rose to leave, but Reginald stopped her. "We never finished our walk last week, after you found the injured cat. How is she doing, by the way? Have you found her owner?" "She is mending and still with us." "I never found her owner, if she even had one." "Then let me take the opportunity to show you more walks soon." "I would like that." "Next Wednesday, at the same time as before?" Lydia nodded. "I look forward to it." As she left Reginald's office, she felt that she was taking care of business. For the business of a single, young gentlewoman, with no living and no prospects, was to find either a husband, or a respectable position with a good family. There was little else available to her. She marched resolutely along to do the morning marketing, holding back any tears that might try and assert themselves. She was not going to cry. She was not going to take pity on herself. Reminding herself, once again, what a fine person Dr. Cook was, she held her head high. There was no doubt he was interested in her, and if she continued to be agreeable to him, she believed he would eventually ask for her hand in marriage. And she realized that was a much better solution than seeking employment with an uncertain family that might let her go, on a whim, at any point in time. When she returned from marketing, the post had arrived, and there was a letter from her mother, and a letter for her aunt from Dr. Winston. She immediately opened the letter from her mother. Lydia speculated the reply had been so swift, as her mother was replying to her news about the impending marriage of her aunt. "My precious daughter Lydia, I was delighted to receive your recent letter, although it seemed a long time overdue. I was astonished to learn of the news about your Aunt Lavinia. However, I shall address that matter shortly. First, I wanted to tell you that Emily's baby has arrived, and it is a fine and healthy girl, whom they have named Claudia. Just imagine, you are now an aunt. I am also pleased to announce that Margaret and Charles are expecting their first child, soon after the beginning of the year. Soon you shall be an aunt twice over. I wish I could report that your father is doing well, but he is not as careful as he should be, and continues to go outside in dripping weather, with no protective covering, and he does not eat properly. He has lost some weight, and I urge him almost daily to visit with Dr. Nestor, but he resists me at every turn. I am mostly fine, but I get the occasional case of flutters, and I must lie abed from time to time in the afternoon. All else about the household seems to be satisfactory, but I do miss Lucy. I wish I could say our financial issues have improved, but they have not. Which brings me to the news about your aunt. I know you have not asked to return to live at home, but I must stress that in the present conditions, it just would not be possible for us to take you back on any kind of a permanent basis. I have asked around the village discreetly, to see if there might be any positions open, appropriate to a genteel lady, but I am sorry to say I have come up empty-handed. Of course, we would welcome you home on a short visit at any time, but as a permanent situation, it would not be possible. I hope you understand. I want to get this in the next post, so I shall end my missive for now. We all send you our love. Perhaps you could manage a short visit soon to see your new niece. Your loving and devoted mother, Abigail. Lydia sat with the letter lying in her lap. Her mother's answer about her situation was what she had expected. But she was concerned more about the news of her father's health. She knew her mother was right. Her father did not take proper care of himself. He was always caught up in his thoughts for others, and never considered his own health and well-being. Lydia put the letter aside, and took the market basket into the kitchen to put away the shopping. There was new activity at Aunt Lavinia's household, as a result of Dr. Winston's latest letter. The doctor's proposal for a stay at Honeyfield had been accepted, and he was due to visit within a week. The long prayer sessions had been abandoned, in favor of just slightly longer grace at mealtimes. Aunt Lavinia had ordered a new dress at the dressmaker. Lydia was instructed to thoroughly clean the house from top to bottom, and Aunt Lavinia had returned home from the hairdresser's one afternoon, with what was considered to be the most au courant hairstyle for the discerning matron, even though it made her look like a startled sheep, with all the ringlets and squiggles sprouting from under her cap. Even with all the new activity, Lydia was still determined to fit in her walk with Dr. Cook, and her next riding session with Ellen. The Duke's carriage appeared at the appointed time, and Lydia relaxed for the ride to Honeyfield. She was pleased to think she would soon be meeting her friend Dr. Winston again, although she was certain his attention would be more directed toward her aunt than herself. When she arrived at Honeyfield, she was surprised to see Edwin waiting for her instead of Ellen. He came over, opened the door for her, and held her hand as she descended from the carriage. Once again she felt a flutter in her stomach, and a surge of energy when he touched her hand. She could not help but think that no such charge surged through her, when she was touched by Dr. Cook. "Miss Lydia, it is a great pleasure to see you again," Edwin greeted. Lydia was troubled. "Has something happened to Ellen? Is she ill?" she inquired. "I am afraid she is slightly under the weather this morning. And she had no opportunity to alert you to the fact, before you were due to arrive." "I am sorry to hear that. It is not serious, I hope?" "She assures me she shall be up and about by supper time this evening. Then if it is convenient, I shall return home and trouble you no further." "Not at all. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to walk about the orchard and kitchen garden, to have you share your thoughts with me, as to how we may improve both, if you are willing to do so, of course." Lydia smiled. "That would be delightful. However, I have not prepared my thoughts on that subject, as I have been quite overtaken with the arrival of Dr. Winston, who, you may know, is coming to woo my aunt." "Indeed I do. And he is most welcome. It shall be a great pleasure to see him again." He gestured with his hand. "Shall we visit the garden? And as my sister does, I shall offer you luncheon. However, today as it shall be without Mama. I am rather partial to eating in the kitchen, although she would be horrified if she knew." I know all about kitchens, as I spend a great deal of my time in one. Let us go on then. First, I would like your opinion on the orchard. I am ashamed to say that for one who professes a love of horticulture, our orchard is poorly represented, and not in very good shape. Edwin led the way to the back of the house, past the stables, and further along a service road. Do you think Ellen might want a short visit and a hello before I leave? She might. We can send someone to inquire during luncheon. They came to the orchard, and Lydia looked around. She could identify all of the trees' types, and she examined the drainage of the area, the conditions of the branches and leaves, and looked for breaks in the bark. Edwin, these trees do need attention. Do you have a gardener who can perform some work here? You are looking at him, Edwin said. Do you mean to tell me that a duke of your stature has no one to attend to the estate? Edwin laughed. I rather like to do all of those chores myself. My mother likes to call me the Duke with dirty hands. At least she has a sense of humor about it. Lydia giggled. Lydia thought for a moment. You know, if you would like, I would be happy to take on the chore of restoring the orchard. You said you could use my help, and I already have an affection for these poorly neglected trees. I would be happy to work on them, and perhaps suggest some new additions. That would be most welcome. By any chance might you have a pencil and notebook, so that I might begin to take notes on what should be ordered and what work needs to be done? In my office. Let me go get those for you, and after you make your notes here, let us move on to the vegetable garden. Excellent. Lydia studied the trees more closely as Edwin went to fetch the writing materials. They spent the rest of the morning wandering through the orchard, then went over to the vegetable plot, where she made copious notes, suggesting a wide variety of additional seeds and plants. Both Lydia and Edwin were ready for a break, after walking the garden in the hot sun with no shade. Miss Lydia, it certainly seems to be time for luncheon. I believe we still have some ice in our ice house, and I can have our chef prepare us some cooling drinks to go with lunch. That sounds most attractive, Lydia said. Then let us proceed to the kitchen. Did you make all the notes you wanted? I did. And I shall prepare a list of what plants and seeds you need to order, and a second list of what work needs to be done, and the supplies needed to complete that work. You are most efficient, Miss Lydia. Lydia turned to him. Why do you keep calling me Miss Lydia? I am quite content with just Lydia. Out of respect for you. And because my mother would draw and quarter me, if I called you that in front of her. Lydia laughed. Very well, Your Grace. She threw him a quick glance. Touché. They reached the kitchen and settled down at a table Edwin kept just for himself, when he could escape his mother for his meals. Edwin called for the butler, and asked if he might go and ask Ellen if she could accept a brief hello visit from Lydia after lunch. The butler left. When the butler returned, he leaned in, and whispered to Edwin before leaving. These salad greens are wonderful, Lydia said, as she tasted what the chef had just placed before her. They are nice. And Oliver just spoke to Ellen, and she regrets that she cannot see you today, but looks forward to seeing you next week at the same time for riding. I am sorry not to see her today. And one more thing. Yes? Mama has usurped the carriage for this afternoon, so if you don't mind, I will take you back home after lunch myself. Lydia was surprised. No, that will not be necessary, I can walk. My aunt does it twice a day, every day she comes to be with your mother. Your aunt walks here every day? Rain or shine? She does, and seems to enjoy it. I won't have that. It is too much to ask a lady of her age. Lydia reached over and placed her hand on Edwin's arm. Please don't do or say anything. She would not like you to think she has been complaining. Miss Lydia, I will take care of this so she will have no reason to think that. Please, Edwin, she will be getting married soon,
so please let it be. I know she would be greatly embarrassed if she thought she was being any kind of an inconvenience.
Very well, then, for your sake. After lunch was concluded, they left the kitchen and Edwin directed her toward the stable. Lydia held out the notebook for Edwin to take. No, please keep that for your notes. It is more useful for you than for me. And remember, you are to make up some lists for me, and you will need that.
Very well.
They stood waiting outside the stable, as the groom collected Edwin's horse. I am sorry, the trap is having a wheel repaired. You will have to ride on the horse with me, if that is not a problem.
Not at all, Lydia said, lowering her eyes. When the horse was brought out, Edwin stood behind Lydia and, taking her by the waist, hoisted her up onto the back of the horse, and then he mounted the steed himself, sitting in front of her.
All ready? He asked.
She tucked the notebook into a pocket of her dress, and put her arms around his waist. All ready, Edwin. He made a clicking noise, and the horse began trotting gently away from the stable. As they moved along, Lydia laid her head against Edwin's shoulder, while holding firmly onto his waist. She had never ridden in tandem on a horse before, and especially not with a man. It felt subversive, forbidden, and quite delightful. They rode into town and down High Street with the whole town able to look on. Lydia waved when she saw Jenny coming out of the grocery store. Jenny's face registered first surprise, and then mirth, and finally a salacious astonishment. Lydia gave Edwin directions to her aunt's house, and when they arrived he dismounted and, once again, taking her by the waist, lifted her off the horse. Good day, Miss Lydia. When might I expect us to meet again to work on the orchard? I don't expect you to do all the work alone. Well, Ellen said we should meet for our ride again next week. Will that do? I was hoping we might meet more often. There is a lot of work to be done before autumn. I can only manage twice a week, with all that needs to be done for my aunt. Then would Friday work for you as our second meeting this week? Yes, I can manage that. I shall send the carriage for you at 9 o'clock, if that is satisfactory. Yes, that will be agreeable. Edwin mounted the horse again, but looked back at Lydia, and called out as she headed toward the front door of the cottage. Miss Lydia, I think we must arrange a payment for your services to me. I certainly do not expect you to do all of this hard labor for me, gratis. You must be compensated for your time. Oh, Edwin, it was not my intention. I understand, but I regard you as a treasured consultant, and I cannot let you consult for me uncompensated. Very well, that would be most agreeable. We will discuss the terms when we meet on Friday. Good day, Miss Lydia. Then he turned the horse and trotted off. Chapter 16. Jenny came running up to Lydia, before she could even get inside the front door. Lydia, what did I just see? You riding with Edwin on his horse, in broad daylight, through the center of Upton Magna? I certainly hope Dr. Cook did not see that delicious spectacle. Lydia laughed. Oh, Jenny, how you exaggerate. He was simply bringing me home, because the carriage was unavailable. I saw you all snuggled up to him with your head on his shoulder. It looked to me like a lot more than a simple ride home. Come inside, Lydia insisted. I don't want the entire village to hear all about your observations. They went inside the cottage, and Lydia removed her bonnet and set down the notebook with her notes. And just so you know, I took Dr. Cook a tin of biscuits, as you suggested, and we arranged another walk for Wednesday. Did he seem receptive? Was he eager to see you again? He seemed pleased. Was all Lydia would offer. How was your ride today? Jenny asked as she followed Lydia into the kitchen. You will stay for tea? Oh, yes. I need to know everything. I have a feeling you are keeping secrets from me, Jenny said, as she put down her shopping basket, and hopped up on the kitchen table as Lydia filled the kettle.
The ride did not happen today. Ellen was not well.
Female issues, I suspect.
So what did you do all morning, then?
Edwin greeted me, and we studied and made plans for the orchard and vegetable garden.
Jenny gave Lydia a quizzical look.
Lydia, is he courting you?
Lydia was startled. How could Jenny believe such a thing? Or was Jenny seeing something that she was missing, because of her rigid belief in her unworthiness as an equal to a duke? Oh, Jenny, that is quite ridiculous. First, he is an aristocrat, with a mother pushing for him to marry Pamela Stafford. And secondly, he has been a total gentleman, with no indications, whatsoever, that he is romantically interested in me in any way. Although, she could not mention the subtle looks and touches that sometimes occurred between them. But I would remind you that Miss Stafford is also not an aristocrat, but rather a wealthy merchant's daughter, Jenny insisted. That gave Lydia pause for thought. That is as it may be. But the key word there is wealthy. Perhaps, if I had money, that might be another matter. But I do not. Lydia poured the hot water into the teapot. Then you are telling me that there is no indication, whatsoever, that the Duke is interested you in any way? Jenny asked. Well, not entirely. He is interested in me as a fellow gardener, horticultural enthusiast, and as a friend of his sister. Jenny stared at her. I think you are undervaluing yourself, Lydia. However, there is one promising development, she said, as she opened the tin of biscuits Jenny loved so well. Yes? Edwin has offered to pay me for my assistance to him with the garden. Pay? How much? Lydia, that is quite remarkable. Lydia poured the tea. We are to discuss the terms on Friday. He wants me to help him at least twice a week. Now, this is becoming interesting. Jenny, please do not make a big issue of this. We share this common interest. He needs help, and I need an income. This might be a way for me to make a living once my aunt leaves. Jenny was stunned. Your aunt is leaving? Lydia realized she had just told Jenny what she had no business telling her yet. Oh, Jenny, I should not have told you that. It is a private matter with my aunt. No, tell me. I can keep a secret. Jenny's face lit up with the excitement of new gossip. I will be able to tell you shortly, but not yet. Please, do not press me on this issue. Jenny pouted as she sipped at her tea, and took 2 biscuits to place on her saucer. Lydia insisted. Now, I must start my supper, and I am certain you must need to get your market shopping to your mother. Are you shoving me out the door? Jenny groused. Yes, I am. I have a lot to do and a lot to think about. So I need to be alone before Aunt comes home. Very well. But don't forget we need to discuss the ball. Maybe you can help me with my gown. And what are you going to wear? I do not know. I have many more urgent concerns than that. You are being very mysterious these days, Lydia. If I did not know better, I would think you were no longer my friend. Lydia became impatient and went over, picked up Jenny's market basket, handed it to her, grabbed her by the waist from behind and marched her toward the front door. I am your friend, Jenny. Now be my friend and give me some peace, please. Very well, very well. Lydia closed the door behind Jenny, leaned back against the front door, and let out a sigh. Dr. Cook stood at the front door with Lydia's empty biscuit tin in his hands, as she answered the door. She looked up at the sky. Oh, Reginald, I didn't think you would come this morning, Lydia said. I am so sorry, I am not ready for a walk. Why would I not be here, as promised? The weather is so threatening. It looks like it could pour down at any moment. As she was a little rattled, she had forgotten her manners and added, Please, doctor, come in. No need to keep you standing on the doorstep. Thank you. He removed his hat and stepped inside. He offered her the empty tin.
Your biscuits were quite marvelous.
I finished them far too quickly. Then, I will need to make you some more. I would not say no to that. Please take a seat. Shall I make some tea? Reginald sat at one end of the sofa. Not for me, thank you. I had a late breakfast.
There was a rumble of thunder and it began to pour down rain rather fiercely.
Miss Lydia, you were certainly correct about the rain. I should be drenched if I had been but a few moments later.
Lydia sat at the far end of the sofa and faced Reginald. Tell me, where would we have gone if we were to walk today?
I have shown you 2 walks, and I have 2 more in mind to show you.
One is along a tributary to the river, where there is a lovely aspect of an early 18th century grain mill.
It is charmingly set, and I am sure you would enjoy it.
The second is a bit of a climb up what is the closest thing we have to a mountain in our rather flat area of Shropshire.
Both sound interesting.
Perhaps next time.
There was an awkward pause. Lydia could not busy herself making tea, and the doctor had run out of discussion about the walks.
Well, then, perhaps I should leave you to your day.
I am sorry about the walk, he said, standing. Lydia stood as well. But she felt she needed to be a better hostess. And she realized she was never going to entice Reginald, if she was not more forthcoming. Oh, no, it is raining far too hard for you to leave just yet. Please sit a while longer. Reginald sat back down, and Lydia followed. Tell me more about the mathematical puzzles you so much enjoy of an evening. I should like to know more about them. Reginald brightened up. How fortuitous, I just happened to have a copy of one of my latest subscriptions in my coat pocket. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small periodical, which he opened. Lydia scooted closer across the sofa so she could see. He flipped through pages until he came to a good example. Here, this is an easy puzzle. You might enjoy this one. He held the periodical so she might see where he was pointing. There, you see. And he began to explain the puzzle in detail. He showed her all the elements, and how the puzzle could be solved using various approaches to the problem. Lydia nodded and made the occasional comment, but the entire process was going right over her head, and she had no idea what he was saying, and no understanding at all of the puzzle or the process. And that is exactly how you reach the conclusion, he said, proud of his accomplishment. Shall I show you another? By now the force of the rain had eased into a soft drizzle. Oh, thank you, Reginald, but to be quite honest, my mind does not work like yours does. I am afraid I do not have the same capacity to understand that you do. Oh. Very well. He looked out the window. Ah, the rain is letting up. Perhaps I should leave before it starts up again. I am sorry about missing our walk, Reginald. I do look forward to it another time, Lydia said as she stood. Reginald fumbled to get the periodical back into his pocket. Perhaps next week at the same time? Weather permitting, of course. Lydia smiled and extended her hand. Reginald took it and held onto it, as he gazed into her eyes with a look of longing. He did not let her hand go, and after a moment, Lydia had to awkwardly withdraw her hand and take a step backward. Reginald seemed perplexed and cleared his throat. Yes, until next week then. And thank you again for the biscuits. He picked up his hat and hurried for the front door. Good day, Miss Lydia. He bowed slightly, put on his hat and retreated out the door. Aunt Lavinia was as near to giddy as Lydia had ever seen her. She had already changed her dress twice that morning, and she had not even had her tea yet. She fussed with her cap, continually trotting over to the mirror to adjust it, and tuck strands of hair underneath. Then she would turn from the mirror and snap back suddenly, as though to catch a glimpse of herself as others might see her. Those others being Dr. Winston, of course.
The good doctor had arrived last evening at Honeyfield, and the Duke had allowed Dr. Winston the use of the carriage this morning, to pick up Aunt Lavinia and take her to her attendance on the Duchess. He was to call for her in 15 minutes. Lavinia was so used to walking to work, she didn't know what to do with herself as she waited for the carriage. She went to the window and looked out at the street, but there was, as of yet, no sign of the carriage approaching. She went back to the mirror to check her hair.
"Aunt, do not forget your reticule.
And will you not want your handkerchief?" Lydia suggested, as she held out the items for her aunt to take. Lavinia let out a chuckle. "Oh, gracious me. I am a mess this morning, am I not?" Lydia smiled. "It is an important day for you, Aunt."
"It is not surprising."
"Are you excited?"
"I am."
She dashed over to the window, once again, when she heard a carriage approaching. But it was only a wagon passing down the road. "I, too, am looking forward to seeing Dr. Winston. However, I will not interrupt your reunion with him when he arrives. I shall see him at Honeyfield later this morning, as I am to work with Edwin."
"I mean the Duke."
Aunt was astonished and not a little shocked. "You call the Duke by his first name?"
"It is his wish for me to do so."
"Oh, Lydia, that is most inappropriate. Does Her Grace know about this?"
"I do not believe so, and I know the Duke would be grateful if you did not inform her of such."
Aunt's face took on a sour look. "Honestly, I do not know what this world is coming to. However, I shall honor your request, but please call him Your Grace when in attendance with the Duchess." Lydia nodded. "Yes,
Aunt."
The coach's arrival could be clearly heard from the street. Lavinia became flustered, and went about the room retrieving what she needed to take with her. There was a knock at the door and Lydia went to answer. A footman was waiting to accompany Lavinia to the coach. "Goodbye, Aunt. Please give my regards to Dr. Winston, and tell him I shall be seeing him shortly at Honeyfield."
"Yes."
"Yes," she said as she hurried out of the house like a fluster of geese. Lydia realized she might have taken the carriage with her aunt, as she was due to meet Edwin in just 2 hours, but it would have meant she would be too early, and besides, she wanted to let Aunt and the doctor have time alone. But that was agreeable, because she still needed to finish the lists for Edwin. She had made rough drafts, but wanted to copy them out in fair hand, before the carriage came to take her to Honeyfield. Chapter 17. When the carriage arrived at the Honeyfield front entrance, Edwin and Dr. Winston were waiting for her. Lydia couldn't even wait for the footman to open the door, and she leapt out and rushed over to greet the doctor. "Bernard, how wonderful to see you again." "Miss Lydia, the pleasure is all mine." He took her hand and kissed it. "Hello, Edwin. And it is always wonderful to see you again, as well," Lydia greeted. "Miss Lydia," he said, standing by and bowing, allowing the uninterrupted greeting to take place first between Lydia and the doctor. Lydia beamed, as she addressed Bernard. "My aunt has been much taken with your correspondence, and it has lightened her heart greatly." "As she has mine," Bernard answered. "Will you be joining us for luncheon?" Lydia looked at Edwin, who nodded. "I believe so, and perhaps we can catch up on all the news then." "I look forward to it." "Until then, Miss Lydia." "However, Her Grace is insistent I return as quickly as possible, for she is anxious for a hand of whist." "Good day, Doctor." Bernard bowed to her and then to Edwin, and went back into the house. Edwin then stepped forward. "Miss Lydia, I have been eagerly awaiting your return. As has my sister, who insists she must stop by sometime this morning to give you her regards." "Where would you like to start this morning?" Lydia asked. "I am prepared to start right away on the orchard." "Let us go to my office first. I would like to examine your lists, if you have them with you. And we need to discuss your salary." "Very well."
Edwin led the way past the stables to his office. Lydia immediately felt the closeness of the small office, and how Edwin's presence filled the room. It almost gave her shortness of breath, but she managed to calm herself, and opened the folder where she had the lists she'd made for Edwin. "May I?" he asked as he reached out for the papers. She looked up and caught his gaze. He was smiling and his eyes bore into her. She needed to look away after handing him the lists. Edwin sat down in a chair at the table, and began running through the pages. Lydia remained standing, even though there was a chair opposite of where he was sitting. He looked up. "Yes, just as I remember our conversation from the other day. I am quite pleased with this direction." He saw she was still standing, and nodded toward the chair. "Won't you take a seat, Miss Lydia?" She sat down. "I hope you will feel comfortable as we work together. Please think of us as equals. For this to be a successful operation, there must be an openness of thought, and an ease in our communication." He gestured toward a small table by the door. "I always keep a pitcher of water here, for when we are out in the open for long periods, we can become quite thirsty. This alleviates the need to go to the house for water." She nodded. Edwin sat looking at her for some moments without speaking. He seemed to be considering an issue. Finally, he said, "Have you given any thought to what your fee for service might be for this project?" Lydia was completely taken aback. She had absolutely no idea what a fee for such work might be. Was she to be regarded as an agricultural laborer, like a gardener? Or was she to be considered as a consultant, like an architect or a solicitor? All she knew was what income her father made as the vicar of Piddlehinton. She believed it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 a year. And she believed her brother-in-law made, perhaps, 350 to 400 a year, as a merchant. But those were full-time and responsible positions, far above her occasional work for Edwin. "Oh, Edwin, I have absolutely no idea. I trust you to know, much better than I, what might be appropriate." "Very well. Would you be amenable to £25 a month? And that would be for twice a week, as I know you have responsibilities for your aunt." "Oh, Edwin, that is far too great a figure. I could never accept such a sum." She was truly shocked. That was much more than her aunt was paid, attending on the Duchess 6 days a week. "Then what do you propose?" Lydia was flustered. "Oh, Edwin, please, might we discuss this at another time? I just have no idea. Perhaps I might consult with a few friends, and we can reach a decision later. I would prefer to get to work, and see how things go." "As you wish. I shall stand by that figure for now, and we can decide later." "Lydia, there you are," Ellen said, as she came into the office. "I am so sorry I missed our ride on Tuesday. Please, think nothing of it. Your brother and I made good use of the time. For some obscure reason, he has asked me to help him with his horticultural projects. I am to oversee the renovation of the orchard and vegetable garden. You shall, one day soon, have an abundant variety of produce and a cornucopia of delicious fruits." Ellen turned to Edwin. "Oh, brother, am I interrupting an important meeting?" "We are planning our next steps in working together. You are welcome to join us if you like, but I expect it would not interest you," Edwin said. "And why would you think that?" Ellen asked, a little indignant that he would dismiss her so easily. "Do you think I do not care about your plans for the estate, and even more importantly, for the household, the vegetable garden, and the orchard? You have never evidenced any interest, up to now," he said with a faint smile. Ellen waggled her head. "That may be so, but my dear sister Lydia is now involved in making life better for us here at Honeyfield, and I want to support her however I may." Edwin nodded. "Then are you prepared to roll up your sleeves, grab a saw, climb a tree, and get to work?" Ellen thought about that for a moment. "Well, Actually, I think I might be more suited to standing in the shade, pointing a finger, and saying to someone else, cut there. That is what I thought. Edwin laughed. Lydia stood.
Well, Miss Ellen, you can come with me, point where you like, and tell me where to cut.
It is time for me to get to work. Oh, I could never tell you where to cut, Lydia.
You are way more knowledgeable about such matters than I am. Well, since you are teaching
Me to ride, perhaps I could teach you how to garden. Ellen considered that.
You know,
I just might enjoy that.
Let me go change into something more suitable to work in, and I shall join you shortly.
Excellent, Lydia said. Ellen left and headed back toward the house. Edwin stood up from the table. Miss Lydia,
Just so you know,
I would not expect Ellen to return any time soon.
manual labor has never appealed to her, and I imagine she shall go to her rooms, think about what she might wear, but somewhere along the way get an idea for the story she is working on, and get lost in her writing. Do not take it personally.
It is just Ellen being Ellen.
But we adore her anyway, do we not? Lydia said, smiling.
That we do.
Is there anything else you wish to discuss before I begin work on the orchard?
Edwin scratched his mane of shaggy hair.
If I might suggest, considering that your dear friend, Dr. Winston, is visiting, and the fact that we shall be having luncheon together shortly, might it not be a better idea to wait to start work on the orchard until next time? I would not like you to get your lovely frock dirty today, as you certainly would, if you were clambering around trees with a saw in hand.
A most sensible suggestion, Edwin.
In fact, I was thinking it might be a good idea for me to keep a set of work clothes here, to change into, and leave behind each day when I am here to work.
Edwin nodded. Excellent idea. What did you wear when you worked in your garden at home?
I have a linen shirt, and a pair of pantaloons, that allow me to climb and work quite unhindered.
And a set of work gloves. Most appropriate. They had come to a moment of silence.
Lydia, not having her work to fall back on, was uncertain what she wanted to say. She turned to look at the plans for the estate lying on the table. She reached over and fingered one of the drawings. Edwin stepped forward, and came up close behind her, putting his hand on her waist, as he tried to scoot past her in the tight space.
She looked up.
Excuse me, Lydia, I was just trying to get past you.
I can see if we are to work together, I must get a larger office.
He smiled at her and passed on by.
Lydia found her breathing had increased, and her heart was racing.
Dr. Cook never made her feel like this.
And now she began to wonder how she might be affecting Edwin. It was at that moment Ellen returned. Ellen had, without knowing, rescued Lydia at the moment she was most vulnerable. Lydia needed to get farther away from Edwin's physical influence, and went to pour herself a glass of water.
"I'm so sorry,"
Ellen said, as she took hold of Lydia's elbow.
"I meant to come back to help you, but I got caught up in cleaning out my armoire,
when I was looking for something suitable to wear."
Lydia glanced over at Edwin, who smiled, and nodded with an "I told you so" look.
"But I see you are not working yet. Tell me what I can do," Ellen continued.
Edwin spoke up. "We have abandoned work for today, in honor of Dr. Winston's arrival, and the luncheon we shall soon be sharing together."
"Oh, splendid," Ellen said, her eyes dancing.
"Then come with me, Lydia, and we shall chat before we assemble for lunch." She turned to her brother.
"What do you say about that, Edwin?
May I steal her away from you?"
Edwin scratched the stubble on his chin. "I shall miss her terribly, but if you insist, I cannot deny you Miss Lydia's company."
Lydia was surprised, but most pleased by what he had just said.
"Come then,
sister,"
Ellen said,
grabbing hold of Lydia's hand and dragging her out of the office. As they left, Lydia turned to Ellen and said, "I should very much like to spend some time visiting with Dr. Winston, before luncheon. Might that be possible?"
"Certainly,"
He is jolly company. However, when I last saw him he was in deep conversation with your aunt, much to the displeasure of my mother, I might add. Mama riles when she is not the center of attention." Lydia laughed heartily. "Oh, I should not laugh, should I? It is disrespectful." Ellen patted Lydia on the arm. "No need to fret. You are family now, and we are allowed a snicker or two behind each other's backs." Ellen and Lydia spent an hour in her rooms chatting, until it was close to the time for lunch. Then Ellen escorted Lydia to the sitting room where Mama, Aunt, and Dr. Winston were gathered for sherry. "Miss Lydia, how splendid. Come join your aunt and me. We shall be having luncheon soon," Dr. Winston said. Lydia went over and sat with them. Ellen went to entertain her mother. "Dr. Winston, Aunt Lavinia, are the two of you having a pleasant visit?" Aunt was blushing as Dr. Winston held her hand. "By Jove, Miss Lydia, it is delightful to be here." He turned to Lavinia. "And my darling Lavinia and I have been entertaining each other splendidly." "Bernard," Aunt said shyly, as she lowered eyes and swatted lovingly at his arm. Lydia looked over and saw the Duchess glowering at them. Lydia surmised the Duchess resented that her aunt was not giving her full attention to her grace. "How long will you be staying in Upton Magna, Doctor?" Lydia asked. Bernard glanced at Lavinia. "As long as it takes," he said. "As delightful as she is, your aunt can be stubborn." "Oh?" Lavinia looked up at the doctor, and shook her head to stop him from speaking further. Then she turned to Lydia. "The good doctor and I are getting acquainted. Some things cannot be rushed." The doctor nodded in acquiescence. Edwin came into the sitting room. He had cleaned himself up, and was looking particularly handsome. He had even combed and slicked back his hair. Lydia caught her breath and looked away, as he cast his eyes at her. "Mother," Edwin said, "I have been informed that they are ready to serve luncheon. Shall we retire to the dining room?" He went over and offered one arm to his mother, and the other to Ellen. The Duchess stood and took his arm. "I hope the champagne is properly chilled. Last time it was only tepid, and a great disappointment," she said, and, head held high, led the way to the dining room. Lydia found herself unexpectedly free. All of her aunt's free time was spent either at Honeyfield, or dining with the doctor at the inn, often not getting back to the house until well after 10 o'clock in the evening. Lydia looked over Jenny's shoulder as she grappled with several bolts of fabric. "Can I help?" she asked. Jenny looked up at her. "Do you know anything about sewing? I thought I could do this, but now I am not certain I can." "You have never done this before?" Lydia asked incredulously. Jenny looked up sheepishly. "A dress or two. Do you have a sample of what you want?" She held up a gown. "This was my cousin's. I was going to pick it apart and use the pieces for a pattern." "And it is the right size?" "It fits?" "Somewhat," Jenny answered. "Oh, Jenny. Can your mother not help you? She has all her work done at the dressmaker's." "And why can you not do that too?" Lydia asked. "She gave me some money to use for the ball, and I am ashamed to say I spent it all on this." She reached over to her dressing table and picked up a necklace. "It is very nice," Lydia said. "But rather reckless, do you not think?" Jenny nodded and looked up, pleading. "Can you help me?" Lydia sighed. "Very well, let me see what I can do." She picked up the cousin's gown. "Here, try this on first, and let me see how it fits, then we shall go from there." They worked on the dress all afternoon. Lydia made adjustments to the old gown, then they began to pick it apart. "Has Dr. Cook asked you to the ball yet?" Jenny asked, as she pulled a panel free from the old gown. "No. I haven't seen him since we had that aborted walk, when it rained so hard." Do you think he will ask?
I have no idea.
We are not to meet again until our walk next Wednesday. He is leaving asking you until very late. Does he think he is the only cock on the walk interested in you? Has Edwin given any indication he might ask you as his companion for the evening?
Lydia looked at Jenny in surprise. Oh, no. He would never do that.
He is the host, and you can be quite certain he is expected to ask Pamela Stafford.
And what about your aunt?
Will she be attending? Of course, she will be with Dr. Winston if he is still here, and will, still, no doubt also be attending to her Grace. Then you will go with them to the ball?
No, the day of the ball my aunt will be at Honeyfield all day. She will not be returning home first.
Then how will you get there?
I have no idea.
Lydia sighed and sat with her hands in her lap. Then go with us,
Jenny insisted.
Father has acquired a coach for the evening, and there is plenty of room.
Lydia thought about that. Perhaps.
I don't see why not.
Yes, I shall accept the offer.
Chapter 18. Aunt Lavinia sat at breakfast with Lydia.
My dear,
Aunt began. I was wondering if you might prepare a special tea for this evening.
Certainly, Aunt.
What did you have in mind?
One of your lovely cakes, perhaps. And maybe some nice sandwiches.
Is it for some special occasion?
Lydia asked.
Aunt lowered her eyes. Dr. Winston wishes to attend to us this evening. He said he has something special he would like to discuss.
Lydia smiled. She could guess the reason. But perhaps he might wish to meet with you alone.
No, dear. He specifically asked to speak to both of us. I see.
That puzzled Lydia.
What time would you like the tea to be served? We shall both be returning from Honeyfield about the usual time. Perhaps half an hour later. Would that be convenient? Gingersnap jumped up into Lydia's lap. Lydia scratched behind her ears.
Certainly.
Miss Lydia, I understand you have prepared a special tea for us this evening. Dr. Winston greeted Lydia, as she ushered him into the sitting room. Aunt had gone upstairs to freshen up.
I hope you will like it.
Aunt said it is to be a special occasion. Bernard winked at her.
It is time for the question.
And there is only one appropriate question, if you catch my meaning. Lydia smiled.
I believe I do, Bernard.
Do you have reason to hope for a positive answer?
I have every reason to hope, he answered.
Aunt came back down the stairs and into the sitting room, and said, Dear Bernard, are you quite comfortable? Let me fetch you another pillow for your back. I know how uncomfortable that sofa can sometimes be. She fussed with several pillows, until he assured her he was fine. She brought the ottoman over and placed it under his feet. I am like the Sultan of Arabia, Bernard said, satisfied, and with his hands folded in his lap. I can serve tea, Aunt, whenever you require. I shall just be in the kitchen if you need me. Bernard removed his feet from the ottoman and sat up straight. No, my child. Please wait, I wish to speak to you both, if I may. Lydia stopped by the door to the kitchen, and stood with her hands folded in front of her. Lavinia, my dear. And my dear friend, Lydia. I ask that you both attend to me, if you please. Bernard looked at Lavinia, and patted the sofa and bade her join him. Lavinia came and sat down next to him, attentively. He turned first to Lavinia. My dearest, it has come to pass that I have developed the deepest and most delicate feelings toward you. And after a most delightful visit, where we have grown to know each other so intimately, I now feel it is time to ask, would you accept my hand in marriage? Lavinia put her hand to her mouth, as though she was surprised. Oh, Bernard. I should be so honored. Yes, my dear, I do accept.
Splendid, Bernard said, and turned to Lydia and winked.
Very exciting, is it not?
Lydia smiled.
I am so very pleased for both of you. Will you be holding the wedding here or in Oxford? Bernard turned to Lavinia.
By Jove, I have not thought about that. What do you think, my dear? He asked her. Whatever you decide, dearest. Then I think it should be here.
After all, I am certain we can arrange a splendid wedding to be held at Honeyfield. It would be much finer than a wedding held in my humble rooms.
But I shall have to ask His Grace first, of course. Aunt,
what will you do about your
position with the Duchess?
Lydia asked. Oh, my.
I shall have to leave her. After all, we will be residing in Oxford, shall we not?
She asked Bernard.
And what about your house here in Upton Magna?
Bernard asked.
I shall put it on the market.
Lydia can take care of it until it is sold.
You would not mind that, would you, dear?
Not at all, Aunt. I shall make sure it looks its very best.
Bernard stroked his chin as he thought, then he turned back to Lydia and said, But will you not be coming to Oxford with us? I was thinking we will need to secure a house.
My university rooms are quite insufficient for myself and a new bride. And I just assumed you would come with us? You have become so indispensable to your aunt these past few months. And I should take such great pleasure in your continued company.
Both Aunt and Lydia looked startled. Lavinia cast a look at Lydia, and then spoke to Bernard first, putting her hand on his arm. I have already told Lydia she must find a new position. I did not think you would want her living with us. And why not?
She is a jolly addition to any household.
She is helpful, friendly, and a delightful conversationalist. Lavinia did not seem at all pleased.
And, to be quite honest,
neither did Lydia.
Although this offer might relieve her from having to find a husband or a new living, it proposed an additional complication she had not contemplated before. First, she was very happy here in Upton Magna. She had a delightful new friend in Jenny. She had the prospect of a proposal from Dr. Cook, and most intriguing, she had been offered a very generous living from Edwin. She now had the prospect of being able to support herself entirely, from what he had offered her to work with him. Realistically, she had no idea how long that position might be available as, at some point, the project would end. But by then, with her new experience, there might well be other offers of work, if she did not marry the good doctor.
How very kind of you,
dear Bernard, to offer that to me. But I am not certain I will be available to move to Oxford with you.
Aunt looked greatly relieved.
Bernard seemed surprised. Have you another situation already?
He asked. Possibly.
I did not know about this.
You have said nothing
to me, Aunt said.
It was only just offered to me, Lydia replied.
She proceeded to tell them about Edwin's offer of employment, and that the living would be sufficient for her to maintain herself quite adequately.
That is splendid news, Bernard said. You must be very pleased. I haven't accepted yet, she said. I have some uncertainties about the amount offered.
And it is?
He asked. 25 a month.
Good gracious. That is astonishing.
You must accept immediately. What reservations could you possibly have?
I am concerned that it might be too much.
Bernard sighed.
My dear lady. One never worries about too much, only about too little. Lydia asked her aunt. What do you think?
Lavinia replied testily.
That is more than the Duchess pays me, and I have worked for her many years.
Yes, that was my concern too.
Balderdash! Bernard exclaimed. If the Duke feels you are worth that fee, then you must accept it. However, Aunt had another concern. This whole business seems very unladylike to me.
The idea of you climbing around in trees, tilling the soil, and I don't know what all. And working alone with a man, even if he is the Duke. I don't think it is entirely proper.
Oh, Lavinia, this is the modern age.
Certainly, women are stretching the boundaries these days. They are asserting themselves, and creating new pathways. Is that not so?
Lavinia pursed her lips,
and sat with her hands clenched in her lap. I don't know what the town will say at such business. But far be it from me to have a say. I am only her aunt, not her parents. Lydia acknowledged their thoughts. I shall certainly give your views my fullest consideration. Lydia decided not to tell Dr. Cook about Edwin's offer of employment just yet. It was enough to celebrate her aunt's upcoming wedding, which had been arranged at Honeyfield, just as Bernard had suggested. Lydia was greatly enjoying the climb up what Reginald called their Shropshire mountain, although it was barely more than a moderate climb up a modest hill. She had gathered a handful of heather to form a bouquet for her aunt, when she and Bernard went to post their banns of marriage at the parish church. As you can see, there is a nice vista of the valley and the river, from the top here. Reginald swept his arm across the horizon, and pointed to their village.
There, can you see your house?
It is just to the right of that big tree at the end of High Street. Yes. It is lovely up here. It is not too breezy for you? He adjusted the shawl around her shoulders, and let his hand linger on her shoulder. No, I am fine, thank you. She pulled the shawl more tightly around her, and laid her hand on Reginald's arm. He smiled at her. She turned from him, and wanted to look at the view from the other side of the hill. Lydia said, "Charming walk. I see myself enjoying this very much. Thank you. And I believe you promised me another?" "Certainly. Are you ready to leave?" "Yes." He led the way down the hill, and they headed toward the tributary with the mill. "What are your plans once your aunt is married? Will you still be living with her?" "I am not certain. I am exploring my several options." "You must certainly have been surprised by her nuptials? To marry at her age is unexpected." Lydia ran her hand along the tall grasses by the side of the road. They were soft and silky, and made her feel languid and relaxed. Yes, it was unexpected. Life is always filled with surprises. They followed the path by the tributary until they came to the mill. It was still in operation. The wheel was turning, fed by the sluice, and they could hear the grinding of the millstones inside. "Charming, is it not?" Reginald asked. "Very. But it makes me feel a little melancholy," she said. "And why is that?" "I do not know. It seems to be the end of an era. One hears about the many new inventions these days. It seems that work is becoming increasingly mechanized, and I fear there is a dehumanization in all of that. This is such a tranquil and comforting sight, and I am concerned that one day this will become a relic of the past. But it is every bit a part of the present here and now. Why can you not enjoy it as it is?" She glanced at Reginald. "You make a good point. I guess with all the change that is taking place in my life, I feel a little unsettled and am in a strange mood. Would you like to return home?" "I believe so." "Yes. It has been a delightful outing. Thank you." As they headed back toward the village, Reginald asked, "Are you planning to attend Miss Templeton's birthday celebration?" "Yes, certainly. It is to be a fine affair. Ellen consulted with me as to who in the village should be invited." Reginald seemed surprised. "You are intimate with Miss Templeton?" "Yes, Ellen and I go riding together from time to time. We have become close friends." "How charming. And are you attending with your aunt?" "No. She will be in attendance to the Duchess that evening." "Might I ask you to accompany me to the ball?" "If you are free, of course." Lydia turned to him. She had not been sure he was going to ask her.
"Thank you, Reginald, but I have already accepted to attend with my friend Jenny and her family."
"And wouldn't you rather go with me?" he asked, smiling broadly. She inclined her head, and smiled. "Perhaps. But I have already made a commitment."
She nudged him with her shoulder. "Next time, do not take so long to ask me. You know what they say about the early bird."
He nodded.
"Truly my loss.
But I hope you will save me at least a dance or two." "Certainly.
And more, unless you are besieged by other admirers."
"I would think I shall have a nearly empty dance card, with many available slots." "You know that will not be the case."
Lydia looked at him shyly and smiled. Chapter 19.
It was riding day with Ellen, but there was so much going on in her life at the moment, it was difficult to focus. Aunt Lavinia and Bernard were at the estate agent's this morning, discussing the sale of her house. Jenny had been stressing all week over her gown. Ellen was totally focused on her birthday ball, and there were hours and hours of planning yet to be done for the wedding. Not only was there to be her ride with Ellen this morning, but afterward, she and Edwin were to begin work on the orchard. And just now, she was rummaging through her drawers, searching for the clothes she wanted to take to work in. But then she heard the Duke's carriage drive up, and she needed to rush. She had not fed the cat, and dashed down the stairs to the kitchen, to find some meat scraps to throw into her bowl. The footman was knocking at the door, and Lydia rushed to answer.
"Miss Fernside, are you ready?" the footman asked.
"Yes. Just one moment, please," she pleaded. Leaving the front door open, she grabbed her reticule, a book she wanted to show Edwin, and a scarf Ellen had lent her, which she wanted to return. "Thank you for waiting.
It has been a harried day,"
she said to the footman, and followed him to the carriage. It was not until they were almost to Honeyfield that she realized she had forgotten to bring her work clothing. Maybe Ellen could lend her something to wear for the afternoon. There was too much going on for her comfort. The butler greeted the carriage. "Miss Ellen is awaiting you at the stable," he said.
"Do you need assistance?"
he asked.
Lydia wanted to say, "Yes, I need help organizing my life." But she said instead, "No, thank you, I know the way."
"Very well, miss." Lydia made her way to the stables. As she passed by Edwin's office, she glanced inside to see if he was present, but the office was empty. He would not be expecting her for several hours. "Oh, Ellen, what a morning. I am in a tizzy with all that is going on. How are you?" Ellen smiled. "A similar tizzy, I suppose. Not only are we organizing a ball, but also working on Lavinia's wedding party." "Yes, I am doing much the same at my end. I am afraid our ride must be short today, as I have far too much going on to take a long ride." "I understand. And I must work on the orchard today, as I did absolutely no work the last time I was here, because of Dr. Winston." The groom brought out the horses. As they were mounting, Lydia asked, "You have not said, are you inviting some special young man to be your partner at the dance?" Ellen grimaced. "Mother is trying to set me up with the son of the Marquis of Huntley. I met him once about a year ago, and he was all pimply, sweaty, and thin as a sapling. And I swear his chin was nearly non-existent. All he could talk about were his hunting hounds, with names like Baldock, Crimmer, and Sith. Then refuse her, and invite who you like. Is there anyone you would like to invite?" Ellen shook her head and sighed. "Oh, Lydia, I just want to go to London and write. I do not want any of this ridiculous aristocratic country life." "Then by all means, go." Ellen led with her horse, and they set off on a gentle trot. "It is not so easy," Ellen said. "I do not come into my inheritance until I am 21. Until then I am a captive of Mama's tyranny." "Well, You have your horse.
Lydia joked and took her horse into a gallop. Their ride was short and, when they got back to the stables and dismounted, Lydia asked Ellen if she had any work clothes she could lend her.
I do not believe so, but come back with me to the house, and I will see if I might have anything.
Very well.
They went up to Ellen's rooms, and she rummaged through her armoire, and a few dresser drawers, but turned to Lydia and said, "Oh, I am so sorry. I seem to have nothing suitable. But perhaps one of the footmen might have something, or the stable hands."
Lydia threw her hands up in the air.
"Thank you, but I believe I will pass. Not sure I want to bother them with my forgetfulness. I am so sorry." "Then I shall wander over to your brother's office,
and see if he is there yet."
She headed toward the door, but Ellen asked, "Will I see you at luncheon?" Lydia stopped and turned back. "I think not. I really must make up some time lost from the other day. Autumn is not that far off, and there is a lot of work to be done on the orchard." "Very well," Ellen said. "And oh, I was thinking that until the ball and wedding are over, we should forego any more riding. I have a feeling that both of us will be far too busy." "Most wise. I must help Aunt pack her things for the move to Oxford. Plus, help my friend Jenny with her gown for the ball, and assist in the wedding plans. One's work is never done." "And what about you? What are your plans once your aunt is married?" Ellen asked. "I'm still undecided," Lydia answered, but she came back toward Ellen and sat in a chair. "Dr. Winston has invited me to come live with him and his new bride in Oxford. However, I am quite certain that would not please my aunt. And, I am not sure that interests me either." "What would you do if you went to Oxford?" "Exactly what I am doing now, take care of the house and my aunt, and soon Dr. Winston as well." "Is that what you want?" "I am not sure." "But I thought you were going to be working with Edwin?" "That seems like a much more interesting occupation to me." "Certainly, you are not going to abandon him, are you?" Lydia thought that was an amusing way to put it. "No, I am not planning to abandon him," she responded. "But to be quite honest, we really haven't started yet, so I am not sure I would be abandoning anything." Ellen hesitated for a brief moment, then she looked up at Lydia with a sly look. "I probably should not tell you this, but my brother has been asking me about you." Lydia blushed. "Asking how?" "He asked me if I knew if anyone was courting you." "Do you mean romantically?" Lydia asked. "I believe so, yes." "Oh, my. And what did you tell him?" "I said I was not aware of anyone." "Are you seeing anyone?" Ellen pushed. Lydia looked down. "Not officially, no. But there is a gentleman who I have been taking walks with. And there seems to be an interest on his part." "But not yours?" Ellen asked. "Perhaps. But it is too early to say with any certainty." "Is he a worthy gentleman?" "It is Dr. Cook. I believe he would be considered worthy." "Yes. Most worthy." "But why would Edwin ask such a question? Is he not expected to woo Miss Stafford?" Ellen laughed. "Expected to, yes. By Mama, but that expectation does not extend to Edwin." "I see," Lydia said, now dealing with a new agitation. What could this possibly mean? She could not believe for one moment that Edwin would have any interest in her, other than as a co-worker with similar interests. "I hope I have not upset you by telling you this," Ellen said sympathetically. "No. Not at all. It was just unexpected." Lydia stood. She wanted to escape and have a moment alone. "I must be going. Edwin will be waiting for me to start on the orchard." "Excuse me, Ellen. I have upset you," Ellen said, standing up. "No, Ellen, truly," Lydia said, but quickly left the room. She hurried through the house in emotional turmoil, as she passed through the kitchen, and headed toward the office. What were these feelings, she asked herself. Longing? Hope? Incredulity? Even anger? She rushed over to the office and went inside. Edwin was seated at the table. He was dressed in rough-looking work clothes. He turned when she entered. "Good morning, Lydia." She had stopped in the doorway, unsure what she should do. "Hello, Edwin." She stood unmoving, holding the book she'd brought to show him. There was an awkward silence, before he asked, "Are you going to change?" "Oh, Edwin, in my haste this morning I completely forgot to bring my work clothes. I had them out, but the cat needed feeding, the footman arrived, and—" Edwin raised his hand. "Never mind. Take a breath, and come sit with me." She came over and sat at the table. She placed the book before him. "I thought you might find this interesting," she said. "I was reading it." He reached over and put his hand on top of hers. "Lydia, it is all right." She did not understand what he was talking about. She just stared at him. "You seem agitated about forgetting the clothes. Please do not fret. I have some clothing from when I was a boy, stored in a trunk in the stable. Let us fetch something that might fit you." He had not removed his hand from hers. They stared at each other for a few moments, before he asked, "Have you given any consideration to my fee offer?" Then he withdrew his hand. Lydia looked down at her hand, and then back up to him. "You must forgive me. You see, with the wedding, and the ball, and my aunt moving to Oxford, I have not been as level-headed as I am used to being." "As your aunt is leaving, where shall you live?" he asked. "They have asked me to go with them," she said, almost still in a trance from her emotional turmoil. "Is that what you want?" "I do not know." "Are you saying you do not wish for us to work together?" he asked and seemed disappointed. "No. Not at all. I do. But I am just so uncertain about so many things. If you had a place to live, would you stay in Upton Magna?" She thought about that. It was one of her biggest concerns. "Yes, I believe I might." "Then we could work together, as we planned?" She nodded. "Good. Then let me suggest this to you. I have several small workers' cottages on the estate, that are currently vacant. If I offered one of those to you, would you be interested in taking it?" "What would the rent be?" "They are in good repair, but they are small." "There will only be me and Gingersnap," Lydia added. "I don't require a lot of space." "Gingersnap? And who might that be?" "My cat." "Ah. Well, then for you and Gingersnap, shall we say £3 a month? I could take that from your fee, and it would be nothing out of pocket. What do you say?" "May I see them first?" "Of course." "Shall we go take a look now?" "Should we not be working?" she asked. "We should, but I believe it is more important to get you settled in your mind first. I want you to be here with me, and I want you to be content and secure. I totally understand your agitation, with the many changes taking place for you these days." What had he just said? He wanted her with him? "Is it within walking distance?" was all she could think to ask. "It is." "Then the sooner we leave, the sooner we can come back and get to work. But first, I need to know if you accept the fee I offered you." "25 a month." Lydia smiled. "As my good friend Dr. Winston advised me, one never worries about too much, only about too little. Yes, I shall accept your offer." Edwin slapped both hands down on the table. "Excellent. Then let us proceed to the cottages."
He stood up and took a set of keys out of a drawer in the table. The path leading to the cottages led partially through a wooded area. The sun was blazing, and it felt cool when they entered the shade. They had been walking in silence, when Lydia turned and asked, "How do you feel about Ellen wanting to move to London and write?" Edwin glanced at her. "I have offered her the use of the London house. I hardly ever go there, but Mama feels it is important to have a London townhouse." "Has Her Grace consented to her living in London?" "Her Grace rarely consents to anything anybody else wants, so we have learned to just go ahead and do what we please. We must endure Mama's rants and tantrums, but they pass as she gets used to the idea, and finds some new cause to protest." Lydia laughed. "Have you read anything Ellen has written? Does she have any hope of success?" "I have read her work, and I believe it to be excellent. And I have several acquaintances in London who have connections, and may be able to assist her in finding a publisher." "That is exciting." Edwin pointed forward. "There are the cottages. Which of the two do you have a preference for?" As they approached, Lydia studied them. One of them had a sunny aspect, with just enough shade to keep it from being too hot in the summer. It was also pleasantly secluded from the other cottage, which would give her privacy, if the other cottage was ever occupied. She also enjoyed the fact that there were 2 rose bushes on either side of the front door, that grew up and over the small porch. "I like that one," she said, pointing. "Then let us take a look." He went to the door, unlocked it, and they entered. "Please examine it and let me know what you think." Lydia went first to the main room. It was pleasantly light with large windows. There was a fireplace, but no furniture. Next to the sitting room was a modest-sized kitchen, with no stove, but a fireplace with hooks for heating water and cooking. That led to the only other room, the bedroom. It was small but serviceable. She wandered back to the sitting room. "Is there water?" she asked. "There is a well out back." "There is no furniture," she said. "But otherwise, I quite like it. It is cozy, and would suit my modest needs quite well. There is furniture in the cottage next door. I can have that moved over here if you like." "Might I see the furniture then, please?" "Certainly." They crossed to the other cottage. It was much darker and felt damp. She was happier with her choice. The furniture was simple and serviceable, and she felt she could live quite comfortably with it. She even considered that her aunt might not want to move all of her furniture pieces to Oxford, and might allow her to keep a few items for herself. Heading back toward the main house, Lydia was very pleased. "You understand, I will not be able to take possession of the cottage until after the wedding, and Aunt has moved to Oxford. I promise to keep her house in good condition until it is sold." "That will not be any difficulty," Edwin said. "And might I be able to have a kitchen garden?" she asked. Edwin smiled. "I believe you already have a kitchen garden at your disposal. The one you will be managing for us. You are welcome to take anything you need at any time. Why go to all the work and effort to put in a second one?" Lydia nodded. "Most sensible. I shall have the furniture moved into your cottage in the next week or so, if that is satisfactory?" "Certainly." When they came back to the office, Edwin said, "Now then, let us find you something to wear, and then we can get started on the orchard. Where do you want to start?" "It looked to me the other day that the peach trees were in greatest need of immediate attention." Chapter 20. Lydia had managed to adapt one of her better dresses into a ball gown. She had worked on it at the same time she was assisting Jenny with her new dress. They stood next to each other in front of Jenny's mirror, and studied themselves during their first try-on. "What do you think?" Jenny asked with some hesitation. "I think you look splendid," Lydia said. "However, you might consider removing that sash. I think it looks better without it." Perhaps.
Jenny said. I am not sure. Lydia drawled, as she considered her own dress.
Jenny looked at Lydia in the mirror.
What you need to ask yourself is, what would Dr. Cook think about it?
Lydia had not told Jenny what Ellen had told her, about
Edwin's inquiry into her social life.
Well, I have no choice in any case.
This is what I have to wear. And he can like it or not.
Well,
I think it looks just fine.
Oh, my.
Fine.
You might as well say I look like a sack of potatoes. Jenny laughed. Not at all. It is a simple look, but it suits you, unlike mine,
that looks like a Christmas tree.
Do you have any gentlemen in line for dancing?
Lydia asked.
Well,
let me see. There is my brother, and my father, and my brother again, and... You get the picture. I do not believe that for one moment. You shall be swamped with requests. We shall see. And how do you think I should do my hair?
Flowers or not?
Jenny asked.
If they will stay fresh for the entire evening, I would choose flowers. Otherwise, not.
Jenny suddenly began to laugh. Look at us,
scrambling around trying to look like princesses,
with the resources of shop girls. Oh, well,
at least there will be champagne,
Lydia said. We can always drown our sorrows in bubbly. Lydia dressed by herself. Aunt and Dr. Winston were already at Honeyfield. When she was ready, she left the house and went over to the Lovells. The house was fizzing with excitement.
Jenny and her mother were running here and there. Graham was slouched on the sofa waiting, and their father was fussing about the arrival of the coach that was to take them to the ball. Finally, the group coalesced in the sitting room and, breathlessly, father announced that the coach had arrived, and they were ready to leave. Jenny and her mother nervously talked non-stop all the way to Honeyfield. Lydia was content to be quietly with her own thoughts. There was a queue of carriages waiting to unload. When they arrived at Honeyfield, at the back of the queue, Jenny and her mother were peering out of the windows, eager to ascend the entryway stairs, into the sparkling lights bathing the house in warmth and excitement. By the time they descended from the carriage, the queue was still as long as when they had joined the back of the queue. 2 footmen stood on either side of the entryway, as the Lovell party entered. Her Grace was seated at the head of the receiving line, Edwin standing beside her. Aunt Lavinia stood just behind the Duchess, fanning her discreetly. Ellen stood beaming, next to Edwin. She looked lovely. She had not needed to make do with an altered ball gown, it was new and a la mode. The Lovell family preceded Lydia as they were welcomed. Lydia was detained briefly by Ellen and Edwin. "How charming you look, Lydia," Ellen said, taking both of her hands. "The Duchess seems to be in good spirits," Lydia observed. "She is fortified by vast quantities of Dutch gin, I believe," Ellen whispered. Lydia laughed and squeezed Ellen's hand. She turned to Edwin. "Good evening, Your Grace. The house looks splendid." Edwin frowned briefly at the formal greeting, but carried on. "None of my doing, I am afraid. I just pay the bills." He winked at her. "Enjoy your evening, and save me a dance." Lydia choked, but nodded. Jenny came over and took Lydia's hand. "Come, they are just starting the dancing." They headed into the ballroom. It looked as though half the guests had already arrived. There was a small orchestra at one end of the ballroom. They were playing a lively quadrille, and a number of the younger guests were dancing in energetic turns, as the 2 lines of dancers formed and reformed according to the boisterous dance steps. Graham appeared in front of Lydia, and bowed. "Might I have the pleasure of the next dance, Miss Lydia?" he asked. "Certainly," she answered. He offered his hand and they waited, as this dance finished, and new lines formed for the next dance. "I must say you did not strike me as a dancer," Lydia said, smiling as the music began, and they turned in a circle, the first move of the dance.
"And why is that?" he asked.
"Am I that much of a lout?"
Lydia laughed.
"Not at all. But it struck me that you were more interested in outdoor activities." They changed partners
For a moment, and then came back together.
"But I have to say, you present yourself very well, all dressed up like a clergyman,"
Lydia teased.
Graham laughed. "Ouch.
"That is my father's doing. He dusted off an old suit from the last century, it seems. I have little finery to call my own." "And you dance well. That must be your mother's doing."
"Actually, it was Jenny who whipped me into shape."
"And she is a tough taskmaster." Lydia laughed.
"That I know." When the dance ended, Graham offered to deliver champagne to Lydia and Jenny.
"Thank you,
Graham,"
Lydia bid, as he went off in search of refreshment.
"Your brother is quite a decent chap,"
Lydia said,
casually.
"He is a bit of a lump, but serviceable," she teased. Jenny nudged Lydia, and inclined her head toward the other side of the room. "There is your doctor."
Lydia looked over and saw Reginald nod to her.
She smiled to him and nodded back.
Dr. Cook was just starting toward her when Graham returned,
with 3 glasses of champagne. That stopped the doctor's progress, and he took a step backward. "Miss Lydia, Jenny," Graham said, offering them each a glass.
Jenny was annoyed that Graham's arrival had deterred the doctor from approaching.
"Graham,
"Thank you for the champagne, but you have just prevented Dr. Cook from coming over to claim Lydia for a dance," Jenny groused.
Graham looked around.
"Hey,
"What about me?
am I not entitled to a second dance?"
Jenny took him by the arm, and escorted him in another direction.
Lydia looked at the doctor,
who, once again,
appeared ready to dance,
when Dr. Winston came up to Lydia. "My darling,
"Miss Lydia, are you enjoying the ball?"
he asked.
"Bernard, I have only just arrived, and only had one dance so far."
"And you?
Have you and Aunt Lavinia had an
Opportunity to dance yet?"
Bernard frowned. "I am afraid Her Grace is insisting on Lavinia's full attention this evening. It seems we may not get the opportunity to dance this evening.
"But I assure you we shall
At our wedding."
"Then you must have a dance with me, Bernard," Lydia insisted.
"You are too kind, but you young folks should be dancing together. You do not wish to be dancing with an old fossil like me. Doctor, you are only as old as the lightness of your feet. And I am certain you can jig with the very best."
Bernard laughed. "Well, if you care for a turn around the floor, I would be happy to oblige."
Lydia and Bernard joined the dance,
and he did perform most lively. Lydia quite enjoyed herself. "Most enjoyable, dear Bernard." "Thank you," Lydia said after the dance. He bowed. "I have paid my respects, and now I shall leave you to the younger crowd. Give my regards to Aunt Lavinia," she added. "I shall."
He turned and left. Lydia, alone now, looked around the floor, and spotted Ellen dancing with a young man she did not recognize.
It did not appear to be the son of the Marquis of Huntley, as this man could be considered quite handsome.
She also noticed Dr. Cook dancing with Jenny, who was laughing and energetic in her twirls, fleurette, and bourrée steps. She looked around for Edwin, but he was not to be seen. She saw the Duchess seated at a table, observing the dancing, accompanied by Aunt Lavinia. But she could not find Reginald, as the dance had finished, and he had disappeared. Perhaps he had gone for a bite to eat or a glass of champagne. Graham had found another young lady, and was smiling broadly as they danced. Lydia decided to sit down for a spell. She turned toward a chair, and was stopped by Reginald standing before her. "Miss Lydia, so popular, just as I suspected. I hope you have saved a dance for me."
"Most assuredly, I have.
And I am at your service."
Lydia said. For I have quite exhausted my ardent admirers. Reginald laughed. I fear that you have barely scratched the surface of your pool of admirers. I expect that most are so overcome by your beauty, that they fear to be rejected by you. Lydia laughed. Oh, Reginald, you really do exaggerate most shamefully. Then allow me. The previous dance had ended, and they were expecting the next dance to start, when the orchestra took a break, and the butler announced that a buffet was being served in the conservatory. Well, it seems I am to be thwarted, once again, Reginald said. Shall we head to the buffet? I would rather wait until the crush is over. Knowing the generosity of our hosts, I am certain there will be plenty of refreshments later in the evening as well. Certainly. Would you like to take a stroll, then, outdoors in the garden? It is such a lovely evening, and the ballroom is quite close. That would be nice. Lydia agreed. Dr. Cook led Lydia out a set of the French doors, leading to a balustrade. They stood overlooking the garden. The not quite full moon hung in the sky, and cast a chalky glow over the garden paths. Shall we? He asked, offering Lydia his hand. She took it and they descended the stone steps onto the garden path. There was a light summer breeze that refreshed but did not chill. The light from the ballroom spilled down across a portion of the garden. Reginald looked up at the moon. Such a delightful evening for the ball, do you not think? Yes, lovely. Reginald took her arm and led her farther along the path. They came to a small grove of trees that sheltered them from the light of the moon. Reginald stopped and turned toward Lydia, and took both of her hands in his. I have so enjoyed our walks, Lydia. I should like to think there might be many more. Lydia, while accepting that this was definitely a progression in their relationship, and should be welcome, instead felt ill at ease with his proclamation. Oh, Reginald, I am not quite sure what to say. My life is in such a turmoil at the moment, with the wedding, and Aunt Lavinia moving to be with her doctor in Oxford. And I shall shortly start work here at Honeyfield, assisting His Grace in his gardening endeavours. I have no idea when I shall be free to walk my most cherished walks again anytime soon. I am sorry to hear that. I thought we had developed a most sympathetic friendship, and I have been looking forward to expanding that depth of feeling. Lydia was stymied. She didn't know how to respond. She did not want to discourage him entirely, but at the same time, she was uncertain what she wanted for herself. Reginald, I greatly respect and honor you. I, too, have enjoyed our walks. But please give me some time. With all the changes taking place, I need to settle into my new situation and adjust. Then I shall be freer to look at moving forward. And might that moving forward include me? He asked. Very likely so, she answered. It was not a very encouraging answer, she decided, so she amended it by adding, I look forward to our continued friendship. That seemed to satisfy him, and he took her hand and led her back toward the ballroom. The orchestra had begun playing again. We must take advantage of the music while we have it. Shall we take the next dance? Certainly. They re-entered the ballroom, and Lydia surveyed the scene. All the guests had finally arrived, and there was a lot of activity. The dance floor was full, and they would have to wait for the following dance to claim a spot on the floor. Reginald took her arm and asked, Do you think the queue at the buffet might have lessened by now? We might try. They headed toward the conservatory. On the way, Lydia spied Edwin conferring with the butler. Perhaps the wine was running low. There was practically no queue when they entered. As they were serving themselves, Jenny came over, and poked her head in between the two of them. Greetings, Doctor, Lydia. Have you had a merry dance yet? The orchestra broke just as we were prepared to take to the floor, Lydia said. But we shall try again after refreshments. Jenny turned to the doctor. You must spread the wealth around, Doctor,
and offer me another dance before the evening has ended.
It shall be my pleasure,
he reassured her.
Splendid. Lydia had finished filling her plate, and stepped aside with Jenny. I have some interesting news.
Find me when I am alone.
Oh, tell me now, Jenny insisted. No,
later,
Lydia said, and turned back to Reginald, who was just finishing serving himself. The two found a small table recently vacated, and they sat to enjoy their meal. Reginald talked about his latest puzzle periodical, and became robustly enthusiastic, while Lydia's mind drifted to thoughts about her new cottage. It was then she realized she'd made the definite decision to stay at Upton Magna. She would assist her aunt in every way possible to prepare for the wedding, and for her removal to Oxford, but she was not prepared to move there with them. The latest dance was just ending, and they had finished their meal, so Reginald suggested they take advantage of the lull, and go to the ballroom to dance. The evening was in full swing. There was a robust atmosphere in the room, as the dancers took to the floor for the next dance. Those not dancing were in deep conversation, or sitting at the tables surrounding the dance floor, eating and drinking. The candles were burning brightly, and the flower arrangements exuded their heavy scents, filling the air with floral intoxication. Reginald and Lydia danced 2 dances in a row, but after the second, Lydia excused herself. She needed a break in the room set aside for the ladies' toilette. Thank you, Reginald. Perhaps we might have another dance later. Most certainly, he said, bowing as she turned to leave.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 21.
When she entered the ladies' room, Lydia saw Ellen seated at a dressing table. She went over and pulled up a chair to sit next to her.
Are you enjoying your birthday celebration?
She asked.
Most assuredly, Ellen said, turning to Lydia and smiling. And who was that most handsome gentleman I saw you dancing with you earlier?
Lydia asked. Ellen smiled. Oh, yes, I know who you mean. This is one of Edwin's dearest friends, down from London for the ball. He is to be staying a few days longer, and I mean to torture him for information about London. I am hoping my birthday present from Edwin is permission to go, and a carriage ride to the townhouse. Might the young man also be a reason to stay in London? Lydia asked. He might be, Ellen said with an enigmatic smile. What is his name? He is not one of the Huntley sons, is he? Oh, heavens no. His name is Bartley Evans. And take a guess. Yes? His father is a publisher, and Bartley is himself a poet. Oh, Ellen. Wish me luck. I am to dance the last dance of the evening with him. And you will have a few days to get to know one another better, before he returns to London. I shall. Ellen got up from the table. Enjoy the rest of the ball. She started to leave but turned back. Are you having a good time? Very much so. It is a lovely celebration for a most worthy young lady. Ellen bowed her head and left. As Lydia was herself about to leave, Jenny came into the room and, seeing Lydia, cornered her and said, "Tell me your news. It is some delicious scandal?" Lydia laughed. Scandal? No, why would you suspect a scandal? It is the night of the ball, a night ripe for intrigue and scandal. Lydia laughed. Jenny, you read too many torrid novels. I am afraid I am going to disappoint you with my news now. But tell me anyway. She nodded several times, and said, Very well, I have decided to stay in Upton Magna. I am going to work with Edwin, and he is renting me a worker's cottage on the estate, where I can live. There, that is the news. Not very shocking, is it? Oh, Lydia, most shocking. Are you staying because of the doctor? Or is it because of the Duke? Neither.
Both.
I don't know.
But it feels like the right thing to do.
I shall bid a fond farewell to Aunt, and I shall be away all on my own.
Oh,
Lydia, you are not alone. You have me, you have the doctor, Ellen, my family, and you have Edwin. Sounds like a very supportive group of friends to me.
Lydia nodded in acknowledgement.
Yes,
there is much to be grateful for.
But I shall miss having you live next door.
We can't just run over at the slightest whim anymore.
But that might be a blessing.
We both are far too likely to distract ourselves, and not get any serious work done. So you will be living on the estate? Is it a nice cottage?
I think so.
It is small, but will suit Gingersnap and me quite nicely.
But how will you get about?
What about shopping and visiting me?
I can walk. I am quite used to it and enjoy it,
even.
I may not get into the village quite as often, but I can manage.
On the back of Edwin's horse, perhaps,
she said, grinning. Oh, Jenny, please. That was a one-time event.
Remember, he is my employer and a gentleman of rank.
And you are a very attractive and eligible young lady. Lydia put her hand up to stop Jenny from saying anything further, and said, I must go. I have promised Dr. Cook another dance, and the evening is winding along.
Very well.
Jenny looked a little sad.
And let me know if you need any help with the wedding, or packing for your aunt. Lydia turned to leave the room, and raised her hand to acknowledge Jenny's offer. As Lydia entered the ballroom, she realized how stuffy it was, and she wandered over to where the French doors were open to the balustrade. She stood, and found some relief in the cool breeze lightly wafting inside. It was the custom in this part of Shropshire to play a signature dance, just before the last dance of the evening, signaling that the evening was about to end, and the orchestra had just begun playing that dance. Lydia realized that if she was to have her last dance with the doctor, she must find him now. She scanned the room and saw him coming toward her.
This is our last chance for another dance.
Shall we?
He asked, offering her his hand. Certainly, thank you, Reginald. He led her to the edge of the dance floor, ready to begin dancing when the current dance had ended.
Already many of the older couples were beginning to head toward the entrance, hoping to fetch their carriages before the crush at the end.
When the current dance ended, Reginald smiled, and escorted Lydia to the floor. The last dance of the evening. Couples were lined up ready to begin. The orchestra started up the opening bars of the music, when Lydia looked behind Reginald, and saw Edwin tapping him on his shoulder. Reginald looked around and saw the Duke.
I am so sorry, Dr. Cook, but might I have this last dance with Miss Lydia?
I have not had the opportunity to ask her until now.
Lydia could see the disappointment on Reginald's face, but what could he say? It was the Duke asking.
Of course, Your Grace. And he stood back and away, and let Edwin step forward.
Lydia looked up into Edwin's eyes, as he took her hand and they began to dance.
And as they danced, she could not look away. They did not speak, but simply looked at each other. They followed the steps as if in a dream. Lydia was not aware of any of the other dancers. It was like they were dancing in a halo of their own light. All else was in darkness. She could feel the warmth of his hand, and the intensity of his gaze, and yet she was calm. There was no surging emotion, but only a quiet feeling of peace. There was a rightness to his touch, to his strength, to his total captivation of her heart. It just was. After the dance was over, Edwin kissed the back of her hand, and bowed. He smiled his sweet smile, and then said, "Shall I see you again on Friday? I thought we might work on the pear trees. I noticed the other day they seemed to have some abnormal growths, that might need addressing." Lydia nodded, but couldn't answer. He turned and walked toward his mother and Ellen. What had just happened? Lydia felt like she had just been cast out of heaven.
One moment she was in a blissful state of euphoria and grace with Edwin, and the next moment she was being asked to think about abnormal growths on the pear trees. Had their dance meant nothing to him? Was what she had felt been completely one-sided? She did not see how that could be. But what else could explain his startling behavior? She was jolted out of her thoughts by Jenny taking her arm. "Father is ready to leave," Jenny said. "And Mother is feeling quite tired. Let me just round up Graham, and we can be off." "Very well," Lydia just managed to say. Lydia drew her shawl closer around her shoulders, as they waited on the entrance steps for their carriage. It seemed to take forever, and all Lydia wanted to do just then was to go home and fall into bed. Mercifully, Jenny was preoccupied with her mother, as Lydia could not imagine dealing with Jenny's prattle, or questions about the ball, or anything else at that moment. Finally, the carriage arrived, and they stepped inside. Lydia stared out the window as Honeyfield receded, until they turned the bend and it disappeared. Lydia rested her head against the back of a seat, closed her eyes, and remembered, of course, what had she been thinking. He was the Duke of Shropshire. She was the daughter of a lowly vicar and his employee. What did she imagine was going to happen? He danced with her out of duty, and to be a good host. He had no feelings for her, could have no feelings for her. They were as separate as oil and water. And realizing that, she settled back in the seat and quenched any possibility of tears. Lydia had no time to think any more about the ball. There were two looming urgent tasks: the wedding, just a week and a half away, and the move. Fortunately, Aunt and Bernard were focused on the decisions regarding the wedding, but it did occupy most of their time, and Lydia was left the task of continuing to run the household. Poor Gingersnap was perplexed by all the goings-on, and spent a great deal of time hiding under Lydia's bed. And when Lydia was not preparing meals, or doing the washing, or shopping, she was packing away her aunt's lifetime of household possessions in boxes, provided by the removers, with Jenny's occasional help. Lydia stopped by Dr. Cook's office one morning when she was shopping, to say hello, but he was with a patient. She scribbled a short note, and tucked it under his office door. She was beginning to somewhat dread her next appointment with Edwin to work on the orchard. However, she knew this work was going to be the source of her income from now on, and it was necessary to find a way to continue working comfortably with his grace, for that is how she must think of him, moving forward. She was already dressed in her work clothes, when the carriage came to fetch her Friday morning. Riding to Honeyfield, she decided to be friendly, but cool and aloof with Edwin, from here on out. When the carriage arrived, there was no one to greet her. Lydia figured the staff assumed that she knew her way to the office by now, and, in reality, she was no longer a guest, but an employee. As Lydia was passing by the stable on the way to the office, she caught sight of Ellen mounting her horse, and her riding companion was none other than Edwin's London friend, Bartley Evans. Lydia felt another stab of regret. Now Ellen was replacing her as a riding partner with this new gentleman. But as they were riding away from the stable, Ellen saw Lydia, and directed her horse over to her. "Oh, Lydia, how lovely to see you. How have you been?" Lydia shaded her eyes as she looked up at Ellen on the horse. "Just fine, thank you." "Are you busy with the wedding preparations?" Ellen asked. "Not so much. But I am busy packing my aunt's possessions for her move to Oxford. And I am so excited to learn that you will be a close neighbor now. Edwin told me about you taking one of the cottages. That is so splendid. Now, we shall be closer, and when time allows, can go riding together. Edwin is very excited to have you here." That caught Lydia by surprise. And why was she allowing herself to be ambushed like this? She knew better than to be taken in by his seemingly kind words about her. "Remember, he is a duke, and you are a vicar's daughter." The young man came riding over to the two of them. Ellen turned to him. "Bartley, this is my dear sister and friend, Lydia Fernside."
"Hello, Lydia Fernside," he said, tipping his hat. "Edwin has told me so much about you." He had a generous smile and genuinely seemed pleased to meet her. Lydia was becoming flustered and annoyed. Why were they both mentioning what Edwin said about her? "Are you enjoying your stay at Honeyfield?" Lydia asked, trying to divert the attention from herself. He turned and smiled at Ellen. "It has been most enjoyable, although I must soon return to London. And I have every hope that my sadness shall be brief, for I expect to welcome the delightful Miss Ellen to London quite soon." Lydia brightened. "Then your mother and brother have relented? You are to reside in London?" "Shortly, but not right away. They insist I wait until the spring." "Then we shall be able to continue riding together until you leave?" "We shall. But right now, we must be off, before it becomes too hot, and I start wilting like a just-picked lettuce." Lydia laughed. "Enjoy your ride." She shaded her eyes again as the couple rode off into the fields. Her spirits felt somewhat lifted by Ellen's good news. And she had to admit, she found Bartley Evans to be very appealing, and perhaps a good match for the free-spirited Ellen. But now it was time to work. She continued her journey to the office, and was surprised to see that Edwin had not arrived just yet. She busied herself with a seed catalogue at the table, and when she looked up she saw Edwin standing in the doorway. He looked, quite uncharacteristically, dishevelled. "Edwin." "Miss Lydia." "I." He hesitated, as he entered further into the office. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" He stopped. "Why do you call me that?" he asked, seeming to be bothered by her greeting. Lydia gathered herself, and called upon her inner strength. "Because we will be working together now, and it seems more appropriate to call you that, as we are now employer and employee." She stood her ground. He reached his hand out toward her, but didn't move any closer. "Lydia. I have something I need to say to you." "Very well." Was she about to be let go? "The night of the ball." "Yes?" "I was so very happy to see you. You looked radiant when you arrived, and I could not wait until we would have the opportunity to dance together. I didn't think you wanted that, as you waited until the very end to approach. I got caught up. One of the cooks became seriously ill, and I needed to attend to that. I didn't want to disrupt the dance, so I made sure the situation was handled quietly." "Why did you not call upon Dr. Cook for assistance?" "It was too late by the time I got there. It is thought she had a fatal heart attack." "And she died?" Edwin nodded. "I wanted to come to you earlier, but I understand. She was not going to be fired." "But what did he want?" "Lydia, I just wanted to say that I was upset and agitated when we danced. It had nothing to do with you. And I feel that you might have felt slighted after the dance, as I left so quickly. But I needed to inform Mother and Ellen. The lady had been with the family for a long time, and we were all very fond of her." Lydia nodded, and her damped-down emotions suddenly exploded once again, into a frenzy of longing and expectation, the hurt just melting away. Edwin went around the table and stood in front of her. He reached out and took both of her hands. "Lydia, I have a great warmth of feeling for you. I know this must come as a surprise, but I want you to know I hold you in great regard and esteem. Ever since you came into my life, I have not been able to stop thinking about you, talking about you to everyone. My mother is frantic to think that I might not pursue Miss Pamela Stafford, but I cannot help myself." Lydia could barely breathe. Her heart was racing. "Oh, Edwin. I must ask, do you think it is at all possible you might have any feelings for me, however slight?" Lydia nodded and lowered her eyes. "Yes, Edwin, it is possible," she said modestly. A smile burst forth upon Edwin's face. "Oh, Lydia. My Lydia, Will you allow me to think I might one day hope that you can find it in your heart to consider my suit?" Lydia was in a contented silence, then said, "Yes, Edwin, you may so hope." "Oh, Lydia. But now, don't you think it is time to get to work on the pear trees?" she said, most professionally. Chapter 22. Lydia was exhausted and nearly numb when she got home later that afternoon. She instinctively knew she must hold herself together during the rest of day of working in the orchard with Edwin. If she was to be his equal, she knew she must hold her own. She must stand up to him, guide him, and at the same time allow herself to be guided. There was a letter from her mother on the entryway floor when she opened the front door of the cottage. It was obvious that no one had been home when the post was delivered. She carried the letter into the sitting room and peeked into the kitchen. No one was about, except for Gingersnap, who dashed down from upstairs and rubbed in circles around her ankles, purring. She longed for a cup of tea. She started the kettle and found a few scraps for Gingersnap's bowl. After the tea had brewed, she poured herself a cup and thought of wandering over to Jenny's to tell her the latest developments. But she remembered her mother's letter, which she had stuffed into her pocket while making the tea. So rather than visiting Jenny, she plopped down on the sofa, put down the teacup, opened the letter, and found a £5 note. She put it aside and read. "My dearest daughter, Lydia. It is with the greatest of trepidations that I begin this letter. I should wish to soften the blow, but I must be direct. Your father is gravely ill, and he is not expected to last out the next week or two. If you wish to see him once again, you must return home as quickly as possible. I have included what I could find to help you with your journey home. Your sisters have just arrived, and we all look forward to your safe return at this sad time. Please, come as quickly as you can. Your loving and respectful mother." Lydia was devastated. What an extraordinary day this had been. And now she must prepare herself to inform Aunt Lavinia of the situation. She had no choice, she must leave. She would be unable to do any more packing for the move, and she would most certainly miss the wedding. She considered what must be done. First, she must secure travel to Piddlehinton. Then she must pack, inform her aunt, and write a note to Edwin explaining the situation. Would this end her employment? She had no idea. And she had no idea how long she would be gone. Could she even return? And what would become of her mother if her father died? All she could think to do at the moment was to go and see Jenny. When Lydia knocked on the Lovells' door, her mother answered. "Is Jenny in?" Lydia asked. "No, my dear, she is running an errand for her father. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lydia did not want to explain everything to Jenny's mother just now. "No, but ask her to find me as soon as she is free." "Thank you." "Very well, dear." Lydia went back to the house, and decided the first thing she must do is to make travel arrangements. Throwing a shawl over her shoulders, she left the cottage and headed to the inn, where she could secure passage on the morning coach. She paid for her trip and headed directly back to the cottage. She was hoping her aunt and Bernard had returned, but they had not, so she sat to write a letter to Edwin. She was about halfway through writing the letter, when Jenny knocked and came into the cottage. "Hello, Lydia, Mother says you stopped by and wanted to see me." She sat down opposite Lydia at the dining table, where Lydia was writing the letter. Lydia put her hand to her mouth, as she struggled with what to say. There was so much to tell Jenny, she did not know where to begin. So she decided to start with the most urgent. "Jenny, I just received a letter from my mother, saying my father is on his deathbed, and I need to return home immediately." Jenny was stricken. "Oh, Lydia. I have secured passage, and I am leaving by the first coach tomorrow." Jenny just listened. She didn't look like she knew what to say. "I am writing a letter to Edwin to tell him that I am leaving,
and I don't know how long for. I have no idea if I will have a job when I return, if I even do return. Lydia, don't tell me you might not come back? What would we do without you? Me, Edwin, Dr. Cook, Ellen, everyone. Lydia reached over and put her hand on top of Jenny's. I just do not know. I want to come back, but I don't know how long this will be, and a lot will depend on what the family's needs are once I get back there. Is there anything I can do to help you? Please tell Dr. Cook of my situation. I do not have time to write him a note right now. I need to pack when I finish this letter, and I need to inform my aunt of the situation. Certainly, I will go to the doctor first thing in the morning, when his office opens. Lydia bowed her head and smiled gently. And there is one other thing you should know. Yes? Lydia explained about her feelings after the ball, when she thought that Edwin was treating her like an employee, rather than as a friend. I was in a terrible state when I had to go to work this morning, but when he came into the office, he declared that he had feelings for me, and asked if I thought I might develop any feelings for him. Jenny sat back in her chair and exclaimed. No, he did that? He did. Then Jenny realized. But now you are leaving. Oh, Lydia, what atrocious timing. Lydia had to laugh. Is it not dreadful? I hope you are writing a sensational letter to him. You need to hook him while you can. I am doing my best. Might I see it? Jenny asked. Lydia lowered her eyes. I think not. Jenny smiled. Of course, I understand. Just then the front door opened, and Aunt and Bernard came in. Aunt, I am in here. Lydia called out. Jenny rose. I should go. You need some time with your aunt. I will give Dr. Cook your message. Then she stopped to think. But what message shall I give him? Certainly, now that Edwin has declared his interest, you are no longer interested in Dr. Cook. Jenny, I don't know about that. He has been a great friend, and I have no idea how relations will go with Edwin. His mother may intervene. In any case, everything is still too uncertain. Just tell him why I am going home, and that I don't know when I shall return. Very well. Jenny turned to go, and as she passed Aunt and Bernard said, Good evening, Mrs. Dawes, Dr. Winston. Good evening, Jenny. Give my regards to your mother. Certainly. And she left. Lydia, did you have a good day? Aunt asked. Aunt, I have some troubling news. Please take a seat and let me explain. Aunt Lavinia and Bernard were most concerned, after Lydia told them about the situation with her father. My darling niece, I am so dreadfully sorry. I will write a letter to your mother for you to take to her. Bernard offered. Lydia, would you like me to accompany you on the trip home? Aunt looked at him with some concern. Bernard, the wedding. She cautioned. Lydia quickly responded. Certainly not, Bernard, you have a most pressing obligation here, and I am quite capable of traveling alone. Aunt seemed relieved. Then, instead of returning here, you may want to travel directly to Oxford, as we shall have moved by then. We can pack and move any of the few belongings you are not taking with you, Bernard said. That is the other matter I wish to discuss, Lydia added. I shall not be going with you to Oxford. I have decided to take the small cottage His Grace offered me, and I shall work with him on his gardens. It is something I would quite enjoy. Aunt did not look too pleased with that. You intend to live alone on the Duke's estate? Do you think that is quite proper? Certainly, you must have a companion. Aunt, but I shall. And who might that be? Why, Gingersnap, of course. She smiled broadly. Bernard guffawed. Quite right. A fearsome and protective beast. Aunt just shook her head and pouted.
Then she turned to Bernard. My dear, now we shall need to finish the packing ourselves, as well as organizing the wedding. And we shall do it magnificently, Bernard answered. And one last favor, Aunt? Lydia asked. Will you please deliver this letter to His Grace, when you travel to Honeyfield tomorrow? Aunt looked uncertain. I shall deliver it for you, Bernard said. I will see him when I return to Honeyfield this evening. Thank you, dear doctor. In the morning, Bernard arranged for transportation to the inn for Lydia and her luggage, where they were to await the coach. They were a little early, so Bernard offered Lydia a cup of tea in the inn's dining room. I have to say, Lydia, I am disappointed you will not be joining us at Oxford. But I also understand why you might wish to stay here. And I know your aunt will also be disappointed, but perhaps for a different reason. She has come to depend on you, but you are not her servant, and must choose your own path. Quite so, Bernard. However, that does not mean we shall never see each other again. You enjoy travel, I enjoy travel, so our paths shall likely cross again. And there are always letters. I shall write. As will I, Lydia said. The coach arrived promptly, and Lydia's luggage was quickly loaded, as it would soon be time to leave. Lydia gave Bernard a hug. Have a wonderful wedding. I am so sorry to miss it. We shall certainly miss you. Lydia got into the coach, and leaned out the window to visit more with Bernard, when Dr. Cook came running up. Oh, good. You have not left yet, he shouted. Miss Jenny just told me about your situation, and I wanted to catch you to say goodbye. How kind of you, Reginald. It is much appreciated. Don't forget me while you are gone. Nor you me, Lydia replied, feeling a genuine affection for the kindness he showed. Perhaps you might write me if you are able? He asked. If I can. The drivers called out to the horses, and the coach got underway. Lydia waved until the inn was out of sight, and she sat back in her seat and had a quiet little cry. Lydia, mother, and sisters all hugged each other and laughed, cried, and wailed in a symphony of concern. Lydia could see there would be a lot of tears during her visit home. Lydia, her mother said. Margaret will be sharing your room while she is here. And Emily will have Margaret's room to herself, as she has the baby. Of course. But can I see Father now, please? Lydia asked. Mother threw her hands up in the air. Oh, dinner. What are we to do about dinner? She turned in a circle, as though she had intended to go to the kitchen, but changed her mind, and ended up facing Lydia again. Your father. Of course. You must see your father. He has a bed in his study, as he tosses and turns and I cannot get a wink of sleep. Lydia's luggage was piled in the entryway. And as there was no Lucy, she would need to take it up to her room herself. But that would have to wait. She started up the stairs, when Mother called out again, addressing the other two sisters. One of you will need to go to Butcher Barnes, and pick up a sting of sausages, or we shall have nothing for dinner. And perhaps a cabbage at the greengrocer's. Lydia disappeared into her father's study. She was so used to seeing his bright and welcoming smile when she entered, sitting at his desk, or pulling a book from the shelf. It was a shock to see him barely sitting up, in the small bed installed in the middle of the study. My darling, Lydia, he said softly. Come, sit by me. Lydia went over and sat on the edge of the bed. She took his thin dry hand in hers. His hand was cool and fragile as an autumn leaf. Father, Mother wrote me, and said you were not feeling well. Father laughed lightly. I am afraid it is a bit more than not feeling well. Oh, nonsense. You shall be up and about before you know it. He shook his head. Not this time, my darling. The doctor has been coming daily to apply leeches, but he says the prognosis is not good. However, I am resigned. And you, as my most sensible daughter, will be required to help the others. Can you do that? Lydia could not speak and had to wipe away a stray tear. Papa, do you need anything? Is there anything you want me to do for you? He thought for a moment. There is, but it is not medical. We need to discuss your mother's future. The sisters are married and nicely established. But it is you and your mother that I worry about. Papa, I am fine. I have a situation in Upton Magna. Aunt Lavinia is getting married, and soon I will have my own income. I am very happy to hear that. You are a good daughter. I always knew you would find your way. But there is your mother. Yes, I am concerned for her as well. She is not the most stable person. I don't know how she can take care of herself, if she is alone. My concern exactly. Might she stay with Emily or Margaret? As you say, they are well established. I have spoken to both, and they insist neither can accommodate her in their young marriages. They do not have a spare room for her. Although I am not sure that is the only reason they do not want her. She is not the easiest person to live with, although I have become accustomed to her eccentricities. Then what can be done? Lydia asked. What is your situation in Upton Magna? I have been living with Aunt. But she is marrying and moving to Oxford with her new husband. I have just rented a small cottage on the estate, where I will be working, but I have not even moved in there yet. I am still very much establishing myself. Would there be a place for your mother? He asked hesitantly. Lydia needed to think about that. Oh, Papa, I don't know. It is a very small cottage. There is just one main room, a kitchen, and a small bedroom. Might she not be able to stay on here, if she had help? Maybe Lucy could come back. That is the other thing I need to tell you. When I go, there will be no estate, only debt. And as I will no longer be serving the parish as the vicar, this house will go to the next clergyman when he is given this parish. Oh, I had not thought of that. He nodded. It is the fact, I am afraid. How long will she have until the next vicar arrives? Perhaps a month. I see. Then I shall do what I can, Lydia said, sitting up straight and facing the reality of the situation. I have put aside a small amount of money that I want you to take, so that it is not counted in the estate, for it would surely be gobbled up by the creditors. It may be enough to help you establish your mother, however you see fit. Lydia nodded. I shall do my very best. I know you will. He turned toward the bookcase on the right of the fireplace. Over there, in the Herodotus, you will find what I have saved. Take it now, please, and say nothing to the others. This is to be for just you and your mother. Lydia went to the bookshelf, took down the Herodotus and took out the money. She folded it and put it in her pocket. Thank you, my dear. He looked at her lovingly. I am sorry, but I must cut our visit short, as I am suddenly very tired. Of course, Papa. Chapter 23. Lydia had been home a week. Her father was no longer conscious. He lay wasting away in his bed. Each day the doctor came and bled him. Her mother sat by his side, and whimpered most of the day. Lydia was deeply concerned about her. Then a letter came from Jenny. It was so much like Jenny. It was cheery, and gossipy, and filled with stories. She reported that the marriage was directly upon them, and Aunt Lavinia had worked hard to pack the rest of the house, and the removers had come and taken everything away. She also said that Lydia's few remaining possessions had been transferred to her new cottage. She continued by saying that until the nuptials, Lavinia and Bernard were staying as guests at Honeyfield. Jenny lamented how empty Lavinia's cottage felt with everyone gone, and she pleaded for Lydia to return as soon as possible. She ended by asking after Lydia's father's health, and hoped to hear from Lydia very soon. That brightened Lydia considerably, and it made her even more determined to return to Upton Magna.
It was clear that that was our home now. Her father lingered 3 more days, and then passed away in his sleep one night. The whole house was awakened, early the next morning by shrieks from their mother. She was inconsolable all morning. Emily and Margaret sat by her side, while it was left to Lydia to make arrangements for the funeral. The vicar from a neighbouring parish had agreed to hold the service in Papa's church, and Lydia busied herself with preparing food for the reception that would follow the burial. The day after the funeral, Emily and Margaret departed for their homes, leaving Mother and Lydia behind alone. Lydia arranged for a solicitor to handle the meagre estate, and then one rainy afternoon, she took her mother to the sitting room, and had her sit down.
"Mother, we need to discuss your future now that Papa is gone,"
Lydia said firmly. She needed to be firm, or her mother would dissolve once again into wails and tears.
"Oh, Lydia, what am I to do? I have no money. No family. What is to be done?
All that is left, is for me to waste away and die."
"Mother, try not to be so melodramatic. Please."
"But what am I to do?
I have no way to support myself."
"You know you must give up this house to the new vicar."
"Oh, yes. Yes."
"What am I to do?"
"Neither Emily or Margaret can take you to live with them.
They are so ungrateful."
"Mother,
do not judge them. They have families, and are not able to accommodate you in their homes.
However,
I will have a small cottage in Upton Magna, and I want you to come and live with me."
Mother just stared at her for a moment.
"You have a cottage? With your aunt?"
"No, Mother. She is married and moving to Oxford.
I have my own cottage, on the estate where I am working." "You are working?"
"Mother,
I have told you all about this several times now.
But you do not listen to me."
"I am sorry."
"It is just. I understand,
you miss Papa." Mother wiped her eyes with the handkerchief she had up her sleeve.
Then she straightened up,
and gave Lydia her full attention.
"Very well,
then, tell me again what you propose." Lydia explained as though she was dealing with a child.
"Mother,
you must sell all of the furniture, and take with you only what you will need for your personal use."
"Sell? Oh. I have already contacted the new vicar. He is young and has nothing of his own.
He is willing to pay you quite a fair price, for all the furnishings, except for your personal items.
Those we shall take with us. And once we are in Upton Magna, you will settle in the cottage with me."
"Shall I have my own suite?"
"Mother, it is a workman's cottage. There are no suites, but I shall give you the single bedroom. I can make do with a small bed in the sitting room." Mother was not taking this well. "Might we not take the inheritance, and procure a larger house?" Lydia sighed. "There is no inheritance, only debts. In fact, most of the money you get for selling the furnishings will go to the creditors." "Then how?" "I have some money of my own." She dared not tell Mother about the money father gave her, for fear she might blurt out about it in front of the creditors. "And when are we to go to Upton Major?" she asked. "Upton Magna. And we shall go as soon as you can pack. I have made arrangements with the solicitor to take care of everything else here. I shall book the transportation, and we shall leave in 2 days. So please try to be ready by then." "How was the wedding?" Lydia asked Jenny right after she stepped off the coach, and helped her mother down. Jenny gave Lydia a long hug. Then she leaned back and said, "Lovely. It was not lavish, but it was a very pleasant day. Edwin and Ellen were most attentive, but the Duchess pouted, because she was losing her companion." Lydia laughed. "Yes, I can just imagine. Has she found a replacement yet?" "Not yet. Word is that she is very particular. They are either too young, too old, or too stupid.
Lydia had an idea.
Mother came over. What now?
Are we staying at this inn?
No, Mother, we are home now.
Then where is the house?
We will go there shortly,
as soon as I arrange for transportation.
Just then a wagon appeared,
driven by Edwin. Welcome home,
he shouted, as he brought the horses to a halt.
Lydia's face lit up. Edwin, are you out shopping?
No,
I came to take you and your mother to the cottage.
How very kind.
Mother leaned into Lydia and asked.
And who is this young man?
He is my employer,
and our landlord.
And has he a name?
Edwin Templeton.
He is the Duke of Shropshire.
The Duke? She asked in astonishment.
Edwin dismounted from the wagon. Hello,
Miss Jenny,
he greeted.
Is it not a great pleasure
to have our Miss Lydia back amongst us?
Very jolly.
Edwin turned to the coachman, and arranged for the luggage and trunks to be loaded onto the wagon.
Edwin then turned to Mother. Mrs. Fernside, what a pleasure to meet you. I thought, at first, that you must be Lydia's sister.
Mother blushed. Oh, Your Highness, you are too kind. Lydia leaned into her mother and whispered.
He is called Your Grace, not Your Highness. Oh.
Edwin laughed. Now then, if you ladies are ready,
we shall head to the cottage.
Lydia turned to Jenny.
Come by later if you can.
I am dying to hear all about the wedding, and any other current stories that are going about.
I just need to do few errands for Mother, and then I shall come over. I am sure you can use some help unpacking. Goodbye. Until later.
Edwin helped Mother and Lydia onto the wagon. There was just enough room for all three on the driver's seat, although it was a tight fit. But Lydia did not mind, as she was snuggled up close to Edwin. She would feel his elbow in her side.
I shall have you home shortly, Edwin said to Mother. You must be exhausted after your long journey.
I mostly just want a cup of tea,
she said, as she clung to Lydia's arm.
Edwin drove up to the cottage,
and helped the ladies down from the
wagon. Two of the Honeyfield footmen were waiting to unload the luggage. They went into the cottage, and Lydia was surprised to see the cottage was spotlessly clean,
with fresh flowers, a bowl of fruit,
and hung curtains that had not been there before. Edwin, the cottage looks lovely. Not my doing.
You must thank Ellen, who spent all yesterday
preparing the cottage for you.
Mother leaned to Lydia and whispered.
You call the Duke, Edwin? That is disrespectful.
Lydia whispered back.
No,
Mother. And I'll explain why later.
Ladies, will you do us the honor of dining with us?
I am quite certain you did not bring any food with you,
to prepare for this evening.
That would be very kind, Your Grace, Mother replied.
Please, call me Edwin.
Mother was shocked but nodded. She looked at Lydia, who nodded in return with an I told you so smile. I will leave you ladies now.
Shall we say 7:30, for an 8 o'clock dinner?
Thank you. We look forward to it,
Lydia replied, as she escorted Edwin to the wagon.
How kind you are,
Edwin,
she said, as he climbed onto the wagon and took the reins. I am so happy you are back, he said. I have missed you very much. And I shall be ready to start work tomorrow, if I still have a position, that is.
You most certainly do.
However, I am now working full-time on the construction of the new pond.
Do you still want me to concentrate on the orchard?
She asked. Yes, for now. However,
I see other areas where you might also be useful. We can discuss that later.
He was ready to go, but had a further thought.
Do you wish me to send someone to pick you and your mother up before dinner?
It is such a lovely day. I think we shall walk. It will give her a chance to become acquainted with the estate.
Very well. Until this evening. He snapped the reins, and the horse took off down the road toward Honeyfield. Mother was having a lie down in the bedroom, when Jenny appeared later that afternoon. "Oh, Lydia, it is so great to see you," she boomed out as she came through the door. Lydia put her finger to her lips. "We must be quiet. Mother is having a nap." Jenny hunched her shoulders and grimaced. "Sorry. I shall be like a little mouse." Jenny looked around the cottage. "However are you going to manage, the two of you in such a small space?" Lydia sighed and sat down at the only table. "We shall because we have to." Jenny came over and sat next to her. "I am so sorry about your father. Are you recovering from the loss?" "Jenny, one does what one must. Mother needs me and I step up. I have no time to grieve. Now I am back here, and I must earn my living, take care of Mother, and carry on." Ginger Snap came over and, looking up at Lydia, meowed wanting her supper. Lydia reached down and scratched her head. "Soon, sugar." She turned back to Jenny. "Tell me about the wedding." Jenny smiled. "It was very nice. There were not a lot of guests. No one came from Oxford, and your aunt's few friends came along with my family, and Edwin and Ellen." Her Grace barely acknowledged the event. She was still upset to be losing your aunt as her companion. There was a small orchestra, champagne, and a modest reception. The bride and groom spent the night at Honeyfield, and left for Oxford the next morning. Sounds pleasant enough. But everyone missed you. "Would you like some tea?" Lydia asked. "No, thank you. But is there anything I can do to help you unpack?" Lydia looked around the room. "We didn't bring that much. I only had a few things I took with me to Piddlehinton, and Aunt brought over the rest of my belongings from her place before they left. And Mother won't let anyone else touch her things. I think we shall make do." Jenny lowered her head and was quiet for a moment. Then she looked up and looked Lydia in the eyes. "I have something I need to tell you." "Very well. You may not like it." "Oh, dear. Then you best speak it right out." "It's about Dr. Cook. And me." "What?" Lydia sat up a little straighter. "The night of the ball, Reginald and I danced a few dances. It was most agreeable, and it seemed to be so for him as well." "Yes, I saw you dancing. You seemed to be enjoying yourselves." "We were. And after you left, I ran into the doctor one day on the way to the market. He asked if he could join me, and I could see no reason to discourage him. And we ended up having tea again at Twistervan's. We conversed. We smiled. And one thing led to another, and he invited me to a concert that was being held in St. Andrew's Parish Church." "A concert? Sacred music?" "Oh." "Then he invited me to dinner at the inn. And did you know he has a passion for mathematical puzzles? He showed me these periodicals he receives on a regular basis. He worked several for me, and they were absolutely fascinating. Yes, he introduced me to those puzzles as well. Did you not just love them?" Lydia smiled, almost in relief. "They were less fascinating to me, I am afraid." "Really? I would have thought with your active mind, you would have enjoyed them." Lydia scratched her head and grimaced. "It seems my mind does not tend toward mathematics." Jenny looked at her somewhat perplexed. "Anyway, we just hit it off. But poor Reginald has felt so very guilty, because he believes you care for him, and are expecting him to propose marriage. He does not want to hurt you, but well, we are discussing the possibility of an engagement." Jenny winced as she finished, and looked to Lydia for a reaction, expecting the worst. "That seems rather sudden, does it not?" Lydia said somewhat non-committally. "How long has it been? 3 weeks?" Jenny nodded, but seemed afraid to say anything more.
Lydia had to admit to herself she felt a great wave of relief. Then, Jenny,
all I can say is I am absolutely delighted for you both.
Jenny's face lit up.
You are not angry?
Not at all.
And to be quite honest, I have been ambivalent about Reginald's and my relationship for some time.
I wish you all the very best. Jenny let out a sigh of relief.
Oh,
Lydia, thank you. I have been so anxious about how you might feel. I am glad you approve. You know I would do nothing to hurt you in any way.
Lydia smiled slightly.
But I notice it did not stop you from being wooed by Reginald before you asked me. Well, you were not here. One could not put one's life on hold until you returned. And remember, you were uncertain if you would even return.
Jenny, I am just teasing you. I am truly happy for you, and I feel you will make him a much better wife than I would have been. Chapter 24.
Mother grumbled all the way to Honeyfield House. She was upset that Lydia had not accepted Edwin's offer of a ride. It was inelegant to walk to dinner, she complained.
It made her feel like she was being treated like a commoner.
But Mother,
we are. Lydia reminded her.
We are not. Your father was a well-respected vicar, with his own parish. I thought you would enjoy the walk, after being cooped up in a carriage for several days. And I wanted you to see how lovely the estate is. Mother grumbled to herself, but said no more. Oliver greeted them at the entrance, and led them to the sitting room. Ellen was seated at the pianoforte playing a Mozart sonata. Edwin was standing at a French window looking outside, and Her Grace was seated in a wing chair, with a glass of sherry. Edwin turned when they entered, and went over to them. Welcome. Welcome.
Have you settled comfortably into your new home?
Lydia smiled, and took the hand that Edwin offered her. We have, thank you. Edwin turned to her mother. Mrs. Fernside, I should like to introduce you to my mother and my sister. He led Mother to the Duchess, as Ellen came over to greet Lydia. Darling Lydia, how happy I am to have you back. We missed you so very much at the wedding. And I have been lonely on my rides. Lydia beamed. And I have missed all of you, as well. She spoke softly, as she asked. And Mr. Evans, has he returned to London? Ellen hesitated briefly before saying, Alas, he has. But we correspond, and I have every expectation of seeing him again, when I move to London in the spring.
So, it has become serious between the two of you, has it?
Semi-serious, I should say. I mean for nothing to deter me from my writing. That shall be first for me, wherever I am located. Good for you.
Lydia looked over, and saw that Mother was seated in a chair, pulled up close beside the Duchess.
They seemed to be engaged in a close conversation. Edwin came over to Ellen and Lydia. It seems our mothers have hit it off. They are ardently discussing the lapsed morals of modern-day society. He laughed. Lydia turned to Ellen. You play very well on the pianoforte. It is the first time I have heard you. Thank you. It is something I enjoy very much. She took Lydia's arm. And I just wanted to give my condolences on your father's passing. Do you miss him terribly?
Very much so, thank you.
Oliver came back into the room and announced.
Your Graces and guests,
dinner is ready to be served.
Shall we?
Edwin asked as he went to his mother, to assist her into the dining room. Edwin was most attentive to Lydia's mother during dinner. However, Lydia managed to divert Edwin's attention at one point.
Edwin,
I want to thank you for preserving my job for me while I was gone. I am most grateful. And I greatly appreciated your letter explaining the situation with your father, and your need to leave urgently. I just want to let you know that I understand I have not been able to attend to my duties as I should, and I will do everything in my power to catch up on the work in the orchard. It shall have my full attention going forward.
Edwin nodded. And my full attention will be on building the bond. You shall need to work mostly alone. Will that be a problem for you? There was something in his tone that worried Lydia, but she dismissed it as a fancy on her part. Not at all. I am used to working alone, and it shall focus me on the work at hand. And quite soon, I should like to discuss the vegetable garden with you. By autumn, I should be ordering seeds and plants for next spring. And I need to know how you would like me to proceed. Edwin's face clouded for a moment. Yes. We can discuss that later. But, as I said, my full attention now is on the bond. She felt like her concerns were being dismissed, but she would not let that deter her from enjoying this lovely evening. After dinner, the group returned to the sitting room, where Ellen was to serenade them with more pianoforte selections. Lydia sat next to her mother, who was continuing her conversation with the Duchess. They seemed to be greatly enjoying each other's company. Edwin was standing behind Ellen as she played, turning the pages of the music for her, when required. After the recitation was completed, Ellen rose and excused herself, explaining she had some writing she wanted to do. Edwin was putting away the sheet music, as Lydia came over to him. Edwin, it has been most interesting, to see your mother and mine so eagerly engaged in conversation. Edwin looked up and studied them briefly. You are correct. They do seem to be intimately engaged. It occurred to me that since Aunt Lavinia has left your mother's employ, and I know she is seeking another companion, do you think she might consider my mother for the position? Edwin thought about that. Yes. That is an excellent idea. But do you think your mother might be interested in such a position? Let me inquire of her, and I will let you know her answer. And I shall do the same of my mother. It might be the perfect solution. After her mother went to bed, Lydia stepped outside the cottage, to gaze up at the star-filled sky. It was almost September, but the evening was still balmy, and she needed a moment alone with her thoughts. What a whirlwind the last few weeks had been. She had had hardly any time to herself. Her full attention was focused on her family, father, mother, sisters, and little time for herself. Now, she was established in her new home. No longer under the instruction of her aunt, she was free to be herself, except for her mother's needs. She was determined not to let her mother rule her again. She was willing to assist her, but she was not going to let her run her life. Then her thoughts turned to Edwin. Edwin. What to do about Edwin? Ever since he had declared himself to her at the office, there had been no opportunity for them to be alone, to explore what that declaration meant for both of them. First, she had been whisked away to her family home for several weeks, and then, this evening, they had spent a formal supper in polite chat, with no time or place to meet privately. She sighed. It was obvious she would need to be patient. Perhaps tomorrow morning they would have that opportunity when she appeared, ready to tackle the orchard. She clenched her fists, and put her hands against her neck for warmth. She was feeling cold, but was unready to go back inside just yet. She looked up at the starry heavens. How lovely, she thought. She took a moment to appreciate her new home. Her new life, and, well, the rest would just have to take care of itself. The next morning, Lydia was outside fetching some wood for the kitchen fireplace. She needed to get used to this new way of cooking. There was no stove, and everything needed to be prepared in the fireplace. Fortunately, there was a large stacked wood pile behind the house. No doubt, Edwin's doing. As she came back into the cottage, she saw her mother was up and about. Good morning, she greeted. Mother was standing in the middle of the kitchen, examining her surroundings. I just noticed there is no stove. How are we to cook? How do I prepare tea? Everything can be done in the fireplace. You see this iron shelf? The fire is built right under it, and we can place the kettle there, which is what I am going to do right now.
And for baking? Mother asked.
Heavy pots with lids. Place them in the embers, and shovel more on the top.
Mother, exasperated, collapsed into a chair at the table. Oh, I shall never manage. We are living in the Middle Ages. Lydia laughed. Mother, just rest for the moment. I have stoked the fire, put on the kettle, and tea will soon be up. What can I do to help? She asked, feebly. Nothing now. Take your time. You will soon get used to our new situation, and will feel right at home, before you know it. Lydia busied herself preparing some porridge for breakfast, and sliced some bread for toast. When breakfast was ready, she served her mother, and then sat at the table with her. Mama, did you enjoy last evening? Mother looked up and smiled. Yes, I did. I was engaged in the liveliest conversation with Her Grace. Just imagine, me, a vicar's wife hobnobbing with the Duchess. Yes, she seemed to be enjoying your company, as well. Lydia wanted to broach this subject delicately, as she had no idea how her mother would react to it. Edwin and I were chatting at the end of the evening, and the subject came up of the difficulty they were having, finding a replacement for the Duchess's companion, since Aunt Lavinia married and moved to Oxford. Yes, she spoke of her fondly. And both His Grace and I had the idea that you might be just the perfect person to replace her. How would you feel about that? Mother looked surprised. Me? Replace Lavinia as the Duchess's companion? Exactly. And it is a paying position. Oh. She seemed genuinely surprised. And what duties does that position entail? Primarily, just to be Her Grace's companion. It is a very respectable position. It should not be at all taxing. The only comments Aunt Lavinia ever made about the job was that the Duchess could be short-tempered, fussy, and demanding. Sounds rather like being a mother with a husband and 3 daughters. Mother, you made a joke. Lydia teased. Mother smiled. Oh, but I was being very serious. Lydia nodded. And is that something that would interest you? If so, I shall inform Edwin later this morning, and as he has been inquiring of Her Grace, if that will be suitable to her as well, they should be able to offer you the position later today. It does suit me. I was beginning to wonder what I would do with myself, sitting around this cottage all day, with no husband and no children constantly demanding attention. I cannot see how a single, elderly lady would be any trouble at all. Excellent. Then I shall tell Edwin, and have an answer for you later this afternoon. What will it pay? Do you know? I do not, but I shall inquire. It certainly will help this household with the additional income. Mother thought for a moment. If it is sufficient, I might see about obtaining my own lodging. If you ask me, this little cottage is far too small for 2 independent ladies. Lydia showed up early at the office, but Edwin was not there. She felt she had so neglected her duties previously, that she immediately set to work in the orchard. She was determined to complete all the work before the first freeze. She worked hard for at least an hour pruning branches. It was hot, sticky, tiring work, with a fair share of scrapes and scratches on her arms. She looked up, at one point, and saw Edwin on his horse, obviously heading out to where the pond was being constructed. He saw her and waved but did not stop. Lydia was slightly disappointed, as she had hoped that they might have a few moments alone together. She very much wanted to re-establish that wonderful moment, when he offered her his affection. They had had no opportunity to revisit that precious moment, since it had occurred. And she wondered if he might be trying to avoid it happening again. However, she was not about to let those thoughts keep her from the work she needed to do. She worked all morning and, aside from taking a few breaks for water, she worked until it was time to break for lunch. As she knew Edwin was totally engrossed in the work on the pond, she did not expect to see him again until the end of the day. She had brought some bread and cheese, and a few strips of bacon from breakfast, to be her lunch, and she sat alone in the office and ate. As she was eating she saw Ellen head to the stable, but it seemed she had gone there not to ride, as she returned shortly and went back to the house. Their paths were not to cross today, it seemed. Lydia sat for a moment after her repast, and recouped her energy, before heading back out to the orchard. She worked hard again all afternoon, and was determined to show Edwin she had done a good day's work. By mid-afternoon, she had completed all the pruning she had planned for the day, and she spent the rest of the time gathering up the pruned branches, to break apart as kindling for the house's many fireplaces. Near the end of her work, she saw Edwin return on his horse and head to the stable. She needed to speak to him about her mother's position with the Duchess, so she wandered toward the stable, and waited for him to come out. "Oh, Lydia!" he exclaimed, as he saw her. He took his hat off as he came over. "Edwin, how is the work on the pond going?" "Very well, although the clay soil is more difficult to excavate than I had expected." He looked over toward the orchard. "It looks like your work is going well." "Yes, it is. I am determined to complete all the work by late September. And I wanted to confer with you about what other trees you want to order, so we can have them delivered and planted before the first freeze." Edwin ran a hand through his hair. "Yes, we must do that soon. I have an excellent source for trees, and they can deliver quickly, so we should have plenty of time." "Excellent. And did you speak to your mother about taking my mother on as her companion?" "My mother is quite agreeable to the proposal." Edwin grimaced slightly. "I am so sorry." "I have not. She went to bed directly after dinner, and I was up and out at the pond before she arose this morning." "I understand. However, I shall make every effort to speak to her this evening." Lydia nodded. He put his hat back on and said, "Miss Lydia, I hope you have a pleasant evening." And he turned to leave. This could not be all, Lydia thought. So formal, so cool. She spoke up. "Edwin, one more minute, please." He turned back to her. "Yes?" She could see there was no warmth in his eyes. He was guarded and stiff. She lowered her eyes before she spoke. It took all her willpower to ask, but she knew she must. "Edwin, that afternoon in your office." She felt certain he would understand her reference, without her having to state it fully. He nodded but said nothing. "I know I left town abruptly after your words, but those words have stayed with me all these weeks. Are we not to discuss our intentions further?" "You have said nothing further." Edwin clenched his mouth, and would not look at her. "But finally," he said, "Miss Lydia, you are correct, I must address those words I spoke to you that day. However, I have been avoiding the issue because I got carried away that afternoon, and spoke words I should not have. They were inappropriate and reckless." "Reckless? And how is that?" Lydia asked, her heart racing, and a cold sweat forming on her palms. "Are you saying the words were insincere? You did not mean them?" Lydia was aghast. "I did mean them at the time, but upon reflection, I have seen I should not have spoken to you in that manner." "And why, if they reflect your true feelings?" "Because we must work together. I greatly value what you have to offer my projects, and any emotional entanglements could destroy what we hope to accomplish together." "And what do you do with those feelings?" "Ignore them? Smother them? Numb them with drink? I must have mistaken my warm feelings for you as a coworker, with a mistaken idea that it was a romance. Please forgive me." To her, this did not ring entirely true. He was evading. Lydia had to ask. "Does this have anything to do with your mother? Is she insisting you marry Miss Stafford?" Edwin was silent. "Edwin, please answer me truthfully." "That is partially true.
I have come to realize, I have family obligations that supersede any personal feelings I might have. Then the feelings you have for me are genuine, but you must ignore them because of duty? Edwin's jaw clenched. You must forgive me. I have many issues I must attend to yet this afternoon. I am delighted that you have returned to Honeyfield, and I look forward to moving ahead in our working relationship. However, I really have nothing more to say about my misadventure. I regret if you formed any false expectations, and if so, I greatly apologize. Good day, Miss Lydia. And I shall speak to my mother about taking on your mother as her companion. Edwin then turned and walked into the house. Chapter 25. Lydia walked through the next few days in a partial trance. She was determined to continue on with her work, and did so admirably. Edwin went directly to the pond site every morning, and did not return until late afternoon, and sometimes not at all before Lydia left, when her work was done for the day. Their only point of meaningful contact was when Edwin told her the Duchess agreed to take her mother on as her companion. Lydia was pleased for her mother, and her mother began attending to the Duchess the next morning. Lydia had a far sterner constitution than she had imagined. Some deep part of her always knew any type of romantic relationship between her and Edwin was an impossibility and, as such, had never completely given herself over to him. Of course, Lydia could not confide about such matters to her mother, as she would never have imagined such a possibility could have existed in the first place, and would have chided Lydia to no end, for even thinking it might be possible. That left Jenny as her only ally and confidant. It was difficult not having Jenny next door anymore, whenever she needed to chat. And it was not possible to know when Jenny might be home, as she was spending more and more time with Dr. Cook. But Lydia knew that Jenny could be found at the market most mornings, so she took a morning off, and headed for the market, to see if she could find her. She really needed to confide in someone about the situation with Edwin. She planned the trip into the village, so that she might do some marketing of her own. While she was able to get all the produce she wanted from the estate garden, there still were items she and her mother needed from the shops in town. Lydia bought the few items on her list early, so that she could be on the lookout for Jenny without being distracted. Lydia came out of the post office, after sending off a letter to Lavinia and Bernard, when she spotted Jenny purchasing onions, potatoes, and a cabbage. "Jenny," Lydia called out as she came over to her. "Lydia, how lovely to see you. Are you in town for the market?" "That, and to see you. It has been far too long. I so miss having you next door for a quick chat." "Me too. May I offer you some tea?" Jenny asked. "I would love to have a good gossipy chat." "Twisty Vance?" Lydia asked. "Perfect. Let me just finish up my shopping here, and we can head over." "Now then," Lydia started, after they had ordered their tea. "How is the good Dr. Cook? Is he still attentive?" Jenny smiled. "Oh, yes, he is. In fact, I fully expect him to make a proposal any day now. Then we shall be planning for another wedding soon." Jenny inclined her head. "I will be Mrs. Cook, can you imagine? I'm really very happy for you." Jenny scowled slightly. "You don't feel bad about Reggie turning his attentions toward me?" "Not at all. I was ambivalent about the two of us at best. I think the two of you are a much better match." Jenny reached over and put her hand on Lydia's. "Thank you." The tea served, they both took a moment to prepare their cups the way they liked it. "Now, tell me about you. How is your mother faring, in a new and strange community?" "Very well. She has taken on Aunt Lavinia's position, as companion to the Duchess, and is most pleased. She is not as sour, and is much chattier than my aunt was, and the two of them seem to get along like sisters." "How about that?" Jenny had a twinkle in her eye, as she then asked. "And Edwin? Might there be a marriage soon in your future?"
Lydia dropped her eyes and was silent for a moment. I am afraid not, Jenny. She then went on to explain about the devastating conversation she had had with Edwin, soon after she returned to Honeyfield. He's a beast, Jenny said emphatically. Oh, Jenny. He is not. I knew in my heart that any romance between us was impossible. He has family responsibilities he must respect. And does that include the dreaded Stafford? Perhaps. I do not know. I have not seen her lately. Perhaps she finally understood Edwin's not too subtle message. Then where is he to find a wife? London? I know they have a townhouse there. Perhaps he will accompany Ellen after the first of the year, and go wife shopping. Oh, Lydia. I am so sorry. And how are you still able to live and work there? It must be dreadful. But it is my livelihood. I cannot just give that up. Besides, right now we rarely see each other. He is focused on building the pond, and I am working on the orchard and garden. Our paths rarely cross. But they will eventually. Lydia nodded. Yes, they will, and I believe we are both adult enough to be able to work together in a professional manner. Jenny studied Lydia. Are you being entirely honest with me? How can you not be affected by his presence, by the memory of his declaration to you? Then I shall just find out, will I not? Mother was very chatty these days. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying her new position with the Duchess. She had given up, for the time being, the notion that she might find her own accommodations. It was so convenient to be able to just take a short walk, and be at Honeyfield with no need for transportation. What would you think about a trap and pony? Mother asked one morning, during breakfast. You mean for us? Yes. We both need to go into town and get about. I should like to make some local friends, and it would be ever so useful if we were free to travel as we liked. But where would we keep a pony? We have no outbuildings. Oh, Her Grace said we could use the stable, for both the pony and the trap. You talked to her about this before you talked to me? Lydia asked, a little annoyed. I needed to see if it was feasible, before I spoke to you. And as we both have incomes now, might it not make life a lot easier for both of us? Lydia thought about that, and quite liked the idea. It would certainly make life easier for her. She could market and visit Jenny with much greater ease. Actually, Mother, I think that is a splendid idea. I shall ask Edwin where we might obtain both, and how much they will cost. I assume you are willing to split the costs. Of course, my dear. Although, you do make more than I do, she added with an edge. Then let us see how much each of us uses the trap, and we can make adjustments, if appropriate. Yes? Mother nodded. It had been several weeks since Edwin had spoken to Lydia about how things were to be between them. Lydia was not to be deterred, and threw all her efforts into her work on the orchard and the garden. Lydia had seen little of Ellen, but taking a break one morning, she saw Ellen heading toward the stable. Ellen! Lydia shouted out. Ellen stopped and looked over. Lydia, it has been far too long. Come riding with me. I have been so engrossed in my writing, I have totally neglected my poor horsey. Lydia walked over to Ellen. I would love to, but look at me. I am a bedraggled mess. I have been climbing trees and hauling branches, like a farmhand. You would make me ride a quarter of a mile behind you, so as not to be seen with me. Ellen laughed. You do not look that bad. But I suppose you are in the midst of work. I am. But I have missed seeing you. Can you come sit with me in the office, so we can catch up? I would love to. They walked to the office, and sat at the table. How is your writing going? Would you ever let me read anything? Lydia asked. I am reluctant to let anyone see what I am working on, but I do have a few short stories I could let you read. I would like that, Lydia said, as she tried organizing the cluttered table.
And are you keeping up a correspondence with Bartley?
Ellen sat back in the chair and beamed. Oh, yes.
And I cannot wait until January, when I go up to London. She suddenly had an idea.
Lydia, why not come with me? We would have the jolliest time. Lydia was surprised by the suggestion. Oh. That sounds delightful, but my work.
It will be January.
What work in the garden will there be for you to do? It will be all frozen and bleak. No.
Come with me.
I would have to get Edwin's approval, she said. Ellen waved her hand.
Oh, Edwin.
I can handle him. Not to worry, you shall come with me.
Yes,
that sounds like a great deal of fun. But it could only be for a limited time.
There will be a lot of work to do,
getting ready for spring planting.
A month. Can you free yourself for a month?
Lydia thought about that. I do not see why not.
Excellent. And your mama will not object?
Lydia asked. Oh, no. She is in her scheming mode. How so?
She has totally given up on Pamela Stafford as a possible wife for Edwin.
Lydia felt a jolt in her stomach at that announcement.
Oh? Does that mean Edwin is free to find his own wife?
Ellen guffawed. Oh, Lydia, I can see you have not yet grasped the extent of the Duchess's grasp and control. No, she has found a new prospect. Lydia's stomach jolted once again.
Are you at liberty to tell me?
Ellen smiled.
But you are my friend.
Of course. The name of the newly selected lady is Miss Caroline Beaufort. Her father is the Earl of Albemarle, and his estate abuts Sowers. However, they primarily live in London, and the lady seems disinclined to visit, for fear the hem of her gown might be soiled in the wilds of Shropshire. Lydia chuckled. Poor dear. And has Edwin been informed of his intended? He has.
And his response?
One might say cool to chilly.
I see. Lydia lowered her eyes.
Ellen suddenly realized what this new information might mean to Lydia. Oh, my dear, I have been most insensitive. You have feelings for Edwin, do you not? Lydia shook her head. No, I have no expectations where Edwin is concerned. Ellen thought for a moment. Miss Beaufort has a most charming younger brother. I believe they are quite close. And I understand that, despite Caroline's misgivings, they have been persuaded to come to Honeyfield for a visit next week. I feel certain you will find the young brother most charming. And his name? Daniel. I understand that you and your mother desire to acquire a pony and trap, Edwin said, as he and Lydia sat at the office table, reviewing the seed catalogues she had ordered. It would give us a great deal more freedom. It seems my mother has Her Grace's permission for us to keep them in the stable, if it also meets your approval. Edwin considered. Of course, we have plenty of room. And have you found what you want to buy yet? No, I am not sure where to inquire. Let me help you with that. I have several sources, and I will inquire and obtain you the best deal. If you wish it, that is. Edwin was being exceedingly polite and formal, Lydia observed. She nodded. That would be greatly appreciated. Do you have a fixed sum you wish to spend? I have no idea what these things cost. Then I shall give you the prices before I go ahead and purchase them. Lydia nodded. It was clear, they were bending over backward to be polite and civil with one another, with no spillover from their awkward last meeting. However, they had business to deal with. It was time to order the seeds and plantings for the spring vegetable garden. Lydia handed Edwin a list of what she wanted to order.
These new additions should provide a diverse and interesting garden for next season. Of course, there are all the standard vegetables you and your family would expect, but I have also added many new treats that you should enjoy. Edwin studied the list. Most interesting. Yes, I shall accept your suggestions, and shall order these, and have everything shipped to arrive at planting time. Excellent. And how is the orchard? He asked. I am almost finished, except for the fall planting. Have you ordered the additional trees I suggested? I have, and they should be arriving any day now. Wonderful. It seemed their business was concluded, and it appeared that neither one of them had anything further to add. However, Lydia made an effort. And how is the pond coming along? Do you expect to be finished before winter? I do. And once it is completed, it will take several months for the water to fill the pond to its limit. You must take a ride with me one day, to inspect the progress. I have seen it. I often walk the estate, and have passed by several times. It looks to be splendid. Thank you. And what will your next project be when it is completed? I was thinking, to begin work on expanding the greenhouse over the winter. I very much want to start my tropical collection. Let me know if I can help you in any way, Lydia said, as she stood. Perhaps I might consult with you about what might be planted around the pond, besides the trees I have selected. I was thinking, we should plant a number of aquatic plants. What do you think? It seemed to Lydia that he was struggling to find a way to connect with her that did not involve romance, but still included friendship. She felt sad, but wanted to maintain any non-threatening closeness they might achieve. Let me look through my catalogues, and I will come up with some suggestions. She was ready to leave. I must get back to the orchard. I am so close to finishing the pruning now, and I am anxious to get on to planting the trees. She started to leave. Wait. One moment. She stopped. Yes? Mother has invited guests to stay with us at Honeyfield for a number of days next week, and we have decided to have a dinner and invite a few locals for them to meet. We would be honored if you and your mother could join us. Lydia nodded. I am sure my mother will be attending on your mother, in any case. Edwin nodded. Yes, but I still would like you to attend. He suddenly seemed to realize she might not want to. If it suits you, of course. I should be honored. And the guests are? The Earl of Albemarle, his son, Daniel Beaufort, and his daughter, Caroline. They will be down from London. The Earl owns the estate adjoining ours to the north. And the mother? Lydia asked. She is deceased. Lydia was not sure she wanted to do this, but she would. She would very much like to see this Miss Caroline Beaufort. And then there was Daniel. Chapter 26. Lydia felt quite smart, as she and her mother took their new trap into Upton Magna. Even though it was used, it was in good condition, and the pony was not too old, and certified to be in good health. Mother beamed, and appeared very ladylike, as they trotted into the village, and pulled up next to the inn, where it was possible to leave the trap with an attendant, as they were to be in town for more than a few errands. The first point of business was for Lydia to see Dr. Cook, as a scratch on her arm from the pruning had become infected. Mother, feel free to start the market shopping if you like, and I shall find you after I have consulted with Dr. Cook. Oh, do not mind me. I have several errands myself, at the milliner's and the chemist's. If we miss each other, let us meet at that charming little tea shop you introduced me to. I feel quite parched, and it will be nice to be seen in town. Very well. Lydia went to Dr. Cook's office, and sat in the waiting room. There was only one other person, and it did not take long for Lydia to be ushered into the examination room. Miss Lydia, how delightful to see you. I hope this is only a social call. It would pain me to think you might be ill. Alas, it is a professional visit, but not too serious, I trust. She held out her arm for the doctor to examine.
Ah, you are correct. Not too serious. Let me just treat that, and then perhaps we might have a chat.
Dr. Cook provided his treatment, and after bandaging her arm sat back in his chair and smiled at her.
I understand your
Relationship with Miss Lovell is progressing nicely,
Lydia said. You have had reports, have you?
He asked, jovially.
From the primary source, herself.
Ah,
Miss Jenny. Of course, the two of you must chat often.
We do.
We are each other's confidant. Then you must also know that I am the happiest man.
Lydia nodded.
And I am most happy for you. You certainly deserve such a fine woman. Thank you. Lydia hesitated but said.
I hope you have forgiven me for rushing off so suddenly when I needed to go home, without offering you a personal goodbye.
But I was under a great deal of stress. Yes.
I am so sorry you lost your father.
Thank you. However, I am certain you will soon be meeting my mother, as she has a tendency toward imaginary illnesses. And I am sure when she sees how charming you are, she will find numerous maladies to flaunt before you. Reginald laughed.
I shall be prepared.
Lydia stood. Thank you for your help this morning. And I insist on payment this time.
Very well.
5 shillings, please. Lydia took out her coin purse, and paid him. I have missed our walks, he said, as he stood after putting the coins in his desk drawer. As have I. However, now that I live at Honeyfield, I am able to freely traverse the estate, and have discovered many favored walks already. They heard a new patient come into the office waiting room. Miss Lydia, it has been a great pleasure seeing you again. Please, do not wait until your next injury or illness to stop by. Perhaps our next meeting might be at your wedding? Lydia asked with a smile. Reginald smiled, but did not answer. Good day, Miss Lydia. Doctor. She nodded and left the office. Now, to find her mother. She started with the milliners and the chemists, both nearby the doctor's office, but she was not there. Then she ambled over to the market, but not seeing her, went ahead and purchased what she needed. Finally, she headed to Twistervant's, and went inside, to find her mother at a table with another lady. Mother, there you are, Lydia said, as she approached the table. Lydia. Meet this fine lady I met at the milliner's, Mrs. Cynthia Forbes. This is my daughter, Lydia. It is a decided pleasure, Lydia said, shaking the gentlewoman's hand. Likewise, Mrs. Forbes replied. We have ordered tea for 3. Please sit, Lydia, Mother insisted. Lydia put down her market basket, and sat opposite Mrs. Forbes. She studied the woman. She was in her late 50s or early 60s, Lydia surmised. She was obviously wearing a wig, and was heavily made up. Her penciled eyebrows were not quite straight, and the outline of her rouged lips did not match the actual line of her lips. She wore white lace gloves with a pink dress. And although she might look a little ridiculous to Lydia, she did have a nice smile. Lydia decided to reserve judgment until she knew more about the lady. Your mother tells me you are a horticultural consultant to His Grace, Mrs. Forbes said. Lydia nodded. I guess you might call me that. But in actuality, I am really just a glorified gardener. Oh. Mrs. Forbes seemed a little shocked at having tea with a gardener. Mother then stepped in. His Grace calls upon her extensive knowledge of gardening in the construction of his arboretum. He is making Honeyfield into a model garden for all of Great Britain, a model for the 19th century. It is a massive undertaking. I see, Mrs. Forbes said, as she tapped her napkin against her lips, and then took another sip of tea. Mrs. Forbes,
Are you a long-time resident of Upton Magna? She answered in a strange exaggerated accent. I am, my dear. My dearest husband was Upton Magna's mayor for 23 years.
Madame. Lydia acknowledged. What a great honor. You must be considered one of the premier citizens of the village. Mrs. Forbes nodded modestly.
That is not for me to say,
but one might assume it to be so.
Lydia looked at her mother and smiled.
However, her mother did not seem to see the humor. My home is at the very top of Lilac Way. You must know it, do you not? Lydia shook her head. No, I am sorry. I am not familiar with that address. Ah, well. It is because you are a newcomer to our community. It is the very most exclusive address in all of Upton Magna. I shall invite the Duchess, your mother, and yourself for tea one afternoon. That is, if you can tear yourself away from your gardening. I am quite certain Her Grace and my mother would be delighted to attend. However, I am afraid I am tied to the earth, so to speak, and am unlikely to be able to attend. With great regret, of course.
Of course. Mrs. Forbes said and turned to Mother to converse, ignoring Lydia for the rest of the tea. Lydia was triumphant as she finished the work of pruning the orchard. She stood back one afternoon and admired her work. All the dead wood had been removed. The branches were pruned to encourage new growth and to maximize fruit yield. Any diseased trees had been removed and, with the pruning, more light, air, and rain could penetrate to the earth around the trees. Now it was time to start digging the holes for the new fruit trees. Edwin stood beside her, as she showed him the stakes she had put, indicating where each tree would go. And how many new trees are there? He asked. 18. She answered. My next task is to start digging the holes for planting. Edwin turned to her. You are planning to dig the holes yourself? She looked at him with some surprise. Of course. Oh, no. That is too much for you to do alone. Let me help you. But the pond? It is far enough along that the workers can finish up alone. I do not want your lovely hands calloused by digging holes in this hard soil. She considered that. Then we shall work together. Very well. And Edwin, there is one other issue I would like to bring up. Yes? When we gardened at home, we would take all the kitchen scraps, pruning materials, and dead plants from the garden at the end of the season, and dump them all together in a pile, along with generous amounts of horse droppings. We would keep the pile moist, and throw earthworms into the pile, whenever we would find any, and in time we would take the material that had broken down, and work it into the garden, helping the garden to thrive. I would like to create such a pile for us to use. Edwin beamed. You see, that is why I hired you. Good knowledge and common sense. Lydia smiled. She could feel their friendship re-establishing itself. But how does one go about collecting worms? Edwin asked, laughing. We could start by examining the soil you removed when you made the pond. I feel certain we could find enough worms to start a great pile, and over time they breed and supply enough for new piles each year. Edwin was silent for a moment. He seemed to be studying the resurrected orchard. What a splendid job you have done. Thank you. He turned and looked at her. You deserve a day off. How about we take a ride? I need to inspect the Earl of Albemarle's property for him. He resides in London and is asking for my help on a matter. That sounds delightful, Lydia replied. I know. Let us make a day of it, and I shall instruct the cook to make a picnic for us, and we can spend the day doing practically nothing. Yes, but I must run home first and change into my riding costume. Very well. Is half an hour enough time? 3/4 of an hour would be better. Then, I shall meet you at the stables.
It was a lovely late summer day. The sun had already started declining toward autumn, and the sunlight created a rich golden haze on the horizon, but the sky was filled with large, white fluffy clouds which occasionally obscured the sun, keeping the day from becoming too hot. Edwin's task on the Albemarle property was to evaluate a pond that had been drying up. The Albemarle property manager had no idea what to do, so the Earl had asked Edwin to take a look. Edwin explained his task to Lydia, and then said, "It occurred to me that you might have some ideas about how to correct this problem." As they passed from Edwin's property to the Earl's property, Lydia asked, "The Earl of Albemarle? Is that not the father of the two guests who are coming to stay with you later this week?" Edwin looked over. "Why, yes." Lydia could see he was surprised she knew this, and she said, "Ellen told me all about them." She wanted to subtly convey that she knew the real reason Caroline Beaufort had been invited. Edwin chose not to respond, so they rode on in silence until they came to the pond in question. They got off the horses, and walked around the perimeter of the pond, looking for a reason the pond might be drying up. "Do you know what the source of the pond is? Is it a spring?" Lydia asked. Edwin looked around the surrounding area. "No, it is fed by a stream, I believe." He went over to a dry stream bed. "Here. This, I believe, is the source of the problem." He laughed. "Or rather the lack of source." Lydia went over and traced the track of the stream. "I think I know what is going on here." "Yes? Is this not the same stream that goes through your property?" Edwin nodded. "And at present, that stream is filling your new pond, is it not?" Edwin laughed. "Indeed. And as a result, no water is flowing out. So until my pond is filled, it will not flow out again." Lydia nodded. "So you may tell the Earl to be patient, and his pond will soon reappear." Deceptively simple, no? Lydia teased. "You were a very bad boy, not to consider who might be affected downstream from your project." Edwin slapped the top of his hand. "There. I have been properly rebuked." Lydia laughed. "Very well, there is nothing more to be done here. I think it is time for our picnic, not so? I know the perfect spot." "Delightful." They mounted their horses, and headed back toward the Honeyfield estate. Edwin led them to a grove of mixed oak and beech. Near the edge, they found a level spot, with mottled sun and shade. Lydia spread out a blanket, and Edwin brought down a basket. He looked around the surrounding area. "I was hoping to find a log or stump where you might sit, but I see nothing." "I don't need a seat. I am quite capable of getting up and down from the ground." "Very well. Then let us enjoy our picnic. The cook assures me it will be quite enjoyable." They shared a rustic country terrine plate and slices of a flavorful local cheese, with crispy bread, poached pears, and a fresh, crisp white wine. After eating, they stretched out on the blanket, and with their arms behind their heads looked up, and watched the lazy billowy clouds gradually changing shapes and floating by. "I see a lady's face with a hooked nose and a big hat," Lydia said of a passing cloud. Edwin mused. "It looks more like a ship in full sail to me." "Yes, I can see that too." They watched in silence a little longer, and then Edwin said, "And over there is an elephant." He laughed. "But with a very short trunk." Lydia laughed. She turned to look at him, and found him looking at her. They just stared at each other for a moment, then turned back to look at the sky. Suddenly it began to sprinkle. "Where is that coming from?" Edwin shouted, as he jumped up and offered Lydia his hand. He pulled her up, and they scanned the sky, and there was a dark cloud that had come up from behind them, that they had not seen. They scrambled to put everything back into the picnic basket, folded the blanket and headed to the horses. It began to rain harder, but just as quickly as it had come, it subsided and cleared up. It was only a brief summer shower.
That was truly delightful. Thank you, Edwin, for a lovely morning and picnic,
Lydia said, after the horses had been taken by the groom.
Edwin held the picnic basket in one hand and tipped his hat with the other.
And thank you for your splendid accomplishment with the orchard. Please take the rest of the afternoon off, and we can start bright and early tomorrow, on digging the holes for the fruit trees.
Is that agreeable to you?
Lydia nodded.
Yes,
quite.
And I was thinking I might pull a few workers from the pond site, to help us with the digging. I believe the trees will be delivered the 1st of next week, and I want us to be all ready to plant the trees as soon as they arrive.
That would be most useful. Lydia had wanted to ask Edwin an important question. And there is one other thing.
Yes? Ellen spoke to me recently about traveling with her to London in January. She would like me to stay with her for a month.
And, as it will be midwinter, I do not see that interrupting our work.
Would it be all right with you if I were to accompany her?
Edwin considered that. He seemed a little taken aback, but answered. Yes, I do not see why not.
It would be nice for Ellen to have a sympathetic companion. And I would feel better too, if you were with her, while she became accustomed to life in London.
It is a very different place there. Lydia laughed. Yes, I can imagine, never having been there.
Really? You have not?
Lydia shook her head. Then you are in for a treat or a shock,
or both?
He said with a smile.
Chapter 27. The evening before the dinner at Honeyfield honoring the guests, Caroline and Daniel, Lydia was doing some minor sewing repairs on the dress she would be wearing. Her mother sat opposite her at the table. Lydia had noticed at supper that her mother had something on her mind. "Lydia, my pet, I have something I would like to discuss with you," she said finally. "Yes, Mother?" She looked up from her sewing. "Mrs. Forbes, as you know, is a widow, as am I, and finding that she is all alone in her very large house, has asked if I should like to move in with her. She says I shall be such great company." "Really? And how do you feel about that? Is that an idea you find agreeable?" Mother hesitated but said, "I do. You know how cramped it is with the two of us living together in this tiny cottage. Just think, you could have all of this to yourself. Would you not like that?" Lydia was not certain how agreeable it would be to live with Mrs. Forbes, but who was she to say? "I would miss you, of course." "Yes, but I would still be at Honeyfield almost every day. I am sure our paths would cross frequently." "And what about the trap and pony? How would we manage that?" "Well, Mrs. Forbes has her own carriage, and she assures me I might have its use whenever I like. I should be driven to and from Honeyfield each day. And she has a housekeeper, and a cook, and even a butler. It would almost be like the old days at Piddlehinton with your father, before we fell on hard times. And I am sure you can manage the trap and pony by yourself. That is, if you choose to keep it." Lydia thought about the proposal. It certainly would be nice to have the cottage to herself, that she had to admit. But she still had reservations about the suitability of the proposal. "But Mother, are you not afraid you might tire of each other, with just the two of you living alone?" "Oh, no, dear. I shall be with her Grace during the daytime, and it would only be for a few hours in the evening that Mrs. Forbes and I should be together. And we do find each other quite agreeable. I foresee no problem." "Very well, then. Do you know when you should like to move in with her?" "On my next free day. Mrs. Forbes, Cynthia, we use first names now, has arranged for her carriage to collect me and my luggage on that afternoon. I shall spend the remaining time here packing up my few belongings." "Very well. Let me know if I can help you in any way." Ginger Snap pounced on Lydia's lap, causing her to prick herself with the sewing needle. "Ah, cat!" she cried out.
Startled, the cat jumped back down.
Lydia was visiting with Ellen, prior to the two of them going down to dinner. "Are you excited about seeing London for the first time?" Ellen asked Lydia, sitting at her dressing table, as her personal maid was working on her hair.
"I am, but a little apprehensive as well.
But quite honestly,
I have no idea what to expect.
All I have ever known are small rural villages my entire life. The biggest city I ever saw was when we passed through Shrewsbury on the way to Upton Magna.
Then,
I shall take you in hand and we shall see everything together. By the time you leave, you shall be a seasoned Londoner. You must advise me on what I should take to wear. I am not certain I will have the London look."
"Never you mind. We shall go shopping.
I am sure you could do with a few new frocks, no?"
Lydia grimaced. "If I can afford any at London prices."
Ellen threw her hands into the air.
"We have accounts at all the best dressmakers.
Mama just waves her hand when presented with the bills and says pay them. She will never know she is paying for an extra dress or two."
"Wicked," Lydia said, laughing.
"And have you yet met our guests since they arrived?"
"I have not.
I know them, of course,
but I was writing when they came and was not to be disturbed."
"So what can you tell me about them?"
Lydia asked. "I have to admit, Miss Caroline is quite the beauty.
A bit full of herself, but very well educated and accomplished in all the ladylike arts. My spies in London tell me she has her eyes set on our Edwin." "By spies do you mean Bartley?"
Ellen laughed. "Why,
yes,
I do. He is very useful in so many endearing ways."
"I have a terrible feeling that you shall not be at all available in London, but shall be dallying with Mr. Evans all day, and every evening."
"That is why you are going with me. To help me restrain myself."
"But you're writing?
Shall you have no time for that in London?"
"I hope to finish what I am working on before we leave. And it is my intention to use Mr. Evans to help me find a publisher. And then, when I am a famous authoress, I shall spend my mornings in bed, my afternoons writing, and my evenings being the toast of the town."
The maid finished with Ellen's hair.
Ellen turned to Lydia.
"Would you like her to touch your hair up? She has some sweet flowers she could work into it."
"That sounds nice," Lydia said and took Ellen's place at the dressing table.
"You have told me about Miss Caroline, but what about Mr. Beaufort?"
Lydia asked shyly.
"Oh, the Earl is quite distinguished," Ellen said with a smile. "I did not mean that Mr. Beaufort," Lydia scolded. "And you know it."
"Oh, you mean Mr.
Daniel Beaufort," Ellen teased.
"Yes,
Ellen. Do not be so dense.
You will find he is quite presentable. He is studying law in the Temple.
He rode competitively at Cambridge,
and he keeps his haberdasher happy with his expensive style of dressing. And as for his looks,
you shall see quite soon for yourself." The maid finished Lydia's hair.
Lydia turned her head as she studied herself in the mirror.
"You look lovely," Ellen said. "Shall we go down now?" The Duchess and Mother were seated in a corner of the sitting room, conversing with the Earl, as Ellen and Lydia entered. The other guests had not yet come down.
"Mama,"
Ellen called out, as she headed across the room. Her Grace looked up.
"Oh,
Ellen,
you look lovely, my dear.
And Miss Lydia, your mother, the Earl,
and I were having the most delightful chat about crockery. Did you know that bone china is actually made with bone ash, really?
I do not think I shall ever be able to drink a cup of tea again."
"Until you are thirsty, Mama,"
Ellen reassured her.
"Good evening, Your Lordship. I trust you had a pleasant journey down from London?"
"We did.
"Thank you,
my dear,"
the Earl said.
"And this is my friend,
Lydia Fernside, my lord. She is working closely with Edwin on his arboretum." "It is a great pleasure,
your lordship," Lydia said, curtsying. "Miss Fernside." The Earl acknowledged, but he did not rise, and she could see why.
With his bulk, he barely fit into the chair.
And she could see by the way he stuck out his leg, and the cane resting against the chair, that he probably suffered from gout.
"Play something for us, my dear,"
the Duchess asked Ellen.
"I promise I will,
after dinner.
But first I want to introduce Lydia to our guests when they arrive."
And at that precise moment,
they did.
Lydia watched as the sister and brother entered the sitting room. Caroline was indeed lovely. Her blonde hair was simply set, and her perfect complexion made her face seem radiant. Her pale blue eyes caught sight of Ellen, and she flashed a generous smile, as the two came over toward them. "Ellen, there you are.
How lovely you look this evening,"
she said, as she kissed Ellen on the cheek.
"And you, Caroline.
I would like you to meet my dear friend and sister, Lydia Fernside." She turned to Lydia.
"Lydia, this is
Caroline Beaufort and her brother, Daniel." Lydia took Caroline's hand. It was smooth and cool.
"Delighted to meet you,"
Lydia said, as she gave a slight curtsy. "Miss Lydia, such a pleasure." Then Lydia turned to Daniel. He was taller than his sister, but she could see the family resemblance.
He had long curly blonde hair and the same robin's egg blue eyes.
He had a full mouth and a most alluring grin.
And he was,
as Ellen had suggested, dressed most fashionably.
Daniel leaned in and took
Lydia's hand, and without looking away from her eyes, kissed it. "Miss Lydia, it is such a great pleasure to meet you.
Edwin has been telling me all about your horticultural
exploits, and how valuable you have been to his projects. And Ellen has told me about your expertise at rowing," Lydia said. "Much exaggerated, I am sure.
It is for me but a neglected hobby these days, with my law studies being my main occupation."
The butler and a footman came in with a trolley of iced champagne, and he began serving the guests. "If you will excuse us, we must pay our respects to the Duchess," Daniel said.
"Of course,"
Lydia replied. Daniel and Caroline headed over to the Duchess. Ellen pulled Lydia aside. "What do you think?"
"Miss Caroline is most lovely,"
Lydia said.
"And Daniel?" "Most charming."
"And that is all?"
Ellen asked, somewhat surprised.
It is early in the evening, and at this point, we have only exchanged pleasantries. It was then that Edwin came into the room. He surveyed the scene and stood aside, not ready to intrude himself into the conversation between the brother, sister, and his mother. Oliver offered Edwin a glass of champagne. Lydia watched carefully to see if she could read what Edwin's reaction to Caroline might be, but he gave no indication. After a moment or two, Caroline and Daniel left the Duchess. Caroline went over to chat with Edwin, and Daniel came over to Lydia and Ellen. Daniel addressed Ellen. "I understand you will be traveling to London in the new year." "Indeed that is so," Ellen responded. "It should be the height of the social scene."
"Are you planning to participate?"
"Occasionally. However, I am more interested in getting my first novel published, and that will be my focus while I am there." Daniel nodded approvingly. "A female novelist. How very brave." Ellen did not seem to take well to that remark. "And how is that brave?" "I am not scaling any mountains or entering into battle." Daniel laughed. "I did not mean any offense, Miss Ellen. I was simply admiring the clarity of your vision." Ellen considered what he said. "No offense taken." Lydia was watching as Edwin chatted with Caroline. He was smiling as she put her hand on his arm, and she leaned into to speak intimately to him. Daniel turned to Lydia. "I understand that you recently moved to Upton Magna." "That is so. And I feel most fortunate to be comfortably settled here now."
Will you be traveling to London with Miss Ellen?
I shall, but just for a month.
My work with Edwin keeps me busy here, but as it will be the slow season, he says he can part with me for a few weeks. Then the two of you must be our guests when you are there. I have a most excellent cook who does wonders with lamb.
Lydia nodded.
So far she had seen nothing in this young man to intrigue her.
She looked over his shoulder and caught Edwin looking over at them. He seemed to be distracted from Caroline's conversation.
And was that a troubled look, she asked herself. Ellen turned to Daniel and asked, "Are you acquainted with Bartley Evans?"
Daniel thought for a moment.
"I think I have heard of him. I believe he is an acquaintance of a fellow of mine at the temple."
"Why do you ask?"
"We have been in correspondence, and he is working to find me a publisher for my novel. And I was just wondering if you might know of him by reputation." Daniel shook his head. "I am sorry. I know little about him other than we have a mutual acquaintance."
Daniel turned back to Lydia.
"Tell me, do you enjoy the opera or the theatre?"
"I am so sorry to be such a country bumpkin, but I have been exposed to neither. However,
I am quite fond of music and have attended a few concerts in my father's parish church. Then I look forward to introducing you to many new wonders when you come to London."
"That indeed sounds delightful," Oliver announced.
"Their Graces, my lord, ladies and gentlemen, please follow me, for dinner is soon to be served." "Shall we?"
Daniel asked, offering one arm to Ellen and one to Lydia.
As they were exiting the room, Lydia glanced over to see Edwin leave Caroline, and go over to escort his mother into dinner. That surprised her, but it also pleased her, until she watched as he then offered his other arm to Caroline as they were leaving.
And she saw that pleased the Duchess very much.
In the dining room, some of the leaves of the large table had been removed, and the party was greeted with a smaller, more intimate table. There were delicate flower arrangements that had been strategically placed so as not to impede conversation. Daniel,
Lydia, and Ellen were the first to enter.
Ellen broke free from Daniel, and went directly to the table, examining the name cards at each place. Lydia saw her switch one card with a card from the setting across the table. The rest of the party arrived, and each person searched for their place at the table. Lydia was seated on one side of the table, between her mother on her left, and Daniel on her right. Ellen was sitting opposite her. Lydia had to smile as she realized that Ellen had switched the name cards, so that Lydia would be sitting next to Daniel, rather than between Caroline and the Earl. However, she was not pleased that Caroline was sitting to the right of Edwin, at his place at the head of the table. After the first wine was served, the footman served a brown soup from a tureen to each guest. Mother turned to Lydia and whispered, "I was noticing how dark you have become being in the sun every day. You should take precaution, or you will lose your lovely fair complexion."
"Mother, this is not the time," Lydia whispered back.
"I am just saying is all." Then she turned to converse with the Duchess, who was already in conversation with the Earl, seated to her left. Daniel turned to Lydia and asked, "What is your favorite recreational activity, Miss Lydia?" "I very much enjoy walking. There are many fine walks through the estate and, I must say, I look forward to the day when our new pond is stabilized, for I do enjoy a cool paddle in hot weather." Daniel laughed. "Oh, yes, the pond. Father told us about the reason the pond on our estate was failing." "Yes, I believe Edwin is very embarrassed about that. However, once our pond is filled your pond will return." "And are you fond of reading?" "I very much am. But unfortunately, with my work schedule, I do not have the time to read that I once had. I have a particular fondness for novels, and I am so looking forward to reading Ellen's when she is finished writing it. It is one of the reasons she is going to London, to find a publisher." "Yes, she mentioned that." "And Daniel, do you read?" He waggled his head. "Only law books at the moment. But when I have the time I enjoy reading about foreign lands. There are many fine narrations of travel abroad. Have you ever read any of those books?
I have not, she replied.
But they do sound intriguing, and I would like to sample some sometime. The footman removed the soup plates, and began serving a new wine to go with the fish course. Lydia looked over at Edwin. He was in deep conversation with Caroline. She noticed that, up to this point, everyone was in a localized conversation, and as yet no one had introduced a table-wide conversation. The footman began serving the fish dover sole in a butter sauce. Lydia noticed that Daniel had had 2 glasses of the previous wine, and was now already on his 2nd glass of the new wine. He was conversing with his sister, who sat opposite, and Lydia noticed that he was beginning to speak a little louder, and was prone to easy and more prolonged laughter. She considered he might have a drinking problem. It was then that Edwin stood. I should like to propose a toast. The guests turned their attention to him. To our guests. Your Lordship, Caroline, Daniel. He turned to each as he mentioned their names. Welcome to Honeyfield, and I hope this will be a strengthening of our family's ties. Cheers. The guests toasted, and Lydia noticed the Duchess was particularly pleased with the mention of strengthening family ties. Then Edwin turned to Lydia. And I should also like to toast Miss Lydia, who has greatly enabled me to pursue my dream of establishing the Honeyfield Arboretum. To Miss Lydia. To Miss Lydia. The toast went up. Lydia was surprised, shocked, and pleased. Chapter 28. After dinner, and when the gentlemen had again joined the ladies, the 3 elders gathered together for a game of cards, while the youngsters stood around the pianoforte, as Ellen played songs that everyone might know, to encourage them to sing along as she played. Edwin and Caroline stood on one side of the pianoforte. Lydia stood next to Ellen to turn the music pages for her. Daniel stood at the far end of the instrument and gazed over toward Lydia. Ellen encouraged Lydia to join her on a few songs, but the others did not sing. Finally, Ellen had had enough and stood up and said, Very well, you have had your entertainment from me. Now, it is your turn to entertain me. Shall I dance a jig? Edwin asked as he attempted a few awkward dance steps. Lydia noticed that Caroline stood away from Edwin with a look of distaste. Oh, brother, please, you look rather like a camel. And just how many dancing camels have you seen? He joked. Absolutely none, but I can imagine. The concert ended, Daniel went over to Caroline and they stepped aside to chat. Ellen went to a side table where there was a coffee service, and the butler prepared her a cup. Edwin came over to Lydia. Are you having an enjoyable evening? Yes, very. He stood close to her, and she could feel the warmth of his body, and caught the musky scent that she recognized as his. She looked up at him. I appreciated your toast, she said. But it was totally unnecessary. Edwin smiled and put his hand on her shoulder. It was totally deserved. Edwin. The Duchess called out from the card table. We need you to settle a dispute. He looked over, but a look of irritation flashed across his face. Very well, he answered, and then he turned back to Lydia. Her Majesty commands. He went over to his mother. Lydia was alone and unsure what she wanted to do. She saw that Ellen was sitting alone with her coffee, so she went to sit with her after refilling her cup. Are you enjoying Daniel's company? Ellen asked. He is most courteous. Ellen looked at Lydia. Courteous, and that is all? He converses well. Oh, my dear, damning with faint praise. Lydia whispered. I fear he might have a slight drinking problem. He consumed a great deal of wine at dinner. Perhaps prompted by the exuberance of the occasion. You do not find him fine-looking? Lydia nodded. He is well put together. Ellen laughed. Lydia, you do have a funny way of saying things. She considered for a moment. Give him some time.
He might grow on you.
Or are you too taken with my brother?
Lydia blushed and shook her head. No, not that.
She looked up and saw the Duchess pointing toward Caroline.
Edwin nodded and started toward her, but he turned his head and looked at Lydia and smiled. She looked away. The Duchess was not one for a late night, and she stood up, Mother following, and bid everyone good evening. She left the room on Mother's arm. That left the Earl alone at the card table, and he soon painfully stood and also bade good night, and hobbled out of the sitting room. Edwin spoke up. Unless any of you would like to play a hand of cards, I suggest we call it an evening. What do you all say? I am tired from the journey, I should like to retire, Caroline said, as she looked toward Edwin, expecting him to offer to escort her. But he made no movement toward her. And I shall accompany you, my dear, Daniel offered. He took her arm, and they stopped by Ellen and Lydia. It was a great pleasure meeting you, Miss Lydia, Daniel said as he bowed. And you? Lydia said as she stood. Miss Caroline, she added and nodded. The brother and sister left. I am going to stay a while, Ellen said. I wish to finish my coffee, and perhaps I shall read. Edwin came over to Lydia. Miss Lydia. He offered his arm. Might I escort you back to your cottage? Lydia looked at him, puzzled by his offer. She walked alone day and evening, and he had not offered to escort her before. Perhaps it was the formality of the occasion. If you like, but I am quite capable of making my way home alone. But it would be my pleasure, he added. It was a clear, starry night, but this late in the summer there was a slight chill in the air. Edwin walked beside Lydia. They were both in silence until Lydia spoke. The Beaufort family seems to be very pleasant. However, I feel sympathy for the poor Earl with his infirmity. Yes, he does suffer. And Caroline seems to be a charming young woman. Lydia looked over to see how Edwin might react, but it was too dark to make out his face. Yes, my mother is much taken with her. That was a strange reaction, Lydia thought. And how long will they be visiting? She asked. A week or so, I believe. They had wished to spend some time at their estate, but their house is not open and so they requested to stay with us. And is Mr. Daniel a close friend of yours? Edwin looked over at Lydia. Not close, but we have a long acquaintance. They walked on in silence until they reached the cottage. It was strange to think that she would soon be all alone here, once her mother moved in with Mrs. Forbes. When they reached the cottage they stopped and turned to each other. Lydia had not left a candle burning so it was totally dark, except for the stars above. Edwin reached out, and took one of Lydia's hands. You know, it is all my mother's doing. What is? Lydia asked, her heart fluttering. This whole event. It is a charade. I don't understand, Lydia said, shaking her head. Edwin hesitated. I have said too much. Good night, Miss Lydia. He turned and quickly walked away. Lydia stood in the dark breathless. She felt the night close in around her. She was slightly shaking. Was it the cold or was it something else? She turned and went into the cottage and lit a candle. Her mother would be home soon. The next morning, when Lydia showed up for work, she found the promised workers digging the holes for the new trees. Lydia had carefully staked out where each tree would go so they would know where to dig. But Edwin was not with them. Lydia introduced herself and pitched in, and began to dig alongside the men. It was going very well, and it was about 10 o'clock, when Lydia stopped to wipe her brow with a handkerchief. She stood resting on her shovel, when she saw Edwin come out of the house, followed by Caroline in her riding costume. It was clear they were to go riding together, without Ellen. Lydia remembered the day of their picnic, and a stab of jealousy and regret surged through her. but there was nothing to be done. She knew and understood the situation. It seemed the Duchess had a much firmer grip on the family than Lydia had first realized. And she was haunted, and thought back to what Edwin had told her, just before he left her last night. They were nearly done with digging the holes, but the shipment of new trees had not arrived yet. And as Edwin was off riding with Caroline, she decided to take the afternoon off and go visit Jenny. The workmen said they could easily finish the job in the next few hours. She needed to see her friend and seek commiseration. Lydia pulled the trap up in front of the Lovell house. She tied off the pony and went to the door. It was Jenny who answered her knock. "Oh, Lydia. Just the person I wanted to see. Come in." Jenny ushered her inside and led her to the kitchen. "Cuppa?" she asked. "Absolutely. I miss your wonderful biscuits," Jenny said. "I always knew when to visit you when I smelled the aroma of your delicious baking." "Fear not," Lydia said, as she reached into her bag and pulled out a batch of biscuits, wrapped in a napkin that she had baked for Jenny. "Oh, my dear. You are a fairy godmother, are you not?" Jenny opened the napkin and smelled the fresh biscuits. "Sesame?" she asked. "Yes. Here, let me have one." Jenny reached out and took one from the batch which was still slightly warm. "I have news," Jenny said, as she started preparing the tea. "Yes? Someone has made an offer on your aunt's house." "Oh, that was sudden." "Have you met the buyers?" "I have. A charming young couple with 2 little girls. He is a carpenter, I believe. And she seems to be just delightful. I think I am about to replace you with a new best friend." "You dare not," Lydia insisted. Jenny shook her head. "No, never." "And Dr. Cook? Any news there?" Jenny shot her a look. "Over tea, when we are settled." "It must be good news then," Lydia said, smiling. "Let us go outside into the garden," Jenny said as she completed making the tea. They traipsed into the back garden, and sat at a wicker table in the shade of a large beech. Jenny played mother as she poured, and then handed Lydia her cup. "Now tea then," Lydia insisted. "Dr. Cook?" It was clear Jenny was savoring the news as she took her time, building the suspense. Then she just looked at Lydia with a huge grin. "Did he?" Lydia asked finally. Jenny nodded. "He wants a Christmas wedding." "Oh, before I leave for London. How splendid. And will you be my chief bridesmaid?" Lydia was hushed. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Of course, I will," Lydia enthused. "Where is the wedding going to be held?" "St. Andrews, and the reception will be at the inn." "Not here?" Lydia asked. "Not enough room. Reggie is inviting his whole family, and they will be staying at his house, with spillover at the inn. And they can supply the food and drink, and take care of all the details." "Then we need to make lists," Lydia insisted. "We need to make sure we do not miss any detail." "We can do that, but first tell me your news." Lydia told Jenny about her mother moving over to Mrs. Forbes. "Oh, Lord, the widow Forbes? Truly? I hope your mother is extremely patient, for the widow is very demanding. She has gone through any number of elderly women she has taken in to live with her. But then she ends up treating them like indentured servants. Oh, dear. I must warn her immediately. She is planning to move in with a lady this very afternoon. But I do not know if she will take my advice. She can be as stubborn as me, and I am concerned she will disregard my warning. Then you best be prepared to take your mother back, for I fear her stay with the widow will not be for long." Lydia sighed. "I was afraid something like that might happen. I was not impressed with the lady when I first met her. But my mother was taken with her fine house, and impressed that her husband had been the mayor. And how is Edwin? Any news from you on that front? Lydia shook her head. Oh, Jenny, there is no good news there. The Duchess has her mind set on Edwin marrying Miss Caroline Beaufort. The Beauforts are visiting for a whole week. And this very morning I saw Caroline and Edwin go riding off into the sunset. Or, rather, the sunrise together. Lydia shook herself as though to rid herself of these thoughts. But let us not concern ourselves with Edwin Templeton. We have much more joyous plans for your wedding to attend to. Lydia paced the little pony as quickly as he would go. She needed to talk to her mother about Mrs. Forbes. It was already mid-afternoon, and she knew Mrs. Forbes's carriage would be coming shortly, to collect her mother and her luggage. She left the trap outside the cottage. She did not have time to take it to the stables first. "Mother?" she called out as she entered. "Yes, dear?" Mother answered. She was in the bedroom completing her packing. Lydia stood at the door. "I have just been to see Jenny." "And how is she?" "She was so lovely to me when I first arrived in Upton Magna." "She is fine, but I have something very important to share with you." "Very well, but can it not wait until later? Mrs. Forbes's carriage shall be here shortly and I am not quite ready." "No, Mother, it cannot wait. It is about your move that I need to speak." Her mother looked over, with an exasperated look. "What is it, Lydia?" "Jenny has told me some very troubling tales about Mrs. Forbes. I think it is unwise for you to move into her house. I know it is late to change plans, but it is for your own peace of mind. Jenny says Mrs. Forbes will treat you very badly." Mother looked conflicted, and she fussed with the packing, and then said, "That must be complete nonsense. Cynthia has been nothing but the very best friend to me. Whatever Miss Jenny said must be in error. I am not going to abandon my plans at this late date, and insult a fine lady. Now, if you don't mind, I need to finish my packing." Lydia knew better than to engage further with her mother when she had her mind set, so she left and took the trap back to the stables. After she got the pony fed and settled, she left the stable to go over to the orchard, to see if all the holes had been completed as planned. As she was leaving, she caught sight of Caroline standing near the entrance to the house, as though she was waiting for someone. Once Caroline saw Lydia, she started heading toward her. Lydia stopped to wait for her. "Good afternoon, Miss Caroline, are you having a pleasant day?" Caroline stopped before her, but was silent at first. "And this is what you do?" she finally asked, waving her hand toward the orchard. "Yes. The orchard had been neglected, and I have been bringing it back into shape." "Is that not the work of servants?" she asked with a decided sneer in her voice. "It takes someone with knowledge of horticulture to handle the job properly," Lydia said. She was not going to allow herself to be bullied by this woman. "And that is you?" Lydia did not respond, but studied her response. She decided to get right to the issue. "Miss Caroline, do you have a problem with me?" Caroline did not seem to be expecting such a direct question, and hesitated. "Edwin. He talks about you all the time. It is always Lydia this, Lydia that. He is very kind." "He is not kind. He is infatuated. And I want it to stop. The Duchess has every intention that he and I shall marry. My family wishes it. His family wishes it. So this is a warning. Stay away from Edwin, and do not try to entice him with your charms and wiles." Lydia could only laugh, which completely threw Caroline. "You are laughing at me?" she shouted, indignantly. "Oh, no, Miss Caroline. I am not laughing at you. I am laughing at myself." Again Caroline did not know how to take her comment, and said, I do not understand. Of course, you do not. I am laughing at myself, because at one point I fancied that he might be interested in me. But it is absurdly funny, for me to think that Edwin would have any serious romantic interest in me, whatsoever. And thus I laugh at myself. However, you, Miss Caroline, are sadly absurd, and not funny, because you care not for Edwin, but only for yourself. I, however, care only for Edwin and not myself. I want what is best for him. And, by the way, I think he is perfectly capable of deciding for himself what is in his best interests. And now, good day, Miss Caroline. Chapter 29. Lydia decided she would not say anything to Edwin about her encounter with Caroline. It was not appropriate for her to be involved. So a few days later, when the fruit trees arrived, she and Edwin planned to spend the day planting. It was exciting for Lydia to see the trees going into the ground. She intended to water them every day, until they were well established, and tend to them with great care. Lydia was at the orchard before Edwin that morning. The trees had been placed, each beside its intended hole, and she was preparing for the planting, when she spotted Daniel heading toward her. He looked casually handsome, with no hat, his blonde curls high lit by the sun. Her first thought was that he was going to give her a dressing down, because of her conversation with Caroline. "Good morning, Miss Lydia," Daniel greeted. "Mr. Beaufort," she said, shading her eyes against the morning sun. He studied the site where the trees were to be planted. "Most impressive. You are going to have a first-class orchard here, are you not?" "It is our hope." "And you are planting today?" "Quite so," she said, hoping he would quickly get to the point. Was he going to scold her or not? Daniel had a strange grin when he said, "My sister told me about your recent conversation." "Oh, yes?" Lydia was not going to make this easy for him. "It sounds to me like you didn't let her give you any guff." "Jolly for you." He laughed. That surprised Lydia. "You think that, do you?" "I do. She thinks she is the Princess Royal. At times she can be insufferable, and I say that as her loving brother. I hold no animosity toward her," Lydia stated. Daniel gathered his thoughts. "Miss Lydia, I did not come here to discuss my sister, but rather to inquire if you might like to join me on a journey to Shrewsbury the evening after tomorrow." "Oh? There is to be a traveling opera performing at the Grand Orpheum, and I remembered you told me you had never been. I would like to take you for an early supper, and then the performance. Would you grace me with your company?" This took Lydia by surprise. But it was not unappealing. "Yes, I will accompany you to the opera. It sounds like a delightful adventure." "Excellent. I have use of the family's carriage, and shall call for you at your cottage at 5 o'clock, as it will take us several hours to get to Shrewsbury. Is that satisfactory?" "I can be ready by then." "Thank you for the offer." He nodded, and headed back toward the house. Lydia turned to her work, when two of the workers showed up, to help with planting the trees. "Lydia." She heard her name being called and she turned to see Edwin approaching. "Sorry I am late. It looks like the planting is nicely underway." "The workers have helped immensely. There really is no need for you to help this morning. I feel certain the three of us can finish this today." "I am sure it can be done. But I am going to ask you to join me. The workers will be able to do the planting without you. But I need to be certain they are planted and watered correctly. The first few days of proper care are crucial to their survival. You will be able to inspect the work later this afternoon. But please, come with me for now," he said. Lydia turned to the workers and gave them specific instructions, before leaving them to go with Edwin. "I need your help with the greenhouse. I must place my order for construction materials very soon, if I am to get the construction completed before next year.
And how can I help you? I have no experience with greenhouses. I need to go over with you what plant materials we want to house eventually. The scope of the collection will determine the size of the greenhouse, and I need your advice on what you think we can manage, keeping the goal of the Arboretum in mind. They headed to the office and went inside. Edwin plopped a large volume down on the table, and began leafing through the pages. "Here, can you make notes, please?" he asked. He pointed to a series of tropical ferns. "I have sources that can procure a number of these. How many do you think we will need? I have no idea how fast they grow, or how much space they will take up." Lydia stopped writing. "Edwin, I think before we start to talk numbers, we should have a diagram of the extent of the greenhouse. We need to know our space before we choose our plants. We need dimensions. How high is the ceiling going to be? What are the water sources? Are you going to have ponds and waterfalls in the landscape? I am sure you can see it all in your mind, but we need to be exactingly specific." Edwin stopped his page turning. "Ah, Miss Lydia, once again you humble me with your sensible thinking. Of course, I have hand drawings of what I want, but I do need to be more specific, do I not? It seems that a greenhouse on the scale you envision will need an architect to accurately design and build your structure. Then when you know the square footage and the basic design elements of the garden, then we can select and order the plants. Tell me, Miss Lydia, what would I do without your invaluable help? And are there not cost considerations? Have you a budget for this project?" Lydia stood up and confronted Edwin directly. "Let me suggest that the two of us begin by designing a ground plan of the garden you want in the greenhouse. Then let us select the type of plants you want, so we can determine the dimensions of the garden. Then I suggest you submit that to a greenhouse architect, if such a professional exists, and let him draw up preliminary plans and a cost estimate. Then we can move forward with the implementation." "How sensible you are. And I would think that is going to take a great deal longer than you might imagine. I am guessing it will take at least a year before you can start construction. Then let us get underway with exactly that scenario. And you might want to consider working on your outdoor gardens in the meantime. There are plenty of opportunities to begin construction on those even during the winter, is there not?" Edwin's face lit up. "Let us begin right away on the greenhouse plans together." "Yes, we can do that, but I still need to tend to the new orchard, and finish my planning for next season's vegetable garden." Yes, we can do all of that." Edwin was so excited, he went over and grabbed Lydia by the shoulders, and pulled her to him and gave her a kiss. "Oh," she said as she reeled backward after. Edwin realized what he had done in his exuberance, and also took a step backward. "Miss Lydia, forgive me. It was a result of my sudden excitement. Forgive me, please. I went too far." Lydia put her hand up to her lips. "Perhaps I became too excited myself. It was just the moment, was it not?" "Absolutely. Again, please, accept my apologies." She nodded. But she was in extreme inner turmoil and said, "Please excuse me. I need a moment." And she left the office. Lydia had nowhere to go. But her first thought was to seek out Ellen. She ran to the house, and went up to Ellen's room, and knocked. "Come," Ellen called out. Lydia entered and shut the door behind her, and leaned against it. Ellen looked up and was startled at Lydia's wild look. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Edwin just kissed me," Lydia said breathlessly. Ellen laughed. "Oh, is that all? I thought you were injured." "Why are you laughing? It is serious." Ellen got up from her desk, and came over and took Lydia's hand. "Come, sit with me. It really is not that serious. Tell me exactly what happened." Lydia related the incident in broken speech. She was a bit muddled, but she got the gist of the event across. When she was done, she sat with her hands in her lap with eyes lowered.
Ellen was briefly silent. My dearest, Lydia.
It is abundantly clear that you were both caught up in the excitement of discovery, and reacted out of joie de vivre. It is nothing with which need concern you. I am sure Edwin has forgotten about it already. That did not comfort Lydia. I am sorry to disturb your writing session. I should be getting back to the office.
Edwin and I need to continue our work. He can wait.
Come, show me what you have been working on in the orchard. And tell me all about your plans for the vegetable garden. I could do with a break, anyway.
Lydia took Ellen to the orchard, and showed her the new fruit trees the workmen were planting. Then she took her to the produce garden.
It looks rather like it did before. What are you doing here?
Ellen asked. Oh, no. Nothing has changed here yet.
All the changes come next season.
But I promise you some delicious new treats.
Edwin came out of the office, and seeing his sister and Lydia, came over to where they were walking the rows, and picking at greens to nibble. Dearest sister, taking a break?
I am.
And Lydia is telling me all about the gorgeous new veggies you shall soon be eating. Of course, I shall be in London and deprived of these new treats. Lydia cast a quick look at Edwin, but he was focused on his sister. And have you seen the new trees in the orchard?
Edwin asked. I have briefly, but it looks like the workmen are still planting.
I shall examine them more fully when they are finished,
Ellen said.
Very well.
Edwin looked at Lydia, with a sheepish grin.
Would you like to come back to the office? While you were gone, I sketched out a floor plan for the greenhouse. I would like your observations on it. Edwin was being very respectful, and kept his head and eyes lowered.
Yes.
The sooner we can finalize the plan, the sooner you will be able to look for your architect. Goodbye, you two, Ellen said as she headed back toward the house. Edwin waved, and gestured with his hand, to indicate Lydia should go before him. Back in the office, Edwin shuffled some papers on the table, and shook out a large sheet, settling it in the middle. He kept his head lowered as he said, Earlier, can you forgive me? Lydia was not sure how she wanted to reply, but said finally, I think we can agree it was a mistake, and we were both responsible. I ask also for your forgiveness. Edwin looked up. No, Miss Lydia, it was entirely my fault. I got carried away by. He stopped and stared at her. You utterly enchant me, Lydia. I could not help myself, but I promise it will not happen again. And why not? Lydia boldly asked. If you feel that way, why deny your feelings? Edwin was stunned. Does that mean that you feel similarly toward me? Oh, Edwin. Are you so dense as not to know that? She looked at him directly and with resolve. He took a step backward and ran his hand through his hair. Then he shook his head. No, this cannot be. I must marry Miss Caroline. Our families have negotiated and agreed. All that is wanting is my formal proposal. But I have hesitated. Because of you. And the conflict is tearing me apart. Why can you not follow your heart? Edwin paced, struggling with how to answer. I should not tell you this, but I feel you deserve to know. My father, before he died, made some investments that tied up a great deal of our capital. And we have only recently discovered that those investments have failed. Everything I wish to do for Honeyfield is in jeopardy, not to mention our very livelihood. Lydia, my dear, I have no choice. I must marry into the Beaufort family. The marriage comes with a great sum of money that will prevent my family from experiencing a catastrophe. Oh, Edwin. I am so sincerely sorry. She was genuinely concerned for him. She went over and placed her hand on his arm. He then placed his hand on top of hers. As am I. Both for my family, and for us. But Edwin, we could never have been together.
You are a duke, and I am but a modest vicar's daughter. I have no title, no living. You could never make an alliance with one such as me. Then you do not know me, Lydia. I never cared about such superficial conventions. If it were not for this crisis, I would gladly ask you to be my wife.
Oh, Edwin.
She removed her hand from his, and stepped backward.
Forgive me. But I know you are a strong woman,
capable of understanding and accepting.
She nodded.
If you feel that we can no longer work together, I would understand.
And know that you may remain in the cottage as long as you like. I would never force you from your home. Lydia then asked. And how do you feel about us working together? Would you rather I leave? Edwin shook his head.
Never. I cannot tell you how much I value your many fine qualities, and you have aided me without measure.
If you can find it in yourself to stay, then I beg you to. Lydia turned away, went to the office door and stared outside while she considered.
Then she turned back to him.
Yes, Edwin, I shall stay.
There is still a lot of work to be done here before the end of the season. And I would like to see that completed. However, I will definitely need the break when I go to London with Ellen. And might I request, that if you are to marry Miss Caroline, that you do it while I am in London. I would not like to be here for the wedding. But Helen, I know, will want to be here for that. I could remain in London if she is to travel home, if that was agreeable. I hope you understand. Of course. And then I shall return after. Will you be residing at Honeyfield, or at the Albermarsh estate? Why, here, of course. This is where my home is, my work, and... He could not complete the thought and looked away. And what of Mr. Daniel? It seems clear to me that he has taken an interest in you. Is that not so? Yes, I believe so. And is his interest reciprocated? Oh, Edwin, my heart is not so easily won. As you know, I have already given my heart to you. Lydia, you know we can only be friends and co-workers. Please give Daniel a chance. He is a fine man. He is escorting me to the opera at Shrewsbury the day after tomorrow. Edwin nodded. Excellent. I hope you have an agreeable evening. Lydia wanted to leave, but lingered. When shall you announce the engagement to Miss Caroline? Mother wishes to announce it within the week. We are trying to decide how to do it. Traditionally, such an announcement is made at a ball or a large party. However, with our new financial constraints, she is suggesting that the Earl hold an event, where the announcement can be made. Then please make certain I am not invited. Lydia insisted. But Ellen will be upset at your absence. Then it will be up to you to explain that to her. Chapter 30. Lydia admired her own strength. The interaction with Edwin had been painful, but not devastating. She had survived. She would continue to survive. She had to ask herself if she even wanted to consider another man. But it was too soon to tell. However, she was to attend the opera this evening with the handsome Mr. Daniel. She still had the gown from the ball, which with another necklace would be quite suitable for the event. She did enjoy having the cottage to herself now. But once again, she had had to pick up a dead mouse that Gingersnap had brought inside, as his contribution to the family maintenance. As she was dressing for the evening, Lydia tried to imagine what she might be able to feel for Daniel. There was no doubt he was handsome, personable, and of a good family. But she needed to consider whether he was genuinely interested in her, or was he only distracting himself with a dalliance while staying at Honeyfield? It mattered little at the moment, for she was going to spend what she expected would be a pleasant evening with him. And there was no harm in getting to know this young man further. The Beaufort carriage arrived at the appointed time, and Lydia greeted Daniel as he came to the door to fetch her. Miss Lydia, how charming you look. I hope you will enjoy yourself this evening. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. I fully expect to.
What is the name of the opera we shall be hearing this evening?
Lydia asked once they were underway in the carriage.
It is an Italian opera by a composer named Rossini. It is called The Barber of Seville. It is a comedic opera with very fine music.
I understand. You have not heard it? No, but I did know of it when I was in London.
Lydia was curious to see if Daniel would reveal anything about the pending engagement, but she did not pry, and he did not offer any information.
The coach ride was tedious and bumpy, but they finally arrived in Shrewsbury, and went directly to the inn where they were to have dinner.
Miss Lydia, however did you become involved with Edwin's Arboretum?
Daniel asked, as he nodded to the waiter to fill up the wine glasses.
I have always been interested in gardening, and my experience with my family's orchard prompted me to get the Honeyfield orchard into shape. And it has developed from there. Lydia nodded. And you, Mr. Daniel, with your busy law studies, are you able to pursue any leisure activities?
Very few these days.
My studies do take up the majority of my time, but I do go drinking with the lads when I am able.
He leaned in.
I do like my wine, you know.
Lydia nodded.
Yes, I have noticed. She tried not to sound judgmental. But if you had more free time, what would you like to pursue?
I may have hinted at it before, but I do love to explore strange lands.
I have a fellow student, whose father is with the East India Company, and he suggested we might want to sign on after we finish our studies.
That sounds exciting. Is that something you might enjoy?
But it seems like it might be dangerous.
Not so. I would say adventurous rather than dangerous. But there is always the unexpected wild tiger or rampaging elephant. Say what? Lydia laughed. No. And the British Civil Service is actively recruiting adventurous lads for service in India, don't ya know? He said with an exaggerated posh accent. Lydia realized she was enjoying herself. It seemed Daniel had a sense of humor, and she liked that. Daniel checked his pocket watch. Oh, my. We must be going. Time has totally gotten away from me, and we do not want to be late for the curtain. Daniel quickly paid the bill, and they hustled across the street to the Grand Orpheum. After being quickly seated in their box, the lights faded, the overture started, and Lydia settled into her seat. Daniel reached over and took her hand, which she allowed. He leaned in and whispered. It is an English translation from the Italian, so you should be able to follow along quite nicely. After the overture, the curtain went up and the most delightful antics followed. Lydia found herself thoroughly enjoying the escapades of the barber, and realized she was now anticipating her journey to London even more, with the prospects of more delightful experiences like this. You seem to enjoy yourself, Daniel said as they settled into the carriage for the trip home. Oh, yes, Daniel, I certainly did. She then proceeded to tell the whole story of the opera, and emphasized her joy at the music. She was entranced by her first opera experience. The journey back to Honeyfield was shortened for Lydia by the fact that she fell asleep, her head resting against Daniel's shoulder. Miss Lydia, we are home, Daniel whispered to her, as he roused her from her nap. Oh, Daniel, how rude of me. Did I fall asleep on you? You did, and it was my great pleasure to serve as your pillow. I am so embarrassed. Forgive me, Daniel. He laughed. It was not so bad, except for the snoring. Lydia was shocked. I did not, did I? No, I am jesting with you. Oh, thank heavens. That would be the last straw. You would have to take me out back and shoot me. Fear not. No executions this evening. He led her to her door. And the most pleasant possible dreams the rest of the night, he said, tipping his hat. Oh, Lydia, what am I to do? What am I to do? Mother fussed and dug into her reticule, seated at the cottage table as Lydia served them tea. It was early morning,
and her mother was on her way to be with the Duchess. "Calmly now, tell me what the problem is?" Lydia asked, as she sat at the table opposite her mother. Mother could not look Lydia in the eyes. "Mrs. Forbes, Cynthia, exactly as you predicted. A monster. She actually demanded I get down on my hands and knees and scrub the kitchen floor. Can you imagine?" Lydia reached over and put her hand on her mother's. "It has been nothing but the most vile working of me, as if I was nothing more than a common navvy. And if I do not agree to her demands, she bans me from the dinner table and makes me eat in the kitchen. Or gives me nothing to eat at all." Lydia did not want to drag this lament out. "Do you want to move back here?" Mother looked at her sheepishly. "If I may? I know it is a terrible imposition. And I would not mind sleeping in the sitting room. You may keep your bedroom." "No, Mother. You should have the bedroom. It is no hardship for me to sleep in here." Her mother's face filled with relief. "Oh, you are my angel. How can I ever thank you? And I was thinking, if you don't mind terribly, I should like to move that sweet chest from the sitting room into the bedroom. I did not have enough drawer space when I was here before. I know you keep a few of your delicates in there, but might it not be possible for you to store them in a suitcase, that you can slip under your bed?" Lydia sighed. "Yes, Mother, whatever you need." "Excellent. Then I shall require the pony and trap for later, so that I may retrieve my belongings from the vile widow Forbes, while she is out at her luncheon party. You can arrange that for me, can you not?" "Mother, I shall be working." "But Edwin will not mind you taking a few minutes to help your poor old mother, no?" She stared at Lydia with her guilt-inducing gaze. "I will do what I can. If you tell me what time you will require the trap, I will inform the groom to have it ready for you then." 11:30. Mrs. Forbes's luncheon is at noon. She will surely not be home until late afternoon, as luncheon always involves several rounds of cards. That should give me plenty of time to get my things and leave. Mother had asked Lydia nothing about what had transpired with her, since Mother had gone off to live with the widow. And Lydia thought that just as well, as she did not feel like relating the information about the pending engagement. Her mother would surely know all about that from the Duchess already. Lydia stood up and took her cup to the kitchen. "Mother, it is time for me to go to work, and I am sure the Duchess must be eagerly awaiting your attendance." "Yes, yes. Shall we walk up to the house together?" After informing the groom of her mother's needs, Lydia's first task was to examine the newly planted trees. She walked around the various trees, and was pleased to see the wells around the base of the trees were still damp, and all the trees looked healthy. She would be sure to water them all again this afternoon. Lydia started toward the office, but saw Daniel walking toward her. "I was keeping my eye out for you this morning," he said, as he came up to her. "Were you tired by the long carriage rides last evening?" "Not at all," she said. "I was exhilarated by the opera, and have been hearing the music in my head all morning." "Then you enjoyed yourself?" "Very much so." "Thank you, Daniel. I had a wonderful time." "I am so glad." "And might I entice you to another event? My family is going to be hosting a dinner party next week, at our estate, which we are opening up. I would be so grateful if you could attend as my guest." Lydia knew all too well what the purpose of that party was to be, the announcement of the engagement. And she had expressly told Edwin she did not wish to attend. But this invitation was from Daniel, not Edwin, and Daniel could have no way of knowing she did not wish to attend. Lydia lowered her head. "Thank you, Daniel, that is most kind, but I am going to need to decline the invitation. I am the chief bridesmaid for my dear friend Jenny's wedding, and I believe we have arranged an engagement party for her on that evening." Daniel smiled. "But I have not told you for which evening our dinner is scheduled." "Ah," Lydia said. "You have caught me out." "What night is your dinner party?" he asked. Lydia smiled sheepishly,
and admitted. There is no party yet. We have not set the date yet. I am sorry to have lied to you. And why would you not wish to attend our event?
Lydia could not betray her brief romantic interlude with Edwin, as he was so soon to announce his engagement to Daniel's sister.
And she did not want Daniel to think that she was indifferent to him, so she said, I have only one dress suitable for such a fine occasion, and you have seen it twice. I would be embarrassed to be seen in it yet again. Not very convincing, she knew, but it was the best she could think of in the spur of the moment. I have just the solution. And I do not want you to take offense, but I have a dear cousin, who never wears the same gown twice, and she has dozens and dozens of gowns that I am sure might fit you. I could have her send a couple along and you could see if one might be suitable for you. Is that something you would consider? Lydia could see there was no way for her to get out of attending the dinner now. She would just need to swallow her pride and accept. Yes, that sounds like an elegant solution. But is there time? Which evening is your event? Next Thursday, and my cousin is coming down the day before. She can bring the gowns with her, and you can select one, and have plenty of time for any alterations. Lydia acquiesced to the inevitable. Very well, I shall attend as your guest. Daniel beamed. I am pleased. I will write my cousin this very afternoon, and let you know her response. Thank you, Daniel. Lydia took an inward sigh. There was nothing she could do but to attend the dinner. Daniel thanked her and left. Lydia carried on to the office, where Edwin was already working on the ground plan. Good morning, Edwin, she said, as she went to the other side of the table, and stood looking down at his work. Miss Lydia. Did you have an enjoyable time at the opera? I did. I have quite fallen in love with it, and look forward to seeing more when I am in London. Yes, Ellen loves it too. I am sure you will have a delightful time together. And Mr. Daniel will no doubt be attending with you? He asked, looking up at her. Perhaps. And Edwin, I must tell you he has asked me to the dinner at the estate. The night of the announcement? Yes. I am sorry, I did not mean to attend, but he was persuasive, and I could not want to tell him why I did not want to attend. He would not understand. I am sorry you must go through that. I do not wish to go through it either. How lovely it would be if we could just run away, go to America, or some such place, and make a new life together. Lydia could not answer that. It was an impossibility and they both knew that. Chapter 31. Graham answered the door leaning on a cane. Oh, hello, lovely Lydia, Jenny is up in her room, he said. Graham. And how are you today? I have not seen you since the ball. Where have you been hiding? You haven't heard? I am working with father at the bank. Just a lowly clerk, mind you, but it provides me with a bit of scratch. And why are you not at work today? Lydia asked. Bumfoot. I was roughing with the lads and twisted the old ankle. He nodded to the cane. Poor baby. He laughed. Go see the Jenny monster. She is waiting for you. Lydia went upstairs and found Jenny sprawled out on her bed, with a dozen fabric samples before her. And what is all this? Lydia asked. For my dress. What do you think? I did not know there were so many different colors of white. I have been studying them for hours. And now they all look the same. I feel like I am trapped in a snowstorm. Help me, Lydia. Lydia fell forward onto the bed, and rested her head in her hands. What are you looking for? What effect are you trying to make? I want a white dress that says this is a wedding with the man I love. Is that too much to ask for? Jenny sighed, rolling over onto her back. Lydia took her fingers and sorted through the samples. She made a few selections and said, Here. This would look nice. She placed a lace sample over a satin sample. Jenny turned back over to look. "What's that?" she asked. The lace is light and transparent over the shine of the satin for the body. It would give a nice layered look. And maybe this nice creamy cambric for the sleeves. What do you think? Jenny studied the samples. "Oh, yes. I like that. I shall take these samples to the dressmakers tomorrow morning. See, that is why I chose you as my chief bridesmaid. I just knew you would solve all my problems." "All your problems?" "Oh, no. I don't know about that. And how are things with you and Reginald? Any second thoughts before it is too late?" "Absolutely none," Jenny said, swinging around and sitting on the edge of the bed. "And have you inspected his house? Will it be a nice place to live?" "Typical bachelor's house. Disgusting furniture and absolutely no style. But he assures me he will allow me free rein in making it all right." Lydia smiled. "And are you ready for the wedding night?" Jenny bounced off the bed and went to her armoire, where she pulled out a most enticing nightdress. "What do you think? Will this inflame his doctor's heart?" "Very saucy," Lydia answered and collapsed into giggles. "And speaking of saucy men, what do you have to tell me of Mr. Daniel? Was the trip to Shrewsbury a success? You know I have not met him yet. Is he very handsome?" Lydia sat with her hands folded between her legs. "Yes. Tolerably handsome. And Shrewsbury was quite delightful. But I have to say I have quite fallen in love with opera." Lydia thought about telling Jenny about her episode with Edwin in the office, but felt it would be indiscreet, given that Edwin would soon be announcing his engagement to Caroline, and knowing Jenny's sometimes improvident tongue. "And that is all? No holding of hands? No stolen kisses on the carriage ride home?" "There was some hand-holding, but I am ashamed to say I fell quite asleep and slumbered on his shoulder most of the way back to Upton Magna." "How romantic. Did he seem to mind?" "No. He was every bit the gentleman." Jenny studied Lydia. "And Edwin? Is that completely over for you? Has Mr. Daniel supplanted Edwin in your heart?" "I would not say that. But Daniel is engaging. And I am willing to get to know him. That is all I can say about that." Lydia leapt up. "But why are we talking about me, when we should be focusing exclusively on your lovely wedding?" Edwin had said they should not work the day of the engagement dinner. But Lydia needed to water the trees, and went over early in the morning, and spent an hour lugging water to the orchard. As she was leaving, Daniel came out of the house. "Miss Lydia, I am about to go over to our house to oversee the preparations for this evening's dinner. But before I do, might I ask you to accompany me inside? I have my cousin's gowns for you to inspect." "Oh, yes, certainly." They went inside, and as they were ascending the stairs toward Daniel's room she asked, "Have you seen the gowns? Are they something you would admire on a young lady?" "They're quite lovely. I think you will be pleased." They entered his sitting room and went over to a table where a large box lay. He opened the box and took out 3 gowns, and draped them across a small love seat. "There, what do you think? Anything you fancy?" Daniel asked as he stood back to regard the gowns. There was a lemony yellow gown, one in a forest green, and one in a pale pink. "I love yellow, but it is not a good color for me. And pink makes me look 12 years old. But I very much admire the green dress. It looks quite ladylike." "Then that is the one you shall have. And I quite approve. It is the one I would have chosen as well." "And how shall I return it tomorrow?" she asked. "Oh, no. It is for you to keep. As I say, my cousin never wears the same gown twice. Please accept it as a gift." How kind and generous. Please thank her for me.
Ah, but you shall have the opportunity to thank her for yourself in just a few short hours. Lydia nodded. Then I shall see you later this evening.
And how are you planning to get to our estate?
It is too far to walk.
I can take the trap. No. Let me send our carriage.
It would be my honor. Say 7 o'clock.
I shall be ready.
Lydia spent the afternoon making a few alterations on the gown, and took a short nap. Her mother was attending the dinner as well, and returned about 5 o'clock to dress for the evening.
Oh, that is quite lovely,
Mother said as she saw the green gown slung over a chair by the table.
You did not purchase that, did you?
I did not know you had extra money to throw around.
No, Mother, I did not buy it.
It is a gift.
Mother pursed her lips. A gift? From whom, might I ask?
A cousin of the Beauforts.
She never wears the same ball gown twice it seems, and has gifted it to me. We do not accept charity in this family, Lydia.
It is not charity, Mother. She does not even know who I am.
Then how did you come by this? Mr. Daniel arranged it for me, as I was not planning to attend the dinner, and he wanted me there.
Lydia was becoming cross with her mother's interference.
Mother, please, leave it alone. This is my business, not yours.
Well, excuse me.
I shall butt out
then, shall I?
Yes, please do. And Mother went into the
bedroom to sulk,
Lydia suspected.
Having an afternoon off had been nice. Lydia had even read a novel she had not had time for quite some while. Later she made tea, and served her mother with no comment, and then at 6 o'clock began to dress for the dinner. The Duchess was sending the family carriage to pick Mother up before Redwin, the Duchess, and Ellen were to be taken to the Beaufort estate. Daniel's carriage arrived as promised, and Lydia was taken toward the Beauforts. She had not given it a lot of thought, but now she had time to ruminate on the evening ahead, and she realized she was dreading it. However, she decided to concentrate on how kind Daniel had been to her, and she promised herself she would at least try and enjoy the evening. The Beaufort estate house was very different from Honeyfield. It seemed to be more under the influence of the French than the English style of architecture. There were a number of towers, with conical roofs and large windows allowed a great deal of daylight to enter. The front was almost completely covered by vines, which gave the feeling of an older building. The Templeton carriage had already arrived ahead of her, and she saw the family leaving their carriage. There were several carriages ahead of her, but finally, she arrived and stepped outside. Daniel was there to greet her. Oh, my, that gown was the perfect choice. You look most stunning, Miss Lydia.
Thank you, Daniel.
He offered her his arm and they ascended the stairs to the entry.
How many guests this evening?
Lydia asked. I think there are about 20.
Not a large gathering then. No, we wanted to keep it intimate. It is to be a special occasion. Oh, might I know?
Soon. The guests were gathering in the sitting room, which had all of its doors opening onto a patio where champagne was being served. And as the evening was unusually warm and pleasant, most of the guests were gathering outside to take in the pleasant evening and the sunset. Daniel directed Lydia outside, where they were served champagne. They walked out into a fine formal garden, where several of the guests were wandering and enjoying what would prove to be the last summer evening. Have you finished with your work on the orchard? Daniel asked. Mostly. But I must carefully monitor the newly planted trees until they are well established. However, autumn is just around the corner, and then begins harvest and the shutting down of the vegetable garden for the winter. You truly seem to enjoy this work. When you speak of it, your eyes light up and you have so much enthusiasm. Lydia appreciated that remark. Thank you, I do enjoy my work, and consider it a calling as well as a job. and what will follow the harvest in your calendar. I must speak with the Honeyfield cook, but if she is not already putting up the fruits of the harvest, then I will set up that process and make certain nothing goes to waste. And now, with all these new fruit trees, there will be plenty to preserve in the coming years. Daniel smiled and said gently, "You will make some lucky gentleman a delightful and useful wife, with your charm and your husbandry." Lydia smiled and wondered if he was referring to himself, or some other abstract gentleman.
"Thank you. It is nice to be appreciated for one's work."
"Lydia, Daniel."
They heard someone calling.
They looked up and saw Ellen coming toward them.
"Lydia, you vixen, where did you find that gorgeous gown? No shop in Upton Magna would have such a gem."
Lydia shot a glance at Daniel. It seemed he was not going to betray her little secret about the dress. Let us just say, a benefactress.
A lady must keep some secrets.
Do you not agree?
Ellen laughed. "Oh, yes, indeed I do." She turned to Daniel. "My dear man, are you pleased with your sister's engagement?"
Daniel reacted with surprise and nervousness, and he cast his eyes in Lydia's direction.
"There, you have ruined the surprise," he said to Ellen. "Oh, I am sorry." She pouted her lower lip, but turned to Lydia, and shook her head. "But it really was no surprise to you, was it?"
Lydia lowered her eyes.
"No, not so much of a surprise. Edwin told me of the pending engagement." Ellen gave Lydia a pitying look, which Lydia did not need.
"Well, then let us celebrate," Daniel said, raising his glass.
"And I am almost out."
"More champagne, Lydia Ellen?" "Please," Ellen said. They headed back to top off their glasses. The evening sky was turning a darker rose color now, with streams of red and yellow shot through the sunset. Servants were bringing out lanterns to light the service table. As they were approaching the table, Lydia caught sight of Edwin and the Duchess through the doors to the sitting room, both dressed most elegantly. It caused Lydia a slight shock to see Edwin so formal-looking. She was so used to seeing him in his casual work clothes. He was chatting with the Duchess, with Lydia's mother by her side fanning her gently. And then Caroline appeared. Lydia had to admit she was radiant. Her hair was ornately woven with ribbons and flowers. Her gown was gold and silver. And, as she approached the two, she easily took Edwin's arm, leaning in as she did so, and nuzzled his arm with her cheek. Lydia turned away. And as she did, she caught Ellen examining her. "Are you all right?" she asked, as she came over and put her hand on Lydia's shoulder. Lydia took a deep breath. "Oh, yes, I am fine. But I did not plan to be here. It was only because Daniel invited me, catching me in a lie and practically shaming me into coming." Daniel returned with the wine. "Ladies, another toast to the end of summer." He turned to Lydia. "And a fine and generous harvest." They toasted. The butler began walking through the sitting room and out onto the terrace, asking the guests to please take their seats for dinner. Daniel offered Lydia his arm. "Shall we?" Ellen had trotted off to accompany her family into dinner. Chapter 32. The dinner party was every bit the intolerable ordeal that Lydia had imagined it would be. She went through dinner in a near trance, chatting now and then with Daniel, who was on her left, and with a Shropshire country gentleman landowner to her right. But Ellen was far away down the table, close to her family, and was unavailable for solace. The only other person, close enough to converse with, was a matronly dowager opposite, but she engaged in no conversation whatsoever. She continually mumbled to herself, and would occasionally look up with a jerk and shout out, What? And then slump back into a mumbling stupor. And then at the end of the supper, the Earl stood up, clinked his glass and called for everyone's attention. Lydia knew all too well what was coming, and just could not bear to face the announcement. She rose from her chair and turned to leave, but Daniel caught her arm and asked, "Are you ill?"
I feel a little faint, but I shall recover.
I just need some fresh air. Please excuse me.
I would come with you but... No, it is fine. You stay for the announcement. Lydia then fled the dining room. And as she was leaving, she could not help herself, but glanced over at Edwin, and caught his eye. She had never seen such a look of despair. And the Duchess saw his look as well, and reached over and shook his arm. But Lydia did not stay to see any more. She fled to the terrace and stood looking out over the gardens. By now it was dark. The sun had set long ago and a first quarter moon was hanging low in the western sky. Strangely, a bird was still singing. It puzzled her until she realized it was a nightingale. There was no one to comfort her. His mother was tied to the Duchess. Ellen was duty-bound to congratulate her brother and Caroline, and Daniel needed to support his sister and his family. There was no place for Miss Lydia. She should never have come. But she was determined to quash the self-pity and, taking a deep breath of the night air, turned to go back to the dinner, hoping the engagement announcement and congratulations would be over. But as she turned she bumped into someone, and looking up she was confronted with Edwin. He took her by the shoulders, and holding her tightly said, "I must not stay, but I had to see you." "Edwin, no. Go back to your fiancé." He shook his head. But she refused to let go of her determination to stay calm and collected. "This may be the only moment I have to say what I must say. Please hear me out." She nodded. "It broke my heart to see you flee the dinner, but I completely understand your need to. Please know that I wish things could be different. I long with all my heart that it had been you standing next to me when the announcement of my engagement was broadcast to the assembly. But it cannot be so. My darling Lydia, forgive me for what I have done. Think fondly of me, if you can, and know that I shall always treasure your indomitable spirit and fiery will. Thank you, Edwin. I do understand why this must be so. And I accept the fact. Now, please go back to your family. People will begin to be suspicious if you do not return to your joyous celebration." Edwin just stared at her. He put his hand on her cheek and turned and left. And she knew that she must return as well. Her fainting spell needed to be over, or Daniel would come searching for her. She did not need or want his solicitous concern, even if it was genuine and well-meant. So she headed back to the dining room. The two families had risen from the table and were gathered in a group, smiling and toasting. Even her mother was still attending to the Duchess. Daniel had his arm around his sister and leaned in to kiss her on the cheek. Lydia found her other dinner companion, the gentleman landowner, and stood next to him as the other guests watched the happy families celebrating. "Ah, I love a good wedding. Braces the spirits and lightens one's steps. Think not, lass?" "Indeed, sir. Makes me hearken back to the time when me and the missus were courting." He became thoughtful. But then one is young and sees, or knows not the heartaches that can follow. He turned and looked at her. "Oh, sorry, missy. You are a young un yourself, are ye not? Forgive my dark turn of phrase. Forgive an old man his reminiscences." "There is no need for an apology, sir. Life is what it is, and there will always be the bitter and the sweet, will there not? Ye be right there, lass, and bless ye for the great wisdom." The engagement party was now drifting from the dining room into the sitting room. Couples dispersed or lingered in conversation, as the guests little by little went their separate ways. As the family was leaving, Daniel came over to Lydia. "Have you recovered?" he asked. "Fair enough," she answered. "It was but a momentary faintness, brought on by the wine and the heat, I expect. Come, you must want to congratulate the engaged couple," he said, as he took her arm and led her toward the sitting room. This, of course, was the last thing Lydia wanted to do, but out of respect for the Templeton family, it was something she must do. Edwin and Caroline were standing and receiving the good wishes of the guests who were not family. The Earl, the Duchess, and Lydia's mother were seated next to the receiving couple.
"Excuse me,"
Daniel said, and went over to his father, leaving Lydia at the end of the receiving line. Her palms were clammy as she waited. But finally, all had bid their good wishes but her. Caroline's face turned to stone when Lydia approached. "Miss Caroline, Mr. Edwin, I am most happy to offer my sincerest congratulations on your engagement, and I wish you all the happiness in your marriage." Lydia offered her hand to Caroline, but she refused to accept it. Lydia then turned to Edwin. "Your Grace, you have my most felicitous wishes for great happiness and harmony in your pending marriage." Edwin nodded, his face a mask. "Thank you, Miss Fernside." Lydia turned to leave, but Caroline caught her arm and pulled her aside now that all the guests had offered their congratulations. Caroline had the evilest grin Lydia had ever seen. "So, how does it feel, Miss Lydia? Scorn me, will you? Call me sadly absurd. Well now, who has Edwin chosen to be his wife? Who does he care for? Who has been left behind to stew in her own misery? Answer me that, Miss Lydia." Lydia stared at her for a few moments, and then said, "How sad you are. How very, very sad." She turned away as Daniel came over to her. "Lydia, shall we take a stroll in the garden before you go home? It will be refreshing after the stuffiness of this room." "Thank you, I shall enjoy that. And the carriage is ready for you whenever you like," he added as he led her away. As they were leaving for the garden, Lydia wondered how long it would be before Caroline would try to turn Daniel against her, if she hadn't tried already. Daniel led her into the garden, where the air was fresh, and perhaps even a bit chilly. They strolled along a rectangular, narrow pond until they came to a stand below the yew trees. They stopped and Daniel turned to Lydia, while taking both of her hands in his. "We shall be going up to London soon," Daniel said. "Now that the engagement has been announced, there will be a great deal to do to prepare for the wedding. And I must also return to my studies. As delightful as this interlude has been, it is time for me to, once again, pursue my calling. Of course, none of us are exempt from our duties. I shall miss you. Might you write me?" he asked. "I shall be delighted to. And it will not be that long until you and Ellen come up to London. I do look forward to that. And perhaps we might enjoy another opera together again. Or even some ballet. I look forward to that as well." Even though it was dark, Lydia could tell that Daniel was watching her closely. And then he leaned in and kissed her lips. She was startled and withdrew. "Daniel. Please. I am sorry. I got carried away by the lovely evening and your presence. I overstepped. Please, forgive me." "Certainly. But I think it's best if you take me to the carriage now." "As you wish," he said rather coolly. They headed back to the house. Lydia found her wrap, and looked around to say goodbye to Ellen, but she could not be found, and Lydia decided it was best if she just go. "Please give my regards, and thank you to your parents for hosting me this evening." "It was not my parents, it was me," Daniel said quite curtly. "Then, I thank you." She cast him a look, but he was not regarding her. He took her to the carriage and helped her inside. "Good evening, Miss Lydia, I greatly appreciate that you joined me for the evening." "My pleasure, Daniel. And good fortune with your garden." "Thank you." He shut the carriage door, and slapped the side to alert the driver to start up. Lydia rode back to the cottage in a turmoil of feelings. Why, oh why, had she agreed to attend this terrible evening? But it was now mercifully over, and she rested her head against the carriage window, and let her thoughts drift to the garden, her lovely garden. That would give her peace in the days to come.
She contemplated the harvest and the canning, and the drying of the apples, peeled, sliced and drying in the autumn sun. She allowed the carriage to rock her into a kind of stupor. She began to feel a small modicum of peace, as she receded from the trials of the evening, and returned to the quiet of her small cottage and the comfort of her cat, who would curl up next to her on the bed. Lydia was picking burrs out of Gingersnap's coat. They were deeply embedded and she squirmed, as Lydia had no choice but to actually pull out small clumps of undercoat to get the burrs free. The cat could take only so much of that at a time, and jumped down when Lydia decided to stop grooming for the moment. Mother was seated at the table filling the oil lamps.
"My dear,"
she said. "Her Grace has asked if I should like to take a room in the Great House. She feels it would be more convenient for her to have me close by at all times. And I keep thinking how inconvenient for us to be sharing this tiny cottage."
"Is that what you want?" Lydia asked.
"I believe so. My only reservation is that she might take undue advantage of you, and call upon you at all times of the day or night, with no time off or privacy for yourself."
"Yes, I have thought about that too. I said I would accept, but there would need to be strict boundaries set."
"And she agreed?"
Mother smiled. Reluctantly.
"Just make sure she keeps to the agreement. Do not be shy about admonishing her, if she oversteps her bounds."
Mother laughed and then sighed. "Yes, I will try." Lydia then had a thought. "Mother, since I will be all alone, would you be able to look after Gingersnap for me while I am in London?"
"Oh, yes,
I should like that. I have become quite attached to the little tyke. Perhaps I might keep her in my room while you are gone."
"But Mama,
she needs to go outside to do her business."
"That should not be a problem, as I shall be on the ground floor and can leave a window open."
"But it will be January, you can't leave the window open all day, it will be too cold." "Oh, dear,
how true.
Then let me think on it. When do you plan to move up to the house?"
"I was thinking on my day off.
The footman will come to fetch my things, and it will give me time to settle in."
Lydia nodded.
And she could not help but think how nice it would be to have the cottage to herself again. The mid-October sun shone weakly through the morning mists. It was past the first frost, and Lydia was bundled up with a thick sweater, scarf, and gloves. She was raking leaves in the orchard. But she stopped for a moment to enjoy the sight of the red, yellow, and orange leaves of the fruit trees. A bonfire of raked leaves smoldered nearby. She had always enjoyed the smell of a leaf fire, and it flooded her with memories of her days as a child at Piddlehinton. She and her sisters would run around the orchard, as their father raked leaves into a pile. They would then throw themselves into the pile and squeal with delight, even as he scolded them for messing up his raking. Lydia wanted to work hard this morning, and then go over to visit Jenny later that afternoon, to work on preparations for the wedding which, it had been decided, would be held on the Saturday, in the first week of December. She threw herself back into the raking. The mists were beginning to burn off, and it was starting to warm up. She needed to unwrap her scarf, and let it hang open around her neck. Lydia saw the carriage had been taken out of the stable, as the grooms began hitching up the horses. Then she saw Edwin come out of the house, and start walking toward her. "Good morning, Lydia," he said as he approached.
"Sir, and good morning to you."
He was not wearing his hat, and he ran his hand through his hair, which Lydia had come to recognize as a sign that he was troubled. "I wanted to connect with you before I leave. I must go up to London for a few days, so we will not be able to work together for a while." "That is fine. I have plenty to do with the orchard and garden for at least a week or two." Edwin shifted his weight several times. He seemed to be wrestling with something. "I need to tell you I am, at this point, uncertain about when I shall be able to continue the Arboretum project."
"Oh, Edwin.
Why is that?"
"I thought the settlement from the marriage would be sufficient for you to carry on."
"As did I.
However, while I thought the settlement would be made after the engagement, I find that it will not be made until after the marriage. I am, in fact, going up to London today, to see if I can appeal to the Earl to release the funds before the wedding. Then we must suspend working on the greenhouse? I would like for us to continue working on the drawings and plans, but we will not be able to go forward with the architect or any construction until after the marriage. I see. And what about my position? Lydia asked, almost afraid of what the answer might be. You are fine. Please carry on as you are while I am gone. It looks like there is still plenty for you to work on. Then, when I return, we can see how it stands. Very well, sir. Edwin's gaze softened. Lydia, there is no need to call me sir. Lydia lowered her eyes. But things are not as they were. Yes, I understand. But we were friends before. Before the engagement. Can we not still be friends? She looked up at him. As you wish. He studied her for a moment. I must go. I will return in a few days. If there are any issues, consult with Ellen. Mother would be useless in a crisis. I am sure you and Ellen could put your heads together, and solve any problem that might arise. Of course. Thank you for your confidence in me. Edwin nodded, turned, and left. Chapter 33. Edwin returned from London 3 days later. Lydia was in the garden with her basket, harvesting the last of the cucumbers. She and the cook were poised to spend the afternoon making pickles, sweet, dill, relish, and bread and butter. She looked up when the carriage drew into the stable yard. As Edwin got out of the carriage he saw Lydia, waved to her, and shook his head. She knew that meant that he had been unable to secure the settlement until after the marriage. That had to be a blow for Edwin. However, she still had plenty of work to do here, and it would not be that long before she would be heading off with Ellen to London. Lydia had to admit she was becoming excited by the prospect. In the meantime, she figured Edwin would want to continue working on the drawings and floor plans. At least she hoped he would. Although she still had some apprehension about them working closely together. They had not spent much time alone since the engagement party. Lydia finished harvesting the cucumbers, and lugged the large basket to the kitchen, where the cook was waiting with crocks, cider vinegar, bags of salt and sugar, and jars of spices ready to start the pickling process. They set to work right away, with Lydia slicing the cucumbers, and the cook and her assistant boiling pots of vinegar, water and dumping in salt and sugar. Lydia wiped her brow with the back of her hand. The kitchen was hot, and she had been slicing for nearly an hour now. Edwin came into the kitchen, and motioned for her to come over. So your trip was not successful? She asked. Not in the way I had hoped. No. But it was nice to be in the London townhouse. It has been a while since I was up there. And it let me realize I may not want to keep it after the marriage. It is far too expensive to maintain with staff, maintenance, and taxes. Then what about Ellen? She is planning to move there. Will she need to find another place to live? I will not be selling it right away. She will have plenty of time to see what she wants to do. She may decide she doesn't even want to stay in London. And there is always the possibility that she may want to marry. Of course. Edwin reached into his pocket, and pulled out a letter. And I was asked to deliver this to you. Oh, thank you. It is from Daniel. He gave it to me just before I left. Edwin looked up and surveyed the kitchen. Smells nice in here. You are pickling, I see. Yes. Very well. Perhaps tomorrow morning we can meet in the office, and take a look at what can be done on our project, with the limited funds available to us. Lydia nodded. I will be there. Edwin turned and left. Lydia looked at the letter, but decided not to open it just yet. There was still a lot of work to be done.
She would save the letter, and read it at home, when she could give it her full attention.
Lydia sat back in her chair, as Gingersnap jumped up into her lap. Lydia rested her head against the back of the chair, as she petted the purring cat. She pulled out the letter and looked at it. She was a little apprehensive as she opened it, as she felt she and Daniel had not parted well at the end of the engagement dinner.
That kiss had taken its toll.
Dearest Miss Lydia, how different London is from the quiet of rural Shropshire. Both have their charms, as you shall soon discover.
But how I love the bustle of London. While in the country, I feared I might start growing roots, sprout branches, and become like a mighty oak never to move again. Caroline is ever so busy with plans for the wedding. The Duchess insists it be held at Honeyfield. I should prefer London, but since the bride and groom shall be living there, I guess it is the appropriate place to hold the festivities. It appeared that Caroline had not tried to poison Daniel against her, at least not yet.
And now, dear Lydia, it is time for me to muster my courage, and apologize for my indiscretion in the garden the night of the engagement party. For I not only had a lapse in judgment when I kissed you, but I was then angry with you for chastising me.
I should have known better, and I should have behaved better. I,
please, beg for your forgiveness. And with that now out of the way, I want to say how much I am looking forward to your and Ellen's visit to London. I have been studying the entertainments scheduled for January, and am looking forward to suggesting any number of fine performances we might attend together. I will draw up a list of possibilities, and shall post them to you, once I know you have forgiven me for my indiscretion. I am back at my studies, and working hard to get caught up with the curriculum I missed while visiting Honeyfield. I hope all is going well with your agricultural projects, and I am anxiously awaiting your reply as soon as possible. Your devoted servant, Daniel. Lydia laid the letter in her lap next to Gingersnap. She was grateful Daniel had recognized his folly, and had apologized for it, but she still felt uncertain. She admired Daniel, and was grateful for his company, but she was still too conflicted in her feelings for Edwin. Would they ever recede? How could she know? She recognized that Daniel was a most suitable and desirable suitor. He would be considered a great catch by any young lady in her position. However, that recognition was not enough unto itself, to convince her she wanted to pursue a relationship with the young Mr. Beaufort. The whole situation reminded her of her ex-beau, Henry Howell. Henry, whom she had nearly forgotten. How quickly the landscape changed. First, there was Henry, then Dr. Cook, then Edwin, and now Daniel. How fraught with angst was the marriage game. She must respond to Daniel's letter. It was heartfelt and genuine. But oh, she had to admit her heart was not in it. She wiped the thought from her mind, and decided she would, for now, concentrate all her efforts on helping Jenny with the wedding. And then the wedding day arrived. To everyone's surprise, the night before the wedding there had been a huge snowstorm, a blizzard, with snowdrifts and frozen tree branches covered in ice. The sound of limbs cracking under the weight of the ice sounded throughout Upper Magna. Fortunately, Lydia had stayed over at the Lovells' house the night before the wedding. She was needed to help with the bride's hair, makeup, and dress. And they needed to start early, as the wedding ceremony was at 10 o'clock. Lydia had slept in Jenny's room, and the two were awakened at 6 with shouts from Graham, as he opened the front door to find a mound of snow blocking the entrance. Shovels. Brooms. All hands on deck. He bellowed throughout the house. Lydia got out of bed, went to the window, and pulled back the curtain. "Oh, Lord, help us!" she exclaimed. "What?" Jenny asked groggily, as she sat up on one elbow. "We are snowed in," Lydia shouted. Jenny sprang out of bed and rushed to the window, and let out a shriek. Graham suddenly knocked at the bedroom door, and opened it. "Fear not, fair ladies. Papa and I shall make a pathway to the road. All is not lost," he said and disappeared.
I will be right back, Lydia said, as she bounded out of the bedroom and ran downstairs. She rushed to the kitchen, and found Lydia's mother making breakfast and tea. She looked up and laughed. What a day for a wedding, eh? What can I do to help? Lydia asked. Best go calm the daughter. I shall be right up with tea and toast. Maybe you can start on the hair. Yes, Mom, Lydia said and loped up the stairs. Jenny, your mother is making tea. She will be right up. Oh, was all Jenny could say. She was digging through her chest of drawers. I can't find my grandmother's cameo. I wanted to wear it today in memory of her. Lydia went over and took Jenny by the arm, and led her to the bed, and sat her down on the edge of it. Calm down. We will find it. We are going to set your hair, paint your face, get you into your lovely wedding gown, and find your cameo. But all in good time. Do you think Charlotte will make it over here to help us? Does not matter if she does or not. We are going to get you all pretty into the church in plenty of time. Do not worry. What a stroke of genius that you stayed over. Just imagine if you were stuck up at Honeyfield. I do not think your little pony could manage with all this snow. Well, at least you can say you had a white wedding, Lydia said, laughing. Mother appeared with the tea tray. She said. A man just appeared at the front door. He is a nephew of the doctor. He just wanted to check in and see if we were all right. But I really think he was checking up on us, to see if we were going to be on time at the church. What did you tell him? Jenny asked. I told him the Lovells have never been late to a wedding before, and are not about to start today. Now drink your tea. Jenny's Uncle Thornton was standing at the bar, belting out a chorus of Tammy's Little Secret. He was deep in the cups, and the louder he sang, the redder his nose got. But there was so much other commotion in the dining room at the inn, hardly anyone even noticed. The bride and groom were seated at a long table, with the most immediate of each family seated on either side. Lydia had been invited to that table, but she declined, saying only family should sit here. Jenny had protested that she was family, but Lydia said she would rather step away, and admire the whole scene from afar. The truth was, Lydia was very emotional. This wedding reminded her of what Edwin and Caroline were soon to have, and she still felt raw from the shock of Edwin saying he must marry the Earl's daughter. The room was packed. Lydia found a seat at a table at the side of the room. She wished to evade the swirl of people, drinking, dancing, and celebrating all around her. She wiped away a tear, telling herself it was out of happiness for Jenny, but she knew better. There was a buffet table where people were in a line, filling up their plates, but Lydia was not hungry, and instead just sat and sipped at a cider Graham had brought her earlier. Lydia began to worry. She was feeling exactly as she had at the engagement dinner. She knew she should be so happy for Jenny and Reginald, but all she could feel was sadness. She must have looked quite forlorn, for Graham came over, and sat at the table with her. Miss Lydia, why are you not dancing? I know our poor excuse for an orchestra is not up to the standards of a ball at Honeyfield, but we are a merry lot, and everyone likes a good old-fashioned country dance. Will you join me? Lydia managed a weak smile. Of course, Graham, it would be my honor. They stood, and Graham escorted her to the cramped dance floor. The spirits of the dancers were high, and the exuberance of the music and the dancers caught them up in a swirl of celebration. Lydia began to enjoy herself. She had indulged in too much brooding, she thought. It was fine to let go and enjoy the gaiety of the occasion. And she found Graham to be a lively partner. He raised his knees high and spun around on the turns, throwing his arms into the air. They continued on in high spirits for several dances, but Lydia had become thirsty and asked to be excused from the next dance. What would you like to drink? Graham asked. I believe there are all the standard pub drinks, plus, because of the occasion, we ordered champagne,
for the ladies and gentlemen amongst this otherwise rowdy crowd. I quite enjoyed the cider you brought me previously. I should like another one of those, if you please.
Of course, I shall be right back.
As Graham headed to the crowded bar, Lydia stepped aside, to avoid the crush of the dancers. She leaned against a pillar and scanned the room. Jenny and Reginald were caught up in laughing conversations with their families. And it looked as though the in-laws were chatting and getting to know one another. Lydia's gaze swept to the entrance of the dining room and, with a sudden jolt, saw Edwin standing at the doorway surveying the room. And how extremely handsome he looked. His hat was in his hand and his wild, unruly hair fell around his face. His cheeks were ruddy from the cold, and he brushed some snow off his broad shoulders. He stood for a moment looking at the bride and groom's table, and then began walking toward it. Lydia almost held her breath as he passed her. But he did not look at her, heading straight to the table. Dr. Cook and Jenny stood when he approached. Lydia could not hear what they were saying above the din of the music and the stomping of the dance, but it was clear that he had come to offer his congratulations. Someone came forward and offered Edwin a glass of champagne, and he toasted the new couple. The doctor gestured, offering Edwin a seat at the table, but he waved his hand, indicating he was declining the offer. They chatted a few moments more, and he turned away from the table. He scanned the room and locked eyes with Lydia, and started walking toward her. Just then Graham returned with her glass of cider. "Oh, thank you," Lydia said, as she became distracted. She saw Edwin hesitate and appear to change direction. Was he leaving the inn? "If you would like to dance again, I would be up for it," Graham said. Lydia turned to him. "Oh Graham, thank you, but not just at this moment. She turned back again to find Edwin, but she could not see him. "Excuse me, one moment, Graham." Then she headed toward the entrance to see if Edwin was leaving. She got to the door and looked into the inn's lobby, but he was not there. Disappointed, she turned to head back to the party, but bumped full force into none other than Edwin. He spilled his drink over the front of his coat. "Lydia, what an exuberant greeting," he said, laughing. She stepped back in horror. "Oh, Edwin, I am so sorry. I had just gone looking for you. And you found me." He stepped backward and looked down at the spill on his coat. He wiped it with a handkerchief from his coat pocket. "No one knew you were coming," Lydia said, trying to normalize the conversation. "I did not know either. However, I thought it would be the right thing to make an appearance to congratulate the good doctor and his new bride, and your friend. And you are most welcome." Lydia was holding her cider. Half of Edwin's drink had been spilled, and neither knew quite what to do or say next. "I think, perhaps, I should go," Edwin finally said. "Oh, please, not yet. You have only just arrived, and in this weather, you must at least warm up before you leave again. It will, no doubt, be a cold and windy trip back to Honeyfield." He studied her for a moment. "Very well, for a short while, but might there be somewhere we might go that is not so boisterous? It does not seem conducive to a proper conversation." Lydia looked around the room, and seeing nothing suitable, suggested, "I believe the lobby has some quiet areas with comfortable seating. Let me refresh my drink and I shall join you." He turned back toward the bar, and she went to find a place where they could visit quietly. She found two upholstered chairs by the fireplace with a cozy, dancing fire. She sat in one of the chairs and was soon joined by Edwin, who sat his drink on the small table between the two chairs. "How long have you known Mrs. Cook?" Edwin asked. That took Lydia by surprise, as she had not yet thought of Jenny as Mrs. Cook. She was just her good friend, Jenny. She had to smile. "Since the very moment I moved here. She lived next door to my aunt, and we became instant and fast friends. It is good to have such a friend."
That made Lydia realize Edwin had never spoken to her of any close friends.
Edwin, do you have such a friend?
Certainly, a man of your stature must have many friends. Edwin was silent for a moment. You are my friend, he said. That took her by surprise, and she blinked several times. But no male friends? Certainly, you must have friends from school or university. Life is a bit different for a duke. I never attended a public school. I was tutored at home, by Nanny Schofield. She was strict, but an excellent educator. And, as the Duke apparent, there were no youngsters in the local area thought to be appropriate playmates for one such as I. And I did not attend a conventional university. Instead, I traveled, which I found to be much more useful than a formal education. I discovered my interests, and when I found a new passion, I would study on the spot. I would use libraries, seek locals teachers, exalted or humble, and little by little I formed my current life. And that is how I found my great passion for the Arboretum. But to answer your second question, no, I have no close male friends. There is only you.
And Ellen? Surely you must think of her as a friend too?
Yes. And Ellen.
Chapter 34. Dr. and Mrs. Cook had delayed their honeymoon.
Winter was not the best time to travel, so they decided to take a trip to Italy in the spring and summer. That gave Jenny a completely new set of interests to get excited about. Lydia's first visit with Jenny, as Mrs. Cook, was at her new home.
"Welcome, Miss Fernside, do come in," the maid said, as she answered the door.
"Mrs. Cook is expecting you."
"If you will just follow me, please, miss." It was somewhat disorienting to be seeing Jenny in her new home. It was finer and more formal than her family home, and Lydia had to wonder if the new circumstances would change Jenny in any way.
"Lydia!"
Jenny shouted, as she sprang out of her chair and rushed over to embrace Lydia in a bear hug.
"What do you think of this stuffy old house? Is it not a horror?" It had not changed Jenny so far, Lydia realized.
"I cannot wait until I can start redecorating. This place needs light, color, air." She twirled in a circle pointing to all the room's many perceived faults.
Then she suddenly stopped. The maid was standing attentively at the door to the sitting room. "Tea, yes. I must order tea." She turned to the maid. "Janet, we will have tea now."
"Yes, Mrs. Cook."
She turned and left. "How about that? I do not have to do anything for myself. I just ring this little bell and, puff, it appears."
"You seem to be doing well,"
Lydia said.
"Are you enjoying married life?"
"I suppose you mean."
Jenny gave a lascivious smile and waggled her hand.
Lydia blushed. "Oh, Jenny, no. I did not mean that at all."
"Well, it is all good, let me tell you." Jenny suddenly threw her hands up in the air again. "Oh, come, sit. No point in standing about. Tea takes no time in this household. I believe the cook keeps the kettle on a constant boil. Tea in a moment." And surely enough, the door opened, and Janet came in with the tea tray, and placed it on the table next to Jenny's chair. "Are you excited about Italy?" Lydia asked.
"How are you going?"
"Through France by carriage." "No, we are taking a boat from Southampton to Naples. I think a sea voyage will be almost as much fun as Italy itself." Lydia sighed. "Oh, Jenny, it sounds wonderful. How I envy you. Then marry your duke, and travel the world." Lydia shook her head. "You know that cannot be. He is engaged to an earl's daughter. What could he possibly want with me?" The door opened, and the face of Dr. Cook peeked in. "Hello, ladies. Just wanted to say hello between patients." "Oh, Reggie, how nice." Jenny sprang up from her chair, and ran over and threw her arms around her husband's neck. She gave him multiple little kisses all over his face. Lydia could not help but reflect for a brief moment that it might have been her living in this house and giving the doctor little kisses. But she did not regret that it was not so. "Miss Lydia, it is grand to see you again. I understand you are soon off to London." "I am, and greatly looking forward to it. It is to be my first visit." "Have an enjoyable stay." He turned to his wife. "I must go, Mrs. Bridges Bunions." He rolled his eyes. Jenny reached out to him as he left. Lydia could see that they were truly in love. She returned to her chair. "Tell me, is Mr. Daniel to be in London when you are?" Jenny asked. "He is and has sent me a list of performances presenting during my stay. He has asked me which I would enjoy, and plans to take me to a few." "So, is this about to become a serious affair?" "He is very nice." Jenny shifted in her chair, tucking her legs under her. "Lydia, why do you always hedge whenever I ask about Daniel? Does he not interest you?" Lydia did not know how to answer. "I do hedge, do I not? I like Daniel a great deal. What is there not to like? He is handsome, he has money, he is about to be a successful attorney, I expect. But sorry, I just do not have a passion for him. As a gentlemanly escort, he is delightful, but that is as far as it goes for me." Jenny looked pityingly at Lydia. "It is still Edwin, is it not?" Lydia lowered her eyes and nodded. "What am I to do?" The carriage stood ready. Lydia's and Ellen's trunks and assorted luggage had been packed and loaded. It only awaited the two lovely ladies to climb aboard. Mother was conversing with Lydia. "Cold as rose water. The large size. Maybe you can bring me 2 or 3 bottles." "Of course, Mother. And if you see any of the pale blue organdy, like I have in my Sunday dress, I would like at least 5 yards of that." "I will try." Mother leaned forward and gave Lydia a tentative hug. "Have a wonderful journey, and give my very best to your Aunt Lavinia and the doctor, when you see them." "I will." "Are you ready?" Ellen asked. "Oh, yes." Ellen and Lydia climbed aboard the carriage, seated themselves, and then looked out the windows to wave goodbye as the carriage started up. Lydia could see Edwin standing at the kitchen door, watching as the carriage departed. Lydia gave him a faint smile and a gentle wave. He nodded back. Dr. and Mrs. Winston had a quaint cottage at the edge of the university at Oxford. The cottage's fine garden backed up on a section of the River Thames, which was also known in this region as the Isis. Lydia and Ellen were to break up their journey, and spend 2 days visiting her aunt and uncle. The carriage pulled up in the road before the cottage. Dr. Winston came out to direct the drivers where to carry the luggage. Ellen and Lydia got out of the carriage, and pointed out which pieces of luggage they would need for their brief stay. After the initial scurry of unloading, the three went inside. Aunt Lavinia was standing in the entry hall as they came in. "Aunt." Lydia greeted and gave her a hug. "Lydia," she answered. "How was your journey?" Bernard asked. "I hope it was not too tedious." "Not at all. Ellen and I played games the entire way." "So, you are to spend time in London, are you?" Lavinia asked. "A city of wickedness and sin. I hope you are both to be chaperoned whenever you go about." Now, dear. Let them be. This is no time to be preaching at them," Bernard scolded, as he took Lydia and Ellen by the arm, and led them into the sitting room. Lydia went over to the leaded windows that overlooked the back garden and the river. "Oh, what a lovely view you have," she said. Bernard came over and stood next to her. "Exactly. And it is this view that sold me on the cottage. It is a place of peace and respite.
and I hope you will rest up during your stay. He winked at her.
But not too peaceful. I intend for us to have a bit of fun as well. I've arranged a dinner at the college for all of us. And they do an outstanding side of beef I think you will enjoy.
Delightful, we look forward to it.
But come, you ladies must want to refresh yourselves after your journey. Let me show you to your room. You do not mind sharing, do you?
It is a very small cottage, and we only have the one guest room.
But there are 2 beds, so I hope you will be comfortable. They were having dinner in a private dining room for professors and fellows at Bernard's College. The table was beautifully set with china and crystal.
The wine was from the college's cellar, and was of the first quality. "And how is my dear friend,
Edwin?" Bernard asked Lydia at dinner.
Aunt Lavinia leaned in.
"You should call him, His Grace," she admonished.
Ellen answered.
"No, he much prefers being called Edwin. He is most informal when it comes to his title." "You know he is to be married?"
Lydia asked.
Bernard leaned
back in his chair.
"No,
I did not know that."
"To whom?"
Lydia could not bring herself to directly utter the woman's name. "The daughter of the Earl of Albemarle."
Well,
when is the happy occasion?" he asked.
Ellen answered.
"Later this month.
It is to be held at Honeyfield.
But it is to be a small affair. Just immediate families. Edwin feels there is just too much fuss with a big wedding." "That is a shame," Lavinia said.
"One should celebrate such an occasion grandly if one is able."
Lydia pressed her lips tightly together, and looked at her wine.
The servers came in, wheeling a trolley with the roast beef under a silver dome.
"Ah, the beast!" Bernard exclaimed.
One server topped the wine glasses, while another carved the beef, served the potatoes and vegetables, and a third delivered the plates to each guest. Bernard was looking at Lydia when he asked, "And how is your new position at Honeyfield working out? Are you enjoying yourself?"
Lydia forced a smile.
"Yes,
very much so. I have renovated the orchard, and am planning an expanded kitchen garden for next year."
When I was visiting Honeyfield, Edwin went on long rambling talks about his vision and plans for his arboretum.
"And how is that going?"
"It has been delayed for a time."
"Oh, I am sorry to hear that." He was so excited and enthusiastic. Lydia did not want to mention money problems in front of Ellen, feeling it would be indiscreet. "I believe the wedding plans have intervened." "Of course."
"Do you still have that cat, Gingerbread?"
Lavinia asked.
"Gingersnap, and yes I do. We now have 2 cats," she said. "I became quite enchanted with yours, and as Bernard likes cats too, we each have one sitting on our laps every evening." "Are there any walks in the area?"
Ellen asked.
"I think Lydia and I would both enjoy a long bracing walk tomorrow. We were cooped up so long in the carriage, and we still have a long way to go the day after. There is a delightful walk along the river, and, of course, it is always pleasant for one to visit the various colleges."
Ellen turned to Lydia. "Let us make a day of it tomorrow, shall we? Perhaps a walk along the river in the morning and a rest, and then tour the colleges in the afternoon. I should enjoy that very much."
Lydia was exhausted from the journey by the time they neared London.
But once they reached the outskirts, Lydia perked up and became fascinated, as they drove through the teeming city.
Their destination was Belgrave Square, where the Duke's townhouse was located. The carriage pulled up in front of number 27. Immediately, 2 footmen came out to unload and collect the luggage, followed by the butler to greet them.
The butler helped Ellen and Lydia down from the carriage. Lydia felt stiff and stretched to take out the kinks. The butler said, "Miss Ellen, it is a great honor to see you again. It has been such a long time."
"Yes,
Hammond, it has been. But it is exciting to be back.
If you will follow me, they are expecting you in the first parlour for afternoon tea. Will that be to your liking?
Yes.
However, may we go to our rooms first? I feel the need to freshen up.
Ellen turned to Lydia. And you? Yes, I would like that too. Lydia replied.
You have the jonquil room as you requested,
Hammond said.
And Miss Lydia shall be next to you in the Windsor room.
Perfect.
Ellen turned and started up
The front steps.
Lydia followed. In her room and alone, Lydia went to the window that was overlooking the wooded square from the second floor, and opened it. She studied the park and then the surrounding rooftops. She had never seen a scene like this before. House after connected house, one right after another, marched around the outside of the square. How did people live like this, she wondered. They had no front gardens. And how did they get to the back of their houses? There must be roads or alleyways, otherwise, they would have no place to keep their horses. Oh, my, she did have a lot to discover and learn about. Even the simplest facts of everyday living in the city mystified her. But she did not linger. The footman had brought her luggage and a maid immediately appeared. "Shall I unpack for you, miss?" she asked. "That would be nice." "And your name?" "Nancy, Mississippi." "Nancy, thank you, and, if you please, put the books beside the bed." "Yes, miss." "Where might I freshen up?" Lydia asked. "Through that door." Lydia went over and went inside. There was a basin of water, a commode, and even a bathtub. Lydia had never seen such an arrangement. She poured some water into the basin and washed her face. She felt much refreshed. Lydia then went next door to Ellen's room, awash in a sunny, bright, lemony yellow. There was a writing desk by the window, with a lovely view of Belgrave Square Park. "Is that where you shall write?" Lydia asked. Ellen stood between the desk and the window. "Yes, is it not a lovely place to work? I do look forward to getting back to my writing." "But did you not finish your novel? I thought you wanted to show it to publishers." "I have just a chapter more to write, and then I shall be finished. In any case, I need to send it to a copyist, so that I might have copies to leave with publishers if they request it." "It is a lovely room," Lydia said, as she gazed around. "Are you ready for tea?" Ellen asked. "I am." "What do you think of London so far?" Ellen asked, as they went down the staircase to the first parlour. "It is both exciting and overwhelming. I feel like I am in another country, where I know none of the customs and recognize nothing familiar. You will become accustomed to it before you know it." They entered the parlour, and Ellen was surprised to see Bartley Evans, standing at the tea table with a large smile. "Bartley!" she exclaimed and rushed toward him. "I was not expecting you." "I wanted it to be a surprise," he said. "I have so been looking forward to seeing you, and then I saw you come into the house and disappear. I was uncertain what I should do. So I decided to just wait, as your people said they would be serving you tea in here." "I am so pleased you did not rush away," Ellen said, as she took hold of Bartley's arm. He turned his attention to Lydia. "Miss Lydia, it is a pleasure to see you again. I look forward to hearing all the news about progress on the Honeyfield Arboretum." Lydia smiled and nodded. "And it shall be my pleasure to inform you." A door opened and several footmen entered with the tea service, followed by Hammond. There was the tea itself, plus small cakes, peeled cucumber and shrimp paste sandwiches, a pot of clotted cream, and strawberry and apricots jams. After Hammond served the tea, he came over to Lydia, and presented her with a letter on a small silver server. "This came for you this morning, miss," Hammond said. Lydia took the letter. It was from Daniel. "Thank you,"
she said and slipped the letter into her pocket. This was not the time to read it.
Ellen and Bartley were in a bright conversation and were oblivious to Lydia, until Ellen suddenly realized her manners and turned to Lydia, and asked, "You received a letter?"
"I did. From Daniel.
And what does he have to say?"
She patted her pocket. "I have not read it yet. But I expect it to be about scheduling some entertainments while we are visiting." Bartley spoke up.
"Miss Lydia, I would like to request both of your presences at a dinner party I shall be giving at Rules, in a week and a half. It should be well attended, and I am expecting a number of West End celebrities from the world of theatre, dance, and the concert stage. I hope you will both accept the invitation."
Ellen played coy. "We will need to check our calendars, but if we can squeeze it in, we shall." Bartley seemed to see right through her little tease. "I do not know what other engagement you might possibly have, as all the very best people will be at my party." Ellen was not about to be played by Bartley. "But I may be planning such an event myself." "It all depends on the date of your party."
"The 23rd.
Ellen touched her forehead, as though she might be calculating dates. Then she looked up. "Yes, I believe we shall be able to attend." She turned to Lydia. "Unless you have something scheduled for that time?" Lydia laughed. "You know I do not." Chapter 35. When she was finally alone, Lydia realized she had so many questions about London, that she decided the first order of business was to explore the house she was staying in. When Nancy came in with a fresh jug of water, Lydia asked, "Nancy, could you give me a tour of the house? I have only ever lived in a cottage in the country, and I would like to see how such a grand house operates." "Oh, miss, I could not do that. But I shall speak to Mrs. Samuels, the housekeeper. I am sure she would be happy to assist you." "Thank you, Nancy." The maid left, and Lydia settled down by her window to read Daniel's letter. It contained, as she suspected, a revised list of entertainments. It also contained a brief note. "Dearest Lydia, welcome to London. I hope you are not overwhelmed by its many splendors. As you will see from the attached, I have selected several events you might enjoy. Study them, and I shall call on you tomorrow morning, shortly after breakfast, to sound you out on what you might enjoy. Shall we say 10 o'clock? Ever yours, Daniel." She did not think a written reply was needed, as he would be stopping by early tomorrow. There was a knock on the door, and it was opened by a plump older woman in a severe dark dress. "Miss Lydia?" "Yes, come in." "I am Mrs. Samuels. Nancy tells me you wish to tour the house." "If I may, and it is not an inconvenience." Mrs. Samuels nodded. "I would be happy to show you the house. When would you like to do that? Is now convenient?" "It is." Mrs. Samuels held the door for Lydia. "Come then." Mrs. Samuels had a large ring of keys attached to her belt, that clinked as she walked down the hall in front of Lydia. She did not seem to be very forthcoming, and it was clear Lydia would need to ask questions, if she wanted to learn anything. They began by exploring the 3 floors of family's quarters. "How long has this house been in the Duke's family?" she asked. "At least 3 generations, I should say. I have only been here 25 years. But I have heard stories of past masters." "And you knew the present Duke when he was young?" That seemed to lighten Mrs. Samuel's face. "Aye, he was a charmer, he was. A lively lad, filled with curiosity and not without a fair bit of mischief as well." She smiled. "Can you tell me a mischievous story about him?" Lydia asked. Mrs. Samuels considered, and then said, "Perhaps I should not tell you this, but it seems to be a harmless enough story, and I have heard His Grace tell the story to others, so I do not believe I would be betraying a trust." By this time, They had reviewed each of the family's floors, and they were headed down to the servants' quarters. "It was just in here," Mrs. Samuels said, opening a pantry door off the kitchen and leading Lydia inside. "This is one of the pantries. It is where the jams were kept at the time." It was late autumn, just after the harvest at Honeyfield. And a load of new-made jams and jellies had been sent up for the London house. We had just placed them all in here. Then one morning I came in to supervise one of the new girls, and we found Master Edwin had opened every single jar of jam, tasted it, and smeared it around on one of the walls. He was only 4, and he said he just wanted to make a jammy painting for his mother. Lydia laughed. "And that is when he acquired the nickname Jammy." "I have not heard him called that at Honeyfield," Lydia said. "He shut that nickname down after he turned 15. And by then, even if he was not the Duke, he was the Duke apparent, and no one dared cross him. Except for Miss Ellen, I have heard her use that nickname from time to time if she is upset with him." Jammy. Lydia would remember that. "I must work this morning," Ellen said at breakfast. "I have just one more chapter to write, and I am determined to complete it this week. So excuse me, Lydia, if I leave you to your own devices this morning." Lydia was enjoying her poached egg and rasher of bacon. "This is not an issue for me, at all. I will be quite content either reading or, even more likely, walking around the neighborhood exploring. There are some delightful benches in the park across the street for reading, although I suspect it would be too chilly this time of year," Ellen suggested. "I will see what the outside temperature is later this afternoon. And if it is pleasant enough, I shall don my sweater and sit for a bit." "Are you seeing Daniel today?" Ellen asked. Lydia looked at the clock on the dining room sideboard. "Shortly. Perhaps he will want to take you for a drive." "I would like to see London by carriage," Lydia said. "And I like to go for a carriage ride in Hyde Park, occasionally. We have a lovely barouche. And in fine weather, and with the top down, it can make for a most enjoyable morning outing." Lydia had finished her breakfast and stood at her place. "Daniel is to arrive at 10. I must prepare for his arrival. Where should I meet him? I'm still learning my way around the house, although Mrs. Samuels gave me an overview yesterday afternoon." Ellen smiled. "Samuels? Really? Did she bite your head off?" "Oh, no. She was most cordial. And she told me a naughty story about Edwin and an episode with jam." Ellen laughed. "She told you about Jammy?" Lydia nodded. "Now I have something with which to tease him when I get back to Honeyfield. I doubt he will enjoy that. I will save it for just the right moment." Hammond appeared at the dining room door. "Miss Lydia, there is a Mr. Daniel Beaufort who is calling on you. I have put him in the library." "There you are," Ellen said. "Now you know where to meet him." "Oh, my. He is early. Please tell him I shall be with him shortly." "Yes, Miss Lydia," Hammond said, and left. "I must go to my room before I see him. Ellen, you have a most productive morning on your novel. And shall I see you at luncheon?" Ellen nodded. "Have an enjoyable morning." Lydia scooted up to her room, to get her app and the list of entertainments Daniel had sent her. She scurried downstairs again, and had to hunt for the library, having forgotten exactly where it was. "Daniel, I am sorry to keep you waiting. I have been a bad girl and slept longer than I am wont." "Understandable, as you must have been tired from the journey," Daniel said as he stood up from his chair. "Indeed, I was. Although we had a charming respite in Oxford with my aunt and Dr. Winston." Lydia came over to Daniel. "You look well. It is very nice to see you again." Daniel took her hand and kissed the back of it. "I have eagerly awaited your arrival, and am so pleased to see you again. I see you have the list I sent you."
Yes, she said, sitting in the chair next to him.
And your thoughts? Any special favorites?
Lydia opened the paper and consulted it again.
I am quite taken with the Mozart opera, and, having never seen the ballet, would love to see the Royal. And that is all? He asked. I do not want to be greedy.
And I know you will soon be going back to Honeyfield for the wedding, so I want to be modest in my requests. Then let us begin with these two and, if time and interest allow, we can schedule more outings for later, he said.
And are you free this morning?
I was thinking you might enjoy a visit to the British Museum. It is one of the world's premier museums.
I think you would find it most interesting.
And then there is the most charming restaurant in Soho you might enjoy for luncheon. Does any of this interest you?
Lydia was feeling rested and adventurous, and his suggestions sounded most appealing. She could explore the surrounding area and the Belgrave Square Park later.
It sounds delightful.
However, I am expected here for luncheon. I shall just need to notify Hammond that I will not be attending. Give me a moment and I shall be ready. When Lydia returned later that afternoon, she was exhausted. She went right up to her room and laid down for a nap. She had been excited, but also overwhelmed, by the scope of the museum. So many exhibits. So much new information. After an hour or so, her mind went numb and she could no longer absorb or process any more input. A little after 4, there was a knock at her door and Nancy came in. Tea is being served in the first parlor, miss.
Shall I tell them you will be attending?
Yes, please, Nancy,
Lydia said, as she sat up on the edge of the bed.
Some post came for you, Miss Lydia.
I put it on the side table.
Thank you.
Lydia stood up and
went over to the table. There was a letter from her mother and another from Jenny.
How nice,
she thought. She would look forward to reading them later at her leisure. But now it was tea time and she was thirsty. As Lydia entered the parlor, she saw Ellen seated with another young woman.
Hello, Lydia greeted as she came into the room.
Oh, Lydia. I'm so glad you were free to join us, Ellen said.
Let me introduce to you to my dear childhood friend,
Sybil Masters.
She is engaged to Viscount Turnbull.
They are to have an autumn wedding. She turned to Sybil. And this is my good, new friend and sister, Lydia Fernside, who resides with us at Honeyfield. Lydia gave a brief curtsy. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Miss Sybil. Miss Masters was exactly what Lydia imagined a famed London beauty would be like. She was tall and graceful, even-seated, and her blonde curly locks fell most beguilingly around her slender, flawless face. She had a wan smile but her eyes were piercing and attentive. She wore the most current fashion with ease and grace. Lydia felt immediately intimidated by her sophisticated presence. Miss Lydia, Ellen has been telling me all about your many agricultural exploits. Just imagine, climbing trees and digging potatoes. What will one think of next? Sybil said, sipping her tea. Ellen shot her friend a disapproving look and responded by saying, Lydia is a very knowledgeable gardener, and has vastly improved the scope and quality of our estate. And we are greatly indebted to her. Sybil just smiled and reached for a finger sandwich. Did you know that Buster Slaw was thrown at the gymkhana and broke his hip? His mama says he shall be shut up until summer. No dancing for him for a month or two, I should imagine. She gave an icy chuckle. Come sit and have some tea with us, Ellen encouraged Lydia. Lydia went to the tea table, and Ellen poured her a cup. She sat down. She was not about to be intimidated by Miss Sybil, and said, Whereas Ellen may have told you all about me, she has told me nothing about you. And what might your interests be? Sybil studied Lydia. I am quite well known for my watercolors in certain circles. I collect bibelots, and I just adore my King Charles spaniels. And when I'm married,
I expect to establish a Sunday afternoon salon for poets and intellectual thinkers in Mayfair. Lydia gave Ellen a furtive glance. Lydia could see that Ellen felt as she did about Sybil's answer. Ellen chose to change the subject entirely. "Sybil, and how is your dear mother? I cannot tell you how long it has been since I saw her last. She has the occasional bout of the vapors, but her doctor says it is nothing serious. And she asked after you when she knew I was coming to see you, and she sends her best regards. And return them to her for me." Sybil finished her tea. "Thank you, my dear Ellen, but I promised to stop by the Richards before supper. And as I notice it is beginning to snow, I feel I must be on my way." She stood and leaned in toward Ellen, giving her a buss on the cheek. "It has been such a delight seeing you again, dear Ellen." She turned to Lydia. "Miss Lydia, good afternoon." Ellen rang a bell on the table and a footman appeared. "Will you show Miss Masters out, please?" Sybil turned and left ever so beautifully. Both Ellen and Lydia said nothing until they could hear the front door closing, then they collapsed into laughter. Alone in her room after tea, Lydia opened her 2 letters. She opened her mother's first, because she knew Jenny's letter would be the greater treat, and wanted to save that for last. Her mother bade her write with news of her stopover at Oxford. She talked about the weather, the state of her Grace's health, and reminded Lydia to not forget the rose water and the organdy. Her only other comment was that her Grace was becoming more and more demanding since she had moved into the house. The Duchess called upon her mother whenever she wanted anything, regardless if it was her private time or not. However, she said absolutely nothing about Edwin, the one bit of news she would have been interested in. Now Jenny's letter was a different matter. "Lydia, Lydia, Lydia. How can I miss you so much already? Reggie is off to some horrible medical conference in Shrewsbury, and I am absolutely all alone in this mausoleum of a house all by myself, except for the servants, of course. But there is absolutely nothing entertaining about them at all. I suppose you are off conquering London, and melting the hearts of all the eligible young gentlemen, and perhaps even some who are not so eligible. I am spending most of my time at the family home until Reggie returns. I cannot bear being all alone. You know me. Oh, and Mother sends her love, and Graham tells me to tell you that you are a divine dancer. He has not stopped talking about you since the wedding. He is dropping hints that I should write to you about how handsome, and virile, and available he is, just in case your heart is not captured by storm by some young, titled buck in London. I saw Edwin the other day in the market. He was looking most sad and romantic. I am sure he is missing you, but he will never write you, will he, being all engaged to that Beaufort woman? He did, however, finally spy me, and came over to chat about this and that. I could see he was dying to ask me if I had heard from you, but he was the soul of discretion, and refrained from mentioning you, except to say he was so appreciative of the work you did for him on the orchard and garden. Well, at least you know your job is safe for the time being. Oh, do please write to me. I want to hear absolutely everything about London, and your adventures, and your mad torrid affairs. Ever your devoted Jenny. Mrs. Dr. Reginald Cook. Lydia put the letter aside. It had made her feel desperately homesick. Not that she was not enjoying London. But she had to admit that, so far, she was finding neither the place nor the people to be particularly sympathetic. She was realizing that her simple ways were not the ways of metropolitan London. The noise, the crowds, the constant clatter of wagons, carriages, and public transportation grated on her nerves. She was a woman of wide open spaces. She longed to walk through a grove of trees on a grey, misty morning. Or study the starry night for shooting stars. Or sit under a shady tree, beside a babbling stream, as she read her book on a hot summer's afternoon. It was still an hour or so before supper, but it was already nearly dark. She considered taking the walk she had promised herself, but chose against it. It would be better to explore in the full daylight. Chapter 36.
Lydia was surprised when she had not heard from Daniel for several days, either by post or in person. She used her time to explore the immediate local, and she persuaded Ellen to drop her off at Fortnum and Mason one afternoon on Ellen's way to meet Bartley. Before leaving her, Ellen instructed Lydia how to take a cab back to Belgrave Square. Lydia wanted to get the shopping for her mother out of the way, and free her mind from the obligation. She found the rose water, but could not find the blue organdy her mother requested, not even after going to several fabric shops in the area. She was not surprised, as her mother's dress was more than a few years old, and the fabric probably no longer existed. Her errands completed, Lydia managed to find a cab and return to the house. She sequestered herself in her room and set out to write to her mother and Jenny. She thought about writing Edwin, but decided it was not a good idea unless it was to be purely a business letter, and she had no occasion to write such a letter. It was nearly dark by 4 o'clock in January, and Lydia rang for Nancy to add more coal to the fire and to light several lamps in the room. Lydia heard a carriage draw up in front of the house, and assumed it was Ellen returning. And she thought nothing further of it, until a while later there was a knock at her door, and Ellen came in. "Was your shopping successful?" she asked. "Partially so," Lydia replied. "I have some news," Ellen said, sitting in a chair at the table where Lydia was writing her letters. Lydia sat up and gave Ellen her full attention. "Oh, please, tell me." "I have finished the novel and Bartley is having it copied for me. Then he is going to submit it to his father for publication." "Will he publish it, do you think?" "I certainly hope so. But, of course, he needs to read it first." "Your Mr. Bartley has been true to his word, has he not?" "He has been the perfect gentleman." "And is there more developing between the two of you?" Ellen inclined her head. "Perhaps." "Are you being coy? You have never kept anything from me before. Is there a romance as well?" Ellen smiled. "Yes, I believe so. He has not come out and said as much, but I do believe it to be so. I am very happy for you. From everything I have seen, he appears to be a fine, upstanding, young man. And I so much enjoy his poetry as well. We make a good couple. His father is publishing his first volume of poetry, and if he publishes me, then we shall become one of London's premier literary teams." "Oh, Ellen, how splendid." Ellen strode over to the window and looked out, as the gaslights were being lit in the street below. "Have you heard from Daniel?" "I have not been aware if he has called by or not," Lydia answered quietly. "He has not. But I suspect he is getting caught up in his sister's pending wedding." "Ah, the wedding. Yes. I expect you are correct. Once you get your novel copied, might I be able to read it?" Lydia asked. "Would you rather not wait until it is published, and I can give you a signed copy?" "Oh, no. I have waited too long to discover your genius. Keep me no longer in suspense." Ellen laughed. "Oh, very well, but do you really want to spend your few weeks in London reading a novel, when you can be out exploring the delights of the city?" "I will read it when you go back to Honeyfield for the wedding." "As you wish." It was the evening of Bartley's dinner party. Lydia had not had one word from Daniel, since he had taken her to the British Museum and lunch. And while Ellen was going to the party with Bartley, Lydia had no one to accompany her. This had proved awkward, so Ellen had come to the rescue by having a friend of Bartley's agree to escort her. Ellen, Lydia, and the friend, David Kavanagh, were to go to the party together, as Bartley would already be at Rules, hosting his party. As Ellen had promised, they had gone shopping for gowns, and Ellen had gifted Lydia with 2 splendid new dresses. One was a fine ball gown, and the second was a handsome dressy daytime ensemble. Tonight she was wearing the new ball gown. Lydia was chatting with David, her evening's escort, in the parlor when Ellen entered. "Oh, Lydia, how wonderful you look. That new gown fits you perfectly. Thank you. I have never had a bespoke gown before. It is lovely and very comfortable. Ellen turned to David. Mr. Kavanagh. What a pleasure to meet you.
Bartley speaks so highly of you. David was a dimpled, rather stout young man with thinning hair and rosy cheeks. And he of you. He tells me how much he admires your writing, and is urging his father to publish it for you.
That is so.
Would you care for a glass of champagne before we leave for the party?
Ellen asked. Oh, not for me, David said, waving his hand as though he'd been asked to eat something raw from a pond.
I am teetotal. I see.
She turned to Lydia.
And you, my dear?
I am content to wait until the party. I am quite sure there will be ample food and drink there. Ellen was a little nonplussed. Very well then, let us go on to the party. Rules was a well-respected and popular London restaurant. Daniel had reserved the entire establishment for the evening. As Ellen's party arrived, they were greeted by Bartley at the entrance. How jolly, you made it exactly on time. Come right in. The ladies' coatroom is to your left, the gentlemen's on the right. The party is right up the stairs on the first floor. I will see you there shortly. Ellen and Lydia headed to the ladies' coatroom. They surrendered their wraps to the attendant, and headed back out to the lobby to meet David, who was already waiting for them. Ladies, shall we attend the party? He asked, as he offered them each an arm. They climbed the stairs and came into a large room. It was beautifully decorated and lit by the new Rage gaslights. There was an orchestra already playing, dancers on a modest-sized dance floor, and tables filling the rest of the room. Bartley saw them and came over, gave Ellen a kiss on the cheek and took her arm. What a splendid place, eh? I have reserved you the best table. He led them to it. Please make yourselves comfortable and have an enjoyable evening. I must still be the host and mingle with my guests. He turned to Ellen. But I hope you will save me several dances, he asked, smiling as he looked into her eyes. Of course, Bartley, why else would I be here? That seemed to please him. Then I shall claim my dances throughout the evening. Oh, and there is a buffet over there, and I have ordered a bottle of champagne for your table, which should arrive shortly. Thank you, Bartley, you are most kind to include me, Lydia said. My great pleasure, Miss Lydia, he said, as he took her hand and kissed it. After he left, a waiter came with an ice bucket of champagne, and served the two ladies, David announcing he was teetotal. As she sipped her champagne, Lydia took a moment to survey the room. What a gay event. Even the ball at Honeyfield could not compare to the splendor of a London party such as this. The ladies' gowns were the most beautiful, and the gentlemen were dressed as elegantly as any men she had ever seen. The buffet table groaned under a scrumptious-looking array of delicacies, and the music was lively and charming. But the fact was, she knew none of these people. And unless she was introduced to gentlemen friends of Ellen, she would most likely not spend much of the evening dancing. But she was content with that. David would offer to dance with her several times, and Ellen would probably conspire with Bartley to dance with her at least once. David turned to her. Miss Lydia, would you like to take the next dance with me? He looked longingly at the buffet table. Or would you rather we go to the buffet for some supper? Lydia smiled. I think a little supper would be nice. What do you say? David's face lit up. Oh, yes, Miss Lydia, that would be splendid. He eagerly stood up and offered his hand to Lydia. He then turned to Ellen. Will you join us? No, thank you. Not yet. The selection of food was so vast, it overwhelmed Lydia, and she ended up selecting only a few offerings. David, however, filled and heaped his plate before they returned to their table. David dug into the food on his plate, and said nothing until he was nearly finished. Splendid spread, is it not? he announced joyfully. "Miss Lydia, would you like to go back for another round?" She had barely eaten anything of what she had. "No, thank you, Mr. David. I am quite content." "Then you will excuse me." He got up and went back to the buffet. Ellen had wandered off, and was chatting with friends at another table. Bartley came over and stood next to her, putting his arm around her waist. She looked happy and Lydia was very pleased for her friend. But already Lydia was becoming bored. She wished she had brought a book, but who brings a book to a party? Then she began to daydream about her garden. She was wondering if the worker assigned to watering the new fruit trees was doing his job properly. And she began to go over in her mind where the new vegetables were to be planted in the garden next spring. But she was shaken from her reverie by the sight of Daniel climbing the stairs to the party. But, of course, he would have been invited. Why had she not considered that? He stood at the top of the stairs and looked around the room, but he did not see her sitting alone at the table. However, he did see the wine service, and went directly to it and took a glass of wine. Then he turned around and surveyed the room again. He spotted some friends at a nearby table and went to greet them. He stood talking to them and laughing. He was invited to sit with them, and he sat down next to a stunningly beautiful woman, with striking red hair. A server topped up his glass once and then, a short while later, once again. He leaned in and whispered in the red-headed woman's ear, as he put his hand on her shoulder, and then a moment later around her waist. Lydia was shocked. What had she just witnessed? Was he flirting with that woman? It seemed he was. Was this the reason he had not communicated with her at all the last few days? Had he discarded her? Was he entertaining another? She did not know what to think. David finally came back with his second plate of food, sat down, and immediately began eating. "You should try the Scotch salmon. Quite the best I've had in quite a while, let me tell you." Just then Ellen returned to the table with Bartley. She sat at her place, while Bartley came over and stood at Lydia's side. "Might I, please, have this dance, Miss Lydia?" "That would be lovely, thank you, Mr. Evans." "Oh, please call me Bartley," he said, as he offered her his hand. He escorted her to the dance floor, and they began to dance a waltz. "You dance beautifully, Lydia." "Thank you, Bartley. And what a lovely evening you have arranged. It seems to be quite a success." "Are you enjoying London?" "Tolerably so." "Only tolerably? We are not sweeping you off your feet?" Lydia laughed. "I am not certain I have the stamina for London life." "But you are so active in all your outdoors activities." "Certainly, they must demand a great deal of stamina, do they not?" "That is stamina of a different nature. I have physical stamina, but, I am afraid, I do not have the type of stamina that a drawing room requires." Bartley laughed. "Oh? And what kind of stamina is that?" "The kind where one must spar verbally and intellectually, casting oblique dispersions and innuendo while being overtly polite." "Ah, you have caught the essence of London in a nutshell." "You are far too good for us, Miss Lydia." "Oh, I doubt that." Lydia caught sight of Daniel passing behind Bartley. He saw her and quickly looked away, as he headed toward another table. The dance finished, and Bartley escorted Lydia back to the table, and beaming, asked Ellen to dance with him, and she readily complied. David had finished his meal by now, and as Lydia sat down, he stood up and excused himself, and headed toward the washroom. Lydia sighed. This party was most disappointing. Then she saw Daniel heading towards their table. He suddenly saw her, and looked as though he wanted to head in another direction, but there was no other way to head except past their table, so he had no choice. And as he passed he looked quickly at Lydia. "Miss Lydia, good evening," he said, then looked away and passed by as quickly as he could. Lydia was astonished. It was so clear he was trying to avoid her.
Then she began to think back to the day they had gone to the museum together. Has she offended him in some way? Unless he was somehow offended that she became tired at the museum, she could think of no reason. And then it hit her. Of course. Caroline had finally poisoned him against her. What else could it be? Unless he had just tired of her, and was now moving on to his next flirtatious adventure. David returned and stood above her. Miss Lydia, would you like to dance? Thank you, but I believe I shall go back to the house. He stammered. But Miss Lydia, we only just arrived. The carriage. Do not trouble yourself, Mr. Kavanagh. I shall find a cab and return alone. But Miss Lydia. Thank you, David, you have been a perfect gentleman, however, I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Chapter 37. Lydia had removed her ball gown, and was dressed in a simple robe over her nightdress. She was sitting on a sofa in her room reading, when there was a knock at her door. Yes, come in, please. She called out. Ellen entered. Are you all right? I was so worried when David told me you had left. Did you become ill? She came over, and sat down next to Lydia on the sofa. Lydia's shoulders slumped and she lowered her head. No, Ellen, I am quite well. I have to be honest, and say I am really not enjoying London very much. Ellen reached out and put her hand on Lydia's arm. Oh, my dear, I am so sorry. Is there anything I can do to brighten you up? Lydia hesitated but decided to tell Ellen. I saw Daniel at the party. Yes, as did I. Ellen added. However, he didn't speak a word to me and seemed to be avoiding me. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that you mention it, I think Caroline must have gotten to him. I feel quite certain she does not want Daniel to have anything to do with me, because she is jealous. She has probably told Daniel some terrible lies about me, and now he has cut me off. Is that what it is? Well. She is just going to have to deal with me then, for I shall not have the mean bee. She hesitated. I cannot find a polite word for what she is. No sister-in-law is going to make dispersions against my dearest friend. I care not if her father is the Earl of Albemarle. I am the daughter and the sister of the Duke of Shropshire, and a duke beats an earl in my book any day of the week. They both laughed. I will tell you what. I believe tomorrow is to be a sunny day. Let us go for a drive in the barouche with the top down in Hyde Park. We shall see and be seen by everyone. We shall stun them all with our radiant beauty. What do you say? Let us make a morning of it, and then have lunch afterward at Wilton's. Sounds delightful. Ellen had been correct about the weather. It was not only sunny, but also mildly warm, with no breeze. Even though it was still several months away, there was just the faintest hint of spring in the air. Ellen had insisted they dress up in their finest day dresses, and they each carried a parasol to shade them from any complexion-harming rays. Even though Lydia pointed out that her complexion was already battered by months of hard work in the sun. It is about the look, not the actual effect, Ellen had said. At 10:30, Ellen and Lydia climbed into the newly washed and polished barouche. Hyde Park, Ellen instructed the driver. They set off at a nice pace toward the park, and soon entered onto the carriageway. Because it was such a beaconing day, many other ladies and gentlemen had chosen to take a turn around the park. It was almost like a summer morning, it was so crowded. Of course, Lydia knew none of the gentry passing by in their carriages, but Helen did, and she waved, nodded, and smiled at most of them. The carriage drive was a circle through the park, and after they had circled twice, Ellen suggested, I think another turn around the drive would be considered ostentatious. Shall we head over to Wilton's now? I know it is a bit early, but I would like a bottle of champagne and half a dozen oysters. Shall we indulge ourselves just a little? I should like to boost your spirits,
before I need to leave for Edwin's wedding in a few days. That little reminder did not lift Lydia's spirits, but deflated them further.
Ellen could see she had upset Lydia and said,
"Oh, dear, I have said the wrong thing, have I not? It is quite all right.
It is true.
You are leaving for the wedding in a few days, and I shall be left alone in London while you are gone." There was no doubt about it. Lydia was feeling sorry for herself, and she hated when she did that. And that made her even more morose. "Let me think who you might enjoy meeting. I shall find you a most delightful companion while I am gone. Would you like that?" "Very well," Lydia said with little enthusiasm. She would much prefer going back with Ellen to Honeyfield, and her little cottage, but it would be even worse to be there during Edwin's wedding celebrations, than to stay in London. Ellen was looking around at the surroundings outside the carriage. She shaded her eyes when something caught her attention. I think I may have found the perfect companion for you," she said and pointed. Lydia looked to where Ellen was pointing, and saw a man on a horse galloping toward them. He was not on the carriage path, but was recklessly charging through the park itself, where horsemen are not allowed. The sun was bright in her eyes, yet, as the rider approached, she was suddenly shot through with a bolt of recognition. The rider was none other than Edwin. He galloped up to the carriage, jumped off the horse, and climbed aboard. Lydia was completely frozen in disbelief. She finally stammered out, "What? What are you doing here?" He knelt before her in the carriage, took her hands and said, "Lydia, my Lydia, I have come for you." "What do you mean? Is my mother ill?" Edwin, looking wildly disheveled, replied, "No, my darling, it is not your mother. It is I who is overwhelmed with pain and suffering." Lydia shook her head. She could not grasp what was going on. "Then it is you. You are ill?" she stammered. "I am ill for love of you." Lydia just stared at him. "You are getting married to Caroline Beaufort. In what, a few days? I don't understand what you are saying." Ellen scooted over to the other side of the carriage to make way for Edwin. He got off his knees and sat next to Lydia, still holding her hands. "I have broken off the engagement. I want only to marry you." Lydia pulled herself together, and would not allow herself to accept what he was saying. "But you need the marriage. You need the settlement. How will you accomplish your dream for the Arboretum, if you do not marry Caroline?" "I do not know. I do not care." "And your mother, what does she say about this?" Edwin laughed. "I thought she was going to have a stroke when I told her. But she is far too strong, and mean to let my disobedience faze her in any serious way." Then both Lydia and Ellen laughed. Lydia turned to Ellen. "Did you know about this?" "I did. But he swore me to secrecy. He wanted it to be a surprise. And I guess it was." "Edwin," Lydia said softly. "Edwin, you want me to be your wife?" "I do. Lydia Fernside, I absolutely and totally love you. Will you accept my plea and be my wife?" "Oh, Edwin, of course, I will marry you, you silly goose. How could you even think I would not?" The three of them were lunching at Wilton's as planned. They were into their second bottle of champagne, and the oysters had transitioned to a fine beef tenderloin. Lydia was hungry for every detail. "And how did you know about this, Ellen?" "Edwin wrote me and said he was coming to ask you for your hand in marriage, but he wanted me to keep it a secret. I had no idea when he might arrive, so I needed to keep you entertained and in my sight, as he might show up at any moment, and I did not want us to have to go searching all over London to find you." Edwin was holding her hand and would not let go. However, it was extremely difficult for her to eat her lunch with just one hand. Lydia turned to Edwin, extracted her hand, and asked, But how is this going to work? What are we to do about money for the estate? However will you be able to complete your life stream without the Beaufort marriage settlement? I do not have an answer to that question, but I feel certain that with your abilities, and my resolve, we can put our heads together and find a way. When do you suggest we get married? Lydia asked. Why, the marriage to Caroline is already arranged. I see no reason why you cannot just step into what we already have set up. Ellen and Lydia both snapped at him. Edwin, how dare you? Ellen continued. Edwin, no woman wants to step into another woman's wedding plans. She wants to make her own. I cannot believe you could be so insensitive. Edwin threw up his hands. Oh. I am so sorry. It never crossed my mind. Ellen had a strange smile on her face. I have an idea. Yes? Both Edwin and Lydia asked. What about if Lydia and I had a joint wedding? Then we could plan our weddings together. Ellen. Has he asked you? Lydia shrieked. Ellen nodded. Last night at the party. That was really what the party was all about. Lydia playfully slapped Ellen's arm. Then why did you not tell me of the engagement last night? Because of this. I knew Edwin was on his way, and I wanted to wait and share my good news with you, when you had good news of your own. Do you think Bartley will agree to have the wedding at Honeyfield? Edwin asked. He might have other ideas. Ellen smiled. Oh, Edwin. How little you know about women. Edwin was to ride ahead back to Honeyfield as he had come to London by horse, not carriage. Ellen and Lydia were to return in the Honeyfield coach as they had come, but were not stopping over at Oxford this time. Before leaving, Edwin asked Lydia to join him in the wonderfully comfortable library. The fine weather of the other day had turned bitter, and snow was threatening. Lydia was to join Edwin after they breakfasted. There were 2 comfortable chairs set before the flickering fire. Lydia came in after having gone to her room for her shawl. Edwin was already seated and Lydia went over to join him. She sat facing him, her hands folded in her lap. They just stared at each other for a moment. How absolutely lovely you are, Lydia. I am the luckiest man in all of Great Britain. She smiled. Not of the whole world? She teased. I think it's fair to leave a little luck for others, do you not think? She nodded. He was silent for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. Then Lydia spoke. I expect you wish to discuss the legal aspects of our marriage, not very romantic, but necessary. Is that not so? You know I have nothing I can bring to the marriage. My father died in debt. My mother needed to sell everything but her personal belongings to settle the estate, and we both live by our wages from you. Of course, I know that, Lydia. And that is of no concern to me. And, as of now, neither one of us is in that much different a position, except in scale, of course. With my father's investment collapsed, I am left with only the estate in Shropshire, and this house in London. Then how are we to survive? Lydia asked. I am sure we can eat, we have the orchard and the garden, but what of your dream for the arboretum? Edwin smiled. I have given the matter a great deal of thought. And what would you say, if the orchard and garden were to be the basis for a whole new life for Honeyfield? What if we were to develop a totally new business that could support the entire family? Oh, Edwin, and how would we do that? Listen carefully. I think I can make it work, but only with you as my partner. I am listening. First, we need capital. And I intend to raise that by selling the London house. It would bring us a tidy sum, and I could further lower our costs by eliminating upkeep for this house. But Edwin, it would mean letting all of your staff go. They have been an industrious and loyal part of this house all of your life. They have, and I would provide places for them at Honeyfield. Any that did not wish to work there I would find places for in London. That relieves me, Lydia said. But would you not miss having a London home?
I wish to focus all of my care on our new project. London for me has always been about ease and frivolity. I know that is not something that interests you,
and I have come to see great virtue in your industrious life.
That is the life I want us to share together.
And have you asked Ellen about this? I have not.
But she will soon have her own life with Bartley.
He is quite well-to-do and has his own house.
I am certain she will understand and agree, once I explain the reasons to her.
But this is part of her inheritance.
You must take that into consideration when you sell it for capital. Part of that is rightfully hers.
I have taken that into consideration. Fear not.
Edwin leaned forward in his chair.
Now would you like to hear what I suggest we do with that capital? Very much so. Edwin got up from his chair and went over to a shelf, and took down a large volume and put it on the library table. Lydia followed him and stood next to him as he thumbed through the pages. He found what he was looking for, but before explaining the page, he turned and sat on the edge of the table facing her.
Now then.
What I have in mind is this. Since we no longer have much of an income from outside the estate, we need to make the estate be our main source of income.
Lydia nodded.
And what do we have to offer? Prime agricultural land. Follow me? I do. But can we make a living with livestock, grains, potatoes or other conventional produce? I believe not. And this is where my idea comes in.
What if, instead of growing conventional crops,
we grow unconventional crops?
Such as?
Specialty fruits and vegetables that no one else is growing, but for which there is a great demand in English cities' markets. These products are now imported at great expense. But they also sell at a great price. But the reason they are not grown here is because we do not have the climate to grow many of these delicacies year-round. Is that not so? Edwin got off the table and began to pace with his excitement. True, but what if we could create a climate where we could grow year-round? The greenhouse, Lydia said, getting the idea, and becoming excited. Exactly. But remember, we already have a splendid and vastly expanded orchard underway, with many fine and unusual local fruits. But if we could also grow oranges, lemons, limes, grapefruit and other tropical fruits, just think what we could accomplish. Edwin, you are a genius. No, you are. I am only picking up on the ideas you introduced me to. Lydia picked up on the idea and began improvising. And specialty vegetables as well. I saw many in my catalogues that people might not know about, and which we could introduce. These we could grow in an even larger expanded vegetable garden. We could become the suppliers of the rare and unusual, and we could corner the market, and even undersell the imported produce, perhaps. Edwin then paused and stroked his chin. And eventually, if all of this works, then I could begin my arboretum. He came back to the book he had opened, and gestured for her to look with him. And here are some of the tropical plants I was thinking about. Do you have any idea what a mango, a passion fruit, a pineapple, or a papaya cost in the London markets? No idea, whatsoever. Lydia answered. Plenty. Then when do we begin? Right after the weddings. You haven't forgotten about those, have you? Edwin laughed. Almost. You got me so excited about our new life, I almost forgot about the present. Well, our mothers will keep us focused on that, I can assure you. Chapter 38. And what am I expected to do about my position with the Duchess? Mother fussed, in her room at Honeyfield, after Lydia told her about the marriage. I can hardly expect to be the Duchess's companion as mother of the Duke's wife, now can I? No, Mother, I expect not. I did discuss this matter with Edwin and we agreed to let you have my cottage as your home after the wedding. And am I expected to pay rent? She fussed some more, fiddling with the contents of her sewing basket. Of course not.
You are now as much a part of the family as I am.
That seemed to settle her mother some.
Then what shall I do with myself all day, alone in the cottage?
You can make friends. Entertain. Travel.
Read.
Study. Whatever you like.
And you shall have the pony and trap as your own.
Mother nodded, as she considered the implications of her new position. Well, that all sounds quite agreeable. But what about the Duchess? Who will attend to her now? I expect she will ask you to help her find a replacement. Mother suddenly smiled. I think I shall suggest Mrs. Cynthia Forbes. But she is the mayor's widow. Why do you think she would accept such a position? Because she lives on a pittance. I know. She would jump at the chance to be associated with the Duchess. Lydia laughed. Just rewards, no? Mother suddenly shifted. Oh, and my rose water? Were you able to find it? I did. But there was no organdy in the color you desired available. Not even for ready money? Not a scrap. Oh well. I shall probably not need it now. I shall order a new gown for the wedding. Something in blue to go with my eyes. Lydia had not had time to write Jenny with the news of the engagement. And, in fact, she was glad now she had not, as she was greatly anticipating telling Jenny in person. Lydia was shown into the master bedroom, where Jenny was studying fabric samples that she had strewn across the bed, reminiscent of the time she was choosing fabrics for her wedding dress. Jenny, Lydia said simply. Jenny jumped and spun around. Oh, Lydia, I did not hear you come in. You gave me such a start. Is this part of your redecorating? Lydia asked, gesturing to the samples. You are back, Jenny exclaimed, jumping up and down. I did not expect you so soon. Were you not to stay another week in London until after the wedding? Jenny stopped and put her hand sharply to her mouth. Oh, I am sorry. I should not have mentioned that. Poor Lydia. Are you here for the wedding after all? Lydia smiled. Why, yes I am. Are you devastated? Why ever would you come back for Redwin and Caroline's wedding? I did not come back for their wedding, she said, still holding a subtle smile. Then whose wedding? Lydia just stood and smiled at Jenny. Then Jenny inquired. Not you and Daniel? Lydia shook her head. Then. Again Lydia said nothing. Then Jenny asked hesitantly. No. You and Edwin? Lydia nodded. She gave the loudest shriek Lydia had ever heard, and threw herself into Lydia's arms. The maid appeared at the door. Is everything all right, madam? I heard. Champagne. Find us some champagne. And run over to the doctor, and have him come home straight away. Yes, ma'am, right away. How in the world did you land the big fish? Jenny asked, as she took Lydia by the arm and led her to the sitting room. Lydia was telling Jenny the whole story, when Dr. Cook burst into the sitting room. Is everything all right? Are you ill? Is the baby? Then he saw Lydia and stopped. Lydia turned back to Jenny, and asked, Baby? Jenny nodded. Now it was Lydia's turn to shriek. Jenny. Reginald. Congratulations. Jenny turned to her husband. And Lydia is marrying the Duke. Our Duke? The doctor said in astonishment. I thought. Miss Beaufort. Broken off. Finished. Done. Lydia rejoiced. I can't believe it. The maid appeared at the door. Champagne, madam. Lydia and Ellen were in the china room off the dining room. They were selecting china, silver, and crystal patterns for the wedding.
It had been decided to keep it as a small affair with families only, except for close friends like Jenny and the doctor. But as there were to be 2 weddings at the same time, the guest list was still quite large. Lydia's sisters were to come with their husbands for the event. Bartley's family was large, and accommodations for them would take up all the free rooms in Upton Magna, and they would need to find other rooms in neighbouring communities. Lydia and Ellen were in complete agreement as which dinnerware to select, and they had completed their task swiftly. Neither Lydia nor Edwin had had an opportunity to discuss their plans for the estate with Ellen yet. And as they were coming out of the china room, Edwin waylaid them and asked, "Ellen, Lydia and I would like to talk to you about our plans for the future of Honeyfield, that also include issues which affect you. Might you be free to chat with us about what we plan to do?" "I would be delighted to hear. If you don't mind, I would like you to come outside with us to the garden, so we can show you exactly what we have in mind. Let us get our wraps, and we shall meet you in the kitchen. Is that agreeable?" Ellen asked. "Certainly." Lydia was ready first, and she went outside to check on her new fruit trees. They all seemed to be doing splendidly, and she was pleased to see the worker was still watering adequately. Edwin and Ellen came out shortly afterward and, seeing her in the garden, came over to where she was poking a stick at the new kitchen scraps pile. "Is it doing what you wished?" Edwin asked as they approached. "It is starting to. It takes time to decompose enough to be useful for the garden." Ellen wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders, as there was a chill breeze coming up the slope of the hill. "Edwin tells me you two have great plans for Honeyfield," Ellen said. "Show me." Edwin and Lydia enthusiastically laid out their vision for high-end produce to Ellen. They walked over to where the expanded garden would be, and where they planned to build the greenhouse complex. Ellen listened carefully but did not say much while they were explaining. When they were done, Ellen turned to them and asked, "And how are you to do all of this with no money?" "Ah, yes, the key point," Edwin said, laughing. "And that is where you become involved. I propose to sell the London house. I will pay you half of the proceeds as part of your inheritance, and use the rest to fund our project." "And will half of the proceeds be sufficient to fund the entire project?" Ellen asked. Edwin answered, "Mostly. We will need to either take a bank loan for the balance, or add on to the greenhouse in increments as profits begin to accrue." "I see." Ellen seemed thoughtful, and it was difficult to read what she was thinking. "And what if I did not want to take my inheritance just yet?" she asked. "You do not wish us to sell the London house?" "That is not what I was thinking. What if, instead of taking my share of the money, I used that money to invest in the business? I could become a shareholder or a partner, or however you choose to structure the business." Lydia gasped. "That would interest you?" Ellen smiled. "Oh, yes, absolutely. I think it is a splendid idea, and I would much rather use my money as an investment, rather than fritter it away on gowns or idle amusements. Absolutely, count me in." The wedding was to be held at St. Andrews, with the reception at Honeyfield. A lot of the staff from the London house have come down to help prepare for the wedding, including Mrs. Samuels. She had been offered, and had accepted, the position of head housekeeper at Honeyfield, but she suffered no nonsense from any of the already established Honeyfield staff. She had been put in charge of organizing the wedding reception, and the entire household was now a hive of activity. The wedding breakfast consisted of just the brides and grooms and their parents. Samuels and Reynolds personally served each guest. Lydia was seated next to the Duchess. "You may call me Mama now if you like," the Duchess said, leaning in and touching Lydia's hand. "Since we both are to be duchesses, it seems pointless for the two of us to go around calling each other by our titles. Don't you think?" Lydia smiled. "Thank you. And you may call me Lydia. And I, like Edwin, will request everyone call me Lydia. It is so much more open and friendly, don't you think?"
Her Grace did not seem to appreciate that. However, she added,
"If you would be so kind, would you please stop by my suite, after you have put on your wedding gown, and before we drive down to the ceremony?"
"Of course, Mama." "You wished to see me?" Lydia asked, as she entered the Duchess's suite. The Duchess did not yet have her new companion, so she was alone and seated at her dressing table. The Duchess looked up and saw Lydia, who took her breath away. Lydia was dressed in her wedding gown, looking like an angel just descended from heaven. "My darling daughter-in-law, how absolutely splendid you look. I never could have imagined." She seemed to choke up, and showed the first genuine emotion Lydia has ever seen her express. "Come." Lydia went over and stood before her. Lydia's hair was a crown of beauty, with ribbons and dried flowers matching perfectly the warm cream colors of her gown. "I want you to have this," the Duchess said. "Lean forward, please." Lydia bowed, and the Duchess placed the most beautiful pink diamond and ruby necklace around her neck. "This is my wedding present to you. It was my grandmother's, the Duchess of Carnarvon. It was given to her by the Grand Duke Nikolai Shvanov of Russia." "Oh, Mama, how splendid and beautiful." "Thank you." Then the Duchess said in a whisper, "And do not sell it off to fund any of Edwin's crazy projects. Promise me that?" Lydia smiled. "Yes, I promise." It was a chilly morning, and it seemed that everything leading up to, and after, the church ceremony, was about putting on or taking off coats, hats, and gloves, or getting in or out of various carriages, with fussing footmen, drivers, and assorted retinue getting in the way more than actually helping. Edwin and Lydia, and Bartley and Ellen, now man and wives, stood before the assembled guests at Honeyfield, who were enjoying a hearty wedding reception. Edwin, as the host, was preparing to welcome all guests, but first he turned to Lydia. "My darling wife. I cannot believe I can say that now. Well, here we are, about to begin this grand adventure together. I could not do what I want without you. I could not be who I am without you. I am so excited to start our life together." He leaned over and kissed her. Then he turned to his guests and raised his glass in a toast. "My lords, ladies, and gentlemen. And to you few children scampering around the sidelines. Welcome, each and every one of you. Thank you for attending our nuptials and showing us your loving support." He turned to Bartley and Ellen. "To my darling sister, Ellen, and her new husband, Bartley, my most sincere congratulations." He tilted his glass to them. "And finally to my loving wife and inspiration, Lydia, the Duchess of." Lydia leaned in and whispered to him. "Excuse me, my wife reminds me it is to be just Lydia." "Let me take it from here, dear," Lydia said. "My dearest family, friends, and new family, this moment, this day, is like a chapter out of a fairy story. That I, a lowly vicar's daughter, should become the wife of such a wonderful, caring, and devoted son, brother, and husband is beyond my wildest imagination. I promise to all of you, as he has promised to me, to be forever mindful, true, and generous in my dealings with all of you, with all my comings and goings in the world, and to those who will one day be our children." Lydia raised her glass. "To Ellen and Bartley, to my dear friend Jenny and her husband, Dr. Cook, to my mother, to my new mama, and, finally, to you my dearest," she said, as she ended by raising her glass to Edwin. She then took his arm and whispered, "I love you, Jammy." The end. Extended epilogue. 3-year-old Abigail took a tumble running through the Honeyfield entry hall, but she was immediately picked up by her 5-year-old brother, Matthew, who was following behind her. There," he comforted, brushing down the young girl who was more startled than hurt. She was on the verge of tears but thought better of it because what she really wanted was to see the new puppy her father and mother just brought home.
It was already an exciting day because it was her birthday and the puppy was the present from her parents. She had decided to name it Puff, a name suitable for either a boy or a girl. Mrs. Samuels suddenly appeared. "Did I hear running?" she asked, commanding an answer. Abigail and Matthew stopped dead in their tracks. "No, Mom, it was just a slip and a fall. These stones can be slippery, you know." Mrs. Samuels glared at them. Hum, maybe. But I better not hear anything that even resembles running." "You understand?" she asked fiercely, but with just the faintest of smiles. "Oh, yes, Mom. No running." And the two took off walking as fast as they could through the kitchen, out into the yard, and toward the stable where the pup was being kept in an enclosure. Edwin and Lydia were crouched down before the terrier puppy. Abigail, seeing the puppy, ran forward, shouting, "Puff! Puff! Happy birthday, honey," Lydia said, taking hold of her daughter and squeezing her tightly. "Mama, stop. I want to hold Puff," she complained. Lydia released her and Abigail picked up the dog and cuddled it. Lydia and Edwin stood up. "Be careful not to hurt him. He is still a little baby." "I will." Edwin turned to his son, "Matthew, you watch your sister. Do not let her harm the puppy or herself." "I always do." Edwin nodded. "You are a good brother." Matthew looked up and smiled. The nanny, Miss Stevens, came out of the kitchen door and headed toward the stable. Edwin saw her and waved. "Good morning," he said as she approached. "Good day, sir. And this is where they have got to, is it? I was looking everywhere. Birthday present. Give them a few minutes, then you can take them back inside." She nodded. "I will." She turned to the children. "Now, do not get too comfortable. We still have lessons this morning." Abigail piped up, But it is my birthday." "No lessons today for me," she insisted. "This morning?" "Yes." "But you are excused for the afternoon." "Me too?" Matthew asked. "Yes, you too." "Hooray!" the two youngsters shouted. "What time are the guests arriving?" Edwin asked Lydia. "The party starts at 3 o'clock. But we should be all ready by 2:30. "I was so happy to see Ellen and Ethan," Edwin said, as he put his arm around Lydia's waist. "I was just sorry Bartley could not make it down from London." They left the stable and headed toward the orchard. Lydia went over and inspected several of the new fruit trees. "We are going to have a grand harvest this year. This is the second harvest for most of the new trees. Do you think we will need to bring in any additional pickers for the harvest?" Lydia asked. "I can bring some of the lads up from the warehouse." "It would be for only a couple of days, yes? 3, 4? That should be about right." She took Edwin's hand. "You will stop work in time for the party?" He smiled. "Of course. I am not going to miss my baby girl's birthday party." "And what are your plans for the day?" Lydia gazed out over the vastly expanded vegetable fields. "I found caterpillars on the tomato plants. I was thinking to assign a couple of the ladies to see if we can get rid of those. And Jenny and the children are coming before the party. We haven't visited for several weeks and we need a good old natter." Edwin laughed. "I love seeing the two of you together. You have such fun, and she is so delightfully irreverent." "I know. And it seems she gets more outrageous over time. Do you think you would have any time this morning to visit me at the greenhouse? I want you to look at the citrus trees. It looks like we might be getting some kind of blight." "Oh. Then I best come now." "We do not want that to get out of hand if that is what it is." As they walked to the greenhouse, they passed workers in the vegetable field picking a number of different vegetables and placing them in boxes to be carted to their distribution warehouse later that afternoon. Edwin and Lydia entered the greenhouse. It was warm and humid inside. The glazing shut out most of the outside noise and it was quiet, except for the sound of a worker watering.
"Over here," Edwin said, leading Lydia to the citrus grove.
"Here."
He pulled down a branch for Lydia to examine.
She turned over a leaf. "Let me take this as a sample and I will look in my book on citrus infections."
She turned to leave.
"I best go.
I want to get the women started on the tomatoes and then I want to visit with Ellen and Ethan. I will not be up for dinner at noon. I want to work through until the party," Edwin said.
Lydia turned back and gave Edwin a kiss on the cheek. "Until later, then." Lydia knocked on the door of Ellen's old room.
"Come," Ellen called out.
Entering, Lydia found Ellen at her desk.
"Are you nostalgic for your life at Honeyfield?"
Ellen looked up.
"A little.
But I am so happy with my current life it is only a passing fancy."
"Do you think Ethan would want to join Matthew and Abigail for morning lessons? Or is he too young?"
"He's about Abigail's age. I think he would enjoy being with them if Miss Stevens would not mind taking him on. He can be a bit ornery with strangers. I think she can manage. Both of my young'uns can be ornery as well." "Then maybe tomorrow morning."
"It is a bit late now."
Mommy,"
Ethan called out as he came over to Ellen. "I got a bugger."
He held out his finger to his mother and she took out a handkerchief to manage the discovery.
"There, now go finish the drawing you started."
"Yes, Mommy."
And he retreated. "Oh, I have something for you," Ellen said. "I found it when I was unpacking." She got up from the desk and went over by the bed and picked up a book. "It's my second one, Tidal Temptress. And look, it is dedicated to you." Ellen handed Lydia the book.
"Oh, Ellen, this is delightful.
I cannot wait to read it." "And is there to be a third?" "Why ever not?" Ellen asked. "Well, you are a mother now." "I just wondered. Nothing keeps me from my writing. It is too much fun, and I must say, it is rather flattering to be a London sensation." "Is it to be another of your saucy romances?" Lydia asked. "Oh, yes. My publisher insists it be as naughty as possible." "And what does Bartley think about that?" Lydia asked, chuckling. "He does sometimes wonder where I get my ideas. He says there are things in the book that he has never even heard of, let alone done. And he asks, with some suspicion, I might add, where I get my ideas. And I, of course, reply with my writer's imagination. However, I am not sure he quite believes me." They both laughed. Edwin was behind the house organizing the rides and games for the children. Mother's pony had been requisitioned as one of the rides. And a very patient older sheep had been bridled as a second ride. The party was being held in a parlor, mostly emptied of furniture and anything breakable, and Lydia was setting up parlor games like pin the tail on the donkey with her mother's help. "What have you done about a cake?" Mother asked. "Cook has done a marvel pink and yellow frosting. She even managed to write Abigail's name on it. I would love to see my other grandchildren soon. I have not even seen Margaret's latest," Mother said, already exhausted and collapsing onto a window seat. "Then you should go. Take a trip. Stay for a month and visit both your daughters. It would be fun." "Would you go with me?" "Mother, you know I cannot. But I do not think I could manage alone. Public transportation is just too awful."
I can talk to Edwin to see if he could spare a carriage and driver for a month. Would you go then? Mother took out her handkerchief and dabbed at her forehead. Perhaps. I do not know. She sighed. Maybe the Duchess would like to go with me. What do you think? Ask her, Mother. How would I know? Lydia had made some streamers out of colored paper rings and was trying to pin them to the curtains. Could you help me, please? She asked. Mother reluctantly stood and went over to help. Then a cry came from the entryway. Lydia? Lydia, when in heaven's name are you? It had to be Jenny. In here. Lydia called. Jenny burst through the door with two little girls. Oh, there you are. I was frantic thinking I would be late. I so wanted to chat before the party as I know you will be wildly busy when the other guests arrive. Jenny then noticed Mother. Oh, hello, Mrs. Fernside. I hope you are well. Mother waved her hand in the air. It is the heat. My little cottage gets no air, and I toss and turn at night, like one of those horses you see on the roadside rolling in the dust. No one knew how to respond to that. One of Jenny's girls spoke up. Where is Abigail? We want to play. Just a moment. Mommy's talking. Jenny insisted. You are not. That other lady is. Let me. Lydia said, taking charge. She turned to her mother. Will you please take these two young ladies to the nursery? Miss Stevens is in charge of the children until the party starts. Oh, very well. Come along, my darlings. Mother took the children by the hand and led them away. Jenny let out a sigh and went over and threw her arms around Lydia. Reginald wants to have yet another one, and I said no, absolutely not. But he wants a son, so what am I to do? Jenny pulled away and wiped at her eyes and then examined the room. This is looking nice. Do you need any more help? The rest of the streamers need to be hung. Could you? Absolutely. They continued getting ready for the party. Then Jenny asked, how is Graham working out? Lydia answered, Edwin says he is doing a great job as a manager. He never liked the bank, you know. And when Edwin offered him the job at the new warehouse, he was just so happy. I'm so pleased he is doing well. Is Reginald coming to the party? He wanted to, but he is so busy at the office. He is thinking of even taking on a third doctor. We just keep getting more and more patients. Well, that is good, is it not? Yes, but I worry about him. He works such long hours and comes home exhausted. Jenny giggled. And the way things are going now, we are never going to have a son or another daughter. Make him take a vacation. Take another trip to Italy. You so enjoyed that. Maybe. Edwin looked into the room. The guests are starting to arrive. Oh, hello, Jenny. Miss Stevens is bringing the children down now. Where do you want everyone to gather? In here. And the Duchess? Is she on the way? I have no idea. Could you have someone check on her? Lydia suggested. I will. He turned back to the entryway. In here, everyone. The party is in here. And the room began to fill with guests' children screaming and running in circles. The party had been a grand success. All the guests were gone. Abigail was asleep in Lydia's lap and Matthew sat, slumped over, on the floor against the wall, also asleep. Edwin and Lydia were on a sofa pushed up against the wall. They were holding hands. And they were almost asleep as well. Only the Duchess was still alert. She was standing at the gift table examining Abigail's presents. The presents are rather skimpy for the scion of a duke. Still, I guess it is not too disastrous.
Mother, the children need to go to bed. And perhaps you would like to take your tea now, Edwin suggested. The Duchess turned to her companion Amosi, slight woman with watery eyes and flaccid skin. Mr. White, I think we are being asked to retire. Yes, Your Grace. Come. The Duchess took Mr. White's arm and they left. Miss Stevens came in right after. I'll take them up, she offered. She took Abigail from Lydia's lap and helped Matthew up by the hand. Where is Puff? Abigail asked, as she surfaced momentarily from her sleep. He's asleep, Miss Stevens said. Ask. Abigail said and fell back into slumber. Then Edwin and Lydia were alone. Both were exhausted but could not summon the will to move. Edwin turned his head and looked at his wife. How are you doing, my darling Lydia? She managed to turn toward him and stared with sleepy eyes. Is it over? I believe so. At least until Matthew's birthday. Remind me. When is that? She struggled to remember. Not until November. Oh, good. It is not tomorrow then. No, not tomorrow. Lydia smiled and said, Good. Now could you call someone to carry me up to bed? There is no need. That is my job. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.